Xia Ruofei was a little worried. After all, Tang Haoren was only 7 years old and had grown up in a rich family. There were always people taking care of him. It would be terrible if he did not know how to use the bathroom equipment and got scalded by hot water. So he quickly ran upstairs. Tang Etienne and Jennifer, who were both concerned about their son, were not much slower than Xia Ruofei. The three of them ran into Xia Ruofei's room one after another. Standing at the door of the bathroom, Xia Ruofei's slightly nervous expression disappeared. In an instant, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, Tang Etienne and Jennifer had already trotted to the bathroom door. In the bathroom, Tang Haoren was holding a shower head. His face was blank and embarrassed because the shower head had been separated from the metal hose. From the condition of the fracture, it should have been forcibly torn off. "Haoren, what's wrong?" Tang Etienne asked subconsciously. Jennifer's mouth was wide open as she said, "Heavens. Haoren, why did you break the shower head?" "I'm sorry, master." Tang Haoren also looked a little embarrassed. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "It's fine. It's fine. It's my fault for not warning you." Then, Xia Ruofei explained to Tang Etienne and Jennifer, "Haoren can't be blamed for this. He has just stepped into the threshold of cultivation and hasn't fully adapted to his own strength." So, Xia Ruofei shrugged helplessly and continued, "He'll naturally get used to it after some time." Then, Xia Ruofei said to Tang Haoren, "Haoren, you can continue to take a shower in the guest room next door. Remember to control your strength and be careful. I don't want to see you break the bathtub." "No, master," Tang Haoren said with a red face. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Go. You don't have to worry about this place. I'll get someone to fix it." "Oh right, remember to put on a bath towel, don't catch a cold." Tang Etienne and his wife didn't recover from their shock until Tang Haoren left the room with a towel wrapped around his body. They couldn't believe their ears when they heard Xia Ruofei say that Tang Haoren couldn't control his strength and destroyed the shower head. The stainless steel hose connected to the shower head was very strong. Basically, even if the head was broken, the hose would not be damaged. However, the position where the shower head was connected to the hose seemed to have been torn off by a huge force. The ring-shaped metal had been deformed. It was a shocking sight. "Mr. Xia, Haoren," Tang Etienne said excitedly. Not to mention a 7-year-old child, even Tang Etienne's strong bodyguards couldn't tear the metal tube with their bare hands. It had only been 2 hours since Tang Haoren and Xia Ruofei went upstairs, and he already had such great power? This was simply too unbelievable. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's sit down and talk. You're Haoren's parents, so you need to know about his situation. But remember to keep it a secret and don't spread it around, okay?" Okay. Don't worry, Mr. Xia. We'll definitely keep our mouths shut," Tang Etienne said quickly. Xia Ruofei invited the couple to sit on the sofa and briefly explained Tang Haoren's current situation. However, Xia Ruofei did not explain in detail about the part that involved cultivation. He only let them know that his son was no longer an ordinary person from today onwards. At the same time, he reminded them to pay attention to the shaping of Tang Haoren's character while urging him to continue cultivating. He must not go astray. When Tang Etienne and Jennifer heard this, they naturally nodded and agreed to Chantian that Tang Haoren was their biological son. They naturally did not want to see their son become an obedient person who would harm society. Jennifer's beautiful eyes were still filled with disbelief. She said to Xia Ruofei, "Xia, could it be that you're a legendary Eastern immortal? It's really unbelievable that a 7-year-old kid could master such a great power in only 2 hours." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Jennifer, I'm just a practitioner. If I'm an Eastern immortal, then strictly speaking, your son, Howren, is also an Eastern immortal because he has also stepped into the threshold." Tang Etienne's heart couldn't be more excited. He said, "Mr. Xia, I'm so grateful to you. Not only did you save Howren's life, but you also guided him on the path of cultivation. I will never forget your kindness." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Mr. Tang, the path of cultivation is hard and lonely. Whether it's me or Howren, we're destined to explore it with difficulty. So, to be honest, I'm not sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing. However, since I've accepted Howren as my disciple, I'll definitely fulfill my responsibility as a master and do my best to teach him well." "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Xia," Tang Etienne said. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "You don't have to call me Mr. Xia. I'm Howren's master. You can just call me by my name. Or Little Xia." I don't dare, Tang Etienne quickly said. "This is too disrespectful." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Aren't names meant to be called? It's decided. I'll call you Big Brother Tang." Tang Etienne hesitated for a while, then nodded nervously. "Okay, Mr. Xia, then I'll take it up with you." Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. Tang Etienne suddenly came back to his senses. He smiled awkwardly. "I'm used to calling you that. I'll call you Rua Fei from now on." "Yes, that's good." Xia Ruofei nodded. By then, Tang Howren had finished his shower. He wrapped himself in a towel and returned to Xia Ruofei's room. This time, he was very careful and did not destroy the bathroom in the next room. Xia Ruofei asked Tang Howren to come over and sit down. He told him to control his strength. It was okay for him to destroy things, but it would be bad if he accidentally hurt someone. In addition, Xia Ruofei also explained a lot of principles to Tang Howren. He used this opportunity to instill positive values in him to prevent him from going astray in the future. Tang Etienne, who was watching from the side, was extremely grateful to Xia Ruofei for teaching Tang Howren so seriously. Tang who very quickly sent Tang Howren's clothes to Paradise Farm. After Tang Howren changed his clothes, the group went downstairs. It was lunchtime, so Liang Qichao called Uncle Bill over and asked him to prepare lunch. Xia Ruofei and the others had a happy lunch with Tang Etienne's family. After the meal, Tang Etienne invited Xia Ruofei and Lin Qiao to Sydney for a trip. He also invited them to stay in his manor in Sydney's wealthy district. Xia Ruofei's original plan was to stay in a hotel after arriving in Sydney and take Lin Qiao on a tour before visiting Tang Etienne. However, the plan was always changing. He had met Tang Etienne and the others in the Hunter Valley in advance, and had officially accepted Tang Howren as his disciple. Under such circumstances, it was not appropriate for him to stay in the hotel. At the same time, Xia Ruofei also thought that if he stayed at Tang Etienne's house, he could guide Tang Howren's cultivation when he was traveling in Sydney. After all, the little guy had just entered the sect. It would be best if he could watch over him. Otherwise, it would be bad if something went wrong during his cultivation. Hence, Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement after some thought. Lin Qiao was naturally very excited that Ran could live in Jennifer's house and get close to her idol from time to time. This was something that she didn't even dare to dream of before. Hence, Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao simply packed a few clothes and got into the extended Bentley with Tang Etienne's family. When the Bentley arrived at the entrance of Paradise Farm, the sharp-eyed Lin Xiao saw 4 or 5 people standing at the entrance of the farm. They seemed to be looking forward to it. Among them were the dejected Brody and Xingpeng. Lin Xiao turned to look at Xia Ruofei and said, "Brother Ruofei, I think it's the 2 people from last night." Xia Ruofei frowned and said to the driver, "Don't worry about them, drive over." "Yes, sir." The driver responded and drove out of the farm without slowing down. But Brody and the others had already noticed the car driving over. Brody's father, Robinson, saw that the car had no intention of stopping, and in a hurry, he rushed to the middle of the road and kept waving. The driver was so shocked that he slammed on the brakes and stopped the car, almost hitting Robinson. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tang. Are you all right?" The driver quickly turned around and said. Tang Etienne's face showed a trace of anger. But he didn't blame the driver. After all, no one had expected such a situation. Robinson had rushed out on a whim. The Bentley had approached quickly and was about to hit him. He had been so scared that his body had turned stiff, thinking that he was going to see God. After he came back to his senses, he walked to the door with trembling legs. Brody and Xingpeng's family also came over. Xia Ruofei frowned and rolled down the window. When Robinson saw the young face in the car, he quickly said, Mr. Xia, please let our Golden Oak Winery go. I'll definitely teach that brat Brody a vicious lesson." After hearing Brody's words, Robinson immediately realized that Xia Ruofei was the key to solving this problem. He had brought Brody to the farm's entrance early in the morning to wait for the rabbit. Xingpeng's situation was similar. His father, Xing Daming, and his mother, Luo Limei, had gone to Canberra for business and would be staying there that night. After receiving the notice from the Maya Group, they immediately bought the earliest flight back to Sydney that night and rushed back to the winery in Hunter Valley. He had come to Paradise Farm early in the morning, coincidentally with the Robinson father and son. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Tang Etienne also rolled down the window and scolded him with anger. "Who are you people? Don't you know that your actions just now were very dangerous?" When Robinson saw that Tang Etienne was also in the car, his blood turned cold. Tang Etienne was one of Australia's leading figures in the retail industry, and he had the backing of the Righteous Association. He didn't know who Robinson was, but Robinson recognized this famous Chinese tycoon with one look. Robinson didn't expect Tang Etienne to be in the car as well. When Tang Etienne's imposing gaze swept over him, he felt his scalp go numb and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Mr. Tang," Robinson's teeth were chattering. "I didn't know you were in the car. I'm really sorry. My son offended Mr. Xiao last night. I brought him here to apologize." Tang Etienne glanced at Brody, whose face was ashen, and said indifferently, "If your son is Brody, then there's no need to say anything. Even if Mr. Xia accepts your apology, I won't be soft-hearted." After hearing this, Robinson's legs went weak, and he sat on the ground in despair. His eyes were completely devoid of their former vigor. Xingpeng and Brody didn't even dare to approach Tang Etienne's car. They only dared to stand far away. Xingpeng's father, Xing Daming, was also trembling with fear. He urged his family to curry favor with Robinson and seek cooperation with the Golden Oak Winery. Their strength was naturally even worse. Robinson was so embarrassed in front of Tang Etienne, so how could Jing Daming and Luo Limei remain calm? However, it was related to the life and death of the winery that he had bet all his assets on. Although Jing Daming was scared to death in his heart, he still mustered up the courage to come forward. However, Jing Daming played a little trick. He directly walked to the window on Xia Ruofei's side so that he didn't have to face the terrifying Tang Etienne directly. However, Jing Daming didn't know that Xia Ruofei was much more terrifying than Tang Etienne. Jing Daming nodded and bowed to Xia Ruofei with a flattering smile. He said in Chinese, "Hello, Mr. Xia. Let me introduce myself. I'm the owner of Wilkinson Winery. My name is Jing Daming, and I'm..." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I know you're Jing Peng's father. If you're here to plead for him, don't waste your time. If I were you, I wouldn't come here to do such a useless thing. Instead, I would look for a suitable buyer to reduce the loss." Jing Daming's face slightly changed, and a resentful look flashed in his eyes. He quickly lowered his posture and said, "Mr. Xia, I know that Jing Peng has offended you, but young people don't think before doing things. Please do us a favor and give us a chance to turn over a new leaf." Xia Ruofei glanced at Jing Daming indifferently. Jing Daming's eyes could not escape his eyes, so Xia Ruofei's impression of Jing Daming was even worse. "Sir, let's go," Xia Ruofei said to the driver. Jing Daming's expression changed drastically. He knew that if Xia Ruofei refused to give in, the Maya group would not stop suppressing him. Then, the only way out was to sell the winery at a low price. He had been operating in Australia for so many years, and he had transferred all his assets in the country. If he were to sell the winery at this time, even if someone was willing to buy it, they would definitely lower the price. What happened at the reception was right under everyone's eyes, and everyone knew the predicament that Wilkinson Winery was facing. This was a result that Jing Daming was unwilling to accept no matter what. At this time, the Bentley had already started moving slowly. Jing Daming grabbed the window in a hurry and said, "Mr. Xia, please have mercy." Xia Ruofei didn't move, but Jing Daming felt the car window suddenly become like an electric current, and his hands were suddenly bounced off. At this time, Jing Peng's mother, Luo Limei, couldn't hold it in anymore. She shouted to Xia Ruofei in the car, "You're too overbearing. Even if Jing Peng was disrespectful to you, you don't have to be so ruthless. We're all Chinese, and we should help each other when we're abroad. Is this how you treat your own people?" Cold-blooded. Jing Daming quickly scolded, "Limei, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Where did I spout nonsense? It's true," Luo Limei said, not convinced. "You're a woman, what do I know?" Jing Daming was so angry that he started to scold, "Don't add to my troubles." Then, Jing Daming quickly took 2 steps forward and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, my wife is brainless, please don't take it to heart." The car had already started, but after hearing Luo Limei's words, Xia Ruofei said to the driver, "Stop the car." After the car stopped, Xia Ruofei opened the door. "Mr. Xia, you don't need to pay attention to these small characters," Tang Etienne quickly said. "It's fine, I'll leave after a few words," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he got out of the car and walked to Luo Limei. Just now, Luo Limei had said those words in a fit of anger. Now that Xia Ruofei had really gotten out of the car And come to her, her courage had disappeared. Her thin lips trembled slightly as she said, "You. What do you want?" "I'm telling you, hitting someone is illegal." "What did you just say?" Xia Ruofei curled his lips and smiled. Am I wrong?" Luo Limei raised her chin and said, "We're all descendants of Yan Huang. Isn't it a bit too much for you to kill us all? Even if Xingpeng made a mistake, don't you want to give him a chance to correct it?" Xia Ruofei said coldly, "There are some mistakes that you have to pay for. If everyone had the chance to change, there wouldn't be those people who went to jail or even got shot." Luo Limei couldn't help but be speechless. Her lips moved a few times, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Xia Ruofei pointed at Xingpeng, who was not far away, and said coldly, "You said that I don't care about our friendship. Have you ever asked what your son has done? Coveting my female companion's beauty and ridiculing me. That's nothing. He's deliberately trying to sow discord and have that foolish Brody come over to threaten me. Does he even care about our friendship?" Luo Limei couldn't think of any rebuttal at all. Jing Daming's heart almost stopped beating when he heard it. He didn't expect that his son's so-called little conflict was actually related to women. Young people loved their face the most. No wonder the other party was so persistent when his woman was snatched away in front of him. Jing Daming thought so in his heart. He quickly said, "Mr. Xia, it's all my fault. That bastard Xingpeng would do such a thing. Please be magnanimous and give us a chance to turn over a new leaf. It's not easy for us to come out of our country to make a living. We've invested most of our lives into the winery. If it goes bankrupt, our family will have to go out and beg." Xia Ruofei heard Jing Daming's pitiful words and couldn't help but sneer secretly. Jing Daming was obviously too exaggerated. The worst result was nothing more than losing a little money and transferring the winery. If that didn't work, he would just settle in another country. How could he be begging on the streets? Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "I can let Jing Peng off the hook for treating me like a clown, but I really despise his behavior. That way nation Japanese man harassed his girlfriend, but not only did he not dare to stand up for his girlfriend, he even advised his girlfriend to serve that Japanese man. I think even if your winery goes bankrupt, Xingpeng shouldn't be unable to eat. He's still qualified to be a pimp in the red light district." Jing Daming's face couldn't help but change as soon as he heard it. He glared at Xingpeng and then said in a low voice, "Mr. Xia, I didn't expect Xingpeng to be such a bastard." "I'll definitely," Xia Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted Jing Daming, saying, "You don't have to say anything. I've already promised Tan Lily that I'll teach Xingpeng a lesson that will leave a deep impression on him. I'll put it this way. Even if I spare that idiot Brody, I won't let Xingpeng go. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself." After that, Xia Ruofei no longer looked at Jing Daming and Luo Limei, who looked like they had lost their parents. He turned back to the car and said lightly, "Start the car." The Bentley started slowly and left Paradise Farm. Robinson and Jing Daming stood there in a daze, while Brody and Xingpeng stood far away, their hearts full of regret. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. With their character, even if they didn't meet Xia Ruofei, they would meet Wang Ruofei, Li Ruofei, and Zhang Ruofei in the future. One day, they would learn their lesson. After a long while, Jing Daming let out a long sigh and said, "Let's go. Go back and ask if anyone is willing to buy the winery, is there really no other way? Luo Limei said unwillingly, how can he be so capable when he's so young? I think he's giving the Maya group some benefits. Why don't we also? Do you even have a brain? Didn't you see how polite Tang Yitian was to him? Xing Daming said unhappily, what? Do you think we can give Tang Yitian? He wouldn't be moved even if I gave him the entire winery. But you can't sell the winery now. Luo Limei said with a sad face, the losses too. Great, what can I do if I don't sell it? Maya's supermarket has taken them all down, and our wine is all unsalvageable. We'll run out of funds soon. Xing Daming said, it's all your fault. You've been spoiling that little rascal since he was young. Now, he's in trouble. Luo Limei didn't dare to refute, so she cried and followed Xing Daming. Soon, the two families left Paradise Farm in their cars. In the face of a behemoth like the Maya Group, a winery of such a scale had no ability to resist at all. The only thing they could do was to hurry up and find a seller. In particular, Xing Daming still had some rich friends in China. Now, rich people were popular in purchasing foreign products, so he couldn't wait to contact those friends on the way to see who had the intention to buy. Robinson also began to call his friends in the circle, hoping to sell Golden Oak Farm. Of course, in their situation, the price would definitely be lowered. A few days ago, Robinson had taken advantage of Old Wester's urgent need for money to lower the price and try to buy West Winery at a low price. It had only been a few days, and everything was reversed. Now, he was facing the same situation as Old West, or even worse. This was truly the cycle of heaven and earth, karma. Xia Ruofei didn't care about the little incident at the entrance of the farm. As for Tang Yitian, he didn't care about such a small figure either. So, everyone was in a good mood, talking and laughing along the way. More than 3 hours later, the group arrived at Tang Yitian's mansion in Sydney's wealthy district, Vauclub. Tang Yitian's manor was only one of the many mansions he owned in Australia and even in the world. The manor was in an excellent location. It was right by the sea. From his home, he could see the Sydney Harbour, the harbour bridge, and the Opera House. There was even a private beach. Considering that Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao were here for a vacation, Tang Yitian chose to receive them here. As the hostess, Jennifer showed Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao around their manor with great enthusiasm. The manor covered an area of about 15 acres and the building area reached more than 5,000 square meters. The manor had a large green space, a glass garden, a small stadium, a home audio and visual center, a swimming pool, and other facilities. The entire manor was personally designed by the well-known architect Steve, who paid attention to every detail of the building. The overall style was quite harmonious and natural. Lin Xiao was dazzled, especially when they walked to the private beach. When she saw the almost pure white beach and the boundless sea, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Jennifer, your house is so beautiful. Lin Xiao smiled at Xia Ruofei and continued, I thought Brother Ruofei was already very rich, but compared to the real rich people, hee. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, your brother, Ruofei, started from scratch. Even if I've started my business since I was in my mother's womb, it's impossible for me to earn Big Brother Tang's family business at such a young age. Ruofei, Tang Yitian said without hesitation, since Miss Lin likes this matter, I'll ask someone to take care of it and leave it for you. You can come and live here whenever you come to Sydney. Tang Yitian knew that Xia Ruofei wouldn't accept it if he just gave him a manor. That was why he suggested this. In fact, it was almost the same as giving it to him. As long as Xia Ruofei agreed, Tang Etienne would definitely not come to live with them in the future. He would usually send people to maintain the manor and make it ready to be used at any time. Xia Ruofei could stay there whenever he wanted. Tang Etienne's life experience was much richer than Xia Ruofei's. After he found out that Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao were not biological siblings, he could already tell that Lin Xiao did not have simple feelings for Xia Ruofei. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was very slow in this aspect and did not feel anything. Therefore, when Lin Xiao expressed her love for this manor, Tang Etienne didn't hesitate to leave the manor for Xia Ruofei to use. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Big brother Tang, I might not even be able to come to Australia once a year. Why did you leave such a big manor for me? He asked. Isn't that a waste? Why would it be a waste? Tang Etienne said without a care. Keep it as a backup. I have so many houses, but I can't live in all of them. I might not even live in some of them once in a year or two. Xia Ruofei smiled. Big brother Tang, you're a rich and powerful man. I'm different. Anyway, you have to listen to me. There's no need to waste it. Seeing that Tang Etienne was going to give the whole manor to Xia Ruofei, Lin Xiao couldn't help but stick out her tongue and say, Mr. Tang, I was just talking nonsense. Don't scare me. Besides, brother Ruofei definitely won't accept it. Tang Etienne could only helplessly say, all right. However, if you come to Australia in the future, remember to tell me at once. I'll pay for all your food, accommodation, and transportation. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, sure. I promise I won't stand on ceremony with you. It was already evening, and everyone enjoyed the sunset on the beach for a while before returning to the manor. The main building of the manor was a 6-story villa with a total area of more than 4,000 square meters. Tang Etienne had already ordered the servants to prepare dinner. The dinner was arranged in a beautiful garden. The long and elegant table was filled with delicious food that looked, smelled good. There were Australian dishes and authentic Chinese food. Tang Etienne was very attentive. He was worried that Xia Ruofei and Xiao Ling wouldn't be used to the Australian food. So he asked the family chef to prepare Chinese food. Although he grew up in Australia, he had lived in the Chinese community for a long time and had once led the largest Chinese society in Australia, so Tang Etienne still retained a lot of Chinese living habits, including food. He also liked the taste of Chinese food. That was why he had a Chinese food chef at home. Australia was a famous wine-producing place, so wine was naturally indispensable for dinner. Tang Etienne had prepared a 6-liter bottle of wine. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao only found out that the bottle of wine was from the famous Australian brand, Benfew Grange, after Tang Etienne had opened the bottle and introduced it to them. This Benfew range was a limited edition that was released in 2012. There were only 5 bottles in the world, and each bottle cost as much as $142,500, which was nearly $1 million Chinese dollars. Because the production was too low, or rather, this wine wasn't mass-produced at all. It was an out-of-print collection of wine, so Tang Etienne bought one of the 5 bottles. Because he had the advantage of the local location. It had been kept in the wine cellar for several years. This time, when Xia Ruofei was here as a guest, he took out this bottle of wine without hesitation. It was clear how distinguished Xia Ruofei was in his heart. After listening to Tang Etienne's introduction, Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao couldn't help but click their tongues at the expensive wine. Even Xia Ruofei had never heard of it before. It was almost 1 million yuan a bottle. Even if it was a 6-liter bottle, a small glass would cost 20 to 30,000 yuan. It was even more expensive than gold. Xia Ruofei smiled. Big brother Tang, if you had told me earlier, I definitely wouldn't have let you open this bottle of wine. It's too extravagant. Xia. Jennifer said with a smile, even if Mr. Governor came as a guest, Ethan wouldn't be willing to take out this bottle of wine to serve him. But you're the most distinguished guest in our family. Of course, we have to serve you the best wine. Tang Etian laughed and said, Jennifer is right. Ruofei, you are the most distinguished guests of our family. Come, let's have a drink together. After that, Tang Etian raised his glass. Everyone raised their glasses. Even Tang Haoran raised his glass of drink. After clinking glasses, Xia Ruofei took a sip and said with an exaggerated expression, I drank it for a few thousand yuan. I don't feel any different, brother Ruofei, you don't know much about wine. It's such a waste to give you such expensive wine. Lin Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao with a smile and said, you speak as if you know about wine. I can learn it if I don't know it. Lin Xiao raised her chin. Lin, I'm willing to be your wine tasting teacher. Jennifer immediately said with a smile. Lin Xiao immediately looked at Xia Ruofei proudly and said, did you hear that? Jennifer will personally teach me how to taste wine, and I'm sure my level will soon leave you far behind. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Okay. Our Xiaoer is the smartest. She can learn anything quickly. Right? This is more like it. Lin Xiao said with a smile. At this time, Tang Haoran also sensibly raised his drink and said, Master, I'll toast you. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'm going to drink this glass of wine. It's the first time an apprentice has toasted me. Tang Etian happily patted Tang Haoran's head and said, Ruofei, we'll leave our Haoran to you in the future. Xia Ruofei clinked his glass with Tang Haoran's. After taking a sip of wine, he said, Big brother Tang, don't worry. Haoran's talent is pretty good. He will definitely have great achievements in the future. At this time, Jennifer, who was talking to Lin Xiao in a low voice, couldn't help but ask, Xia, I want to know. When you return to Huaxia later, will Haoran go back with you? She had been keeping this question in her heart. Her son was still so young. If he had to leave her for the distant Huaxia, she would naturally be very reluctant. Even if she had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei, Jennifer would still have all kinds of worries. After all, a mother would be worried when her son traveled 1,000 miles. Tang Etien's face slightly changed, and he quickly said, Jennifer, Haoran is Ruofei's apprentice, so he must be learning from Ruofei. He is such a capable master, like Ruofei, what do you have to worry about? If you really miss your son, you can fly to China to visit him. Tang Etian was worried that Xia Ruofei would be unhappy. He was an immortal-like figure. He was willing to take Tang Haoran as his disciple, and that was already a blessing to his family. This was a great opportunity that many people did not even dare to dream of. You even showed that you don't want your son to go on a long journey. If Xia Ruofei changes his mind, wouldn't all your previous efforts be in vain? Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. Big brother Tang, I've been meaning to discuss this issue with you. I've been meaning to discuss it with you. Haoran is still young. So it's best for him to live with his parents. He also needs to receive a systematic cultural education, so I don't plan to bring him back to China for the time being. Tang Etienne heard this and said anxiously, Ruofei, Jennifer's a woman, she doesn't know, big brother Tang, let me finish. Xia Ruofei smiled. I didn't plan to bring Haoran back to China. I've already passed on this stage of cultivation to Haoran, and I'll guide him in his cultivation these few days. Once he's mastered it, I can return home with a peace of mind. Remember to supervise his cultivation every day, and call me if there's any problem. Tang Etienne was relieved, then he asked, Ruofei, if you can't explain it clearly over the phone, you can bring Haoran to Huaxia to find me at any time. Xia Ruofei said, also, if time permits, I will try to come to Australia a few more times. After all, I have a business here. While guiding Haoran's cultivation, you can also come and visit my farm and winery. Then I'm relieved. Tang Etienne was overjoyed. Ruofei, give me a call whenever you want to come over. I'll send a private jet to pick you up. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, we'll see. I won't be able to take it if the battle is too big, Tang Etienne laughed out loud. In his opinion, people at Xia Ruofei's level didn't care about worldly wealth at all. Although Xia Ruofei also had a company, in Tang Etienne's eyes, this should be Xia Ruofei's way of cultivating in the secular world. After all, he couldn't figure out the actions of such a master. Soon, everyone was full and Jennifer suggested, Xia, Lin, why don't we go out to sea? On a yacht? The night view of the sea is also very good. Hearing that, Lin Qiao immediately said happily, good. Good. I've been wanting to come to Sydney on a yacht for a long time, but Ruofei bro never brought me, then let's go tonight. Tang Etienne laughed. I'll order people to make preparations. Even if you want to spend the night on the yacht, there's no problem. Lin Qiao's eyes lit up and she said, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Then, Lin Qiao stood up first and walked out with Tang Haoran. Xia Ruofei was very fond of Lin Qiao. He shook his head with a bitter smile and immediately followed her. A rich man like Tang Etienne naturally had his own private yacht, and it had an excellent parking spot in the yacht dock of Sydney Port. When the group of people arrived at the dock in the Bentley, a pure white Azimuth Peaks 100 Grand Leonardo luxury yacht was already ready. The 30-meter long Azimuth yacht wasn't considered a luxury for Tang Etienne. In fact, he also owned two other super yachts that were more than 100 meters long. However, these yachts happened to be docked in Sydney, and they were enough for a small group of maritime parties. A blonde beauty wearing a captain's hat and a tight-fitting uniform that revealed her navel was waiting at the yacht dock. Her impressive figure made people couldn't help but cast sidelong glances. Good evening, Mr. Tang. The beautiful captain said respectfully. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect Tang Etienne's yacht captain to be such a sexy beauty. But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The yacht was a very private place. Rich people went to the sea to experience the feeling of freedom. In most cases, they would definitely bring their female companions. And on the boundless sea, how could one not change into a swimsuit to enjoy the blue sea, water and sunlight? In this case, if a man with an unkempt beard was driving the yacht while his woman was lying on the deck in bikinis, rich men would definitely feel uncomfortable. If it was a female captain, there would be no such concerns, and she was quite pleasing to the eye. Ruofei, this is Captain Emily. She's In charge of my Tyrannosaurus, Tang Etienne said with a nod. When Xia Ruofei heard that this beautiful, streamlined yacht was called Tyrannosaurus, he could not help but laugh. At this time, Tang Etienne was already introducing Emily. Emily, this is Mr. Xia from China. He's our most distinguished guest. Emily's expression slightly froze, and she quickly said, Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm very honored to be able to provide you with my service. Captain Emily, thank you for your hard work. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ruofei, Lin Xiao, let's board the boat, said Tang Etienne. Okay. Lin Xiao quickly replied. I can't wait. Tang Etienne laughed and personally led the way. He brought Xia Ruofei and the others onto the yacht. There were also two tall and sexy blondes on the yacht. They were the crew of the Tyrannosaurus, and they mainly served the guests. Although winter in Australia was not very cold, the sun had already set. And the temperature was around 10 degrees. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel worried when he saw that the two of them were wearing so little. However, the two beautiful women didn't seem cold at all, especially after seeing their boss, Tang Etienne. They even stuck out their big breasts. Xia Ruofei was also a normal man. When he stepped onto the yacht, he happened to see this scene and couldn't help but be a little dazed. At this moment, he heard Lin Xiao whisper in his ear, Brother Ruofei, isn't it nice? Xia Ruofei subconsciously nodded and then said awkwardly, what nonsense are you talking about? What's there to look at? You're so mischievous. Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue mischievously and said, You've already revealed your true thoughts just now. Bribe me. Otherwise, I'm going to tell Sister in-law when we get back. TSK. You can tell on me however you want. Xia Ruofei said, Let's see if Qingxue will believe you or me. I really don't know what kind of magic potion you fed Sister Qingxue, Lin Xiao said with a depressed look. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but burst out laughing. After everyone got on the yacht, it soon left the dock slowly under Emily's control and headed towards the sea. Tang Etienne and Jennifer enthusiastically showed Xia Ruofei and Annie around the yacht. Although the yacht was not very big, its facilities were definitely the most luxurious. The design was even more original, and the use of space on the deck was extremely high. The most unique feature was the large and variable and stern deck, and there was a U-shaped bench that could be turned into a comfortable beach bed. The stern of the ship could be completely opened, and the dining room at the stern could be integrated with the stern, forming a unique open-air tea table. There was a spacious resting area in the middle of the handrail at the bow of the ship, where guests could enjoy the sun and a sumptuous breakfast. The yacht also had a unique, large sea view penthouse. There was a super large sofa and stylish furniture on the observation deck. Sitting on the super large sofa on the observation deck, the sea breeze could be felt, and the 360-degree sea view was unparalleled. In addition to the special deck and rest area, the central area of the yacht also had a luxurious bedroom. In addition to the super-large master bedroom, there were 3 similarly luxuriously decorated guest bedrooms. After a round of sightseeing, everyone finally returned to the observation deck on the top floor. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise Xia Ruofei had experienced Tang He's grandfather's private jet before. Today, he saw Tang Etienne's private yacht, and it was only the smallest of his luxury yachts. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion that the life of a rich man was indeed full of unimaginable enjoyment. Tang Etienne waved his hand to stop the blondie who came to serve them. He personally poured wine for Xia Ruofei and the others. It was the same limited edition bounteous Grange that they had opened during dinner. This bottle of wine was 6 liters, so it was impossible to finish it in one meal. Thus, Tang Etienne brought it with him. Tang Etienne handed the wine glasses to Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao, and said with a smile, "Ruofei, since Lin Xiao likes yachts so much, I've ordered a Ferretti Yachts 960, which should be delivered soon. Why don't I transfer it to Lin Xiao's name? It just so happens that the Three Mountains is a coastal city, so it'll be very convenient for you to go to sea from within the country." Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, "She's just a young lady, why would she need such an expensive yacht?" No need, no need, no need, Lin Xiao also smiled and said, "Big brother Tang, don't scare us anymore, you rich guy. Even if you give me that luxury yacht, I can't afford it. I'll pay for the yacht, of course." Tang Etienne laughed. "Faraday's yacht isn't expensive. It's about 80 million Chinese dollars. The custom version is a little more expensive, but it's only about 100 million. Lin Xiao patted her chest and said, 100 million is not expensive? My entire net worth is only 10 to 20,000 yuan. Jennifer and Tang Etienne couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw Lin Xiao's cute appearance. In their eyes, Lin Xiao had a powerful brother like Xia Ruofei. Let alone 100 million, even if she asked for a few hundred million or even a few billion, it would be nothing. To a god-like figure like him, money was just a number. In fact, they did not know that Xia Ruofei was not as rich as they had thought. Of course, this was also because Xia Ruofei did not want to accumulate wealth through certain means. Otherwise, he could make a fortune just by relying on the spirit map's ability to identify jadeite and stone gambling. There were also the countless 100-year-old mountain ginsengs and the large forest of Jinsei Nanmu in the interspace. If he were to sell them all, he would make an immeasurable amount of wealth. However, all these could expose the secret of the spirit map space. It was a hidden danger, and Xia Ruofei would definitely not do that. Besides, Xia Ruofei was enjoying his current life, keeping a low profile, being carefree, and earning money step by step seemed to give him a greater sense of achievement. Xia Ruofei caressed Lin Xiao's hair and said, "Big brother Tang, don't mention giving us a yacht, a house, or anything else in the future. We definitely can't accept it." Tang Etienne's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. Xia Ruofei continued, "But if we come to Australia, we won't be polite with you. We'll have to trouble you." Tang Etienne immediately revealed a happy expression and said, "Of course. If you don't come to me, then you're treating me as an outsider. Don't forget that you're Haren's master, yes. Yes, yes. We're all family. I definitely won't be polite with you," Xia Ruofei said. Tang Etienne was overjoyed. "Yes, yes. Yes. We're family. We're family." The yacht came to the open sea and anchored. As the waves gently rose and fell, everyone sat on the observation deck, drinking wine and chatting. In the distance, where the sea and the sky connected, a bright moon slowly rose, sprinkling a little brilliance on the sea. Jennifer could not help but sigh. "Xia, Lin. The culture of your country is indeed broad and profound. Just like the beautiful scenery in front of us, I know how to describe it in English. But you have already had very appropriate poems since hundreds of years ago." At this point, Jennifer turned her eyes to the sea and recited in non-standard Chinese, "The bright moon Above the sea, the ends of the world at the same time. What beautiful words. Jennifer, Xia Ruofei said. With a smile, I've realized that you're really talented. If you have the time, I really suggest you study the Chinese language and literature systematically. My wife was influenced by me. She couldn't even speak the simplest Chinese before. She only signed up for Chinese cram school after we got married. Tang Etienne said proudly. Do you want to praise the power of love? Jennifer asked with a smile. Of course. Tang Etienne laughed. Actually, I'm also influenced by you. Although I started an entertainment company before, I didn't know much about the entertainment industry, but now I know it like it's a family treasure. Jennifer laughed. In Chinese, this is called the closer you are to the vermilion, the redder you will be. I'm influenced by you, and I'm the one who gets influenced by you. Ha ha ha, Tang. Etienne didn't expect that his wife would actually put what she had learned to good use. He couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel envious when she saw Tang Etienne and Jennifer being so loving. She couldn't help but glance at Xia Ruofei. She didn't expect Xia Ruofei to turn around at this time. Lin Xiao quickly looked away, her heart beating fast like a deer. Xia Ruofei didn't notice Lin Xiao's embarrassment. He smiled and said, Xiaoer, these two people are showing off their affection. Don't you think we should leave? Lin Xiao was secretly relieved. She smiled and said, do you regret not bringing sister in law along? Otherwise, you guys can compete to see who's the one who's spreading the dog food. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly, I wish. But she's been busy with opening branches and running a hotel, so it's impossible for her to be away for so many days. Yup. Sister Qingxue seems to be getting busier and busier. Lin Xiao said. Who said it wasn't he? Xia Ruofei was a little depressed because Ling Qingxue had been so busy recently that she could not even squeeze out time for a date. Ever since she became the vice president of the company, my future father-in-law has been giving her more responsibilities. I suspect that he's thinking of an early retirement. Lin Xiao chuckled and said, isn't that better? By then, you can marry a rich woman. I would rather Qingxue not be so busy. Xia Ruofei said, isn't it good to be more carefree? Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei. Do you think everyone has a good life like yours? You're the boss, but you don't show up at the company for 10 days to half a month, and your subordinates take care of everything for you. What's even more unreasonable is that your business is getting better and better by the day. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, that's why a truly capable person is definitely not one who works hard. After everyone chatted for a while, Tang Hauran felt a little sleepy. So he decided to go back to his room to rest. Since Lin Xiao wanted to enjoy the sunrise on the sea, Tyrannosaurus would not return tonight. Everyone would stay on the yacht. Originally, Tang Etienne wanted to leave the spacious master bedroom for Xia Ruofei, but Xia Ruofei firmly declined. Tang Etienne was the master, and they were a family of 3, so the master bedroom was the most suitable. Helplessly, Tang Etienne could only agree. He personally took Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao back to their rooms and then went back to the bedroom. At night, Xia Ruofei sat on the bed in the guest room. He absorbed all the innate pure yang qi that he had absorbed from Tang Hauran's body in the morning and turned it into his own genuine qi. Although the amount of innate pure yang qi he absorbed this time was much less than the previous 2 times, it still allowed Xia Ruofei's cultivation to improve by a large margin. He could already faintly feel the bottleneck of Qi disciple level 4. From now on, even if there was no more innate pure yang Qi to absorb, Xia Ruofei was confident that he could break through to Qi disciple level 5 within 2 to 3 months. Of course, the premise was that he had to cultivate in the spirit map space without damaging the foundation. At 11 o'clock at night, Xia Ruofei sat cross-legged on the bed and began his first cultivation in the outside world. At midnight, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the spiritual qi between heaven and earth had become much more active. He immediately used the great Dao technique and began to absorb the free spiritual qi in the air. When he started to use the cultivation method, the moonlight on the ocean surface seemed to shiver slightly and then gathered towards the yacht. At the same time, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel the spiritual qi in the surroundings slowly increasing. He was happy and started to focus on the cultivation method again, swallowing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the moonlight that he had attracted. After the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the moonlight entered his meridians through his aperture acupoints, they were slowly transformed into pure true qi under the operation of his mental cultivation method. Xia Ruofei was fully focused on his cultivation and time passed by slowly. Unknowingly, Xia Ruofei felt the spiritual qi of heaven and earth suddenly become less and more chaotic. He stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes. He raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already 1 in the morning. Midnight had passed. This was Xia Ruofei's first time cultivating in the outside world. Overall, he felt slightly better than he had expected and his cultivation had improved. Compared to absorbing the innate pure yang qi in the spirit map space, this improvement was almost negligible, and the difference in the energy absorbed was like that of a large river and a small stream in the mountains. However, it was still effective. As long as he could cultivate in the outside world and his cultivation would not stagnate, Xia Ruofei would be satisfied. Of course, he was mainly concerned about Tang Hauran. After all, he could still occasionally enjoy a feast in the spirit map space, but Tang Hauran could only work hard in such a harsh cultivation environment. Xia Ruofei also decided to speed up the cultivation of his spiritual power and genuine qi. He wanted to carve the spirit gathering talisman as soon as possible so that he and his disciple would have more resources for cultivation. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Xia Ruofei went to bed to rest. At 5 in the morning, Xia Ruofei opened his eyes on time. The hour of the dawn was the time when the red sun rose, and it was also the most suitable time of the day for cultivation. He got up and sat up. He first released his spiritual power, and soon, he sensed a familiar aura. He could not help but smile in relief. It was Tang Hauran, who was resting in the master bedroom next door. Xia Ruofei noticed that Tang Hauran had woken up early and was already practicing the fierce yang scripture. Xia Ruofei sensed for a while and found that Tang Hauran's breathing was very stable. He was relieved and started to cultivate on his bed. It was not until 7 o'clock in the morning when Xia Ruofei finally stopped. He stood up, washed his face, and walked out of the cabin. During breakfast, Xia Ruofei was inevitably ridiculed by Lin Xiao again because she had woken up early to enjoy the magnificent sunrise on the sea. However, Xia Ruofei had already planned to cultivate at dawn, so he told Lin Xiao last night that he was going to sleep in and didn't want to see sunrise. That was why Lin Xiao didn't come to disturb Xia Ruofei in the morning. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei said to Tang Hauran, "Hauran, come with me for A moment. Yes, master. Tang Haoran immediately stood up. The master and disciple went straight back to the cabin that Xia Ruofei had stayed in yesterday. Tang Etienne, Jennifer, and even Lin Xiao all knew that Xia Ruofei was teaching Tang Haoran the cultivation method. Although they still couldn't understand the magic of the cultivation method, the scene of Tang Haoran being unable to control his strength yesterday and directly breaking the metal soft tube of the shower head was enough to shock them. Hence, when Xia Ruofei asked Tang Haoran to leave alone, they were not dissatisfied with Qian Qian's magical technique. Tang Haoran was already very lucky to have learned it in his previous life. Of course, Xia Ruofei would avoid them. In fact, Xia Ruofei's thoughts were not that complicated. It was just that Tang Etienne and the others, including Lin Xiao, were not cultivators. It was better for them to know less about cultivation. Besides, Xia Ruofei was a person who liked to keep a low profile. He was not used to teaching his disciples in front of others. After returning to the cabin, Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, Haoran, how did you feel about your cultivation today? Master. The effect seems to be very average. Tang Haoran said with a bitter face. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded. You little brat, do you think that every time you cultivate, it'll be like the first time you absorb the innate pure yang qi? Today's state is the normal state of cultivation. The path of cultivation is not that easy to walk in the first place, so I ask you to persevere every day, and you must not slack off. Yes. Tang Haoran said sensibly. I know, master. Xia Ruofei beckoned for Tang Haoran to come over and check on his cultivation. After using his spiritual power to investigate, Xia Ruofei discovered that the true qi in Tang Haoran's body was very pure. It did not become impure because of the individual cultivation this morning. In fact, there was some improvement compared to yesterday. He could not help but nod in satisfaction. Although the scorching sun scripture was not as good as the great Tao chant, it was also a superior cultivation technique. As long as Tang Haoran cultivated it steadily, the possibility of something going wrong was still very low. From the results of the first day of cultivation, Xia Ruofei was quite satisfied. Haoran, you've done well in today's cultivation, Xia Ruofei said. You're still young, so you can't rush your cultivation. You have to lay a solid foundation and sharpen your knife so that it won't delay your work. Do you understand? Xia Ruofei would be leaving Australia in a few days, so whenever he had the chance, he would give Tang Haoran a few words of advice, whether it was the principles of cultivation or life. After all, Tang Haoran was still too young. He was at the age where he should establish his own outlook on life and values. Xia Ruofei did not want Tang Haoran to have any deviation in his growth path. This was the first disciple he had ever taken in, and the first disciple he had ever taken in so far. I'll remember it, master. Tang Haoran immediately said. Don't be impatient, you have to lay a good foundation. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, that's a good conclusion. It doesn't matter if your cultivation progress is slow in the early stages, and you don't have to worry about the lack of spiritual energy. Master will find a way to solve it in the future. Tang Haoran's eyes lit up when he heard that. He said happily, I know, thank you, master. All right, let's go out and play, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After all, Tang Haoran was still a child. He was more playful. Lin Xiao had said that they were going fishing during breakfast. So, when Xia Ruofei opened his mouth, Tang Haoran immediately greeted Xia Ruofei and ran out. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. He then left the cabin. Lin Xiao had already taken her fishing rod and was fishing excitedly at the stern of the ship. Xia Ruofei was lying on the deck chair and enjoying the Australian winter sun. After playing for a while, Lin Xiao gained little. She had only caught 2 finger-sized clownfish in total, and she finally lost her patience. Thus, Jennifer proposed to go swimming in the sea, which was immediately responded to by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao grew up in a fishing village by the coast of the 3 mountains, so swimming was not a problem for her. However, she had never swam in the beautiful sea of a foreign country, so she was naturally very interested in it. Although it was still winter in Australia, the temperature was still very high near noon. Young people were in good health, so swimming in the sea was naturally not a problem. Jennifer, I didn't bring my swimsuit. Lin Xiao frowned. There are swimsuits on the yacht, Jennifer said with a smile. Come with me to pick one. Lin Xiao subconsciously looked at Jennifer's proud peaks. Jennifer immediately understood and smiled. Don't worry, I have swimsuits of all sizes here. Come with me. Lin Xiao's pretty face blushed slightly, but she did feel a little inferior. Although she was well developed, there was still a difference in her race. Compared to Jennifer, she was at least 2 sizes smaller. She had only taken a glance subconsciously and did not expect Jennifer to see through her mind. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Xia Ruofei happened to hear their conversation and looked at Lin Xiao with a smile in his eyes. Lin Xiao was even more embarrassed. She couldn't help but glare at Xia Ruofei and said, Brother Ruofei, you lazy bum. You've been lying there for half a day. You're not allowed to be lazy this time. You have to go swimming in the sea too. I don't know how to swim, Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Who are you trying to fool? Lin Xiao pouted and said, my brother told me that you guys wanted to do some arm swimming training. How can you not know how to swim? Xia Ruofei laughed awkwardly. Can I not go into the sea? I'm too lazy to move, no. Lin Xiao and Jennifer said in unison. Then, Jennifer said with a smile, Xia, with such good sunlight and seawater, how can we not go to the sea and take a swim? All right. All right, Xia Ruofei shrugged and stood up. But if I drown, you have to save me. Lin Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, don't worry. I won't drown you. Then, Lin Xiao took Jennifer's hand and said, Jennifer, let's go change into our swimsuits. Then, Lin Xiao turned to Xia Ruofei and said, hurry up and change. Don't let the girls wait for you. I know. Xia Ruofei waved his hand lazily. Tang Yitian smiled and brought Xia Ruofei to find a new pair of swimming trunks for him. Xia Ruofei returned to the cabin, changed quickly, and walked to the stern of the ship. At this time, Tang Yitian and Tang Haoran had already changed into their swimming trunks, but Jennifer and Lin Xiao had not come out yet. Women were always more troublesome in this aspect. The 2 men, Xia Ruofei and Tang Yitian, both expressed their understanding and sat at the stern of the ship, waiting patiently. In the yacht's master bedroom, Lin Xiao looked at the swimsuits Jennifer took out with a blushing face and said, Jennifer, this is 2. Are there any one-piece swimsuits? Jennifer took out 2-piece bikinis, and the fabric was quite economical. She felt embarrassed just by looking at Lin Xiao, let alone wearing them. Lin, I only have bikinis here. Jennifer said with a smile. Ah? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, then. What should we do? I can't wear this out. Jennifer put her arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder and said with a smile, Lin, you have such a good figure, why do you have to wrap it in a one-piece swimsuit? Bikinis suit you the best. We Chinese girls are more conservative. This swimsuit is too revealing. I'm too embarrassed to wear it, Lin Xiao said with a red face. Jennifer looked at Lin Xiao with a meaningful look and said, Lin, a girl's good figure should be shown to the person she likes. Believe me, when you go out in a bikini, Xiao will definitely be fascinated by you. Really? Brother Ruofei, Lin Xiao said subconsciously, but then she immediately came back to her senses and said with a red face, Jennifer, don't talk nonsense. He's my brother. Jennifer said to Lin Xiao with a smile, but you're not blood related. Right? We are not blood related, but, no buts. Jennifer said, when you meet someone you like, you have to pursue them with courage, especially at an age like you where flowers bloom. If you're afraid of anything, you'll regret it in the future. Jennifer was Lin Xiao's idol, so Lin Xiao could still listen to her words. Thank you for your advice, Jennifer, but Brother Ruofei already has a girlfriend, Lin Xiao said with a red face. Jennifer shrugged and said, so what? It would be surprising if a man as outstanding as Xia didn't have a girlfriend. But he's very close to Sister Qingxue, and Sister Qingxue is very good to me, Lin Xiao said. And Brother Ruofei really only sees me as his sister. I can feel it. Jennifer put her hands on Lin Xiao's shoulders and said, Lin, you're only 19 years old. You still have a lot of time and unlimited possibilities for your future. It's not good to be hesitant at this age. Everything you said was an external factor, but you just have to follow your heart. Lin Xiao's eyes showed a trace of confusion. After a long while, she shook her head and said with a smile, Jennifer, I'll consider your suggestion. Jennifer smiled and nodded. All right. I know it's hard for you. But what's the point of thinking so much? At least Xiao will be yours for the next few days. He's here to travel with you. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened and she said with a smile, that makes sense. Do you still need a one-piece swimsuit? Jennifer blinked at Lin Xiao and asked. Lin Xiao blushed and said, didn't you say you didn't have any? Then let's go with a bikini. This is right. Jennifer said, I'll help. You pick one. Your skin is fairer, so I think this one is more suitable. Xia Ruofei and Tang Yitian waited for more than 10 minutes before Jennifer and Lin Xiao finally arrived. Both of them were covered in white bath towels and walked to the deck barefooted. When Lin Xiao took off the bath towel and laid it on the recliner, Xia Ruofei's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Lin Xiao was wearing a pink polka dot swimsuit. Her figure was actually very good, but she usually wore conservative clothes, so it was not obvious. After changing into her swimsuit today, her good figure was fully displayed. Although Xia Ruofei only glanced at it subconsciously, he could not help but be moved and quickly looked away. Xia Ruofei didn't know what he was thinking, but he immediately turned his head to look at Tang Yitian. When he found that Tang Yitian's eyes were full of love and fell on Jennifer instead of Lin Xiao, he felt much more comfortable. Lin Xiao naturally felt Xia Ruofei's gaze. She was already a little shy, but now she felt even more embarrassed. She almost wanted to run back to the cabin to change her clothes. However, she gritted her teeth and insisted on staying on the deck. She couldn't help but feel a trace of joy in the depths of her heart. Jennifer gave Lin Xiao an encouraging look, and Lin Xiao also looked at Jennifer and then nodded gently. Then, Lin Xiao looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Brother Ruofei, come and help me apply sunblock. I can't reach my back." Xia Ruofei was only dazed for a moment, but his eyes were clear again. In his heart, Lin Xiao was like his younger sister. He could not have any improper thoughts about her. Even though there were moments when he felt his heart palpitate, Xia Ruofei immediately pushed these thoughts out of his mind. Xia Ruofei scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Why don't you ask Jennifer to help you later?" Although Lin Xiao would usually hold his arm and stick close to him, and he would sometimes rub Lin Xiao's hair affectionately, these were still within the scope of a brother-sister relationship. However, if he applied sunblock on Lin Xiao's back as he did today, it would be a little over the line. Lin Xiao pouted and said, "Jennifer needs to put on sunblock herself. Don't you see that Mr. Tang is also helping?" "Brother Ruofei," Xia Ruofei saw the grievance in Lin Xiao's eyes, and his heart softened. He said helplessly, all right, you can lie down." Lin Xiao immediately smiled and said, "I knew that Brother Ruofei wouldn't leave me alone." After she finished speaking, the little girl immediately lay down on the recliner and said, "Brother Ruofei, you have to apply it evenly. Otherwise, it won't work." "I know," Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. He squeezed some sunblock onto his hand and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he placed his hand on Lin Xiao's smooth back. Lin Xiao's body obviously trembled, and Xia Ruofei's heart couldn't help but waver. He quickly shook his head and began to apply sunblock on Lin Xiao, without looking sideways. He also forced out the distracting thoughts in his mind. Lin Xiao's shy face also showed a happy smile. From her shoulders to her back, Xia Ruofei dutifully applied the sunblock on Lin Xiao's body. It was Lin Xiao's first time having such an experience. Her heart was beating wildly and her face was blushing. After applying the ointment on his waist, Xia Ruofei stood up, as if he had been pardoned, and said, "All right, you can do the rest by yourself." No matter what, Xia Ruofei did not dare to continue. In fact, the process of applying the ointment on his back had already made Xia Ruofei feel like he was walking on thin ice. He wasn't a saint, so it was impossible for him to not have any distracting thoughts in his mind. However, he had to constantly remind himself not to have any random thoughts. To Xia Ruofei, this was torture. Lin Xiao wasn't any better. After Xia Ruofei finished applying sunblock for her, she said in a mosquito-like voice, "Thank you, Brother Ruofei." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "It's fine. Quickly apply it and get ready to go into the water." Oh, Lin Xiao secretly stuck out her tongue, and a shy smile appeared on her blushing face. Lin Xiao continued to apply sunblock on herself. Xia Ruofei hurriedly turned around and rubbed his back on her. The scene was too tempting. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to watch it anymore. Lin Xiao raised her head and glanced at Xia Ruofei. He was wearing a pair of dark blue swimming trunks and his skin was very fair. However, his muscles were very strong and full of strength under the sun. She shyly glanced at him and quickly looked away. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Lin Xiao knew that when Lin Hu went home to visit his relatives, his body would be tan too. A bronze color, so dark that it was almost shiny. According to Lin Hu, they trained hard every day and were often exposed to the hot sun. She didn't know why Xia Ruofei's skin was still so fair. Did he recover so well after being discharged from the military for a year? Xia Ruofei's current skin color made many girls jealous. Actually, it was impossible to recover from the dark meteoric black so quickly. Besides, Xia Ruofei had never used any skincare products. He had only become like this after taking the body tempering soup and practicing the body tempering posture demonstrated by the little golden man. The impurities in his body had been expelled. Actually, Xia Ruofei was quite depressed sometimes. He was clearly a special combat elite full of strength and explosive power, but he had the appearance of a pretty boy. On the other side, Jennifer was applying sunblock on Tang Etienne. Lin Xiao was a little envious of their loving look. She asked with a little shyness, "Brother Ruofei, do you need me to help you put on some sunblock? The ultraviolet rays are quite strong today." Xia Ruofei quickly said, No need, no need. No need, my skin is thick, I'm not afraid of the sun." "Oh, I know," Lin Xiao said disappointedly. After everyone was ready to stop, they went into the sea from the stern deck. Even Tang Haoran went into the sea with a lifebuoy in hand. Tang Haoran had been learning to swim since he was very young. Jennifer and Tang Etienne had good swimming skills, and Captain Emily and the two beautiful crew members were all professional at sea life saving, so there was no need to worry too much about him. Lin Xiao grew up by the sea and had a lot of fun in the sea. Xia Ruofei excitedly brought Tang Haoran around the yacht for a few rounds. Swimming in the vast sea, they felt free and unrestrained. It was as if the whole world had been cleansed. Xia Ruofei lay on the surface of the sea and looked at the sky, blue dome. He couldn't help but feel like he was riding the wind and returning to the immortal world. It was not until Lin Xiao felt a little tired that everyone returned to the yacht. After having a lunch on the sea, the yacht lifted its anchor and set sail. For the next 2 days, Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao stayed in Tang Etienne's manor. During the day, Xia Ruofei took Lin Xiao to visit all the major attractions in Sydney, and at night, he would give Tang Haoran some appropriate guidance on cultivation. Every day at midnight and dawn, Xia Ruofei would also persist in cultivating. Especially at dawn, Xia Ruofei would usually check on Tang Haoran's cultivation first. After confirming that there were no problems, he would then enter the state of cultivation. On the third day, Xia Ruofei left Sydney with Lin Xiao and headed for Melbourne. In the next 10 days, Xia Ruofei brought Lin Xiao to visit almost all the places worth visiting in Australia. They went to the Great Barrier Reef to dive and enjoy the unique natural scenery. They had a driving experience with Melbourne's famous coastal road, the winding Ocean Road. He went to Penguin Island to see the world's smallest penguin, the mythical penguin. They went to Southburg National Park and took an off-road vehicle to admire the strange living fossils across the desert and the amazing limestone pillars. He even visited the Tasman Peninsula in Tasmania to tour Port Arthur's prison and explore the history of Australia. There was a saying that all Australians were the descendants of prisoners. From 1830 to 1877, Port Arthur's prison had held more than 12,000 United Kingdom exiles who had received heavy punishment. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao saw the ancient church, gunpowder storage, prison cells, and guard towers built by the prisoners. After visiting so many places in such a short time, the schedule was very full. Xia Ruofei also thought that it wasn't easy for Lin Xiao to go abroad, so he tried to bring her to more places to have fun. In fact, Lin Xiao was indeed very happy. She was quite excited along the way. Although she was travel-worn, she never complained about being tired. However, as the trip was coming to an end, Lin Xiao's mood started to become a little low. Xia Ruofei did not think too much about it. It was normal for a girl to have her emotions fluctuate. After all, there were a few days in a month. It was not convenient for a man like him to ask too much about this kind of thing. Fortunately, they had visited all the places worth visiting and finally returned to Sydney. After spending a day in Sydney to check on Tang Hauran's cultivation and give him some pointers, Xia Ruofei brought Lin Xiao back to Paradise Farm in the Hunter Valley. This trip to Australia was coming to an end. There were two other things to do during this period. One was that Xia Ruofei had received a call from Old West when he left Sydney for Melbourne. Old West told Xia Ruofei excitedly over the phone that the person in charge of the channels of the Maya Group had contacted him and said that they would provide the best display spaces for West Winery's wine products. Xia Ruofei didn't ask Liang Qichao to tell Old West about his relationship with Tang Etienne, so Old West thought that his luck had turned for the better. Over the phone, he kept suggesting to Xia Ruofei to expand the scale of the planting and not improve the grape variety for the time being to ensure the production of grapes next year. Xia Ruofei smiled and told Old West to run the winery according to his own ideas. It wouldn't take long for him to improve the breed of grapes. Whether it was successful or not, it wouldn't affect the next year's grape production. Only then did Old West temporarily stop trying to persuade Xia Ruofei. His company's business was almost done, and the good news from the Maya Group was like a shot in the arm. It filled him with energy and he wanted to put all his energy into the operation of the winery. Xia Ruofei trusted him so much and even gave him selfless help when he was at his most difficult time. Naturally, Old West had made up his mind to help Xia Ruofei run the winery well. As for the other matter, it was even more dramatic. Robinson and Jing Daming had been making plans to sell the winery these days, and they were already mentally prepared to be ruthlessly pushed down. However, what made them dumbfounded was that the winery owners and farm owners in the Hunter Valley area all knew that the Maya Group was going to deal with these two unlucky people. Therefore, even though they could take over at a low price, no one dared to buy it. After all, the Maya Group had already spoken. They were worried that if they went to join in the fun at this time, they would be blacklisted by the Maya Group. That would not be worth it. Jing Daming was still fine. He still had some domestic connections. After some hoodwinking, he finally found a rich buyer in China. Although he was in a hurry to sell the winery, some of the equipment that had just been purchased with a loan had all been discounted, and he lost a lot of money. It could be said that it was a serious blow, but at least he was not completely bankrupt. After their family got the money, they didn't dare to stay in Australia. After all, the power of the Righteous Association was too big, and small figures like them couldn't afford to offend them. So, Jing Daming's family quickly left Australia and ran to New Zealand with the money. As for whether they could rise again in New Zealand, Xia Ruofei did not care at all. He had already fulfilled his promise to Tan Lily. In his opinion, Jing Peng's punishment was enough. After all, he didn't kill his father or steal his wife. It was not enough to kill him. And Robinson was really in a terrible fix. There were almost no sales channels there. The three big retail giants in Australia had almost dominated all the sales channels. Without these three giants, it would be difficult to survive even if the products were good. Although Tang Etienne's Maya company was a competitor too. The other two major retail giants, Tang Etienne only had to personally come forward to greet a small fry like the Golden Oak Winery. The other two major retail giants didn't hesitate to participate in the ban on the Golden Oak Winery. In addition to the pressure from the banks and overseas channels, it could be said that Robinson was in a desperate situation. At the end of his rope, Robinson thought of Xia Ruofei again. He used his connections to send a message to Liang Qichao, saying that he was willing to sell the winery to Xia Ruofei at an extremely low price. Robinson knew that Xia Ruofei was the only person in the Hunter Valley region and even the entire Australia who would dare to take over his winery. No one else would have the guts to do so. Therefore, he wisely lowered his stance and offered a price far lower than the actual value of the Golden Oak Winery, which was only 6 million Australian dollars. The Gold Oak Winery was the largest in the Hunter Valley area. It was worth at least 5 times more than the West Winery. Back then, Xia Ruofei had spent 2.4 million Australian dollars to purchase West Winery, while Robinson had only asked for 6 million Australian dollars. It was basically a 50% discount. He had no other choice. With such a large vineyard, he was losing money every day, and the bank was pressing him hard. If this dragged on, he would not even be able to get 6 million Australian dollars. Xia Ruofei's first reaction when he heard the news was to reject Jianjia. He had only wanted to teach Robinson and Brody a lesson. If he bought the winery now, it would seem like he was trying to take it and deliberately let the Maya Group launch a destructive attack on the Golden Oak Winery. However, after receiving Xia Ruofei's reply, Robinson called him anxiously. He was very humble and almost begged Xia Ruofei to buy his winery. He even said that as long as Xia Ruofei was willing to buy it, it was okay even if he did not have that much cash for the time being. He could pay in installments, without any interest. Xia Ruofei saw that Robinson was so pitiful, and he obviously did not want the Maya Group to let him off so easily. After thinking about it, he felt that he would be showing mercy if he was willing to buy the winery. He would be helping Robinson. Hence, after some thought, Xia Ruofei finally nodded in agreement. It was as if Robinson had suddenly seen light in the pitch black darkness, and he almost burst into tears of joy. Therefore, while Xia Ruofei was leisurely taking Lin Qiao around Australia, Robinson was also in his winery. Every day was a day of loss for him. As long as Xia Ruofei didn't say anything, the Maya Group would not stop suppressing him. The pressure from the bank was also increasing, and he was tired of dealing with it. Robinson even suspected that Xia Ruofei had deliberately ignored him for a few days so that he could lower the price. Hence, when he heard that Xia Ruofei had returned to the Hunter Valley, Robinson immediately rushed to Paradise Farm with the relevant documents and property rights lawyer. Moreover, Robinson had also very carefully looked for lawyer Hines who had provided legal services to Xia Ruofei when he bought the West Winery. He wanted to reassure Xia Ruofei that he would not tamper with the contract. Hence, the first thing Xia Ruofei did when he returned to Paradise Farm was not to wash away the dust from his journey, but to negotiate the acquisition of the Golden Oak Winery with Robinson. Although it was a negotiation, it was more like Robinson begging Xia Ruofei to buy him. Basically, he agreed to all of Xia Ruofei's conditions without hesitation. However, Xia Ruofei wasn't an unreasonable person. Although Brody coveted Lin Qiao's beauty and had been impertinent and incited trouble at the reception that day, Xia Ruofei felt that the punishment was enough for his family's winery to be unable to continue operating and could only be sold at a low price. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not ask for too much. When they decided to take over during their trip to Australia, Xia Ruofei had asked Liang Qichao to hire a professional to evaluate the assets of the Golden Oak Winery. He knew that after paying off some of the bank debts, the assets of the Golden Oak Winery were roughly between 12 million to 14 million Australian dollars. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not push down the price that Robinson had offered. This made Robinson shed tears of gratitude. He felt that Xia Ruofei was too magnanimous and did not care about the past. However, Xia Ruofei would not take the initiative to help Robinson. Since Robinson had suggested it, he did not hesitate to say that he wanted to pay 6 million Australian dollars in installments, pay in full within a year, and pay 500,000 Australian dollars every month. All Robinson wanted to do now was to get rid of this hot potato, especially the debt with the bank, so he accepted the condition without hesitation. As for the bank, if Xia Ruofei were to take over, Tang Etienne would come forward to talk to him so that they wouldn't be so anxious. Moreover, after the channels were restored, cash would immediately flow in. If the funds were in good condition, they could just pay back the loan step by step. If Robinson managed it himself, it would be a desperate situation. Now that the money issue was settled, the other details were naturally much simpler. Basically, no matter what request Xia Ruofei made, Robinson would agree without hesitation. The two sides quickly reached an agreement and signed the merger and acquisition contract. The last time Xia Ruofei acquired West Winery, he borrowed 3 million Australian dollars from Tang He. In addition to the 2 million Australian dollars, there were also some processing fees, taxes, and other expenses. Xia Ruofei still had about 800,000 Australian dollars left. Hence, after signing the contract, Xia Ruofei immediately transferred the first month's 500,000 Australian dollars to Robinson. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had paid so quickly, Robinson was even more grateful. He had thought that Xia Ruofei would at least delay the first payment for a month. He did not expect that Xia Ruofei would pay immediately after the contract was signed. In his eyes, she was too kind. The procedures were handled by professionals. If the remaining 300,000 Australian dollars were not enough to pay for the handling fees and other expenses, they could just temporarily embezzle some from Paradise Farm's account. Xia Ruofei did not have to worry about the salaries of Old West and the operating costs of the winery. With the help of the Maya Group, the two wineries would soon be profitable. When Old West received Xia Ruofei's notice to take over the Golden Oak Winery, he felt like he was in a dream. More than 10 days ago, when his capital chain broke, Robinson had wanted to take advantage of the situation and buy his West Winery at a low price. How long has it been? Robinson had already been forced to sell his winery at a low price. Their situations were completely reversed. He naturally didn't have any sympathy for his former love rival, West, who had never given up on suppressing him for decades. When Old West heard Xia Ruofei say that he would be in charge of the Golden Oak Winery, he was overjoyed. He immediately led his men to take over the winery, as if he was 10 years younger. Just like that, the two wineries were now under Xia Ruofei's name. The grape improvement work in his realm was also in progress. When the grape planting season came, he would make a trip to Australia and plant the grapes in his realm. With the help of the Maya Group, the two wineries would definitely be able to flourish. Old West and his wife would naturally take care of the small matters of the winery, so Xia Ruofei did not need to worry. He and Lin Xiao stayed at Paradise Farm for 2 days, and the return trip was also put on the agenda. Sydney Kingsford Smith International Airport. If there were people from the New South Wales underground world there, they would be shocked because the famous tiger of the Righteous Association, Kuan Tang Hu, was dragging 2 huge suitcases behind the group. The ones walking in front were naturally Xia Ruofei, Lin Xiao, Liang Qichao, and Tang Etienne's family. As usual, Xia Ruofei only had simple luggage. Lin Xiao's luggage had increased from 1 large suitcase to 2 large suitcases. The size of the newly bought suitcase was not inferior to Theon she brought. During her trip to Australia, Lin Xiao bought a lot of souvenirs, and Jennifer also gave her a lot of gifts. In the end, she could only buy a large suitcase, which was also full. Tang Etienne had helped to book the return ticket, so it was naturally first class. Originally, Tang Etienne wanted to use a private jet to send Xia Ruofei and Xia Xiaofei back to Huaxia, but Xia Ruofei politely declined. He really didn't like to be too ostentatious. Besides, it was too much of a waste to use a plane for 2 people. Under Xia Ruofei's insistence, Tang Etienne had to settle for second best and booked 2 first-class tickets. After checking in at the VIP counter, Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao stood at the security entrance and said goodbye to Liang Qichao and Tang Etienne's family. Xia Ruofei called Tang Haoran over and said, "Haoran, master is not with you. You must be more careful when you cultivate. At the same time, you must persist every day and not slack off." "I know, master." Tang Haoran looked at Xia Ruofei with some reluctance and said in a low voice. The little guy had always been close to Xia Ruofei. Ever since he became Xia Ruofei's disciple, there was a sense of worship and respect in this closeness. If Xia Ruofei wanted to return to his country, the person who would be most reluctant to see him leave was Tang Haoran. Xia Ruofei patted Tang Haoran's head and smiled. "Don't look so sad. Master will come to Australia again soon." "Really?" Tang Haoran suddenly raised his head and asked. "When? Have I ever lied to you?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I still have some matters to attend to at the winery. I'll have to come back in 2 months at most. When the time comes, I'll check on your cultivation progress. If you're lazy, master, I promise I won't be lazy," Tang Haoran said quickly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Then I'll see what you do." Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Tang Etienne and said, "Big brother Tang, call me at any time if there's any problem with Haoran's cultivation. If the situation is urgent, you can send him to China directly by private jet." "All right. Thank you, Ruofei," Tang Etienne said. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "You don't have to be so polite. By the way, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Paradise Farm and my 2 wineries. That's a must." "Don't worry," Tang Etienne said with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded and looked at Liang Qichao. "Brother Liang, I'll leave the farm to you. This batch of experimental planting is almost over, so quickly come up with a demand plan. I'll prepare the seeds needed for large-scale planting when I return to China." "Understood." Liang Qichao grinned. "You don't have to worry about the things here. With such a strong ally like the Maya group, Liang Qichao was now full of confidence in running his farm well. Thinking of his achievements in Australia and being noticed by Grandpa Tang He, Liang Qichao was grateful to Xia Ruofei from the bottom of his heart. While Xia Ruofei was talking to Tang Yitian and the others, Lin Xiao was also talking to Jennifer. She also had a reluctant expression on her face. After all, Jennifer was her idol for many years. And after this period of time, her friendship with Jennifer had also warmed up rapidly, and now they were already close friends. Xiao, it's time to go, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Oh, Lin Xiao said reluctantly. Then, she seized the time to say a few words to Jennifer before she walked towards Xia Ruofei. The big luggage had already been checked in. Xia Ruofei took his simple luggage and waved goodbye to everyone with Lin Xiao. Then, they walked into the international security check. More than 9 hours later, the Boeing 787 of Heron Island Airlines was approaching its destination, the Chongping International Airport in Sanshan City, after a long flight. Compared to the excitement of going to Australia, Lin Xiao seemed to be in low spirits on the return trip. She was silent most of the time. She was either watching movies with the multimedia audio and video equipment in the first-class cabin or resting with her eyes closed. She rarely spoke to Xia Ruofei. For Lin Xiao, the experience of the past 20 days was like a dream, a very dreamy and beautiful dream. In this dream, she met Jennifer, the female star she admired the most, and even became her best friend. This was something that she would not have dared to dream of before. Of course, the most important thing was that Xia Ruofei belonged to her alone in these 20 days. The two of them toured Australia together. Whether it was the beautiful Great Barrier Reef, the gloomy Port Arthur prison, or the exotic Southberg National Park, they left their footprints and laughter. However, she had to wake up from her dream. As the plane got closer to the three mountains, Lin Xiao felt like she was losing Xia Ruofei. After the plane landed, Xia Ruofei would become Ling Qingshua's boyfriend again, and she could only be a naughty and unruly sister. Lin Xiao knew very well that although Xia Ruofei doted on her to the extreme, it was completely the love of an older brother to his younger sister. She had never entered the depths of Xia Ruofei's heart. Xia Ruofei also noticed Lin Xiao's silence, but he thought that Lin Xiao was a little depressed because she had finished her journey and left her idol, Jennifer, at the same time, so he did not take it to heart. No matter how reluctant Lin Xiao was, the plane finally landed smoothly on the runway of Chongping International Airport. After a short wait, the cabin door opened. Xia Ruofei took his small suitcase from the luggage compartment and said with a smile, "Xiao, why are you in a daze? It's time to get off the plane." Lin Xiao felt like she had just woken up from a dream. With a flash of disappointment in her eyes, she stood up and said, "Oh. Then let's go." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" He didn't look very happy. "You'll be going to university on Egret Island in a few days, and a colorful new life is waving at you. Why do you look so sad?" The acceptance of the first batch of undergraduate students was very fast. While they were still touring Australia, the letter of acceptance had already been sent to Taoyuan Farm. Of course, this was found out by Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao when they had a video call with Hu Zi's mother. Before going abroad, Xia Ruofei had taught Hu Zi's mother how to use WeChat to video chat. This was also something that Hu Zi's mother had asked for. As international long-distance calls were too expensive, she had always maintained a frugal habit. It was fine if Xia Ruofei didn't mention going to college on Egret Island, but once he did, Lin Xiao became even more dejected. She would be leaving the Three Mountains very soon. Although Egret Island was very close to the Three Mountains, and The time between cities had been shortened to less than 2 hours after the high-speed rail was established. They were no longer living in the same city. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei already had an outstanding girlfriend like Ling Qingxue. In Lin Xiao's eyes, her hope was extremely slim. She squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm fine. Maybe I'm a little tired from the long flight. Let's go, brother Ruofei." Then, Lin Xiao naturally held Xia Ruofei's arm. Xia Ruofei was already used to Lin Xiao's intimate actions and did not feel uncomfortable. The two of them walked out of the cabin affectionately. The plane landed at around 19 o'clock in China Standard Time. When Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao walked out with their checked-in luggage, it was already past 7:30 in the evening. Lei Hu was still the one to receive them. He had been waiting at the International Departure Hall for a long time. When he saw Xia Ruofei and Xia Ruofei, he immediately went up to them and took their luggage from Xia Ruofei's hands. "Brother Xia, you must be tired from the journey," Lei Hu asked with a smile as he led the two forward. "It's all right, Xiao is a little tired." Xia Ruofei smiled and continued to ask, "Is there anything urgent in the company?" Xia Ruofei was just asking. The company was now under the management of Feng Jing and the others and was on the right track. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any problems. Moreover, if there was an emergency, Feng Jing would have called him long ago. "Everything is normal." Lei Hu laughed. "Oh right, class monitor. Yi has already returned to the farm." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and asked, "This kid has already finished his apprenticeship? Could it be that he didn't perform well and was chased back by old man Li Jifu?" Yi Lingyun had been on Mount Wui for the past half a year, learning how to make tea from Li Jifu. Xia Ruofei didn't expect him to be back so soon. Speaking of which, Yi Lingyun was the person in charge of security. However, because he had not been in position for a long time, Lei Hu was temporarily in charge. "I'm not too sure about that," Lei Hu laughed. "In any case, class monitor Yi himself said that he's finished his apprenticeship. It was his master who asked him to come back." This kid, Xia Ruofei, laughed and scolded, "I'll interrogate him properly later." Just as they walked out of the International Departure Hall and were about to head to the parking lot, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. Xia Ruofei took it out and looked at the caller ID. He raised his eyebrows and answered the call immediately. The moment he picked up the phone, a gentle smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. He said, "Qingxue, has the plane landed?" Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. "Yup. I just got out of the airport." Xia Ruofei gestured for Lei Hu and Lin Xiao to continue walking as he laughed and said, "I was just about to call you after I got in the car." Lin Xiao could tell that it was Ling Qingxue who called, and the disappointment in her eyes grew even more intense. However, she concealed it well and followed Lei Hu through the road in front of the airport hall, walking to the parking lot opposite. Xia Ruofei was on the phone as he followed the two of them. "You must be tired from this trip, right?" Ling Qingxue asked considerately. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "It's all right. It's all right. Who wouldn't be tired after traveling?" Xia Ruofei continued to ask, "Dear, you called me as soon as the plane landed. Are you checking up on me?" "I'm too lazy to check your post." Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "I'm here for serious business. The first Ling's private kitchen in Sanshan City will officially open for business tomorrow. My dad invited You over to attend the opening ceremony and have a meal together. Ling GF and B Group had always been trying to transform. As the company's scale grew bigger and bigger, if its position remained as a civilian consumer, it would not be able to walk out of the circle of small profits, but quick sales. It would be more and more difficult to expand in the later stages. Last year, Ling Ji Restaurant opened a star-rated hotel. It was also an attempt to transform. With Xia Ruofei's help, the hotel successfully got the title of a designated reception unit from the municipal government. Soon, it entered a positive business and the development momentum was good. Ling's private kitchen was also a decision made by Ling Xiaotian at the beginning of the year. It was another transformation. The reason why Ling Xiaotian came out to do the F&B business in the past was because his ancestors had always been chefs. Ling Xiaotian could be considered to have a long history of learning from his family, so he could cook the authentic three mountain cuisines. Of course, as his status grew higher and higher, Ling Xiaotian could no longer cook personally. However, many of his disciples had taken up the position of head chef in various major stores. The executive head chef of the company was also taken up by his disciples. Therefore, Ling Xiaotian was prepared to draw out his capable forces to set up a relatively high-end private restaurant. Its positioning was similar to that of a club, emphasizing the best environment, and at the same time, the selling point was the authentic Sanshan private restaurant. Previously, Ling Qingxue had been so busy, mainly preparing Ling Ji's private kitchen. Xia Ruofei was naturally very clear about this. So it's father-in-law's orders. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but let's forget about the opening ceremony. You know that I don't like to show my face in public, so I'll definitely be there on time for dinner. I knew you wouldn't want to attend the opening ceremony. My dad still doesn't believe it. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Then, she said gently, all right, it's fine if you don't want to attend, but you have to be there before 6:30 tonight. I'll send you the address on WeChat later. Yes, sir. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, wife, it's been a long time. Do you want to come out and meet me tonight? Why don't you come to the farm? Ling Qingxue blushed and said in a low voice, aren't we meeting tomorrow? Is that the same? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I mean, let's meet alone. You know, I'm busy with the opening tomorrow. Ling Qingxue said guiltily, Ruofei, why don't I take a look at it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Xia Ruofei quickly said, if love lasts for a long time, how can it be in the morning and evening? You go do your thing first. But you have to rest well. Ling Qingxue's heart was filled with sweetness as she replied, then I'll hang up first. See you tomorrow, my wife. See you tomorrow. Ling Qingxue said. She hesitated for a moment, then spat on the phone again, and then quickly hung up the phone with a red face. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Ling Qingxue had been with him for a long time. At first, she was the one who took the initiative to pursue him. However, ever since the two of them had confirmed their relationship, Ling Qingxue had become more and more shy. While Xia Ruofei was making the call, he was already a few meters behind Lei Hu and his partner. He put away his phone and quickly caught up. After finding the car in the parking lot, Lei Hu placed their luggage in the trunk. Then, the three of them got into the car and Lei Hu drove towards Taoyuan Farm. The farm was not far from Chongping International Airport, and the car Arrived at the farm's entrance in about 20 minutes. The old soldier on duty at the entrance saw the Mercedes Benz from the farm and raised the bar. Lei Hu drove straight into the farm and stopped outside Xia Ruofei's villa. "Leave the luggage to me." Xia Ruofei patted Lei Hu's shoulder and said, "You've worked hard today. Go back and rest early." "Yes," Lei Hu said. "Oh right, tell that brat Yi Lingyun to report to my office tomorrow," Xia Ruofei reminded. "All right." Lei Hu nodded at Xia Ruofei, then got into the driver's seat of the Mercedes Benz and drove away from Xia Ruofei's villa. Xia Ruofei beckoned to Lin Xiao and the two of them walked into the villa's courtyard. He had been away for more than 20 days, so when he returned to the yard, Blackie, Lightning, Fluffy 1, and Fluffy 2 immediately pounced on him. Xia Ruofei also left his luggage and played with them for a while. Seeing Mao, and the rest, Xia Ruofei could not help but think of Si Mao and Wan. He had given Si Mao to the police beauty Qin Xiaoyu because he had softened his heart. He wondered how Si Mao was doing there. "I need to find time to bring Blackie and the rest to visit Si Mao," Xia Ruofei thought to himself. After playing for a while, Xia Ruofei waved his hand to let Blackie and the rest go back to their nests. He then pushed the luggage into the house. Huzi's mother had heard the commotion in the courtyard and had already come out to welcome them. "Ruofei, Chiao, you're back." Huer's mother greeted her happily. "Godmother," Xia Ruofei called out with a smile. This was the first time Lin Xiao had been away from her mother for such a long time. After seeing her mother, her depressed mood was temporarily relieved, and she finally smiled. Huzi's mother welcomed the two of them into the living room and then held Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao's hands to show her concern. "Xiao, you seem to have gotten tanned," Huzi's mother asked. "Is the sun very strong in Australia?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "It's still winter in Australia. But the weather's fine, it's not too hot or too cold, and the ultraviolet rays outside are quite strong." "You must be out every day," Huzi's mother rebuked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Godmother." Of course, he had to take a look around when he was traveling. What's the point of staying in the hotel every day? That's right. They might as well live on the farm. The environment here is so good. Lin Xiao also smiled and said, "But speaking of farms, Brother Ruofei's farm in Australia has a better environment. And the super big ones were as big as 200 or 300 Taoyuan farms, with no end in sight. If you have the chance, you must go and take a look." Then, Lin Xiao talked about some of her experiences in Australia, especially about getting to know the big star Jennifer. However, Xia Ruofei had warned Lin Xiao in advance that she would not tell him anything about cultivation. During the trip to Australia, Lin Xiao more or less knew that Xia Ruofei was different from ordinary people, especially in terms of cultivation. Xia Ruofei had even taken Tang Haoran as his disciple. He did not hide this from Lin Xiao, but Xia Ruofei had also specifically told Lin Xiao not to publicize anything related to cultivation. Lin Xiao still listened to Xia Ruofei's words. She didn't even tell her mother. Xia Ruofei saw that the mother and daughter were chatting happily, so he greeted them and went upstairs to his room. Crescent Lake, the villa area of the municipal committee. The Sanshan Municipal Party Committee Secretary, Song Qiming, and his family were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Song Qiming's wife, Fang Liyun, poured some tea for Song Qiming and said, "Old Song, there's no indicator for Weiwei's illness. I wonder how the treatment is going. Why did Dr. Xia leave the country at this time? What if Wei Wei, the last time Xia Ruofei came, he had prepared 15 pills for Song Wei. It was enough for her to take for half a month. He didn't have a specific plan to bring Lin Qiao to Australia, so he didn't expect that he would be away for nearly 20 days. Therefore, he didn't send Song Qiming the pills for the next course of treatment. Song Qiming called Xia Ruofei after Song Wei had finished her medication. However, Xia Ruofei was still in Australia at that time, so Song Wei's treatment was suspended. Song Qiming frowned slightly and said, "It's Xia's freedom to go abroad. Is he not allowed to leave the country just because he has to treat Wei Wei?" Fang Lian rolled her eyes at Song Qiming and said, "You know I didn't mean it that way. Isn't this, Liun, stop worrying about it." Song Qiming said, "Xiao Xia was strongly recommended by the old chief. I have absolute trust in him. He also said on the phone that it's best to stop taking the medicine for a few days after the treatment so that the body can adapt. After all, medicine is 30% poisonous." Song Qiming did not know that this was actually an excuse Xia Ruofei had made up after he realized his own negligence. Of course, it was just a white lie. At least after Xia Ruofei told him, Song Qiming felt much more at ease. At this time, Song Wei also said, "Mom, I think Dad is right. At least, I've never fainted in the past 20 days. This means that the early treatment was effective." Fang Lian sighed and said, "I'm confident in Dr. Xia's medical skills, but the poison in Wei Wei is too strange. She's no different from a normal person when she doesn't act up, but once she does, she'll faint without any signs. She's like a time bomb. Besides, there's no clear way to detect it now, so we don't know if it's good or not." Song Wei's face darkened. She agreed with her mother. Over the years, everyone had gotten used to Western medicine's testing methods. Whether there was an illness or not, whether the illness was cured or not, they could directly go through blood tests, live examinations, X-rays, CT scans, MRI scans, and so on. Everything was clear at a glance. There was no way to detect the poison. Although Xia Ruofei said that he could find out the condition of the poison by taking the pulse, as a patient, he had no idea at all. It seemed that he could only be completely at ease when he saw the normal test report. However, the poison could not be tested. Song Qiming said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Xiao Xia will be back in a day or two. Let him check on Wei Wei first and see how the treatment is going. In fact, it doesn't matter if we understand the situation of the poison, as long as Xiao Xia knows what she's doing." At this point, Song Qiming paused for a moment before he continued, "There's also news from Beijing that a research group in 301 Hospital has been conducting in-depth research on the patient's blood samples. I heard that they made some discoveries recently. There might be new progress soon." "Oh. Really? Why didn't you mention it to us?" Fang Lian's eyes lit up as she asked. "I also received the call when I was about to get off work, but I didn't have the time to tell you," Song Qiming said, "and there's no result yet. What's the point of telling you?" "Dad, if room 301 can find this poison, do you think they'll find a way to treat it?" Song Wei could not help but ask. "It's hard to say now," Song Qiming said, "We don't even know if we can find the poison. Even if the toxin is discovered, it'll take a long time to analyze its pathogenic mechanism and make a targeted treatment." Song Wei nodded her head heavily. She was not worried about her own safety. She had a natural trust in Xia Ruofei. Since Xia Ruofei said that he could cure her, she was not worried at all. Even if he was a little anxious, it was because he did not have a clear idea of what to do, as there were no specific indicators. Song Wei's heavy heart was mostly for her teammate who was in a deep coma in Beijing. His condition was more serious than Song Wei's, to begin with. It seemed like the chances of him being cured by the experts were slim. Song Wei had thought of asking Xia Ruofei for help, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. After all, Xia Ruofei treated her because of Elder Song. Besides, the pill seemed to be very precious. Song Wei was even more embarrassed to ask Xia Ruofei for help. The family in the living room fell into a brief silence. At that moment, Song Qiming's phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. Song Qiming picked it up and glanced at it. Then, he looked at his wife and daughter and said, "It's from Beijing. My friend at 301 Hospital." "Then why are you still dawdling? Quickly answer it," Fang Liyun said hurriedly. Song Wei also looked at her father nervously. After all, this was directly related to her and her teammates' health. Song Qiming nodded and answered the call. He greeted her warmly, "Professor Zhu, how are you?" "Secretary Song, I hope I'm not disturbing you?" Professor Zhu asked with a smile. "No, no." Song Qiming said, "Professor Zhu, is there any new progress in the research you mentioned this afternoon?" "Hee, you can say that." Professor Zhu said, "Actually, they already found this direction a few days ago, but they basically verified the experimental results tonight." Song Qiming immediately perked up and said, "Professor Zhu, could you please tell me more about it?" "Secretary Song, it's like this." Professor Zhu began to briefly introduce the work of the research team to Song Qiming over the phone. It turned out that after the research team of room 301 had conducted an in-depth analysis of the blood sample of Song Wei's teammate, they found that one of the trace elements was abnormal. Of course, the content of this trace element in the blood was very small, and it did not have a symbolic effect on most diseases, so the normal test would not detect its content. Even in a laboratory, to analyze the trace elements from blood samples required expensive and highly accurate equipment. With this discovery, the research team confirmed the direction of their research. They mainly analyzed the content of this trace element. At different times, they collected different blood samples from the patients, and at the same time, they also collected blood samples from patients with different diseases and healthy people. After a large number of comparisons and data analysis, the research team finally came to the conclusion that the content of the trace elements was indeed the only indicator of the strange poison in the body. In other words, whether it was a healthy person or a patient with various diseases, the content and proportion of this trace element in their blood was very fixed. Only Song Wei's teammate and the blood samples of her teammates, who had died for the same reason, had an abnormal proportion of this trace element. The research team had even analyzed the blood samples left behind by Song Wei when she was in room 301. The situation was the same. Professor Zhu tried to explain their research results to Song Qiming in easy to understand language, and then said, "In other words, we can now basically determine whether the patient has been infected with this strange poison through these trace elements indicators. At the same time, it can also provide a guide for the patient's recovery," Professor Zhu said. Guiltily, Secretary Song, "It's a pity that we haven't found an effective treatment for now. The only progress is that We can use this index to confirm the case and determine the severity of the condition. Professor Zhu, your research is very important and timely, Song Qiming said excitedly. How about this? I'll tell my family about this good news first. I'll call you later. Alright, I'm free anytime tonight. Professor Zhu smiled and said, I'm working overtime in the laboratory with the boys. Everyone is also very excited. Thank you, Professor Zhu, Song Qiming said. After he hung up the phone, he told his wife and daughter what Professor Zhu had said. Fang Liyun was also very excited. After hearing the news, she quickly said, Old Song, what are we waiting for? Immediately arrange for Wei Wei to go to the capital for another blood test. Song Qiming said calmly, Liyun, don't be anxious. Xia should have returned to Sanshan by today. I think it's safer for Wei Wei to stay at Sanshan. If her illness suddenly acts up, she won't be helpless. Also, if Xia comes to visit Wei Wei for a check-up in the next 2 days, it won't be good if Wei Wei isn't home. But if we don't do a test, we'll. Fang Liyun said in confusion. I didn't say I don't want to do the test, said Song Qiming while waving his hand. The 301 hospital only needs a blood sample to do the test and data analysis immediately. Wei Wei is staying at Sanshan, but the blood sample can be sent over. Fang Liyun's eyes lit up and said, yeah. We just need to send the blood sample over. Song Qiming finally made up his mind. He nodded and said, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Then, Song Qiming returned to the study and made a series of phone calls. First, he called Professor Zhu in Beijing and told him that he would fly the latest blood sample of his daughter to Beijing overnight. He hoped that they would work overtime tonight to do a data analysis. Naturally, Professor Zhu would not reject Song Qiming's request. He readily agreed. Then, Song Qiming called his secretary, Guangzhi Chao, and asked him to contact the People's Hospital, the airport, and the Air Traffic Control Center. Song Qiming was the secretary of the Sanshan Municipal Government and the deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. He was the third most important person in the Southeast Province. If he wanted to do something, his subordinates would naturally be very efficient. Soon, the doctor from the Provincial People's Hospital arrived at Song Qiming's house. He took a blood sample from Song Wei and put it in the refrigerator. Then, he rushed to the airport without stopping. The flight from Sanshan to Jing was about to be pushed out of the waiting area, but because of this incident, they had to wait for another 10 minutes in the parking area. It was not until a doctor and a nurse from the Provincial People's Hospital, who had been added to the passenger list, hurriedly boarded the plane that the flight was pushed out. However, because the waiting time was not very long, and the regulations also gave priority to the release of the plane, the flight was not delayed. 2 hours later, the doctors and nurses from the Provincial People's Hospital left with Song Wei's blood sample through a special passage. They boarded a 301 hospital ambulance that was already waiting at the entrance of the passage. In less than 3.5 hours, Song Wei's blood sample had been successfully transported from Sanshan City to the laboratory of a research team in 301 hospital. The expensive and sophisticated blood analysis instrument in the laboratory had already been turned on and warmed up in advance. As soon as the blood sample was delivered, the experts and doctors of the research team immediately began to get busy. After more than an hour of intense work, the data of Song Wei's 3 blood samples were all out. Sanshan City, Southeast. Province. At the Villa District of the Provincial Party Committee by the Crescent Lake. It was already past midnight, but Song Qiming's family was still awake. The three of them were waiting in the living room. The popular soap opera of the season was playing on the television, but even Fong Liyun, who loved to watch dramas, was not in the mood to watch it. She would ask Song Qiming every few minutes to know if the results from the capital were out. Song Wei was also very nervous. Although she did not say anything, her fingers were constantly moving. The hem of her clothes was wrinkled from her pinching. Song Qiming could not stand Fong Liyun's constant urging. He could not help but say, "Liyun, can you stop and watch TV? I've already told you that Professor Zhu will inform me as soon as he has any results. Can't you just call and ask?" Fong Liyun said. Song Qiming smiled bitterly. Professor Zhu is also in the laboratory doing a blood test for Weiwei. Do you think it's appropriate to call him now? Fong Liyun felt that it made sense. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "Then forget it, let him focus on his work." Although she said that, Fong Liyun was still restless. She stood up and paced around from time to time. Song Wei, who was a little nervous, couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, can you stop for a while? Sit down and drink some water." Fong Liyun could not help but roll her eyes at her daughter and said, "You child. How can you say that? You're so rude." Song Qiming took a sip of hot tea and said, "I think Weiwei is right. You should stop for a while. I'm getting dizzy from all the spinning." "Eh? Old Song, you're getting bolder." Fong Liyun could not help but feign anger. "Do you think that if you become the Provincial Party Committee's deputy secretary, you'll..." At that moment, Song Qiming's phone rang. He quickly stopped Fong Liyun from continuing. "It's Professor Zhu. I think the results are out. Quickly answer it," Fong Liyun said anxiously. Song Qiming nodded. He took a deep breath and answered the call. "Professor Zhu, how are you?" "Secretary Song, it's so late, I hope I didn't disturb you," Professor Zhu said excitedly. "Our family is waiting for the results from your side." Song Qiming asked, "Professor Zhu, are the test results out? How's the situation?" "Secretary Song, the situation is far beyond our expectations," Professor Zhu said. "There shouldn't be any problem with the blood sample collected by the People's Hospital of the Southeast Province, right?" Song Qiming frowned and said, "That's not very likely. The director of their laboratory department came to my house personally to collect a blood sample for Weiwei and then sent it to Beijing without stopping." "Professor Zhu, is there a problem with the results?" Fong Liyun and Song Wei were nervous when they heard that. Fong Liyun was even more anxious because she could not hear what Professor Zhu was saying on the other end of the phone. She kept signaling Song Qiming to turn on the speaker. Song Qiming shook his head helplessly and turned on the speaker. He then placed his phone on the coffee table. Fong Liyun and Song Wei immediately came over. He heard Professor Zhu's voice from the phone. "Secretary Song, the situation is a little complicated. We detected that the trace elements in Song Wei's blood are close to normal levels. Although there are some abnormalities, the deviation is not much. Even compared to the blood samples that Song Wei had when she was hospitalized, the indicators are much better. This may mean that we have taken a wrong turn in our previous work. The proportion of trace elements may not be able to be a definite indicator of the infection of this poison. No. Professor Zhu, I believe That your previous results are correct. Song Qiming said agitatedly, based on the condition of Weiwei's blood sample, it's very likely that her infection level is decreasing. Her condition has improved. Fang Liyun and Song Wei were also surprised. On the other end of the phone, Professor Zhu was quite shocked. Secretary Song, you must be joking. How could this be? At this point, Professor Zhu also realized that he had made a mistake and quickly explained, I'm sorry, Secretary Song. I don't mean anything else. Of course, I hope that Song Wei can recover as soon as possible, but this poison is very strange. Many experts in 301 have been studying its pathogenic mechanism and infectivity, but there has been no progress. Also, from the previous cases, the possibility of self-healing is almost non-existent. So, Song Qiming chuckled. Professor Zhu, I understand. You don't have to explain. Actually, after Weiwei was discharged from room 301, we have been trying to give her traditional Chinese medicine treatment. The recent treatment should be effective. She has not been in a coma for more than 20 days, Professor Zhu was even more surprised. Chinese medicine? This is unbelievable. Professor Zhu, how about this? Song Qiming said with a smile. Weiwei may need to see the Chinese medicine doctor for a follow-up examination in the next 2 days. I'll ask her to go to Beijing in 2 days, and you can help her check carefully again. Do whatever you want, as long as you don't treat her like a lab rat. Song Qiming's mood became much more relaxed when he saw that Song Wei's condition had improved greatly from the blood test. He even joked with Professor Zhu on the phone. Professor Zhu couldn't help but laugh. Song Wei was the daughter of a provincial government official. Who would dare to use her as a lab rat? Secretary Song, if I may ask, can you tell me which Chinese medicine master treated Song Wei? Professor Zhu asked. I hope to invite him to 301 to help us overcome this poison, Professor Zhu. This doctor has always kept a low profile and doesn't like to show his face in public. I'm afraid, Song Qiming said. Secretary Song, if you really can't do it, I can call your provincial health department through the Central Health Bureau and ask this Chinese medicine master for help. Professor Zhu said. He was very confident. He was an expert at the Central Health Bureau. In his opinion, as long as they were doctors, they would definitely be under the jurisdiction of the health department. They couldn't disobey the orders of the health department. When Song Qiming heard that, he immediately said seriously, Professor Zhu, I'll communicate with this doctor as soon as possible and ask for his opinion. But if he's not willing to show up, I don't want to see any forced actions like an administrative order. At this point, Song Qiming paused for a moment and said meaningfully, what I can tell you is that even if it's an executive order, it doesn't have any effect on this doctor. Thank you for your reminder, Secretary Song, I understand, Professor Zhu said. Even though he said that, he did not really think much of it. Which doctor can ignore an administrative order from his superior? Your medical qualification certificate was issued by the Department of Health. Which doctor would dare to disobey the order of the higher authorities? Even if it was an expert from the Central Health Bureau, they would still have to carry out the orders given by the Ministry of Health, let alone a Chinese medicine doctor from the Southeast Province. Even though it was hard to get a #1 specialist, most doctors could not fight against power. Song Qiming had been in the government for so many years. How could he not tell that Professor Zhu did not mean what he said? However, he only smiled and did not continue to remind her. After all, only his family, the driver, and the secretary knew that Xia Ruofei had treated Song Wei. He had already told them not to tell anyone. As long as he did not tell anyone, Professor Zhu would not be able to find Xia Ruofei even if he wanted. Even if Professor Zhu found Xia Ruofei through various connections, with Elder Song's strong support, as long as Xia Ruofei was unwilling, who could force him? Therefore, Song Qiming did not continue the topic. He hung up the phone after saying a few words of thanks to Professor Zhu. Fang Liyun and Song Wei had already heard the results of the test. Fang Liyun had been suppressing her excitement when Song Qiming was on the phone with Professor Zhu. After hanging up the phone, Fang Liyun said excitedly, "Old Song. That's great. That's great. Wei Wei's illness is finally going to be cured." As she spoke, Fang Liyun started to choke up. This poison was too strange. 1 second she was fine, and the next, she might faint without any warning. Moreover, no one knew which time she would faint and never wake up again. The best hospitals in the country were helpless. As a mother, Fang Liyun had been suffering during this period. Fang Liyun did not even feel happy that her husband had taken a huge step forward in his career, because Song Wei's illness was like a huge stone pressing down on her heart. Now, this huge rock had finally disappeared. Song Wei's eyes were red as she held her mother's hand. She was very grateful to Xia Ruofei. "Yeah," Song Qiming said with emotion. "I've been under so much pressure lately. It's all thanks to little Xia this time." "Yes, yes, yes, you must thank him properly," Fang Liyun quickly said. "Old Song, should we call Dr. Xia to talk about this?" Also, Professor Zhu said that Wei Wei's blood indicators are still a little abnormal, but the degree is very mild. Quickly ask Dr. Xia when he will start the next treatment. Song Qiming did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Can't you see what time it is now? Is this the right time to call?" Fang Liyun subconsciously looked at the clock on the wall and realized that it was already 12:30 at night. It had been more than 5 hours since the blood sample was collected at 7 o'clock and sent to Beijing overnight. Fang Liyun said in embarrassment, "Then we'll fight tomorrow. I'll give Xia a call after work tomorrow. Let's treat him to a meal tomorrow night." Song Qiming nodded. "Firstly, it's to express my gratitude, and secondly, to ask about the next stage of the treatment." Song Qiming was only slightly more rational than Fang Liyun. However, when it came to his daughter's health, he was very concerned and anxious. Fang Liyun nodded and said, "That's a good idea. This is a good idea." Song Wei also nodded in agreement. Song Qiming stood up. "All right, you can rest now. Wei Wei, you should rest early too." Song Qiming could not help but yawn. As he grew older, he slept and woke up earlier. Normally, he would be in bed at about 10 o'clock. Of course, it would be a different story if he was busy with work and had to work overtime to review documents. Song Qiming, his wife, and Song Wei went upstairs to their respective rooms. However, the family of 3 was very excited. They could not fall asleep for a long time after lying in bed. They could not calm down. The next day, Taoyuan Farm. Xia Ruofei woke up at 7 o'clock sharp to cultivate. He had already washed up and gone downstairs at 7 o'clock. Huzi's mother had already prepared breakfast. When she saw Xia Ruofei coming downstairs, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Xia Ruofei saw that Lin Xiao was already dressed and sitting at the dining table. She was eating porridge and holding a steamed bun in her hand. Xia Ruofei was surprised. Xiao, you're going to report to Egret Island University in a few days. It must be tiring for you. Why don't you just stop working and rest at home for the next few days? Lin Xiao said, it's precisely because there's not much time left that I have to go to work. There are still many things that I haven't learned. I'll take this opportunity to ask my two masters for advice. It won't be so convenient to go to Heron Island in the future. Seeing that Lin Xiao loved to study so much, Xia Ruofei naturally didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. He smiled and sat down opposite her. He picked up the porridge that Hu Zi's mother had already prepared on the table and started to eat it. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei went straight to the general office building. Since she had been away for more than 20 days, she had to listen to the work report from Feng Jing and the others. Feng Jing had obviously expected Xia Ruofei to come to work on time today. Hence, she knocked on the door and walked in with her laptop. Not long after Xia Ruofei arrived at the office, Xia Ruofei greeted Feng Jing with a smile. As they exchanged pleasantries, he personally took out the best de Hong Pao tea and made a cup for her. Then, Feng Jing turned on her laptop and reported to Xia Ruofei about her recent work. The production capacity of the vegetable greenhouses had gradually increased. It would not be long before they could reach the highest output and then maintain a dynamic balance. With the increase in production, Paradise Vegetables was no longer limited to the previous channels. People could buy Paradise vegetables in some big supermarkets. Of course, the price of the vegetables in Paradise was still very high, and it was many times more expensive than similar vegetables. Even so, the beautiful appearance and excellent taste still made the sales of Taoyuan vegetables very good, and the supply was basically in short supply. There were many rich people nowadays, and the overall consumption level of the people had also risen. In the cooperation, Peach Blossom Farm was obviously the party that held the initiative, so the commercial channel also returned the money very quickly. Now, the capital structure of Peach Blossom Company was very healthy and had a large amount of cash flow. In addition, due to the hot sales of Drunken Eight Immortals wine, the winery had already begun to receive a monthly dividend. Qiming Winery did not need much to maintain its operations. On the other hand, Ling GF and B had been expanding recently and needed more funds. Therefore, after discussing with Xia Ruofei, Ling Xiaotian decided to take out a part of the profits every month to share with both parties. The winery's annual profit was about 20 to 25 million yuan. This way, Peach Blossom Company would have a fixed bonus of about 1 million yuan every month. Although this amount of money was not much to Xia Ruofei, from the perspective of the company, he did not need to put in any work at all. He could just split the money without doing anything. The Pomfret's breeding workshop and the orchard were operating normally, especially the Pomfrets. At first, everyone was a little worried as the Pomfrets were too tender. They did not expect the Pomfrets, provided by Xia Ruofei, to have such a high survival rate. There were basically no losses. The person in charge of Pomfret's breeding, Jiang Hua, was in awe of Xia Ruofei. He had also looked for Feng Jing many times, hoping that Xia Ruofei could provide another batch of Pomfret's seedlings as soon as possible so that the products could be more advanced. However, Xia Ruofei was overseas, so Feng Jing could only comfort him and tell him to calm down. The fastest progress was still in the pharmaceutical factory. Shuijin Shan and the team that had just started the pharmaceutical factory had been keeping a close eye on the experimental production of the pharmaceutical factory. On the other hand, they had been maintaining close communication with the hospital, so they had a clear idea of the situation of the clinical trials. The second phase of the clinical trial had been going on for about 2 months. According to the normal progress, there was still a lot to go. However, the heart-nourishing soup was something that even the State Drug Administration paid special attention to. It had basically been decided to be listed as a guided drug for autism, so the process of clinical trials had been simplified a lot within the permitted scope. In fact, the hospitals participating in the second phase of the clinical trial were all looking forward to the official release of this extremely effective drug as soon as possible. This was because the clinical trial process had been too smooth. Many children with autism had improved to varying degrees after taking the drug. A doctor's heart was like that of a parent. A real doctor would naturally hope that such a good medicine could benefit a wider range of patients as soon as possible. Therefore, the second phase of the clinical trials had also come to an end. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei was naturally very happy. He did not expect the pharmaceutical factory to make a lot of profits, but the heart-nourishing soup was indeed a blessing for the majority of people with autism. This was a very meaningful thing, and Xia Ruofei was very concerned about it. Boss Feng, can the supply of raw materials keep up? He asked immediately. Feng Rao took a sip of tea and said, although the villagers have already started planting herbs, there won't be any production in the short term. Hence, Shui Jinshan has already contacted some herb merchants in other places and signed an acquisition agreement. There shouldn't be a problem with the supply of herbs in the short term. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that's good. However, I can foresee that the heart-nourishing soup will sell well. In the future, the demand for raw materials will definitely rise. So, we have to stand on our own feet and provide more technical guidance to the villagers. When necessary, we have to give them some financial support. In addition, I can also solve some of the medicinal materials problem on my side. When the time comes, let Jean Shan directly connect with me. All right. Feng Jing nodded. After they were done discussing work, Xia Ruofei opened his desk drawer and took out a small bag. He handed it to Feng Jing with a smile. This is for you. Feng Rao's heart felt warm. She took the bag and said, you even brought me a gift when you went abroad. It's a must. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you're my company's right-hand man. I have to win you over. Feng Rao chuckled. She opened it and saw that it was sheep oil, a specialty of Australia. It was sheep oil with lavender essence, which was very good for women's skin care. Although the value of the gift was not high, Feng Jing was still very touched that Xia Ruofei had specially brought it back from Australia. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled happily. Chairman, thank you. I really like your gift, Xia Ruofei chuckled. I don't know anything about this either. Xiaoer helped me choose this gift. I'm glad you like it. Feng Rao laughed and changed the topic. Chairman, the sheep oil in Australia is good, but when can our company start the jaded skin cream project? The effects of the cosmetics and skin care products on the market can't even compare to the jaded skin cream. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Feng Rao was really obsessed with the mass production of jaded skin cream. It was supposed to be a heartwarming scene for a boss to give his employee a small gift, but when it came to Feng Jing, the atmosphere changed. How could this be related to work? Xia Ruofei was speechless. He was glad that Feng Jing wasn't his girlfriend. It was a bittersweet feeling to be in a relationship with such a strong woman. However, it seemed that Ling Qingxue was also a strong woman. She was quite cold in front of other members of the opposite sex, and only in front of Xia Ruofei would she show her girly side. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. CEO Feng, I'm researching the mass production method. I've already made some progress. Don't worry. Really? Feng Rao's big eyes looked at Xia Ruofei as if she could read his mind. If I didn't remind you, you would have forgotten about this. Feng Jing thought to herself. Xia Ruofei replied with a serious face, of course it's true. I didn't forget to study the formula while I was in Australia. There are many problems to be solved in mass production, and I still need a little time. All right, Feng Rao nodded. Chairman, please hold on a little tighter. This skincare product is definitely going to subvert the market. The earlier it's launched, the earlier it'll be profitable. I know. Xia Ruofei said, how can I not make money? Don't you worry. Feng Rao thought for a while and asked with a smile, Chairman, and, you're looking for an office building in the city, right? Xia Ruofei didn't wait for Feng Jing to speak. I'll ask a friend to help me look for one tomorrow. Feng Jing chuckled. She knew that she was Xia Ruofei's subordinate and that Xia Ruofei had no need to explain to her so patiently. However, Xia Ruofei had always respected her opinion and even feared her on some issues. This made Feng Jing's heart warm. Just then, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. Feng Jing quickly stood up and said, Chairman, you should answer the phone. I won't disturb you any longer. Feng Rao showed him the bag of lavender and sheep oil in her hand and said with a smile, thank you for your gift. Xia Ruofei chuckled and waved at her. When Feng Jing left, she carefully closed the door to Xia Ruofei's office. After returning to her office, Feng Jing's face was still slightly warm, making her look as beautiful as a peach blossom. She looked at the lavender and sheep oil in her hands, which cost at most 1,000 or 2, and a faint smile appeared on her face. In the chairman's office, Xia Ruofei picked up the phone after Feng Jing closed the door. He smiled and said, Good morning, Secretary Song. Song Qiming had called early in the morning. Xia Ruofei must have thought that it was about Song Wei. Xia Ruofei was still feeling guilty about this. He did not calculate the time properly before leaving the country. As a result, after Song Wei finished her first course of treatment, she did not receive the following pills. Although Xia Ruofei had thought of that excuse in a hurry, he still felt a little guilty. Whether Song Qiming and the others believed him or not. Since he had promised her, he should do his job. Well, he felt that he was not responsible enough for this matter. If it was anyone else, they would have put in a lot of effort to work for the secretary of the municipal government. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, actually went overseas for a trip. If Song Qiming did not call him, he would have forgotten about it. Hence, after greeting Song Qiming, Xia Ruofei immediately took the initiative and said, Secretary Song, if it's convenient, I'll come over to check up on Song Wei. I'll also come up with the medicine for the next stage. Xia, there's no rush for the follow-up, Song Qiming said with a smile. We'll talk about it when you're free. If it was before the results came out yesterday, Song Qiming would have been more anxious. However, now that he knew that Song Wei had gotten much better, even better than when she was in the early stage of the poison, He was not anxious at all. Xia Ruofei was stunned. He did not expect Song Qiming to call him so early in the morning to tell him not to worry. This was beyond his expectations. Song Qiming continued, "Little Xia. I'm calling you today to thank you. Wei Wei's condition has improved greatly." Then, Song Qiming told Xia Ruofei about the new progress of the poison research at 301 Hospital in the capital, as well as the results of Song Wei's blood test that took place overnight. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized and laughed. So it's like this. That was at least not a failure. I'm more confident in the next healer. Song Qiming laughed and said, "You little Xia. I think you've always been very confident. After all, we're already used to Western medicine's diagnosis methods. In fact, the Chinese medicine passed down from our ancestors is the real profound one." Song Qiming could not help but sigh. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Secretary Song. Since the treatment is effective, we should work harder. Let's start the second treatment as soon as possible after I've checked on Song Wei." Okay, Song Qiming said happily, "but our family would like to treat you to a meal to express our gratitude." "There's no need for that, Secretary Song." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Since we're all on the same side, there's no need to be so polite." I should. Song Qiming said, "This is a task assigned by our comrade Old Fong. If I can't complete it, I'll be criticized when I go back." Xia Ruofei wanted to decline, but he suddenly had an idea. He smiled and said, "Secretary Song, since it's Auntie Fong's order, I'll do as she says. But don't stay at home tonight, it's too much of a bother. Let's find a place to eat." Seeing that Xia Ruofei had accepted the invitation, Song Qiming said happily, "Sure. If it's convenient to eat out, then tonight, Secretary Song, I'll decide on the location." Xia Ruofei spoke first. "Today, I'll treat you to authentic local food from the mountains." Song Qiming was stunned for a moment. Then, he chuckled and said, all right, you decide on the place. But when the time comes, we'll let Xiao Chao pay the bill. You're not allowed to snatch it from us." "All right. I'll send the address to Director Chao after I'm done," Xia Ruofei said readily. Xia Ruofei naturally wanted to invite Song Qiming to Ling Ji private kitchen for dinner. Ling's private kitchen was opening today. Although there was only one store, it was the beginning of Ling Xiaotian's high-end dining plan. As his son-in-law to be, Xia Ruofei couldn't help much with anything else, but it was very meaningful to have the secretary of the municipal government over for a meal. This was Xia Ruofei's way of supporting Ling Ji's private kitchen. After ending the call with Song Qiming, Xia Ruofei immediately called Ling Qingxue. "Student Ruofei. Don't tell me you can't come tonight because you have something on." The moment Ling Qingxue picked up the phone, she pouted and said, "I've already told my dad. If you don't come, I'll lose face." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I wouldn't dare. Even if there's a huge matter, I have to decline it." This was a high-end restaurant that his wife had personally established. It was the first restaurant in the history of the Ling GF and B Kingdom. It's of great significance. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, not bad. Little comrade, you're quite enlightened. Tell me, what's the matter?" "I'm busy here." Xia Ruofei immediately said seriously, "Qingxue, I've invited an important guest over tonight. Can you help me prepare a private room? It's best if it has a good environment. We have about 5 or 6 people." Ling Qingxue smiled and asked, What kind of guest is it that President Xia values so much? Didn't you say you'd eat with us tonight? Why did he bring a guest? Don't tell me you're going to rush to both sides? Xia Ruofei didn't beat around the bush and said directly, the newly appointed deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and the secretary of the Committee of Sanshan City, Song Qiming. Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. She said with some excitement, Municipal Party Secretary Song? Ruofei, you invited Secretary Song to our Ling Ji private kitchen for a meal? He has already accepted the invitation? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, yes. My father-in-law's new shop is opening. As his son-in-law, I have to give him some face. How is it? This god should be able to hold up the scene, right? Ling Qingxue was so excited that she even forgot about Xia Ruofei's father-in-law and son-in-law. She asked nervously, Ruofei, Secretary Song is coming. What should we do? Xia Ruofei said casually, just receive them normally. This time, they're the ones treating me to a meal, not me. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, I'm talking about serious business with you. You're talking nonsense again. Forget it, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to quickly tell Dad to get the best private room in the restaurant. In addition, it's best to get my dad to personally cook too. Dishes tonight, Qingxue, you don't have to be so tight, Xia Ruofei said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Before he could say the word zhang, Ling Qingxue had already hung up the phone in a hurry. Xia Ruofei could only smile bitterly and shake his head. If Tian Huilan had still been the secretary, Ling Qingxue might not have paid so much attention to her. After all, she knew that Xia Ruofei was close to Secretary Tian's family. The last time someone had come to her company to find trouble, it was Xia Ruofei who had invited the great god, Tian Huilan, to clean up the mess. However, Song Qiming was different. He was the newly appointed secretary. Everyone in the political and business circles of Sanshan was trying their best to get close to this new secretary. And what was the temper of the new secretary? Almost no one knew what she liked, which was why Ling Qingxue was a little nervous. Xia Ruofei had wanted to give Ling Qingxue a call to explain, but on second thought, he felt that it was not a bad thing to be fully prepared, so he decided not to call. He sat behind his desk and began to consider a problem. Today was the grand opening day of Ling Ji's private kitchen. As Ling Qingxue's boyfriend, he had to prepare a gift for her tonight. What kind of gift to prepare was very particular. Everyone was family, and things that were too expensive would seem tacky, and things that were too ordinary would seem too insincere. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to think about it carefully. What should I give you? Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself. Ling Ji's private kitchen mainly serves authentic Three Mountain cuisines. Then, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. His eyes brightened and his face revealed a touch of joy. He found that there was a gift that was perfect. Which dish was the most famous in Sanshan City, or even in the entire Southeast Province? He believed that most people would definitely blurt out that it was Buddha jumps over the wall. This famous dish with a long history was famous for its complicated cooking process and rich and unique taste. In the last century, the Buddha jumps over the wall had received the King of Sihanouk, the President of the United States, the Queen of United Kingdom, and other heads of state. It could be said to be well known at home and abroad. The present that Xia Ruofei thought of was this legendary dish, Buddha jumps over the wall. The authentic Buddha jumps over the wall. Required 18 main ingredients and 12 supplementary ingredients to be fused together. It included chicken, duck, pig bones, hoof tips, hoof tendons, fish belly, shark's fin, sea cucumber, abalone, dried scallops, pigeon eggs, flower mushrooms, and other raw materials and supplementary materials. After frying, stir, frying, stir, frying, and frying, they were put into the jar layer by layer. As the Buddha jumps over the wall was made by stewing dozens of raw materials in one jar, they had the same meat taste while maintaining their own characteristics. The scholar had a poem, "When the altar is opened, the fragrance of meat wafted in the air. When the Buddha heard it, he abandoned Zen and jumped over the wall." In layman's terms, even a Buddha who smelled the fragrance of this dish could not help but renounce asceticism and jump over the wall to eat it. This was the origin of the name Buddha jumps over the wall. If it was just a famous dish of the Three Mountains, Xia Ruofei would not have chosen it as a gift for the opening of Ling Ji's private kitchen. Moreover, as a famous chef in Sanchon City, Ling Xiaotian would definitely know about the Buddha jumps over the wall recipe. Although Xia Ruofei did not know the exact situation, it was simply unimaginable for a private restaurant that mainly served Sanchon cuisine to not have Buddha jumps over the wall. However, Xia Ruofei still chose this special gift. The reason was simple. Other than the Great Tao technique, there was another piece of information that Xia Ruofei had gotten from the human-shaped jade talisman. It was a recipe book. As for the recipe for the Buddha jumps over the wall, it was placed at the top of its list of treasures. Although Xia Ruofei did not know how the traditional Three Mountains Buddha jumps over the wall was made, he could vaguely sense that the secret recipe was not simple. In fact, how could anything that could be sealed in the human jade talisman with the great Tao arts, many wondrous cultivation techniques, and medical scriptures be simple? Hence, when Xia Ruofei thought of the Buddha jumps over the wall secret recipe, he decided to give it to her as a congratulatory gift without any hesitation. After making his decision, Xia Ruofei turned on his computer and searched for the traditional Buddha jumps over the wall recipe online. There was a lot of information on the internet, and the methods were mostly the same. Xia Ruofei quickly browsed through a few and matched them with the recipe in his mind. He immediately found the difference. The secret recipe had a few more medicinal ingredients than the traditional method found on the internet. According to the description of the secret recipe, these herbs could remove the fishy smell of some seafood. At the same time, they also had the effects of replenishing qi and blood, clearing the lungs and soothing the intestines, preventing cold deficiency, and so on. The most amazing thing was that even though this small change made the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, strictly speaking, become a medicinal dish, after it was boiled, there would be no medicinal taste at all. On the other hand, the layered taste of the dish would become more distinct. Of course, other than this change, there were also some subtle differences in the processing method of some ingredients, the order of placing, and other details. The secret recipe was also slightly different from the traditional Buddha jumps over the wall. Xia Ruofei did not know what kind of changes these subtle differences would bring. He looked through a few more documents and finally confirmed that the method of adding a few Chinese medicines into the Buddha jumps over the wall recipe was created by his own secret recipe. He went through the recipe of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup in his mind again. The information was already imprinted in his mind, so in a short time, Xia Ruofei had basically mastered the cooking method of this famous dish. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was also eager to try. After all, whether a dish was good or not, one had to eat it to know. Even if they exaggerated it and the taste was average, no one would buy it. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not only going to give him a recipe tonight. He was going to make a Buddha jumps over the wall himself and bring it to the Lingji private kitchen. The process of making the Buddha jumps over the wall was very cumbersome, and the processing of the ingredients was quite time-consuming. For example, the sea cucumber had to be cooked in advance, which would take more than 10 hours. The preparation of the dried abalone might even take 2 to 3 days. Even if all the ingredients had been prepared in advance, it would still need to be slowly stewed for at least 10 hours when it was finally cooked. Under normal circumstances, Xia Ruofei would not have enough time. However, he had the spirit map space in his hands, so time was not a problem at all. Xia Ruofei tidied up his desk and quickly read through the documents that Feng Jing's assistant, Lu Qian, had sent over. He signed those that needed to be signed. Then, he gathered the documents, grabbed his handbag, and left the office. Xia Ruofei first went to the office next door and handed the documents to Lu Qian. Then, he bade Feng Jing goodbye and left the comprehensive office building. To Xia Ruofei, the most troublesome thing was still the purchase of ingredients. This was because the Buddha jumps over the wall soup had a high requirement for the quality of the ingredients. Furthermore, there was a wide variety of ingredients. Hence, after some consideration, Xia Ruofei decided to go home and ask Hu Zi's mother to take him to buy some ingredients. Hu Zi's mother used to live in a fishing village by the sea in Chongping County, so she was very familiar with the area and the seafood. With her leading the way, they would definitely be able to buy the ingredients faster. It turned out that Xia Ruofei's decision was correct. Hu Zi's mother brought Xia Ruofei around the town for a few rounds and bought most of the ingredients. They were all from the same village. Hu Zi's mother knew very well which family had a precious jade pillar and where the high-quality sea cucumbers were. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei checked the list. He was only missing shark's fin, abalone, and pig's trotters. When Hu Zi's mother brought Xia Ruofei to a pork stall and bought 2 pig trotters, it was already close to noon. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Godmother, I basically got everything I wanted. It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I would have been in the dark, and I don't know how much more work I would have had to do." Hu Zi's mother laughed and asked, "Are you Fei, are you preparing the materials for the Buddha jumps over the wall?" As a native of the 3 mountains, Hu Zi's mother had already guessed Xia Ruofei's intention when she saw the ingredients he had purchased. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Yeah. I'm helping a friend." Hu Zi's mother was a little confused and said, "I think we're still lacking abalone and shark's fin? These are the 2 most important ingredients for the Buddha jumps over the wall soup." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "My friend has already prepared these 2 ingredients. Godma, let's go. I'll send you back to the farm first, then I'll send these things to my friend." Hu Zi's mother reproached, "It's just a few steps away. There's no need to send me off. I'll just take a minibus back. You should go and do your business." "No, no, no." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "How can I let you squeeze into the minibus?" Hu Zi's mother laughed and said, "Ruofei, Godmother's body isn't that delicate. In the past, we had to walk on such a small road. Now that the conditions are better, we can even take a car. You can go. Don't worry about me, I'm very familiar with this place." Xia Ruofei could only nod helplessly and say, "All right then. But don't take the bus, I'll call a taxi for you." After that, Xia Ruofei did not care about Hu Zi's mother's objection and waved for a taxi. There was no need to use a meter to rent a car in a small county. The driver asked for 50 yuan to go from the county to Taoyuan farm. Xia Ruofei did not bargain and took out his wallet. He took out a 50 yuan bill and handed it to the driver. "Sir, drive slower on the road." With that, Xia Ruofei opened the car door and let Hu Zi's mother in. Hu Zi's mother did not want to take a taxi, but Xia Ruofei had already paid for it, so she could only shake her head helplessly and get into the car. "You child, aren't you wasting money?" she mumbled as she got into the car. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved at Hu Zi's mother. After watching the taxi leave, he turned around and got into his night 15 off-road vehicle. Now, the only ingredients were shark's fin and abalone. Xia Ruofei had high-quality mesh abalone in his Q-zone. However, the Buddha jumps over the wall required dried abalone, as the taste of dried abalone and fresh abalone was very different. Therefore, when Xia Ruofei decided to make Buddha jumps over the wall in the office in the morning, he directly used his divine thoughts to inform Xia Qing in the space to catch 5 reticulated abalones in the sea in the space. Although the abalones in the space ocean were still far from being 1-headed and 2-headed abalones, they were more than enough to make the Buddha jumps over the wall. The process of making dried abalones was not complicated, and it was not difficult for Xia Qing. Even if the dried abalones she made were not up to the standard of an abalone master, they were enough to make the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Moreover, the reticulated abalone grew in a spirit map space rich in Reiki. The dried abalone was also dried in an environment rich in Reiki, which was enough to make up for the lack of skill in the production process. It would take at least 10 days to make dried abalones. So Xia Ruofei informed Xia Qing to start making them in the medium in the morning. After making the dried abalones, he would boil them in the water of the spirit pool. The time was just right. As for the last ingredient, shark's fin, Xia Ruofei drove directly to the biggest Walmart in the county and bought the most expensive shark's fin from the brand counter. With that, he had all the ingredients. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the market and bought a small wine jar to simmer the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, Shaoxing old wine, and some other seasonings. Of course, he did not forget to buy a bag of charcoal and a few charcoal stoves. Everything was ready, except for the crucial wind. Xia Ruofei drove back to the farm. On the way, he kept all these things into his spatial space. Some of the ingredients needed time to be prepared, and he also informed Xia Qing to start preparing them with his spiritual sense. It was almost lunchtime when he returned to the farm. When Hu Zi's mother saw Xia Ruofei come in empty-handed, she naturally thought that he had sent all the ingredients to his friend. So, she smiled and invited Xia Ruofei to have lunch. Perhaps Lin Qiao felt that time was tight, so she didn't come back for lunch today. Instead, she had a meal in the company cafeteria and then went back to the office without taking a break. Xia Ruofei quickly finished 2 bowls of rice and 1 bowl of soup. He pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth. "Godmother, I'm done eating. You can eat slowly." After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei ran upstairs. Hu Zi's mother smiled and muttered to herself, "This child is always in a rush. I don't know what he's busy with." Once Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he locked the doors and windows. Then, he took out the spirit painting scroll and entered the medium. He still had about 5 hours left. If he stayed at the Archean realm, he would have about 12 to 13 days, which was enough for him to prepare all the ingredients and make the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. When he entered the medium, Xia Qing was busy preparing the ingredients. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he quickly stopped to greet him. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "Have you distributed the sea cucumbers?" It was about a 20-minute drive from the county to the farm. Xia Ruofei then had lunch. In total, 2 days had passed in the Archean realm. "Yes, master." Xia Qing nodded and said, "All the ingredients that need to be prepared have been dealt with. It's just that the abalone can't be cooked so quickly for the time being. The abalone needed to be made into dried abalones first before being cooked. It would take at least 10 to 20 days, and they were still in the process of drying the abalones." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. We can make it. I'll deal with the other ingredients first." Xia Qingfa's ingredients were neatly placed on the long table in the spirit map space. As long as they did not touch the ground, they would not go bad no matter how long they were placed there. So, Xia Ruofei did not have to worry about keeping them fresh. He began to process the pigeon eggs, pig trotters, flower mushrooms, and other ingredients. The skin of a pigeon's egg was as thin as paper and had to be handled very carefully. However, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was very strong and he had no problem controlling it. He steamed the pigeon eggs with the core of the Jinhua ham to give off the umami of the ham. At the same time, he steamed the ham into the pigeon eggs. After that, he cut the ham into pieces, peeled the pigeon eggs, and fried them with warm oil into tiger skin pigeon eggs. Xia Ruofei's speed was very fast, just like a chef. The processed ingredients were placed to the side, and he began to process the next type. Free-range chicken, free-range duck, hoof tips, lamb elbows, pig stomach, duck gizzards. The Buddha jumps over the wall soup had dozens of ingredients of various sizes, and each ingredient had a different processing method. There were all kinds of frying and frying. It could be said that just processing the ingredients was a huge project. After all of them were processed, he just had to wait for the abalone. Xia Ruofei said to Xia Qing, "I'm going out to take a nap. When the dried abalones are ready, you can distribute them. Let me know when you're done." "Yes, master," Xia Qing replied respectfully. With a thought, Xia Ruofei left the medium and kept the painting in his palm. He then went to bed and slept for a while. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Qing used her spiritual sense to report to Xia Ruofei that the abalone had been processed. Hence, Xia Ruofei's spirits were lifted. He jumped up from his bed, summoned the spirit map scroll, and returned to the medium. All the ingredients were ready. After Xia Ruofei entered the spirit map space, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and began to cook this extremely complicated Southeast famous dish for the first time in his life. He washed the Shaoxing wine jar and added about half a kilogram of clear water. The charcoal stoves at the side had already started the fire. Xia Ruofei heated the wine jar over the light fire and poured out all the spirit pool water. Then, he placed a small bamboo grandstand at the bottom of the jar that he had prepared earlier. He then wrapped the Chinese medicinal herbs that he had prepared earlier in gauze and placed them at the bottom. This was also the essence of the secret recipe of the simmer, fried Buddha jumps over the wall soup. After placing the Chinese medicine packets, Xia Ruofei first put in the cooked chicken, duck, lamb, elbow, pig trotters, duck gizzards, pig bellies, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots. Then, he wrapped the shark's fin, ham slices, dried scallops, and abalone slices in gauze, and placed them on top of the chicken and duck ingredients. After that, he poured in the soup of the chicken and duck ingredients. The first step of placing the ingredients was complete. Xia Ruofei used a lotus leaf to seal the mouth of the jar tightly and placed a small bowl upside down. Then, he placed the wine jar on the charcoal stove and simmered it slowly over a small fire for a full 2 hours. After opening the jar's lid, he quickly put the thorny ginseng, chestnut tendons, fish lips, and fish belly into the jar. Then, he immediately sealed the jar's mouth to prevent the fragrance of Buddha jumps over the wall from overflowing. After the other ingredients were added, it was slowly stewed for more than 3 hours. The Buddha jumps over the wall soup was considered complete. Although the cooking process was nothing more than a slow stew, the formula of Chinese medicine, the order of stacking of ingredients, the time to add, the control of the fire, and so on. There were many tricks. If they were not mastered well, this famous dish would lose its color. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had already reached the late stage of the spiritual heart realm, which was equivalent to a cultivator at the 6th level of the qi refining stage. Hence, his control of the fire could be said to have reached the pinnacle. Furthermore, he did not even need to open the jar lid to clearly detect the changes in each ingredient during the cooking process. Hence, Xia Ruofei was very clear that he had succeeded in making the Buddha jumps over the wall. Initially, to prevent any accidents, Xia Ruofei had prepared 3 times the amount of ingredients. Now, he had no use for the spare ingredients. However, these ingredients would not go bad after they were processed and stored in the interspace. Besides, Xia Ruofei was looking forward to the taste of the Buddha jumps over the wall, described in the secret recipe. There was not enough time today, and he did not want to ruin his anticipation in advance. He decided to bring this Buddha jumps over the wall to the Lingji private kitchen. As for the remaining ingredients, he would save them for a few days when he wanted to eat them, and then enter the space to cook and enjoy them. With a thought, Xia Ruofei moved the charcoal stove and a small wine jar that contained the Buddha jumps over the wall into the mountain and sea realm where time flowed at the same rate as the outside world. Then, he told Xia Qing to take care of the charcoal stove and keep it warm with the smallest fire. Xia Qing naturally nodded her head in agreement. Xia Ruofei left the medium and kept the painting. At this time only 20 minutes had passed in the outside world. It was not even 4:30 in the afternoon. When he was cooking the Buddha jumps over the wall soup in the interspace, he had dealt with dozens of ingredients. It was inevitable that he would be stained with oil and smoke. Hence, Xia Ruofei went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into a clean and comfortable set of clothes. Even though it was a meal on the table, Xia Ruofei was only wearing a pair of casual pants and a casual shirt. It was not a formal outfit, but it was not too casual. Xia Ruofei looked at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. He took his bag and went downstairs, ready to leave. He had an appointment with Song Qiming at 6:30 a.m., and Ling Qingxue had also asked him to arrive before 6:30 a.m. However, he could not possibly go on time and make Song Qiming and his family wait for him, could he? Moreover, his future father-in-law's private restaurant was opening, so he had to be there earlier. This was a matter of attitude. Xia Ruofei got into the night 15 off road vehicle and reached into his pocket for the Buddha jumps over the wall secret recipe that he had copied. Then, he started the car and drove towards the city. In the center of Sanshan City, in the Wanbao Plaza, two beautiful girls were sitting on long chairs, each holding a cup of Starbucks matcha star ice cream. One of them was a tall girl with snow-white skin and wearing a sleeveless chiffon dress. She said with a trace of guilt on her pretty face, I'm sorry. I have something to do tonight, so I can't go shopping with you today. I'll take you shopping tomorrow. The other girl was wearing a navy blue Dickie shirt, denim shorts, and a pair of white shoes. She was full of youth. She pouted and said, Wei, you're too disloyal. It's my first day at the Three Mountains, and you actually didn't accompany me for dinner. You just left me behind and ran away. The girl in the sleeveless chiffon dress was Song Qiming's daughter, Song Wei. The other girl was her university classmate, Xue Yi. The archaeology course was basically a monk class, and only Song Wei and Xue Yi were in their class. They were the two red spots among the green. As the only two girls in the class, the two of them naturally became very good friends. Initially, Xue Yi had planned to make use of the summer break to travel to Heron Island. When she heard that Song Wei had moved to Sanshan City, she had specially come all the way from Heron Island to Sanshan. She had only arrived at Sanshan this afternoon. When Song Wei heard that her best friend was in her territory, she naturally wanted to come out and meet her. Song Qiming and Fang Liyun were much more relieved now that they had the medical report from 301 hospital. They were not afraid that Song Wei would faint without any warning, but they just reminded her to be careful when she went out. Song Wei accompanied Xue Yi for an entire afternoon. However, her family had to treat Xia Ruofei to dinner that night, so even though it wasn't very nice to leave her best friend alone, she still said it with a hint of guilt when it was about 5 o'clock. Song Wei tugged at Xue Yi's hand and said gently, I really have something on tonight. How about I go to the hotel to find you later? Xue Yi's big eyes rolled around a few times before she looked at Song Wei and said with a smile, Wei, you're dressed up so beautifully today, and you actually left me behind to act alone. Humph. Hurry up and confess. Do you have a date tonight? Not bad, Song Wei, you've only been at Sanshan for a few days. You've found your Prince Charming so quickly? Song Wei's face turned red and Xia Ruofei's figure appeared in her mind. She was also flustered for no reason, but she quickly gave herself a psychological hint. I'm going to have dinner with him tonight. It was normal to think of him. At this moment, Xue Yi seemed to have discovered a new continent. She pointed at Song Wei and said, Your face is red. Could it be that I was right? Song Wei was so embarrassed that she could not help but reach out to scratch Xue Yi's armpit. She pouted and said, Wretched girl. You don't have a filter on your mouth. Xue Yi was the most ticklish. After being suddenly attacked by Song Wei, she could not help but giggle and beg for mercy. Wei, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. You can't be shameless. Song Wei glanced at Xue Yi proudly and said, I'm not a gentleman. I'm a woman. A woman, Xue Yi looked at Song Wei teasingly and said, a woman who's been nourished by love. Song Wei stomped her feet in anger and reached out her hand, as if she was going to creak at Xue Yi again. Xue Yi was so frightened that she hurriedly backed away a little. Then, she couldn't help but ask, Wei, what important thing do you have to do tonight? There's a dinner appointment tonight. You must be tired after walking around for the whole afternoon. Why don't you go back to the hotel and rest? Song Wei said after some hesitation. I'll definitely accompany you properly tomorrow. Shui's eyes widened as she asked, dinner? And you said. It wasn't a date, it really isn't. Song Wei quickly said. Then I'll go with you. Shui puffed out her chest and laughed evilly. It can't be a candlelight dinner, right? It's really not that. My parents are coming too. It's an important dinner, Song Wei said helplessly. When Shui heard that Song Wei's parents were going as well, she immediately dispelled the thought of going with her. However, she changed her mind and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, don't tell me you're using uncle and auntie as a shield on purpose, because you don't want me, the third wheel, to follow you. Song Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You woman. Why are you so suspicious? Why would I lie to you? Really? Really? Song Wei quickly said. Only then did Shui reluctantly say, all right. Then I'll forgive you. Wei, don't stand me up tomorrow. I definitely won tea. Song Wei made a solemn vow. All right then. I'll believe you for now. Shui patted her perky chest and said, you go. I'm going to watch a movie, and then I'm out hunting for food. Poor me, Song Wei was a little embarrassed and said, I'm sorry, go on. Shui chuckled and said, I'm just joking with you. All right. Then Song Wei stood up and said, take care of yourself, and call me if anything happens, Song Wei. Wei did. Shui got up and walked across the plaza. She stopped a taxi by the side of the road and gave the driver the address that Xia Ruofei had given Song Qiming. Song Wei had gotten her driver's license in her second year of university. Song Qiming had also bought her a car, but it was only a smart car that cost a few $100,000. The small and exquisite two-seater car was very suitable for a single girl like her. However, the car was left in the southwest. In fact, Song Qiming had come in a hurry this time and had not had time to move many things from his house. Fang Liyun and Song Wei had only brought some necessities. The living security of the provincial and ministry-level cadres was very good. The houses here were all carried and moved in, so they did not need to buy their own things at all. In addition, Song Qiming was busy familiarizing himself with his new position, so he did not think of moving back for the time being. Song Wei sat in the taxi and looked at the city scenery outside the window. She couldn't help but look forward to tonight's dinner. The newly opened Ling's private kitchen was located on Guanmiao Street in the Bell Tower district of Sanshan City. This was an old street in Sanshan City. The buildings on both sides were not very tall, and they were all old. The street looked a little old, since it was positioned as a high-end private restaurant. Ling's private restaurant would naturally not be opened in a busy place. This relatively quiet old street was full of the charm of the old city, and it was quite suitable. Although the streets weren't wide, transportation was still convenient. In addition, there was a wide open space at the entrance of Ling Ji's private kitchen, which could park 20 to 30 cars. As a private kitchen that catered to a small audience, it was enough. Xia Ruofei used the GPS and drove to the small parking lot. On the way, Xia Ruofei had already taken out the jar of Buddha jumps over the wall from the medium. It was now placed in a thermal container in the trunk. There was also a tray filled with hot water at the bottom so that it would still be hot and scalding to the mouth when it was time to eat. Xia Ruofei did not take the thermal lunchbox down. Instead, he got out of the car and walked straight to the Ling's private kitchen. Xia Ruofei stopped at the door and looked around. This was a building in the Ming and Qing dynasty style, but the building materials looked quite new. It should have been renovated later. However, the flower baskets at the door and a row of lanterns along the green brick wall still looked very jubilant. Xia Ruofei walked through the antique door, and after turning around the screen wall, he saw a small well. The two sides of the well were paved with green bricks, and it indeed looked full of the Ming and Qing dynasties' charm. The receptionists in Cheongsam standing on both sides did not recognize Xia Ruofei. When they saw a guest coming in, one of them immediately asked enthusiastically, "Sir, how many of you are there? Did you make a reservation?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Is President Ling here? I'm her friend." The waitress was stunned for a moment, and didn't realize that the Ling Ji private kitchen was only a branch of the Ling GF and B group. Naturally, the manager and other management staff were arranged here. The waitress didn't think of the higher-ups like Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue at first, but thought of which of the higher-ups in the store had the surname Ling. Just as she was in a daze, a joyful voice came from inside, "Ruofei, you're here." Then, the receptionist saw the vice president of the corporation, Ling Qingxue, walking out at a brisk pace. She was practically jogging over. At this moment, the receptionist finally realized that the President Ling Xia Ruofei was referring to as the company's little princess, Ling Qingxue. Under the surprised gazes of the ladies, Ling Qingxue walked quickly to Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, "You're quite early." Not bad, Ling Qingxue didn't hide anything in front of the staff. She held Xia Ruofei's arm and said, "Let's go. My dad is waiting for you inside." It was only after Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had walked far away that the ladies came back to their senses. "This handsome guy is actually our big boss's son, in law." The welcoming ladies couldn't help but gossip in low voices. Ling Qingxue held on to Xia Ruofei's arm and asked smugly as they walked in, "How's this place?" "From the renovation of the old house to the overall renovation, I basically watched over everything by myself." "Not bad, not bad. My wife is so capable." Xia Ruofei immediately gave her his praise. "That's right." Ling Qingxue raised her smooth and tender chin. Xia Ruofei asked, "By the way, have you prepared the private room for tonight? I've been promoting our Ling Ji's private kitchen, so don't drop the ball." "Don't worry." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "I already told them to make preparations. Let's go, I'll take you to see." With that, Ling Qingxue held Xia Ruofei's arm and walked into the courtyard. There was a central room between the two courtyards, and the bar counter of the private restaurant was set up there. When Ling Qingxue walked over, she raised her voice and asked, "Old Lu, is the flying snow pavilion ready?" A middle-aged man in a shirt, suit pants, and a red tie quickly said, "President Ling, everything is ready. Do you want to go over now?" Ling Qingxue nodded. "Yes, let's go and take a look. The guests should be here soon." All right. Old Lu said immediately. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Xiaoli, bring CEO Ling to the flying snow pavilion." Then, Old Lu showed an embarrassed smile and said, "President Ling, I still have a guest to attend to." "What do you think?" Ling Qingxue waved her hand and said, "It's okay, go do your thing. You've worked hard, it's not hard at all." Old Lu quickly said. A waitress in a cheongsam walked over with a smile on her face and said, "President Ling. This way please." Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue followed the waitress inside. After passing through 3 courtyards, the waitress opened a moon-shaped door and made an inviting gesture to Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. There was an ancient wooden tablet above the moon gate with the words Flying Snow Pavilion written on it. Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened as he walked in. He did not expect that the innermost part of this private restaurant had a different world. There was a small courtyard here, which was decorated with rockery, fish ponds, and all kinds of beautiful flowers and green grass. There was a winding stone path, and on both sides of the path there were some stone tables and stone chairs scattered. The environment was very quiet. As they walked along the path, they saw a wooden house. This wooden house was built in accordance with the style of Ming and Qing dynasty buildings, and it looked antique. After entering the room, Xia Ruofei realized that the entire room was actually a big room. In the middle was a round dining table, the left side was the tea area, the middle was separated by a screen, and the right side was separated into a lounge and guest room. The entire house was built in a Chinese style. Screens, calligraphy, paintings, lanterns, Chinese furniture. It gave off an antique feel. The moment Xia Ruofei walked in, he felt a chill. The service staff had already turned on the air conditioner. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "What do you think? The environment is okay, right? This entire courtyard is actually just a private room. The environment is quiet and tranquil, and no one will disturb you." Xia Ruofei praised, "Not bad, not bad." Qingxue, in the future, who would dare to say that Ling Ji's food and drink business is not up to standard? You can use this flying snow pavilion too. Slap his mouth. Ling Qingxue chuckled. This flying snow pavilion is not usually open to the public. It's considered a private room reserved by our internal department. We only use it when extremely important guests come. It seems like I'm benefiting from Secretary Song's efforts today, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Nonsense. Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "This flying snow pavilion was originally meant for when I had dinner with you tonight. However, you said that Secretary Song was coming, so my father gave up this private room." Yo! I'm really flattered, Xia Ruofei said exaggeratedly, which made Ling Qingxue laugh. Then, Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He mumbled to himself, and as if he had discovered a new continent, he said to Ling Qingxue, "Wife, I suddenly realize that there's something mysterious about the name of this room. Flying Snow Pavilion. Flying Snow Pavilion. Xia Ruofei's flying, Ling Qingxue's snow? I say, wife, you're too talented to think that we can come up with such a poetic name by giving each of our names a character." Ling Qingxue's face heated up slightly. "Don't be so far-fetched, alright? This is just a coincidence." "Is it really just a coincidence?" Xia Ruofei smiled and looked deeply into Ling Qingxue's eyes. Ling Qingxue felt a little uncomfortable under Xia Ruofei's gaze. She could not help but whine, "Aya. Why are you so annoying?" In fact, the name Flying Snow Pavilion was given by Ling Qingxue. It contained the names of 2 people. Ling Qingxue had put a lot of thought into the decoration and layout of the courtyard. The private room was not open to the public and was basically left for Xia Ruofei to enjoy alone. However, after Xia Ruofei exposed her, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but feel embarrassed and embarrassed. Hence, she began to use a woman's sharpest weapon, the coquettish girl. Xia Ruofei also knew that It would not work to reason with a woman. He laughed and stopped teasing Ling Qingxue. However, when he thought of the name off the private room, Xia Ruofei's eyes still flashed with a smile, causing Ling Qingxue to roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei. Ruofei, we've seen the private room. I'll take you to my dad's. Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei shrugged. The environment here is so good. Why don't you ask Uncle Ling to come over? We can make tea and chat together. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "This is for you. To receive Secretary Song. What is my dad doing here? If it's messy, I'll have to clean it up again." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "So what? You and Uncle Ling will be here in a while anyway, so why don't you come over and wait now?" What do you mean? Ling Qingxue didn't understand. What do you mean? Xia Ruofei said, "Let's eat together later." Let's eat together? We? Ling Qingxue cried out in surprise, then hesitated. This isn't appropriate, right? That's the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee. If you treat him to a meal, he's the one who invited me to dinner. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask, "Didn't I tell you before?" Ling Qingxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right. You're the best if he's treating you to a meal, all right? Ruofei, stop fooling around. You can't be so flippant. When Secretary Song comes later. Who's messing with you? Secretary Song is really treating me to a meal. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And you and Uncle Ling are going too? You're not joking? Ling Qingxue finally got serious. Hey, Qingxue, what's the meaning of this? Xia Ruofei laughed. So you never believed me? You're really good. Didn't I ask Secretary Song to arrange dinner here so that I could introduce you to him? Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble? Is it really okay? Did you tell Secretary Song? Ling Qingxue was a little uncertain. It's fine. We can just wait for him to come. Xia Ruofei said casually, Qingxue, can you have more confidence in me? Quickly, go and call Uncle Ling over. Ling Qingxue took a few glances at Xia Ruofei, then nodded and said, all right, I'll give my dad a call. Ling Xiaotian had been drinking tea in the room in front of them. After receiving Ling Qingxue's call and hearing that Xia Ruofei wanted him to attend the dinner with Secretary Song, he immediately rushed over. Xia Ruofei repeated what he had said to Ling Qingxue. He also vaguely revealed that he was close to Song Qiming and that it was not difficult for him to introduce him to Song Qiming. Only then did Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue relax, but they could not help but feel excited. In the front yard. After Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei were led to the Flying Snow Pavilion in the backyard by the female staff, a man who was sitting on a long bench by the bar counter immediately stood up with an unhappy expression. The man was dressed in Armani casual clothes, and even his shoes were Armani. His hair was smooth and shiny, and behind a pair of rimless glasses, there was a pair of small eyes. When the eyes were slightly squinted, they gave off a cunning and shady feeling. He walked over to the old Lu that Ling Qingxue had called out to, and said unhappily, Manager Lu, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me, Tian Mingyi? Principal Tian, how would I dare? Manager Lu quickly said. What do you mean, this? Tian Mingyi was the vice principal of the Central Primary School in the Bell Tower district. This status was not a big deal. If there were children who wanted to go to school, they would have to be respectful to him. However, Manager Lu's child was already in high school. Moreover, he was the manager of Ling Ji private kitchen. He would not have any business dealings with a primary school vice principal. Logically speaking, there was no need to be so polite to him. There was even a trace of fear. Manager Lu's attitude was respectful, mainly because Tian Mingyi's father was the deputy director of the Health Bureau of Sanshan City. The Health Bureau was related to the food and beverage industry. The hotel's health license, regular health inspection, employee health certificate, and so on were all under the jurisdiction of the Health Bureau. Manager Lu naturally didn't dare to offend a rich second generation like Tian Mingyi. Tian Mingyi sneered and said, "Didn't you just say that all the private rooms have been booked? Why did those two people get a private room as soon as they came? Flying Snow Pavilion? Aren't the private rooms here numbered? This room sounds a little different." Manager Lu could not help but smile bitterly in his heart and quickly explained, "Principal Tian, you've misunderstood. This private room was reserved by our president Ling a long time ago. Furthermore, Flying Snow Pavilion is not open to the public. You're open for business, yet you still have private rooms that aren't open to the public?" Tian Mingyi sneered. This is new. At this time, a middle-aged man beside Tian Mingyi also couldn't help but say, "Manager Lu, you're giving us preferential treatment. Are you afraid that our principal Tian can't afford it? Are you still looking down on Principal Tian?" "I wouldn't dare to look down on the leaders, Director Wu," Manager Lu quickly said. "This room is indeed our President Ling's." Director Wu was the director of the Health Supervision Office under the Health Bureau of Sanshan City. He had a lot of power over these catering enterprises. If you offended him, you would have to do a spot check every 2 or 3 days, and you wouldn't be able to continue your business. Therefore, Manager Lu was very nervous. Inspector Wu laughed coldly. Vice Chancellor Tian asked for a private room, but you're so dilly-dallying and trying to reject him. The moment that President Ling came, you gave him all the reserved rooms. I think you're not taking Vice Chancellor Tian seriously. I say, old Lu, do you want to close your restaurant?" Director Wu's words were very arrogant, and Manager Lu couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. Those in the F&B service industry would inevitably be bullied. Manager Lu had been in this line for many years. He used to be a senior branch manager of a central branch of Lingji F&B. This time, when Ling Xiaotian opened the high-end market and opened the first Lingji private kitchen, he transferred him over to be the manager. This was also a high degree of trust in him. If he offended the son of the vice director of the Health Bureau and the head of the Health Inspection Bureau on the first day of business, it would be difficult for him to do business in the future. Therefore, Manager Lu was very anxious. He could only smile carefully and explain. However, Tian Mingyi didn't listen at all. He frowned slightly and said, "Wait. You kept saying you're President Ling just now. So, those two people just now are from your company?" "President Ling is the vice president of our company, and also the daughter of our chairman, Manager Lu said carefully. Pa. Tian Mingyi heavily smacked the surface of the bar counter, scaring the staff who was in charge of payment. "Manager Lu, is this how you do your business?" Tian Mingyi said angrily. "Ah? Guests don't have private rooms, but your own people are enjoying some reserved private rooms. This is simply preposterous. Manager Lu, there's obviously something wrong with your service," Inspector Wu chimed in. Manager Lu quickly said, "My two superiors, it's not that. I'm looking down on you. I don't dare to do it. But, that private room was booked by President Ling this morning. Also, and, my ass." Tian Mingy slapped the table again. "If the private rooms were all reserved by the guests, I wouldn't have anything to say. But now, it's actually occupied by your internal staff." "Humph. I don't care. Give us that flying snow pavilion or whatever right now. Otherwise, you can just shut down your little shop." Today, Tian Mingy was going to invite Lu Lixing, the deputy director of the city's education bureau, to a banquet. Because their central primary school's principal was about to retire, Tian Mingy was already prepared to become a full-time employee. He didn't expect that 2 days ago, he heard that the district education bureau seemed to have the intention of parachuting a principal from the organization. Tian Mingy suddenly became anxious. This deputy bureau chief Lu Lixing and his father, Tian Feilong, happened to be classmates when they were studying at the municipal party school. Their relationship with Tian Feilong was not bad. Thus, Tian Mingy gave Lu Lixing a call and invited him to have a meal together tonight, and the location was set at Ling Ji's private kitchen, which had just opened for business at noon today. After all, private dining was popular these days. Moreover, such places were generally quiet. And the quality of the food was relatively high. It was convenient to talk if he invited Deputy Bureau Chief Lu here. As for Director Wu, he was a guest invited by Tian Mingy. Director Wu had a good tolerance for alcohol and was very tactful. Most importantly, 2 months ago, Director Wu had helped Deputy Bureau Chief Lu's brother-in-law with his health permit application. Therefore, with him around to help, Tian Mingy felt more confident. What he didn't expect was that there weren't many private rooms in this kind of private restaurant. He didn't make a reservation in advance, so when he arrived, he found that all the private rooms had been reserved. He was just telling Manager Lu to help him adjust a private room when he saw Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei come in from outside and go straight to the Flying Snow Pavilion private room. When Tian Mingy found out that Ling Qingxue wasn't a guest, but an internal member, he was even more enraged. "Principal Tian, I really can't make the decision," Manager Lu said with a bitter face. "Then find someone who can make the decision." Tian Mingy's face darkened as he said, "I don't believe it. I, Tian Mingy, am here for a meal, but I can't even book a private room." Manager Lu nodded helplessly and said, "Vice Chancellor Tian, Inspector Wu, please wait a moment. I'll go and ask President Ling for instructions." He really had no other choice. These two were clearly not reasonable with him, and he could not afford to offend such people. Since all the higher-ups of the company were present today, and the incident had something to do with Ling Qingxue's decision to go to Flying Snow Pavilion, Manager Lu had no choice but to think of Ling Qingxue. He carefully asked Tian Mingy and Inspector Wu to sit at the side and wait, then quickly walked to the Flying Snow Pavilion in the backyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Manager Lu heard Ling Xiaotian's hearty laughter. It turned out that the chairman was also present. Manager Lu's heart also relaxed slightly. Since Ling Xiaotian was here, it was even better. After this matter was consulted, no matter how it was dealt with, and no matter what the final result was, he would not have to bear much responsibility. At the thought of this, Manager Lu quickened his pace and knocked on the door. Then, he walked in. "Xiao Lu?" Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "What are you doing here instead of being busy in front? Go, go, I don't need you to greet me." Manager Lu forced a smile and slightly bowed. "Chairman. President Ling, I have something to report to the two leaders." Then, Manager Lu reported Tian Mingyi's matter in full detail and said that Principal Tian just heard that President Ling came to Flying Snow Pavilion. He's asking for a private room in Flying Snow Pavilion. If we don't arrange a room for him, he'll shut our shop down. Chairman, President Ling, what do you think? Ling Xiaotian sneered and said, he said that I can't open my shop, so I can No matter what, Ling Xiaotian was still a multi-billion yuan tycoon. Having operated in the Three Mountains for so many years, he still had some foundation. That's true, manager. Lu quickly said, but the King of Hell is easy to hide from, but the little ghost is hard to deal with. Especially since the Health Inspection Bureau is in charge of a lot of places. If they come to find trouble with us every now and then, it would be quite annoying. Chairman, we can't afford to offend such a villain. Ling Xiaotian furrowed his brows and said, the Flying Snow Pavilion will definitely not be given up. Xiao Lu, is there any way to adjust another box, Uncle Ling? Xia Ruofei suddenly said, why are you being so polite to these unreasonable and self-righteous idiots? Tell them to go to the side and stay there. Manager. Lu saw that Ling Xiaotian was about to be swayed by his words, but the young man beside him suddenly came out and said such childish words. He couldn't help but feel angry. However, he also saw that Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had walked in hand, and even Ling Xiaotian had personally come over to make tea with them. Hence, he did not dare to be too rude. He could only smile bitterly and say, Sir, Tian Mingyi's father is the Deputy Director of the Health Bureau, Xiao Lu. Ling Xiaotian did not wait for Manager Lu to finish his sentence and immediately interrupted him, saying, we'll do as Xiao Xia says. Tell them that there are no more private rooms. We also have rules when we open our doors to do business. If they come in to spend, they have to follow our rules. Otherwise, they would not be welcomed here. Ah? Manager Lu couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiaotian, who had been in the business world for so many years, would say such cynical words. In business, amiability was the key to making money. As the saying went, too hard is easy to break. For Ling Xiaotian to be able to make his business so big, he must have his own way of dealing with people and such. At the very least, he wouldn't be as overbearing as he was today. Otherwise, he would have offended many people. Manager Lu had clearly seen that Ling Xiaotian was about to relent. In fact, as long as they were able to coordinate a private room, even if it was not Flying Snow Pavilion, Manager Lu would at most throw away his face and say some good words. This matter could still be settled perfectly. If he followed Ling Xiaotian's instructions, then he would have really offended him. Who was this young man? His one sentence actually changed the chairman's mind. Manager Lu couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Ling Xiaotian frowned and said, Little Lu, what are you thinking about? Did you not hear me? Manager Lu seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly said, I heard it. But, Chairman, this way, Ling Qingxue interrupted Manager Lu with a smile and said, Old Lu, just do as my dad said. We're in the right on this matter, so don't be afraid. If it was someone else who said this, Manager Liu would not hesitate to scold the other party for being childish. But the person who said that was the company's chairman and deputy general manager. Even if he was given a few more guts, he would not dare to say anything disrespectful. Although he disapproved. In his heart, he still nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, I got it, President Ling. I'll go out first." As Manager Liu walked out, he muttered in his heart, "AI." The chairman didn't seem like an impulsive person. He didn't know what was going on today. Fine, since it's your two bosses' instructions, I'll resolutely carry it out. As for the consequences, I don't care. After thinking it through, Manager Liu's footsteps relaxed a little. Soon, he came to the bar counter in the front yard. Tian Mingyi sat on the sofa and glanced at Manager Liu, waiting for him to come up and report. Manager Liu came over with a polite smile and went straight to him. He even bowed slightly, and his attitude was very respectful. Tian Mingyi couldn't help but be secretly proud. These businessmen can't be too polite to them, so what if they have some stinky money? Everything had its weakness. Just as Tian Mingyi was reveling in his own satisfaction, Manager Liu bit the bullet and said, "Vice Chancellor Tian, Director Wu, I'm really sorry. We really can't make any more private rooms available." The smile on Tian Mingyi's face froze. Director Wu was also furious. He pointed at Manager Liu's nose and said loudly, "Old Liu, fucking say that again." Manager Liu's heart couldn't help but tremble. However, even Ling Xiaotian had given him clear instructions, so he could only endure it to the end. The smile on Manager Liu's face became even more humble as he said, "Inspector Wu, we're really trying our best to coordinate, but we really can't make room for you. How about this? The two leaders come visit us at another time. And I'll make the decision to give you a free meal." Manager Liu still didn't want to offend these 2-foot kids. After all, he was the manager of this private kitchen, and he would be in charge of the operations of the restaurant in the future. If trouble came knocking on his door every day, even if Ling Xiaotian didn't blame him, he would also feel bad. Tian Mingyi said eerily, "Old Liu, do you think we're here for free? Do I owe you money for this meal or something?" If it was a normal meal, it would be fine to change the restaurant, but Tian Mingyi was going to invite his boss's boss, the leader of the city's Education Bureau. He had already informed him of the location, and now he was changing the venue at the last minute. Wasn't that a slap in his own face? I wouldn't dare. Principal Tian, I just wanted to express my sincerity, Manager Liu quickly said. Sincerity? Tian Mingyi sneered, "This is your sincerity? Good. Very good. Old Liu, your Lingji dining hall is a big business, but you don't respect me, a small vice principal. Principal Tian, what are you saying? How could we dare to look down on you?" Manager Liu said quickly. However, Tian Mingyi was already really angry. Even if Manager Liu lowered his attitude, how could he calm down? Tian Mingyi didn't pay any attention to Manager Liu and directly said to Director Wu, "Brother Wu, there are a lot of problems with this private kitchen. The Health Inspection Bureau had better perform their supervision duties well. I think we can organize some people to come over and check it out." Director Wu glanced at Manager Liu and said with a sinister smile, "Principal Tian, I don't think the Health Supervision Office alone is enough. The Safety Supervision, Environmental Protection, and Urban Management departments should be there too. Why don't we have a joint law enforcement today? Superintendent Wu's Health Inspection Bureau often participated in joint law enforcement operations, so he was quite familiar with some of the related departments, especially those who participated in the inspection. Many of them called each other brothers. Today, he wanted to do his best to perform well in front of the young master he led, so he spared no effort. After Tianming heard this, he laughed and said, "This is good. Brother Wu, what are we waiting for? Let's make the arrangements now, manager." Lu couldn't help but feel dejected when he heard this and quickly begged, "Two leaders, let's talk this out, let's talk this out." As Director Wu took out his phone, he glanced at Manager Lu and said, "Old Lu, I'll give you a piece of advice. People give you face. If you don't give us face, you can blame us for not giving you face. I'll ask you one last time, can the matter of the box still be resolved?" Manager Lu secretly sighed and gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry." Director Wu's face darkened. He had already said so much, but Manager Lu still didn't take the bait. Then, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. He stared at Manager Lu without saying a word and then began to make a call. Manager Lu felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He could only watch as Director Wu called for people. He could imagine what kind of chaos the store would be. And after the people from the Safety Bureau, Hygiene Bureau, Environmental Protection, Urban Management arrived to encounter such a thing on the first day of business, first of all, it was a bad sign, not to mention offending this group of grandsons. How difficult would it be for the business in the future? Director Wu was gathering people, and Manager Lu didn't dare to neglect. Manager Lu didn't have any hope of dissuading the two brats who were determined to mess with Ling Ji's private kitchen, Tianming and Director Wu. He could only carefully run to the side and secretly give Ling Xiaotian a call. Although Ling Xiaotian was in the backyard, he didn't dare to leave for even a second. Ling Xiaotian quietly listened to Manager Lu's report before he said indifferently, "Let them be. Let's see who will have the last laugh." With that, Ling Xiaotian hung up the phone. Manager Lu was also dumbfounded. He did not know why Ling Xiaotian had such confidence. However, since the boss had spoken, Manager Lu didn't have to worry so much. He put away his phone and went back to the bar counter. Director Wu had already finished his call. When Manager Lu walked over, Tianming and Director Wu both looked at Manager Lu coldly. However, to their disappointment, Manager Lu didn't show any fear. He didn't even come over to beg. He just calmly and methodically arranged the work. Tianming saw that Manager Lu was treating him like an invisible person, so he couldn't help but sneer. "You just have to hold on. He wouldn't give up until he reached the Yellow River. You won't even be able to cry later." Flying Snow Pavilion. "Uncle Ling, did those two idiots do something?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Ling Xiaotian curled his lips and said, "Isn't that so?" Director Tian of the Health Bureau was quite a figure. But he didn't expect his son to be so useless. An official's position was neither high nor low. He's calling people to do a joint law enforcement inspection of our store. Ling Xiaotian knew that Xia Ruofei had invited the secretary of the municipal government, Song Qiming, to dinner tonight, so he was not at all worried about the two little shrimps' actions. Xia Ruofei's expression turned cold. He snorted and said, "Actually, many leading cadres are good officials. Just like you said, the officials are not high in rank, but their responsibilities are not small. It's these monsters and demons that have turned the society into a mess." Ling Qingxue also said angrily, "What kind of people are these? If he didn't book a room in advance, we would have to reserve one for him all year round, right? If Principal Tian comes today, then if Director Liu and Director Zhang come tomorrow, will we still be able to open our shop?" Xia Ruofei gently held Ling Qingxue's hand and said with a smile, "Qingxue, it's not worth getting angry at these small fries. Today is Uncle Ling's first day of business, and he dares to do this. It looks like we have to teach them a lesson that will leave a deep impression. Otherwise, they'll really be lawless." Ling Xiaotian could not help but feel happy when he heard Manager Lu's report. As soon as Xia Ruofei gave the order, Ling Xiaotian did not hesitate to follow Xia Ruofei's instructions. On one hand, it was because he had the confidence. On the other hand, he might have other thoughts. Song Qiming was coming over tonight, and they were the ones who invited Xia Ruofei to a banquet. No matter who came to cause trouble, no matter how big the matter was, the Lingji private kitchen would not be the one in trouble. If Song Qiming personally came out to deal with these lawless little brats, then it would be hard for Lingji private kitchen not to be famous. There were no secrets in the officialdom, and the matter of Tian Mingi and the others could not be kept a secret. By then, who would dare to come to Lingji private kitchen to cause trouble? What was the difference between that and seeking death? Ruofei, with your words, Uncle Ling's heart is at ease. Ling Xiaotian laughed. Ling Qingxue hesitated for a moment before saying, "Dad, Ruofei, why don't we go to the front yard to take a look? Old Lu might not be able to handle the joint inspection team later. After all, today is our first day of business, no need." Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian said in unison. Xia Ruofei laughed as he looked at Ling Xiaotian, then said, "It seems like Uncle Ling and I share the same opinion. Just let them perform to their heart's content. This time, we'll let them put on a good show. Secretary Song is new here and doesn't know much about the local affairs. I'm giving him a good opportunity to understand the governance of the Three Mountains. He'll definitely be very grateful to me." With that, Xia Ruofei chuckled. His smile looked evil in Ling Qingxue's eyes, and she could not help but burst into laughter. Just as Xia Ruofei, Ling Xiaotian, and Ling Qingxue were talking and laughing, the people gathered by Inspector Wu arrived. The location of the Ling's private restaurant was not very remote. Guanmiao Street used to be in the center of the Three Mountains. However, the city had changed in recent years and was not as prosperous as the old people's house. However, it was not far from the administrative center. Moreover, the people who were gathered by Director Wu were mainly people from the relevant departments in the Bell Tower district, so they arrived very quickly. When a group of people wearing uniforms of urban management, security, and environmental protection came in from the main entrance, Tian Mingi and Director Wu couldn't help but show a proud smile. Then, Director Wu's face darkened and he became the leader of the inspection team. He walked up to Manager Liu and said in a serious tone, "Manager Liu, our health, security, and environmental departments have decided to conduct a surprise inspection of your store. I am Wu Guangwei, the person in charge of this inspection. Please cooperate with our work." Manager Liu could only sigh and say, "Dear leaders, today is the first day of our store's opening, please be kind." "So what if it's the first day of business?" Tian Mingi said sarcastically, "Can we not accept any inspections and management on the first day of business? Won't there be any violations on the first day of business?" Manager Liu's expression froze, and he felt very angry in his heart. However, since the boss had spoken, he had no way out. He could only play it by ear. Inspector Wu had a cold smile on his face and said, "Manager Liu, our brothers are here. You can't be thinking of resisting the law, right?" I don't dare. Manager Liu quickly smiled. "Then, arrange for a few people to cooperate with the inspection." Inspector Wu said lazily, "I'll check the hygiene first." It was already past 6 o'clock, and the customers who had booked private rooms were arriving one after another. Some of them had already gone to their private rooms and came out to check on the situation. When they heard the noise, while some saw law enforcement officers in all kinds of uniforms as soon as they entered the door, everyone couldn't help but hesitate. Although Ling's private kitchen was on its first day of business, it had done a lot of publicity and promotions. In addition, with the golden signboard of the Ling's dining group and the high-end decorations of the restaurant, business was still very good. Tian Mingyi had come at the last minute and did not manage to book a private room. Now that these customers saw a large number of law enforcement officers coming to the door, they were obviously looking for trouble. They were all wondering if this shop had offended someone. Tian Mingyi saw that there were many guests watching, and he felt even more proud. He said loudly, "Everyone, go back first. This shop won't be open for business today." Manager Liu couldn't hold back his anger when he heard this. "You're just the vice principal of an elementary school. What right do you have to make decisions for the restaurant? The store manager didn't even say anything, so why did you clear the place?" Manager Liu's face slightly darkened and said, "Principal Tian, this isn't appropriate, right? We'll just cooperate with the leaders for inspection. These guests have booked private rooms in advance, how can we just drive them out?" Manager Liu, "I'm just helping you to inform your customers in advance. Do you think you'll still be open for business tonight?" Tian Mingyi sneered. "You." Manager Liu clenched his fists in anger. When Inspector Wu saw this, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Manager Liu, we received a report from the public that your restaurant has serious hygiene problems, so we conducted a spot check. So, I'm officially informing you that before the results of our inspection are out, your restaurant must stop all business activities." "What?" Manager Liu was so angry that his lips were trembling. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen someone so shameless. Just now, it was obvious that Tian Mingyi was angry because he couldn't get a private room, so he asked Director Wu to gather a group of people to do a so-called surprise inspection. It was obviously a public office to avenge private wrongs, but now this Director Wu was actually lying through his teeth, saying that there was a public report. You're here to eat when the public is reporting you? Furthermore, he was flustered and exasperated because he couldn't get a private room? Manager Liu, do you not understand what I'm saying? Inspector Wu's voice turned cold. I told you to stop all business activities immediately. Manager Liu felt that he was on the verge of exploding. He wanted to go up and knock these two shameless people down with a punch. At this time, the lobby manager of the restaurant, a girl in her 20s, gently pulled Manager Liu's clothes and gave him a look. Manager Liu slowly calmed down and realized that he definitely couldn't do anything, otherwise, he would become unreasonable. The chairman must have something to rely on. He couldn't ruin the chairman's big plan. At the thought of this, the anger in Manager Liu's eyes gradually dissipated and was replaced by a look of humiliation. He looked deeply at Tian Mingyi and Director Wu, then said to the guests, I'm sorry, everyone. There's an emergency today, so we can't serve you. To express our apologies, we'll give each guest in the private room a 500 yuan doorless voucher. You can come and spend at any time within the effective period. Manager Liu had been in this line of work for so many years, so he still had some quick-witted ideas. When he saw the attitude of Director Wu and the others, he knew that it was not a good idea to fight them head-on. Since they had made up their mind to kill them, he could only minimize the negative impact. This kind of doorless voucher was prepared before the opening. Of course, it was originally prepared to be given to some officials in charge of the streets and districts. This was not the kind of voucher used for promotion. In other words, the 500 yuan given to the guests could be used directly as money without any additional conditions. If the guests just happened to spend 500 yuan, then the bill would be waived. Manager Liu's attitude was very sincere, and the manager of the store, the lobby manager, and other people began to explain to the customers one after another. Most of the customers were reasonable, and after receiving the compensation from the store, they left one after another. Although a small number of them were a little unhappy, it was obvious that the store was in trouble. They had already said that they couldn't open for business today, so in the end they took the coupons and left with a face full of dissatisfaction. Manager Liu and the other employees in the store were very angry as they watched the customers leave. One by one, and the waiters in charge of reservations called the customers who had not arrived one by one to explain and promised to compensate them with coupons. No one would feel good about such a thing happening on the first day of business. Tian Mingyi, on the other hand, crossed his legs and proudly looked at this scene in front of him. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, and he said slowly, "Old Liu, I've said it before, a wise man submits to circumstances. Have you been living like a dog all your life? If you don't even understand this, how can you be a store manager? You should go home early." Manager Liu suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly looked at Tian Mingyi. The two sides had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, and the other party's intentions were even more obvious. Manager Liu no longer bowed down like before. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no other way, who wouldn't want to stand up straight? Inspector Wu's mouth twitched and he said, "Brothers, check it out." Principal Tian said that everyone should work hard today and he will treat us to supper later. All right. The people from the Safety Supervision Department and the Environmental Protection Department all laughed and responded. At this moment, a taxi stopped at the entrance of Ling's private restaurant. Song Wei got out of the car and looked at the environment of the restaurant. She was interested. As Song Wei was shopping with her best friend, Shui, she did not come with Song Qiming. Instead, she took a taxi from Wanbao Plaza. She strolled inside and was a little surprised. This was a restaurant that Xia Ruofei had personally recommended. Why did it feel like the service was so? This private restaurant was not like an ordinary hotel. This kind of antique building structure was more complicated. It was not normal for guests to not have someone to guide them on their first visit. However, Song Wei didn't mind. She walked around the wall and went straight inside. Inspector Wu and the others were in the central room, ready to split up to inspect the place. When they saw someone walk in from the outside, they all looked over. Tian Mingyi's eyes lit up when he saw that it was a classic beauty with a graceful figure. Song Qiming had just taken office in Sanshan City, so naturally, no one would know Song Wei. In fact, at Tian Mingyi's level, he could barely be considered as the second generation of an official. Even if Song Wei became more and more famous in the circle of the Three Mountains, he would not be qualified to come into contact with her. Of course, Tian Mingyi did not forget his proper business just because a beautiful woman came. So, he greedily glanced at Song Wei and said, "This beauty is here to eat, right? This shop is closed today, you can go back." Song Wei glanced at Tian Mingyi indifferently and ignored him as she walked past him. Tian Mingyi smelled a fragrant wind passing by, but he couldn't keep a straight face. So this beauty didn't take him seriously at all. Manager Liu also thought that Song Wei was one of the guests who had booked the room, so he quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Miss, I'm really sorry. The restaurant can't be open tonight due to some unexpected circumstances. We will compensate the guests in each private room, closed?" Song Wei asked, with a frown. "Why?" Manager Liu was a little hesitant. Song Wei looked at the so-called law enforcement officers in various uniforms and suddenly understood. "I'm in the Flying Snow Pavilion's private room that Mr. Xia has booked." "Is he not here yet?" she said indifferently. Song Wei knew that Xia Ruofei could not have left after coming. If Xia Ruofei had left because the store was closed, he would have called Song Qiming to explain the situation before leaving. Now that her father had not informed her of the change of location, it meant that either Xia Ruofei had not arrived yet or he was already in the private room. Manager Liu was also stunned when he heard the words Flying Snow Pavilion and quickly said, "So, you are a guest of the Flying Snow Pavilion. Please come in. Mr. Xia is already here, I'll get someone to take you there immediately." Song Wei nodded her head lightly and smiled. "Thank you for your trouble, manager." Liu quickly beckoned for a waitress and asked her to lead Song Wei to the Flying Snow Pavilion in the backyard. Tian Mingyi had also heard their conversation. Seeing that Song Wei was still walking in, he could not help but stand up and say, "Old Liu, what do you mean by this? Didn't you hear the notice from Inspector Wu? They actually let guests in? This is a public resistance to law enforcement." Tian Mingyi knew that the Flying Snow restaurant was booked by the two young men and women just now. That woman was the vice president of Lingji F&B, so when he found out that Song Wei was a customer of Flying Snow restaurant, the unhappiness in his heart was even more obvious. Superintendent Huang's face was dark as he said, "Manager Liu, there's a problem with the attitude of your shop's inspection. It seems like there's a need to organize." Song Wei did not go far. She turned around and asked with a frown, "Who are you people? Can't you see what kind of people we are?" Tian Mingyi said with a mischievous smile. "Do you see the uniforms of our brothers? We're the joint inspection team. And we're conducting a surprise inspection of this shop." Song Wei looked at Tian Mingyi and the rest with a meaningful look. She nodded and turned around to continue walking. Tian Mingyi's expression turned cold and he shouted, "Stop. Did you not hear what I said? This shop is closed today." Song Wei stopped in her tracks again and turned around to look at Tian Mingyi coldly. When Tian Mingyi was swept by that cold gaze, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Song Wei grew up in a high-ranking family, so she naturally had a sense of authority. It was just that she was usually quiet and did not show off her abilities. However, she was a little angry just now, so she unconsciously released her authority. Tian Mingyi was a little unhappy with his momentary timidity. Wasn't she just a pretty girl? Could it be that he had something to fear? Thinking about this, Tian Mingyi also looked at Song Wei, not to be outdone. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought you were from the public Security Bureau. Song Wei said, coldly. Even the manager of the store didn't stop me. What right do you have to restrict my personal freedom? Song Wei turned around and walked inside. You, Tian Mingyi angrily shouted. Vice Chancellor Tian, Director Wu, you've misunderstood, Manager Lu quickly explained, this lady is our chairman's guest, she's not here to spend money, you didn't come to the restaurant to eat. Tian Mingyi looked at Manager Lu with a half smile and asked, do you think I'm an idiot? Inspector Wu frowned. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. He could just find a few reasons to fine the shop tens of thousands of yuan and close it down for 10 to 20 days. Then, the shop would be half ruined. Therefore, he gave Tian Mingyi a look and said, all right, Manager Lu, let's cut the crap and start the inspection. While Xia Ruofei, Ling Xiaotian, and Ling Qingxue were making tea and chatting in Flying Snow Pavilion, Song Wei was led to the private room by the waiter. As soon as Xia Ruofei saw Song Wei, he immediately stood up with a smile and greeted her. Song Wei is here. Come in and sit. Why didn't you come with Secretary Song? Song Wei gave Xia Ruofei a grateful look and said with a smile, I was out shopping in the afternoon, so I came straight here. When Xia Ruofei stood up, Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue stood up as well. The father and daughter had heard the conversation between Xia Ruofei and Song Wei and guessed that this lady was probably a family member of Secretary Song. Xia Ruofei also quickly smiled and said, let me introduce you. Song Wei, this is the chairman of Ling Ji Restaurant, Mr. Ling Xiaotian. Ling Ji Private Kitchen is one of the high-end stores under Ling Ji Restaurant. This beautiful woman is Uncle Ling's daughter, Ling Qingxue, the vice president of Ling Ji Restaurant Group. Then, Xia Ruofei smiled and added, she's also my girlfriend. Uncle Ling Qingxue, this is Song Wei. She's Secretary Song Qiming's precious daughter, Xia Ruofei introduced. Song Wei was stunned when she heard that. She felt a tinge of sourness in her heart, but she didn't even notice it. She quickly adjusted her mood and greeted the two with a gentle smile on her face. When Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue heard that Song Wei was Secretary Song's daughter, they were naturally very enthusiastic. Only then did Song Wei know why Xia Ruofei had arranged for tonight's dinner to be at Ling Ji Private Kitchen. It turned out that he had such a relationship with Ling Ji F&B Group. She quickly recalled the scene at the entrance and asked, President Ling, when I came in just now, I think I saw a joint inspection team outside. What's going on? When Ling Xiaotian heard this, he subconsciously looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had a relaxed smile on his face as he nodded at Ling Xiaotian and said, Uncle Ling, Song Wei isn't an outsider. Just say what you have to say. Ling Xiaotian nodded his head and told him everything that had happened. He didn't try to hide anything, and he didn't exaggerate anything. He just told him everything objectively. Song Wei's expression became uglier and uglier after hearing this. She had thought that it was a normal spot check, but the law enforcement officer's working attitude was a little rough. Now that she heard Ling Xiaotian's words, Song Wei finally understood that this so-called joint inspection was actually a temporary gathering of Tian Mingyi and Inspector Wu's scoundrels. This was a restaurant opened by Xia Ruofei's girlfriend's family. Xia Ruofei had set the dinner at Ling Ji Private Kitchen to help this restaurant build connections. And now, these people had caused the shop to close down right under Xia Ruofei's nose. Moreover, the entire matter was based On the Lingji private kitchen. Director Wu, Tianmingyi, and the others were already arrogant to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. Chairman Ling, I really didn't expect them to be so lawless. Song Wei said to Ling Xiaotian. Don't worry, I'll definitely get justice for you. Thank you, Miss Song. Ling Xiaotian said gratefully. Speaking of which, my dad should be thanking you guys. Song Wei said with a straight face. If he didn't come here to eat today, how could he have the opportunity to see such a real situation? At Song Qiming's level, every time he went to a lower unit, even if he did not say hello and dressed in plain clothes, he could hardly hide from the countless pairs of eyes. It was not easy to see the truth. Song Wei nodded at Ling Xiaotian, then took out her phone and called Song Qiming. Song Qiming and his wife were already on their way. The Audi drove smoothly on the road. Song Qiming took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. He picked up the call and asked with a smile, Wei Wei, where are you? I'm telling you. Don't be late. I'm already here. Song Wei replied. Dad, where are you guys? They should be here soon. Song Qiming asked, why? My precious daughter is getting impatient? Is little Xia here? He's here, but if you don't come, we won't be able to have this meal. Song Wei said jokingly. What's going on? Song Qiming asked, with a slight frown. Song Wei thought for a while and said, let's wait until you're here. Seeing is believing, I'll wait for you at the door later. Girl, you're keeping me in suspense, Song Qiming laughed and scolded. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. Song Wei said with a smile. Please hurry up. Song Wei hung up the phone and said to Ling Xiaotian, Chairman Ling, my father is about to arrive. I'll go to the door to pick him up. Don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. How could Ling Xiaotian not be at ease? Secretary Song was there in person, and his precious daughter had already made her stand. What was there to worry about? Then let's go out and welcome them together, he said quickly. No need, no need. Song Wei replied with a smile. I'll just wait outside. Even though Song Wei said so, the person who came was the official from Sanshan City, the third most important person in the entire southeast province. How could Ling Xiaotian just sit in the private room and wait? No matter what Xia Ruofei's relationship with the family was, he still had to be polite. Therefore, after a few rejections, everyone still walked out together. Very quickly, the group of people arrived at the first central room. Ling Xiaotian did not see the people from the inspection team. He called a waiter over to ask about the situation. Only then did he find out that after the group of people had found a lot of problems from an egg, they were now all in the restaurant's kitchen. It looked like they were prepared to make things worse. The kitchen was a very important place in a restaurant. At the same time, it was also a place where problems could easily occur. Tianmingyi and Director Wu had called everyone to the kitchen together to find all kinds of faults. Humph. Song Wei snorted and said, President Ling, let them be. I'd like to see how lawless they can be. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, that's good too. We can't delay the welcome of Secretary Song. For this kind of person, let's go out first. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were the last to leave. They could not help but secretly give Ling Xiaotian a thumbs up. Everyone arrived at the entrance of the private restaurant. After waiting for a while, they saw a black Audi driving over steadily. The car stopped in front of the private restaurant. Secretary Guangxi Chao got out of the car first and opened the door of the back seat. Zhang opened the door on the other side almost at the same time. Song Qiming and Feng Liyun got out of the car. They had already seen Xia Ruofei and the others standing at the entrance from a distance, so they quickly walked over as soon as they got out of the car. Song Qiming chuckled. Xia, I'm treating you today. As the host, I'm late. I shouldn't have come. Ling Qingxue, who was listening at the side, could not help but turn and look at Xia Ruofei deeply. So, it was really Secretary Song who was treating this guy to a meal. I always thought he was just bragging. Xia Ruofei also smiled. Secretary Song, it's my fault. I wanted to see my girlfriend. That's why I came early. Your girlfriend? Song Qiming raised his eyebrows and looked at Ling Qingxue, who was holding Xia Ruofei's arm. Dad, Mom. You guys don't know yet, do you? Song Wei said with a smile. This shop is owned by Ruofei's girlfriend. Song Wei then introduced Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue to Song Qiming. Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue did not dare to delay and quickly came forward to greet Song Qiming. Because of Xia Ruofei, Song Qiming's attitude was very good. He took the initiative to shake hands with Ling Xiaotian and Xia Ruofei and exchanged a few words. Dad, don't just chat. Song Wei said. There's still serious business to attend to. Song Qiming was stunned and asked, What's the matter? You kept me in suspense over the phone just now, you can finally tell me now. Let's go. In first. Song Wei said with a smile. Let's talk while we walk. Don't go to the private room first. I'll take you to the kitchen. What's there to see in the kitchen? Song Qiming asked in confusion. Song Wei gestured to Xia Ruofei and said, Ruofei, why don't you say it? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Let Uncle Ling say it. He understands the situation better. Song Qiming also realized that something had happened. He could not help but frown and ask, what happened? Ling Xiaotian knew that it was time for him to step forward, so he cleared his throat and said, Secretary Song, the situation is like this. When Ling Xiaotian was reporting to Song Qiming, everyone did not stop and headed straight to the restaurant's kitchen. In the kitchen, Manager Lu's face was ashen, and his heart had already sunk to the bottom. He already had a stack of tickets in his hand. Some were from the Safety Supervision Department, the Environmental Protection Department, the Urban Management Department, and of course, most were from the Health Supervision Department. These people were clearly here to find trouble, and they were just short of digging 3 feet deep. Their inspection standards were so strict that it was outrageous. The restaurant was newly renovated, and today was only the first day of business, but they had already found a bunch of problems. There was dust on the top of the box's door frame, the fire extinguisher case's lid could not open and close smoothly, the parking space was 5 millimeters narrower than the standard space, and there were water stains in the sink in the bathroom. There were more than a dozen of these so-called problems that would make people laugh if they were told about them. Every time they found a problem, they would issue a fine according to the upper limit. The fine in Manager Lu's hands was already in the tens of thousands. These people were not looking for problems. It was even stricter than the standard of internal affairs inspection in the army. For example, when Inspector Wu touched the top of the door frame with his new white gloves, a dark gray mark appeared on the white gloves, and he immediately classified it as a problem. If all the restaurants were to meet this standard, not to mention the restaurants on the street, they would be punished to close down. Even the barracks of the army would not be qualified. Now, this group of people were picking bones from all kinds of eggs in the kitchen. Tianming also followed behind everyone proudly, and from time to time, he would cast a mocking look at Manager Liu. There's oil on this stove. Inspector Wu was making a fuss. Manager Liu's heart sank, and he quickly walked over. At first glance, he was so angry that he almost fainted. There was a small drop of oil on the clean stove that was almost invisible to the naked eye. It was probably accidentally dropped on it by the chefs when they were preparing the dishes. It was obvious that it had been wiped, but not completely wiped clean. In fact, it was only the first day of the opening of Lingji private kitchen. The entire kitchen was bright and clean. It could be said that it was much cleaner than the kitchen of most restaurants. But no matter how clean it was, it couldn't withstand someone picking bones from an egg. Director Wu, this is just a small mark, I don't think. Manager Liu tried to suppress his anger. Are you going to check or should I check? Inspector Wu rebuked him, do I still need you to teach me the standard of inspection? I don't dare. Manager Liu swallowed his anger and said. Director Wu glanced at Manager Liu and said, the kitchen's hygiene is not up to standard. You'll be fined 5,000 yuan and suspended for half a month. After half a month, we can resume business after we review it. Otherwise, we'll suspend the operation indefinitely. Manager Liu was shocked and couldn't help but shout, what? It will be closed for half a month? You have an opinion? Inspector Wu glanced at Manager Liu and asked coldly. Inspector Wu will accept the fine, but closing for half a month is too much. Manager Liu gritted his teeth and said, you all know what happened today. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Lu Fengwen. What do you mean by that? Inspector Wu shouted, are you saying that I'm abusing my power to take revenge? Manager Liu thought to himself, even a fool can see it. What's the point of acting? Both sides had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, and Manager Liu was not prepared to tolerate it any longer. He snorted coldly and said, isn't it? Ask yourself, is there really a problem with our shop? And look at these tickets in my hand. Inspector Wu glared at Manager Liu and said, it's not up to you to decide if there's a problem, we have the final say. I think there's something wrong with your attitude. Brothers, check it again. This kitchen is so big. I'm afraid we can find 8 to 10 problems. Inspector Wu's gang of scoundrels laughed and responded, then began to split up to look for the problem. The rag is too dirty. The bacteria level is over the limit. The sewage outlet doesn't meet the standard. The hygiene of the refrigerator is terrible. The ingredients are going bad. That's a big problem. In a short while, this group of people had found 6 or 7 problems out of nothing. Manager Liu was shaking with anger. He pointed at Director Wu and the others and said, You've gone too far. Inspector Wu walked up to Manager Liu and stared at him coldly. He said, we're bullying you, so what? Who asked you to be so insensible? Tianming laughed proudly and said, Old Liu, didn't your boss teach you? Not everyone can be offended. Manager Liu panted and pointed at Inspector Wu and his men. You're abusing your power too. Get back at me. I'm going to report this to your superiors. Director Wu took an exaggerated step back and said, I'm so scared. Please don't report me. Oh right, my supervisor is Principal Tian's father. Our Chief Tian is the most impartial and incorruptible person, please don't report me. Otherwise, I'll be out of luck. The group of people immediately burst into laughter. Tian Mingyi laughed so hard that he was almost in tears. He laughed as he pointed at Inspector Wu and said, "Brother Wu, you're so funny. It's such a waste not to be an actor." Inspector Wu laughed and said, "Lu Fengwen, I see that you're not fully awake yet. Report? You can go now. Do you want me to tell you the number of our bureau?" Manager Lu gritted his teeth and felt a burst of sadness in his heart. The king of hell was easy to see, but the little devil was difficult to deal with. This was the most true portrayal. At this moment, Inspector Wu's face suddenly darkened and he said, "In view of the many problems exposed during the inspection of Ling Ji's private kitchen, the kitchen problem is particularly prominent. Food safety is not a trivial matter. Our joint inspection team has decided that Ling Ji's private kitchen will be suspended for 2 months. After that, Director Wu took the blank notice from a staff member of the Health Inspection Bureau and filled it out. He then provocatively patted Manager Lu on the chest and said, "If you have any objections to our decision, you can apply for a review through our higher-ups. Of course, you're free to report whoever you want." When Manager Lu heard that the suspension of business for half a month had been reduced to 2 months, he couldn't help but be shocked. He picked up the suspension notice with a wooden expression, full of sorrow. At this time, Tian Mingyi walked to Manager Lu proudly and said, "Old Lu, you can't just offend anyone. Next time, remember to be more open, if you can still run this broken restaurant." After he finished speaking, Tian Mingyi laughed and greeted, "Brothers, let's go. No one is allowed to skip Diju nightclub tonight." "All right. Thank you, Principal Tian." Principal Tian is so forthright. A group of people surrounded Tian Mingyi as they walked out. After turning around a row of food racks, Tian Mingyi and the others saw a group of people standing at the door. In the middle of them was a middle-aged man who was looking at them coldly. His gaze was like a sharp sword. The middle-aged man was Song Qiming, the Deputy Secretary of the Southeast Province's Provincial Committee and the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee of Sanshan City. On the way from the door to the kitchen, Ling Xiaotian had already briefly reported the entire situation to Song Qiming. The more Song Qiming listened, the angrier he became. Putting aside the relationship between Ling Xiaotian and Xia Ruofei, the actions of Tian Mingyi and Director Wu could be said to be extremely bold and unscrupulous. They completely treated themselves as local tyrants. Just because they had the right to supervise these food and beverage enterprises, they did whatever they wanted. If all the basic-level civil servants had such quality and character, then how chaotic would the governance of the 3 mountains under his rule be? Of course, this might be an extremely rare case, but Song Qiming could not tolerate it. He wasn't a clean freak, and it was impossible for someone who didn't know how to be flexible to reach such a high leadership position. However, this didn't mean that he had no principles. On the contrary, he could accept the exchange and game of political interests. But he couldn't tolerate the unscrupulous abuse of power by the grassroots civil servants who were directly facing the public. Besides, this shop was backed by Xia Ruofei. Even Elder Song held him in high regard, and he had even saved his daughter's life. Political influence aside, Xia Ruofei's superb medical skills were enough to make Song Qiming value him. It was no exaggeration to say that befriending Xia Ruofei was the same as giving himself an extra life. Therefore, Song Qiming had made up his mind to punish her severely. A new official would have to make 3 fires. The first fire would be to build up the cadre team and build up the style of work. Song Qiming said murderously in his heart. Song Qiming was not in a hurry to enter the kitchen. He just stood quietly at the door and saw the ugly state of Tianming and the others. Song Qiming's anger burned even more fiercely. The arrogance and shamelessness of these people were beyond his imagination. Manager Liu was walking behind the group of people with his head hung low. The first person he saw was not the unfamiliar Song Qiming, but Ling Xiaotian, who was standing beside him. "Chairman, you're here," Manager Liu quickly called out. Manager Liu also smiled bitterly. In his heart, "I don't know if the chairman has taken the wrong medicine today. The problem could have been solved by giving in, but he has to go against them. Now, even the notice of suspension of business for rectification has been issued. What's the use of you coming here?" After Tianming heard this, he had the preconceived notion that Song Qiming, who was standing in the middle, was the chairman that Manager Liu had mentioned. He walked over casually and said, "You're the owner of this shop? There's a big problem with your shop. Just now, Inspector Wu has already given you guys a notice to stop your operations for rectification. It's too late for you to plead for mercy now, so just focus on the rectification." "Who are you?" Song Qiming asked, coldly. Tianming disdainfully curled his lips and said, "You're quite a busybody. What does my identity have to do with you? It was better to think about how to rectify it. Don't close down after only half a day, impudent." Song Qiming rebuked angrily, "What is the purpose of our party? To serve the people. Is this how you guys serve? He's simply lawless. Yo. Yo, yo. Where did this big-tailed wolf come from?" Inspector Wu said contemptuously, "You're pretty good at using the official language. People who don't know better would think that you're a fucking secretary of the municipal government." "Shut up." Guangxi shuddered at Inspector Wu's words. He quickly squeezed past Ling Xiaotian to the front and said angrily, "This is the Secretary of the Municipal Government, Mr. Song Qiming. What unit are you all from? You're simply a bastard." "He's the Secretary of the Municipal Government?" Tianming sneered, "Then I'm still a fucking secretary of the provincial government." The group of people brought by Inspector Wu burst into laughter. Only Inspector Wu felt that something was not right. He had a bad feeling about this. He looked at Song Qiming. Song Qiming's face was as calm as water. His eyes were cold as he looked at the group of demons and monsters. Inspector Wu's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but rub his eyes and secretly size up Song Qiming. He had a tall and burly figure, a dignified square face, a pair of bright eyes, and a neat back of hair. The more Inspector Wu looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. Although Song Qiming had not been in office for long, he appeared in the local news of Sanshan almost every day. The general public might not care too much, and many people did not even know that the secretary of the municipal government had been replaced, but the civil servants would more or less pay attention to it. This was a major event in the officialdom. Even though Inspector Wu was just a minor official, he was extremely good at currying favor with others. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get close to Tianming. Hence, he read the news of the Three Mountains almost every day. He had assumed that Song Qiming was Ling Xiaotian, and since he was different from the one he saw on TV, he did not recognize him. Besides, he would never have dreamed that the dignified secretary of the municipal government would suddenly come to such a private restaurant. How could he be so small? After Guangxi Chao's outburst of anger at Tian Mingyi, director Wu finally felt that something was wrong. He secretly looked at Song Qiming a few times. His heart started to tremble, and his legs went soft. This person really seemed to be Secretary Song. At that moment, Inspector Wu was so dejected that he almost fainted. At this time, Tian Mingyi was still proudly saying, "There are really all kinds of people these days, there's even someone who impersonates the city's secretary." Shut up. Inspector Wu was so scared that he immediately shouted to stop him. Tian Mingyi was also shocked by Inspector Wu. He looked at Inspector Wu with a strange expression and said, "Brother Wu, what's wrong?" However, Inspector Wu did not have the time to explain to Tian Mingyi. He almost rolled and crawled to Song Qiming and stuttered, "Song. Hee. Secretary. Song. Hee." His teeth couldn't help but chatter, and he couldn't even speak properly. His back was also drenched in cold sweat. After Inspector Wu said that, the kitchen suddenly became quiet. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard clearly. Everyone's mouth was wide open as they looked at Superintendent Wu and Song Qiming in disbelief. Panic slowly spread in the dead silence. Was this person really a secretary of the municipal government? Tian Mingyi couldn't believe it, but he had to believe it. Unless Director Wu suddenly lost his mind, how could he be so scared? Tian Mingyi felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, chilling him from head to toe. His legs couldn't help but tremble, and he even felt the urge to pee spreading. Just now, he had spoken rudely to Secretary Song and said a lot of sarcastic words. It was really a moment of pleasure to ridicule, but now even his intestines were about to turn green with regret when he thought of the unscrupulous words he had just said. To the big shot of the provincial party committee and the head of the Three Mountains, Tian Mingyi almost fainted. Perhaps it would be easier if he fainted. Every second was torture to him now. Song Qiming remained silent as he scanned the group of people with his cold eyes. No one dared to meet Song Qiming's stern gaze. They all lowered their heads guiltily. Inspector Wu gathered his courage and said, "Secretary Song, we are a joint inspection team formed by the Health, Environmental Protection, Safety Supervision, Industry and Commerce, Tax, Urban Management, and other departments. We are conducting a surprise inspection of this restaurant. Just now, we didn't recognize you, so." Song Qiming looked at Inspector Wu and asked, "A surprise inspection? Did you find any problems?" Inspector Wu hesitated for a moment, and his eyes flashed with a difficult look. Even a fool could tell that Song Qiming was on the hotel's side. Moreover, the problems that they had found were not valid at all. If the other party had no power or influence, they could still find fault with them no matter how ridiculous the problems were. However, if they still brought it up now, they would be treating Secretary Song as a fool. Seeing this, Ling Xiaotian blinked his eyes at Manager Liu without saying anything. Manager Liu, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, immediately understood and came forward. He said loudly, "Secretary Song, they found 17 major and minor problems. They issued a fine for every problem and even gave us a notice to close down for 2 months. Manager Liu handed the stack of tickets and notice to Song Qiming with both hands. Song Qiming took it, and Inspector Wu quickly said, "Secretary Song, these questions." Song Qiming raised his head and looked at Inspector Wu coldly. Inspector Wu swallowed back his weak explanation. Song Qiming started to look at the ticket in his hand. "There's oil on the stove, the rag isn't clean, and the ingredients aren't fresh," Song Qiming read as he read. "There are so many problems." Song Qiming's lips curled into a mocking smile. Tian Mingy and the others were all silent, so Director Wu could only bite the bullet and say, "Secretary Song, our law enforcement standards might be a little strict. The city is recently building a civilized city, and the higher-ups have instructed us to vigorously rectify the food and beverage industry, so you guys can pick bones from an egg?" Song Qiming raised his head and stared into Inspector Wu's eyes. He asked coldly, "You think you can create problems without any problems? Can you explain to me what's with the condiments and cooking oil on the stove?" Inspector Wu's body trembled and he stammered, unable to say a word. It was the scene where his gang of scoundrels had overturned the seasoning box in front of Manager Liu, then poured some vegetable oil on it and made it manually. When Song Qiming arrived at the entrance of the kitchen, he happened to witness the ugly scene. Seeing was believing. He had heard so much from Ling Xiaotian along the way, but the anger in his heart was not as great as when he had witnessed the scene with his own eyes. Director Wu was completely at a loss. Song Qiming snorted and looked at Tian Mingy. He asked indifferently, "Which unit are you from?" It was Tian Mingy who was the most arrogant just now. Even after Chao Guangxi revealed Song Qiming's identity, he was still sneering at him, so Song Qiming remembered him first. Tian Mingy was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. Under Song Qiming's imposing gaze, he said in fear, Report. Secretary Song, I'm the vice principal of the primary school." Song Qiming's expression turned cold. "Then, can you explain why you're here? You're the vice principal of an elementary school. Why are you here? Could it be that the scope of joint law enforcement has been expanded to include primary schools?" Secretary Song, Tian Mingy's face was full of tears. He didn't know how to explain. In fact, he couldn't explain it. They were not in the right at all. Song Qiming looked at Tian Mingy in disgust. He was no longer interested in talking to such a small fry. He said directly to Guangxi Chao, "Little Chao, call the leaders of the other units and tell them to come to me to get their people." "Yes." Guangxi Chao said immediately. Tian Mingy, Inspector Wu, and the others almost fell to the ground when they heard this. They knew that their political lives had completely come to an end, and for someone like Tian Mingy, it was very likely that even his father would be implicated. To ordinary restaurant owners, a vice director of the health bureau like Tian Feilong was a god that they could never offend. However, for Song Qiming, who was a secretary of the municipal government, he could deal with Tian Feilong with just a few words. Song Qiming then turned to Ling Xiaotian and said in a friendly manner, "Chairman Ling, please find a room and send a few security guards to keep an eye on these people." Ling Xiaotian immediately replied, "All right. Anyway, they've chased away all the guests tonight, so there are still many empty rooms." Song Qiming said apologetically, "Chairman Ling, I will definitely get justice for what happened today." "Thank you, Secretary Song," Ling Xiaotian said sincerely. Song Qiming smiled and nodded. He turned to Guangxi Chao and said, "After they Arrive, tell them to claim the people from their respective units and wait in the private room. Okay, Secretary Song. Guangxi Chao quickly said. At this moment, Xia Ruofei, who had been watching from the side, smiled and said, Secretary Song. Let's go to the private room. That's right. Ruofei, Qingxue, please take good care of Secretary Song's family. I'd like to personally cook a few dishes for Secretary Song to express my gratitude. Ling Xiaotian chimed in. Song Qiming laughed and said, it's rare for a rich man like Chairman Ling to cook personally. It seems like I'm in for a treat today. It's our honor to have Secretary Song visiting our restaurant, Ling Xiaotian quickly replied. What's the big deal about me cooking a few dishes? Secretary Song, please. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue led the way, and they soon arrived at Flying Snow Pavilion. Song Qiming also praised the elegant and quiet environment of Flying Snow Pavilion. After everyone sat down in the private room, Ling Qingxue immediately sat down beside the coffee table and personally made tea for everyone. Xia Ruofei knew what Song Qiming and his family were thinking. He did not want them to eat with a heavy heart. Hence, he smiled and said, Uncle Song, Auntie Fong, since there's still some time, let me do a checkup for Song Wei first. Once the treatment plan for the next stage is settled, you can all eat in peace. Xia Ruofei still addressed Song Qiming as Secretary Song in front of outsiders. However, since everyone in the room was his own people, Xia Ruofei followed Song Qiming's request and addressed him as Uncle Song. Xia Ruofei had briefly told Ling Qingxue about the situation, including Song Wei's illness, so she was not too surprised. She continued to concentrate on making tea. The tea leaves she used were the top-grade de Hong Pao that Xia Ruofei had given to Ling Xiaotian. Song Qiming and Fong Liyun were overjoyed. Then I'll have to trouble you, Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled at Song Wei and said, come on. I'll take your pulse first. Song Wei smiled and sat down on the chair beside Xia Ruofei. She reached out her white arm and placed it on the armrest. After Xia Ruofei had absorbed the Chinese medicine knowledge from the human-shaped jade talisman, his medical skills were on a completely different level from when he treated Song Wei. He reached out his fingers and placed them on Song Wei's pulse. His actions were like that of a master. Xia Ruofei's eyes were closed and his expression was calm as usual. After a long while, he opened his eyes with a smile. When Song Qiming and his wife saw Xia Ruofei's expression, they were already half relieved. When they heard Xia Ruofei's words, they heaved a long sigh of relief. Xia Ruofei smiled. She's doing very well. The poison in her body has been reduced by a lot. It seems like the first course of treatment was right. Ruofei, your diagnosis is the same as the blood test results in room 301. The next treatment, Xia Ruofei smiled. Auntie Fong, I prepared the medicine for the next course of treatment. You can take it back later. Just take it according to the first course of treatment. Song Qiming laughed happily. It seems that Ruofei has already prepared for this. Otherwise, why would he have prepared the medicine in advance? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, confidence is one thing, but you still have to personally check it before you have the confidence. Doctors had to be responsible for their patients. Moreover, Song Wei is the apple of your eye. Song Wei blushed and said, Ruofei, thank you so much for this. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome. We're all on the same side. Ling Qingxue, who was brewing tea, could not help but steal a glance at Xia Ruofei. She thought to herself, this guy always smiles when he sees a beautiful woman. His service attitude is so good. Could he be interested in Secretary Song's daughter? However, Ling Qingxue quickly realized that she was overthinking things. What kind of status did Secretary Song have? Besides, their family already knew that Xia Ruofei and she were a couple. Under such circumstances, how could Xia Ruofei have any ideas about Song Wei? Even though Ling Qingxue's mind was running wild, her hands were still moving. Very quickly, a strong aroma of tea filled the room. Secretary Song, Madam Song, please have some tea. Ling Qingxue placed the teacups in front of the two of them. With a smile. Thank you. Song Qiming and Fang Liyun knew that Ling Qingxue was Xia Ruofei's girlfriend, so they were very kind to her. On the other hand, Song Wei did not wait for Ling Qingxue to get up. She took the initiative to bring a cup of tea over and said with a smile, I'll get it myself. Thank you, Sister Qingxue. Song Qiming sniffed the fragrance of the tea and took a sip. He looked intoxicated. After a while, he praised, good tea. Miss Ling, I didn't expect to be able to taste such good de hong pao here. Secretary Song, Ruofei gave these tea leaves to my father, Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Song Qiming laughed and said, so it's Ruofei's gift to his father-in-law. Then he would definitely have to use the best tea leaves. Eh? Ruofei, why do I feel that the taste of this tea is a little familiar? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Secretary Song, did you drink at Elder Song's place? I've also sent some of these tea leaves to the old chief. Song Qiming immediately said, now that you mention it, I remember it. It's true. I asked the old chief for some of these tea leaves, but he refused to give it to me. If Secretary Song likes it, I'll send some over later, Xia Ruofei laughed. Then I'll thank you in advance. Song Qiming was overjoyed. Fang Liyun looked at her husband in disdain and said, Old Song, we haven't even thanked Ruofei for treating Wei Wei's illness. Why are you still asking him for tea leaves? Song Qiming put on an innocent expression and said, I didn't ask for it from Ruofei. He was the one who gave it to me. Fang Liyun rolled her eyes at Song Qiming. Since you've already said that, can they not give it to you? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Auntie Fang, it's nothing. These tea leaves were grown at home, so they're not worth much. Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up as she watched from the side. She could tell that Xia Ruofei was very close to Song Qiming's family. Song Qiming did not put on any airs in front of Xia Ruofei. He spoke to Xia Ruofei as an equal. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but feel proud of herself. Just as everyone was chatting happily, Ling Xiaotian had also put on his white chef's uniform and was personally busy in the kitchen. Tian Mingi and the others still wanted to beg Ling Xiaotian for mercy, but Ling Xiaotian called for the security guards to rudely chase them out of the kitchen. Right now, Ling Ran's first priority was to prepare the next few dishes. He had long since loathed this group of people who used public tools for their own purposes and were unscrupulous to the extreme, so how could he be nice to them? Ling Xiaotian was personally busy in the kitchen, and the restaurant's chef, who was also his direct disciple, was assisting by the side. Soon, a few dishes with the characteristics of the three mountains were cooked. Lychee meat, stir, fried double crisps, clam soup, tofu, pork trotters with taro. The traditional three mountain cuisines tended to be sweet. Considering that Song Qiming's family lived in the southwest region all year round, Ling Xiaotian thought that their taste might be a little spicier. Thus, he personally led the chef of Lingji private kitchen to make several traditional Sichuan cuisines such as fish with pickled vegetables and duck's blood. When Ling Xiaotian personally led the service staff to the flying snow pavilion with the food cart, they could hear the sound of laughter coming from inside. Ling Qingshua's voice could be heard as well. They must be having a good chat. Ling Xiaotian was also extremely happy. He knocked on the door and brought the waiter into the room. He smiled and said, "Secretary Song, sorry to keep you waiting." Song Qiming stood up personally and said with a gentle smile, "President Ling, thank you for your hard work. Come and sit down." Putting aside Xia Ruofei's relationship with Ling Xiaotian, it was a big deal for a billionaire to cook for him. When Xia Ruofei saw the waiter serving the dishes, he suddenly remembered that he had prepared a Buddha jumps over the wall soup. He smiled and said, "Uncle Ling, please take care of Secretary Song and the rest. I have also prepared a gift for your opening. Go and get it from the car." Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. Before he smiled and said, "You child, we're family, so why did you prepare a present? Besides, it's not too late to take the present after dinner." Xia Ruofei laughed. "My gift can only be given before the meal. Please wait a moment." With that, Xia Ruofei stood up and left the room quickly. Ling Xiaotian looked at Song Qiming and smiled as he shook his head. "This child, she's keeping us in suspense, young people. You're full of energy." Song Qiming smiled and said, "Our Weiwei is too quiet. She's a girl and she likes to study ancient tombs and unsolved cases in history all day long." Song Wei pouted and said, "Dad, aren't we talking about Ruofei? Why are you talking about me again?" Song Qiming laughed and said, "Why can't I scold you? Speaking of which, you're 1 or 2 years younger than Ruofei." Xia Ruofei quickly walked through the courtyards and arrived at the parking lot. He took out the thermal box from the trunk and returned to Flying Snow Pavilion. "Ruofei, what is that thing? You're so mysterious." Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei laughed as he placed the thermal container on the table. He opened the buckle and said, "The answer will be revealed soon." With that, Xia Ruofei opened the lid of the thermal container and put on a pair of heat-resistant gloves that he had prepared in advance. He then took out the small wine jar with the Buddha jumps over the wall inside. Xia Ruofei had kept them in suspense for so long that Song Qiming's family and Ling Xiaotian's father and daughter's attention had long been drawn over. When they saw Xia Ruofei take out a small Shaoxing wine jar, they all felt very strange. Could it be that after all that effort, all he got was a jar of wine? Only Ling Xiaotian was slightly surprised. If it was just a jar of wine, why would Ying be so careful to keep it in a cooler box? He also noticed that Xia Ruofei had put on heat-resistant gloves when he took the wine jar. Thus, Ling Xiaotian immediately asked, with some hesitation, "Ruofei, this is the Buddha jumps over the wall soup?" The reason why he was a little hesitant was that he felt that it was a little too unexpected for his future son-in-law to give him a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall. He was a chef with very good culinary skills. Moreover, Lingji Private Kitchen was a private kitchen restaurant with the characteristics of Sanshan. It was natural that Buddha jumps over the wall was on the menu. Not only did Ling Xiaotian know how to cook this dish, even his disciples knew how to cook it. Under such circumstances, Xia Ruofei would give a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall as a congratulatory gift. No matter how he thought about it, it felt a little strange. Therefore, even though Ling Xiaotian had some guesses, he was not sure. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's Buddha jumps over the wall. However, my Buddha jumps over the wall is a little different from the Buddha jumps over the wall that you guys usually eat. Since Secretary Song is here today, I'll treat everyone to my cooking." Song Qiming said with great interest, "This is the most famous dish in the 3 mountains. Did Ruofei personally cook it? Then we'll have to try it." Ling Xiaotian felt like laughing at the fact that he had been making Buddha jumps over the wall for decades. This kid actually used a jar of his own Buddha jumps over the wall as a congratulatory gift? This was really a bit of a loner. However, he did not want to embarrass Xia Ruofei in front of Song Qiming's family. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect Ruofei to know how to cook. Then our Qingxue will be in for a treat in the future." Ling Qingshua's face heated up, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "How can his cooking skills be compared to yours?" "I think." Ling Qingxue stopped mid-sentence as a unique fragrance began to fill the room. Xia Ruofei had already opened the jar that was sealed with lotus leaves. Sealing was also a crucial process in making the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Obviously, Xia Ruofei had done this almost perfectly. When Xia Ruofei took out the small Shaoxing wine jar, it looked ordinary and the taste inside did not leak out at all. However, when Xia Ruofei opened the sealed lotus leaves at the mouth of the jar, the strong fragrance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Ling Xiaotian was no exception. He even took a few deep breaths without caring about his image, and his face revealed a look of surprise. "Not bad, Ruofei." Song Qiming chuckled. "Just the smell alone is enough to make me want to eat." Secretary Song, "Auntie Fong, please have a taste." Xia Ruofei said immediately. After that, Xia Ruofei called for the waiter to bring a few bowls over and personally served everyone food. There were dozens of main ingredients and secondary ingredients in the Buddha jumps over the wall dish. There was also some attention to the cooking. For example, precious ingredients such as abalone, sea cucumber, fish pond, and fish glue were naturally required in every bowl. In addition, the special pigeon eggs and pig's feet were also distributed equally. Soon, Xia Ruofei had filled up a few large bowls. The waiter immediately came over to serve the bowls to Song Qiming and the others. After the stirring just now, the extremely alluring fragrance was even stronger. Dozens of precious ingredients affected each other, and after the secret recipe of the Chinese medicine, the smell was very special. As if it could arouse the cravings in people's hearts. Song Qiming picked up his chopsticks and said with a smile, "Ruofei, then we won't be polite." Xia Ruofei stretched out his hand and made a pleased gesture. Then, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and started to cook Buddha jumps over the wall. This was his first time cooking Buddha jumps over the wall, and he did not even remove the seal after it was done. Hence, he was very excited to see what it would taste like. The two youngest sisters, in-law, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, were the fastest. Even beautiful women could not resist the temptation of delicious food. They quickly picked up their chopsticks and spoons, and chose the tiger skin pigeon egg at the same time. They blew on it while putting it into their mouths. They carefully bit through the skin, tested the temperature, and then took a big bite. On the other side, Song Qiming, his wife, and Ling Xiaotian had also picked their favorite dishes and started tasting them. After Song Qiming tasted a piece of abalone, he immediately praised it. It tastes really good. Ruofei, I've tried Buddha jumps over the wall twice since I came to the Three Mountains, but it wasn't as good as the one you made today. Song Qiming was the leader of the provincial party committee. Although he had not been in office for a long time, he had attended some foreign affairs activities or press conferences to receive foreign guests. The Buddha jumps over the wall that was served on such occasions was naturally the most authentic. It was custom made directly from the origin of the Buddha jumps over the wall, Jiuquan garden. However, just as Song Qiming had said, even the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall from Jiuquan garden did not taste as good as the one he had made today. After tasting the 2 pieces of duck meat, Fang Liyun also said a lot of words of praise. Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Ling Xiaotian didn't express their opinions. The 2 beautiful women were busy with their mouths. After eating the shark's fin, they immediately ate the sea cucumber and didn't have time to talk. Ling Xiaotian was even more shocked. He was the most experienced person today. He had only taken a bite of the fish gelatin and the Buddha jumps over the wall soup and immediately felt that Xia Ruofei's special gift was different from the rest. Ling Xiaotian immediately savored the other ingredients carefully. Then, he closed his eyes, revealing an intoxicated expression. After a long while, Ling Xiaotian finally said, Ruofei, I'm really in awe of you. I've been a veteran chef who has been cooking Buddha jumps over the wall for decades. I feel like I've finally tasted the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall today. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed as he said, Uncle Ling, it's actually my first time. Ling Xiaotian's eyes widened as he sighed, you are too much of a blow. A burst of laughter suddenly came from the private room. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, Dad, you're an expert. Tell us what's so special about Ruofei's jar of Buddha jumps over the wall. Song Qiming and the others smiled and nodded. They all thought that Xia Ruofei's Buddha jumps over the wall was very delicious, but they could not put their finger on how it was good. Among the people present, only Ling Xiaotian had the most say. Ling Xiaotian looked at Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression. He cleared his throat and said, because the Buddha jumps over the wall requires a very rich variety of ingredients, some people who don't understand this dish think that it's just a pot of stew. In fact, this is a big mistake. From the moment the ingredients were selected, the Buddha jumps over the wall soup had to be meticulous. Some people say that it's already a cooking art. As Ling Xiaotian spoke, he used his chopsticks to pick up a few ingredients from his bowl and said, it's obvious that Ruofei's Buddha jumps over the wall soup is a dish of perfection in the selection of ingredients, especially the abalone, which is a very high quality reticulated abalone. The meat is soft and tough, and the taste is excellent. The other ingredients are also top-notch. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but nod to himself. It seemed that his future father-in-law was really a knowledgeable person. Since the abalone had grown up in the sea of the spirit map space, it was undoubtedly the best among all the ingredients. Ling Xiaotian continued, the processing of the ingredients is also the most important thing in the cooking process of the Buddha jumps over the wall. Even the order of placing and stewing is very particular. The process of processing single shark's fin was complicated. First, it had to be boiled, the sand had to be removed, the fat meat was covered, and then it was steamed in a steamer over a strong fire. When it was taken out, the fat meat had to be removed. Then, it was put together with the swelling of the abalone, fish belly, and fish lips, and then stewed in the prepared chicken soup to soften the taste. Of course, this is the process of processing the ingredients that I know. Perhaps Ruofei has his own secret, which is why this jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup is so different. Song Qiming and the others could not help but nod. An expert was indeed an expert. What he said made sense. Ling Xiaotian looked at Xia Ruofei, but he smiled and did not speak. It was as if he did not want to reveal the secret behind it. Ling Xiaotian smiled and continued, let's take a look at this Buddha jumps over the wall. First, let's talk about the thick brown color of the soup. Moreover, the rich colloid of the ingredients has been boiled in the soup. After drinking the soup, everyone can even feel their lips being glued together. This means that the colloid of the ingredients has fully entered the soup. There are so many delicacies from the sea and mountains, but the taste is not invasive at all. The taste within the taste is wonderful, like the twists and turns of the Wui mountain. There will be a feeling of twists and turns from time to time. The more Ling Xiaotian spoke, the more passionate he became. Shark's fin, abalone, chestnut, mushroom, pigeon's egg. The taste is rich, but not greasy, soft and smooth. One mouthful of it is rich, and the taste is endless. Well said. Song Qiming smiled and said, after Chairman Ling's explanation, we finally realized that there are so many details in this small jar of Buddha jumps over the wall. If you can fly, you'll be amazing. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything humble, Song Wei smiled and said, I also have some feelings. This warm, non-competitive, and long-lasting Buddha jumps over the wall soup is like the happiness of knowing destiny without doubts. It's as if time has turned into a taste, and it has been passed down for 100 years. Xia Ruofei laughed, you guys. You're all praising me too much. Especially Song Wei. She's indeed a top student of Yenjing University. Your comments can be used as advertising lines. Just use it. Song Wei smiled. I won't charge you any copyright fees. Everyone laughed again. Xia Ruofei called out, come, eat. The Buddha jumps over the wall soup must be eaten while it's hot. The main dish of the banquet tonight was Xia Ruofei's Buddha jumps over the wall, as well as the Sanshan specialty that Ling Xiaotian had personally cooked. Ling Xiaotian used a large amount of Paradise brand vegetables to cook the dishes, and the wine he drank was naturally the specially made drunken eight immortals, which Xia Ruofei had added a solution from the petals of the spirit heart flower. He had also specially prepared 2 bottles of semelan, which had been aged in the spirit map space for the 3 ladies. Therefore, the standard of tonight's banquet was quite high. Even Song Qiming's family, who had seen many things, ate with relish and praised the food. The atmosphere of the dinner was quite good. Song Qiming did not put on any airs as a secretary of the municipal committee. He laughed and chatted with Ling Xiaotian, even asking about the business operations. The secretary's concern naturally made Ling Xiaotian very happy. He knew that from this day on, as long as his company operated legally in Sanshan City, he would not have to worry about those bad people. Everyone chatted as they ate. The dinner lasted for 3 hours, and everyone seemed to have forgotten that there was a large group of people sitting on pins and needles in a private room outside. Health, industry and commerce, taxation, safety supervision, urban management. The leaders of the units who participated in the joint inspection today rushed to the Ling's private kitchen in half an hour. Not only did the director of the health bureau come, but the deputy director, Tian Feilong, also rushed over, dragging his fat body. Guangxi Chao didn't attend Xia Ruofei's dinner because he had to deal with this matter. He only asked manager Lu to prepare a working meal for him. As for Tian, Mingy and the others, manager Lu naturally would not care about their lives and would just let them go hungry. In fact, none of these people could eat. They were all depressed. When the directors arrived at Ling Ji's private kitchen, Guangxi Chao was busy cooking a big bowl of seafood noodles. Manager Lu was going to prepare a sumptuous meal, but Guangxi Chao turned him down. As the secretary of the leader, he wasn't qualified to be there. He wanted a bowl of noodles to eat, not to mention the official business that the secretary had assigned to him. Guangxi Chao was so insistent, so manager Lu had to follow his wishes. However, this bowl of seafood noodles was also personally cooked by the chef, and there was not much noodles in it. Most of it was high-quality seafood. The bowl was almost full of ingredients like Big 9, section shrimp, abalone, and so on. Director Chao, director son of the Health Bureau, called out nervously. Guangxi Chao raised his head and looked at the leaders of the guilds. He said calmly, "All the leaders have arrived? Please go to the room next door to claim your own people. The secretary has given instructions, so we'll just wait in the room." These bureau chiefs didn't have the mood to claim anyone. Although they were confused at the beginning, the call was made by the secretary himself. Moreover, the matter involved Secretary Song. Therefore, they had already called to understand the situation on the way. These directors were all scared out of their wits, and in their hearts, they were even cursing the few people who participated in the joint inspection. They just wanted to get some information from Guangxi Chao. At least they wanted to know what the secretary's attitude was. Director son of the Health Bureau hesitated for a moment and said carefully, "Director Chao, it's all because of our poor management that our subordinates caused such a mess. They even offended Secretary Song. You guys shouldn't be saying this to me." Guangxi Chao finished the soup in his bowl. He put down his bowl and stood up. "Director son, let's wait for the secretary to finish his meal and see what he has to say." Although these directors were all at the same level, Guangxi Chao was more like a leader, and no one felt that it was out of place. How could the staff around a leader be judged by their level? Not to mention that they had a favor to ask of Guangxi Chao. Tian Mingyi's father, Tian Feilong, who was the deputy director of the Health Bureau, quickly said, "Director Chao, it's all my fault for not disciplining my child enough. That's why he's in such a big mess. You have to help us. Otherwise, if the secretary were to blame us." Guangxi Chao was polite to Director Sun and the others, but he didn't show Tian Feilong any respect. Tian Feilong's son had even scolded Secretary Song today. He was the instigator of today's incident. Guangxi Chao's face turned cold, and he asked, "Deputy Chief Tian, how do you want me to help you in this situation? I can tell you that the secretary is very angry. Everyone better be mentally prepared." "Alright, that's all I have to say. Everyone, go claim your own people." In the officialdom, the word vice was usually removed from a person's title. This was the most basic common sense. Guangxi Chao had directly called Tian Feilong Deputy Director Tian, which showed that he hated this man. When Director Sun and the others heard this, their hearts beat faster, and they all looked like they were about to cry. However, they knew that they couldn't count on Guangxi Chao, so they had to go to the next room to find out more about the situation. Thus, this group of bureau chiefs walked into the room. next door with extremely angry feelings. When the bureau chief saw the group of people who seemed to have lost their souls, they were instantly enraged. This was especially true for Tian Feilong. He rushed up and gave Tian Mingyi a big slap. A clear handprint immediately appeared on Tian Mingyi's cheek. It was clear that he had not held back at all. Dad, Tian Mingyi was also stunned. Don't call me Dad. Tian Feilong was so angry that his entire body was trembling. You bastard, will you only be happy when I'm dead? As he spoke, Tian Feilong couldn't help but want to beat up this scammer. Director Sun frowned and said in a deep voice, Old Tian, what are you doing? The most important thing now is to clarify the matter and quickly think of a way to remedy it. What Director Sun meant was, if you want to teach your son a lesson, go home. Today, everyone is in trouble because of your son. Who would have the mood to watch you act like a parent? Tian Feilong's raised hand stopped in mid-air, and he felt a little bitter. He could see that Director Sun was very dissatisfied with him. Tian Feilong fiercely glared at Tian Mingyi and said, Tell me everything that happened today. If you dare to hide anything, I'll beat you to death when I get home. Tian Mingyi didn't dare to hide anything. Secretary Song had caught him red-handed. Thus, he poured out everything that had happened today, and then said with a sad face, Dad, I really didn't know that this shop had such a powerful background. I didn't even know he was Secretary Song. After Tian Feilong heard this, his vision turned black and he almost fell to the ground. The situation was 100 times worse than he had imagined. His precious son had actually pointed at Secretary Song's nose and scolded him. Furthermore, these guys had been caught red-handed by Secretary Song. Under such circumstances, even if he had a glib tongue, he had no way of refuting it. Moreover, with Song Qiming's level, if he had made up his mind to deal with someone, would he need to listen to anyone's explanation? Tian Feilong was very clear about his own condition. He simply couldn't stand being inspected. He felt as if the sky was about to collapse. After Director Sun and several other directors heard this, they looked at Tian Feilong and his son with dissatisfaction. What should we do? Tian Feilong mumbled as he held his head in his hands. Director Sun looked at Tian Feilong in disgust and said coldly, What else can we do? We'll wait. After understanding the situation, Director Sun wasn't as worried as before that he would definitely be implicated in Wanwan's incident. After all, a director was in charge of the overall work, so he had to at least take responsibility as a leader. However, with Tian Feilong standing out, his situation wasn't as bad as he had imagined. As for Tian Feilong, Director Sun had already sentenced him to death in his heart. The atmosphere in the private room was unusually dull. No one spoke. And they just waited as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Under such circumstances, time seemed to pass by very slowly. Everyone felt extremely tormented. Most of these directors hadn't had time to eat dinner yet. Many of them had been called over by Guangxi Chao from the entertainment venues. They waited until past 9 o'clock. They were all hungry, but no one dared to complain. As for Manager Liu, he hated these people to the core, so he naturally wouldn't be kind enough to prepare dinner for them. Now that he knew that Secretary Song was personally supporting his store, he was quite confident. At around 9:30, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. Director Sun and the others looked up at the same time. They saw Guang Zhiqiao standing at the door, making a gesture for Song Qiming to enter. Then, the tall figure of Song Qiming strode in. After Song Qiming came in, Ling Xiaotian, his daughter, and Xia Ruofei also came in. As for Fang Liyun and Song Wei, they did not come in to help Song Qiming with his work. They had never participated or interfered with his work. It was a habit they had for many years. Director Sun and the others stood up immediately. Secretary Song. Good day. Secretary. Everyone greeted Song Qiming guiltily. Song Qiming's sharp gaze swept across the people in the room, then he asked calmly, everyone's here? Secretary, all the directors and directors from 7 different departments are here, Guang Zhiqiao said immediately. Since we're all here, let's have a live meeting today. Song Qiming nodded. Then, Song Qiming took out a stack of tickets and the notice of suspension of business from his pocket and said, Comrades, this is a new restaurant that has only been open for less than a day. Whether it's the kitchen or the private rooms, they are almost spotless. However, our so-called joint inspection team found 10 to 20 problems and even issued a notice to close down for rectification. Is this a normal phenomenon? Song Qiming looked at everyone with dignity and continued, whichever unit issued the fine, the head of that unit will come and collect it. Take a good look at the absurd reasons and basis for punishment written here. If you're interested, you can go to the kitchen and private room that was fined by our public officials. Then ask yourself, is this how you serve the people? Then, Song Qiming slammed the stack of penalty slips on the table. It was as if this slap had hit the hearts of these directors, and everyone's heart trembled. How would the directors dare to check again? They didn't even dare to look at the tickets, and even kept reflecting on themselves. Each of their attitudes were very fearful and reverent, as if they had made a huge mistake. In fact, the directors all knew what these fines were. Just now, Tian Mingyi didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything. As for Tian Mingyi, Inspector Wu, and the others, they were like frost-beaten eggplants. They all lowered their heads and didn't even dare to breathe. Manager Liu, who was standing outside the door, felt an indescribable pleasure when he saw this group of people, who had been arrogant before, become like this. Manager Liu had been working in the service industry for so many years and had suffered many similar vexations. Basically, as long as the government was in front of them, they were all big bosses. Today, Manager Liu really had a feeling of being able to hold his head high. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced this feeling. Investigate this matter thoroughly, Song Qiming said calmly. Give me your decision on how to deal with it tomorrow. Yes, Secretary Song. The directors responded one after another. They heaved a sigh of relief. At least, Secretary Song had no intention of holding them responsible. As for the life and death of Director Wu and the others, these directors didn't care at all. They had long hated this group of people in their hearts. Not to mention, after such a thing had happened, their political lives were long over. Who would care about them? Secretary Song was going to deal with the results tomorrow, and it had to be very strict. Otherwise, if the secretary was not satisfied, the bureau chiefs would have to bear the consequences. Not to mention that a few of them were contract workers. Even if they were official civil servants, it was not a big deal to be fired. They could only blame this group of people for being blind. They were used to being arrogant and domineering and had encountered many ghosts at night. This time, they had kicked an iron plate, no, it was simply a red, hot iron plate. Therefore, the next day, the opinions on the handling of the personnel involved were quickly issued by each unit, and it was unprecedentedly strict. All the contract-based employees were dismissed, and the public officials were also given various disciplinary actions according to the severity of the matter, such as being transferred from the city, etc. Tian Mingyi and Director Wu were directly dismissed from public office. After dealing with this group of people, the directors also secretly heaved sighs of relief. However, what happened next proved that these bureau chiefs were happy too early. The next day, Song Qiming talked to the mayor, the deputy secretary, and a few other key members of the standing committee. Soon, a big rectification to strengthen the work style was carried out in full swing in the city. The reorganization this time was mainly aimed at the bureaucratic style of some departments, which was difficult to enter, ugly, and difficult to handle, as well as the abuse of power by a few units and public officials. The reorganization of the staff was the first fire that Song Qiming started after he took office. This fire hurt many people. Many units and departments were used to doing this, but it had now become a work-style problem. The municipal party committee had sent many supervision teams to investigate the matter. Almost every day, a group of negative examples that violated the municipal party committee's style and rectification spirit would be publicized. Almost all the civil servants in Sanshan City were on tenterhooks, afraid that the sharp sword hanging over their heads would fall. Many of the working units in Sanshan City were in high spirits. The citizens' reactions were also quite excited. The public could feel the simplification of procedures and the strengthening of service awareness. Therefore, there were more and more praises for Song Qiming, the new secretary, on the local forums. At the same time, under Song Qiming's instructions, the Sanshan City Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Procurator's Anti-Corruption Bureau cooperated to carry out a series of secret investigations. Just a week after the reorganization, the website of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection suddenly announced the news of many division-level cadres being investigated for being suspected of breaking the law. Among them were Tian Feilong, the deputy director of the Health Bureau, and 2 other directors. Their people had also participated in the joint inspection team that day. Director Sun of the Health Bureau was quite lucky. He was not found to have violated any discipline or law. However, his management of the unit was seriously inadequate, and the construction of the unit was in a mess. There was also a corrupt person like Tian Feilong. As the director, he could not absolve himself from the blame. Soon, Director Sun was dismissed and transferred to the City Association of Science and Technology to serve as a deputy director who enjoyed the treatment of a director. This had already announced the end of his political life in advance. A director was the highest level he could reach in his life. The only thing he could do now was to wait for his retirement at the Qingshui Yamen. Of course, this was all a story for later. Back to the night of the incident, Song Qiming left the room. After saying that, after Song Qiming left, the directors quickly led their subordinates out of Ling Ji's private kitchen. They were secretly in awe of this newly opened restaurant and decided to remind their subordinates not to come and provoke this restaurant and cause trouble for themselves. Flying Snow Pavilion. Ling Xiaotian said to Song Qiming gratefully, "Secretary Song, thank you so much for today." Song Qiming smiled. Chairman Ling, this incident was caused by an official's abuse of power. Strictly speaking, as the secretary, I have to reflect on my actions. Secretary Song, you're being too serious, Ling Xiaotian said. Hurriedly. We've seen a lot of things like this in our line of work, but not many of them are as reckless as today, Song Qiming said sternly. There will be fewer and fewer of these things in the future. I've decided to carry out a major reorganization of the administration in Sanshan City, especially in some of the more influential units. I hope that Chairman Ling can keep an eye on our work. Definitely, Ling Xiaotian said. It was almost 10 o'clock at night. Song Qiming and his family got up and prepared to leave. At this moment, Xia Ruofei took out the pills that he had prepared earlier and smiled. Secretary Song, this is the medicine for a course of treatment. I estimate that after this course of treatment, the toxins in the body should be cleared. After another course of treatment, it will be safe. Song Qiming quickly gestured for Fang Liyun to take the wrapped pills. He held Xia Ruofei's hand tightly and said with gratitude, Ruofei, Wei Wei really has you to thank this time. No words can express my gratitude for your great kindness. I won't say any more. Song Qiming patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder. He did not need to say anything. Xia Ruofei and the rest sent Song Qiming and his family to the door and then returned to Flying Snow Pavilion. Ruofei, you called us back. Is there anything else? Ling Xiaotian asked. Xia Ruofei chuckled as he took out the Buddha jumps over the wall secret recipe that he had copied down and passed it to Ling Xiaotian. Then, he smiled without saying a word. Ling Xiaotian was confused. He took it and looked at it. His body trembled and he looked up at Xia Ruofei. Ruofei, this, Xia. Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Ling, it's the first opening of Ling Ji's private kitchen. I can't really cook a dish. As a gift. This is the real congratulatory gift. Ling Xiaotian held the recipe as if he had obtained a treasure and said excitedly, Ruofei, this gift is too precious. Uncle thanks you. Ling Xiaotian had long treated Xia Ruofei as his son-in-law, so he did not reject him politely. Ling Qingshua's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of splendor. She glanced at Xia Ruofei flirtatiously. Xia Ruofei also blinked at Ling Qingxue, as if asking her, Wife, my performance is passable, right? Seeing Xia Ruofei's funny expression, Ling Qingxue could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Ling Xiaotian's attention was focused on the recipe, and he did not notice the young couple's affectionate looks. He said rather excitedly, it turns out that it's just some minor adjustments in the process. In addition, a few Chinese medicines were added. It can actually improve the taste by a large margin. And I didn't taste any Chinese medicine at all. This is amazing. Uncle Ling, this Buddha jumps over the wall can be the main signature dish of the Ling's private kitchen. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. That's for sure. Ling Xiaotian said, I believe that with this dish, our Ling Ji's private kitchen's brand will be famous very soon. In the future, we'll have a place in the high-end F&B industry. Ruofei. You're really sending charcoal in the snow. Xia Ruofei smiled. I got this recipe by chance. It won't be of any use to me. I thought it might be useful to Uncle Ling, so, it's simply too useful. Ling Xiaotian said happily. Uncle Ling, you have to think about keeping the recipe a secret. Xia Ruofei reminded him. I know that, Ling Xiaotian replied calmly. I definitely can't go to the kitchen to do specific things. I don't have the time. My apprentices are quite reliable, especially the head chef. of Ling's private kitchen. He's my eldest apprentice, and has been with me for more than 20 years. Xia Ruofei nodded. Since we're going to launch this dish at Lingji private kitchen, the head chef here must learn how to cook it. As long as you trust him, there's no problem. Ruofei, this is what I'm thinking. Ling Xiaotian said, there is definitely no problem with my eldest disciple. He has been learning from me since he was young and has been working for me since I opened the small restaurant. After we set up the company, I also gave him some shares, so I have decided to pass this recipe to him first. Ling Xiaotian paused for a moment before continuing, after the Ling's private kitchen opens a branch in the future, I think we can select trustworthy chefs and learn the skills of processing ingredients. The most important part, the Chinese medicine, will be supplied by this flagship store. This will minimize the possibility of leaking secrets. I think it's a good idea, Xia Ruofei nodded. Uncle Ling. In the next few days, you can try out the secret recipes cooking method with your eldest disciple. The main thing is to try to mix the medicinal herbs in the Chinese medicine packet, grind them into powder, and mix them together to see if it will affect the final taste. If it doesn't affect the final taste at all, it will be even less likely to leak out. If it was just a Chinese medicine packet, someone could roughly deduce the formula after opening it and analyzing it a little. However, if it was all ground into powder and mixed together, it would be difficult to completely crack it even with the use of equipment analysis. After all, the composition of Chinese medicine was very complicated, and it wasn't purely medicinal. That's a good idea. Ling Xiaotian slapped his thigh and said with a smile, Ruofei, you're really smart. I'll ask Ah Ming to start preparing the ingredients tonight. Our main task for the next 2 days will be to try to cook Buddha jumps over the wall in the Qingjiang Villa district. In Ling Qingshua's boudoir in Ling Xiaotian's huge riverside villa. The moment Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue entered the house, they hugged each other tightly. It was unknown if it was to give the two of them some space to be alone, but Ling Xiaotian did not return to the villa tonight. According to him, he had to process the ingredients together with his eldest disciple overnight to prepare the Buddha jumps over the wall dish. The next day, there were also a few resting rooms in the Ling's private kitchen, and Ling Xiaotian had said that he would be staying there for the night. Xia Ruofei was more than happy to hear that. He had been in Australia for more than 20 days, and he had already tasted the taste of it. Now that his future father-in-law had taken the initiative to create an opportunity for him, how could he let it go? Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately brought Ling Qingxue back to the mansion by the river. The villa's central air conditioning maintained the comfortable temperature of 26 degrees, but the two of them felt their body temperature constantly rising. Suddenly, the warmth of spring filled the room. The next day, the two of them only woke up late in the morning. It was also the first time Xia Ruofei did not wake up to cultivate in the morning. It was not because he was too tired from last night's crazy training, but because he was worried that he would wake Ling Qingxue up. Ling Qingxue, who had been tormented like a pool of mud last night, was full of energy after a night's sleep. With Xia Ruofei's nourishment, she seemed to be in a much better mood. After the two of them had breakfast downstairs, Xia Ruofei was about to drive Ling Qingxue back to the company when he received a call from Ling Xiaotian. Last night, he was still making love to his daughter. After spending most of the night together, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a little guilty when he saw Ling Xiaotian's call. Ling Qingxue leaned over to take a look, then looked at Xia Ruofei with a half-smile and said, "Why aren't you picking it up?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and quickly pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Ling Xiaotian asked impatiently, "Are you Ruofei? Where are you?" Xia Ruofei's expression froze when he heard that. "Old Tarzan, aren't you asking the obvious? You've clearly created an opportunity for us yesterday, so where else can I be?" "Uncle Ling, Ling Xiaotian saw that Xia Ruofei was hesitating and immediately asked, "You're with Qingxue, right?" "Ah." Yes, Xia Ruofei felt even more embarrassed. He thought to himself, wasn't Uncle Ling very supportive of our relationship? Why does his tone sound like he's going to condemn me? He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. On the other end of the phone, Ling Xiaotian could not help but laugh and said, "You child, what's there to be embarrassed about? It's just nice that you two are together. Now, let's have a meal at Ling Ji's private kitchen. Let's come over together." "Oh. Good, good, good," Xia Ruofei quickly said. His heart relaxed, and he didn't even dare to ask why Ling Xiaotian was looking for him. He hurriedly replied. After hanging up the phone, Ling Qingxue finally could not help but burst out laughing. She glanced at Xia Ruofei coquettishly and said, "A guilty conscience." Xia Ruofei laughed and put his arm around Ling Qingxue's shoulder. "Let's go. Summon of Mount Tai. Let's go to Ling Ji's private kitchen together." Ling Qingxue also felt a little strange and asked, "Why? Is he in such a hurry to find us?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "How would I know? From his tone. He seems to be in a hurry. Let's go. Let's go," Ling Qingxue said hurriedly. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue drove to the Ling's private kitchen. As soon as they met, Ling Xiaotian said, "Are you Ruofei, Qingxue, let's go. Come with me to the kitchen, Dad, what's the matter?" Ling Qingxue could not help but ask. "You'll know when you get there." Ling Xiaotian chuckled. With that, Ling Xiaotian walked straight ahead. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue exchanged a look and quickly followed. When the three of them arrived at the kitchen, a middle-aged man wearing a white chef's hat immediately came out to welcome them. This middle-aged chef did not look much younger than Ling Xiaotian, but he greeted him with great respect, "Master." Then, he nodded at Ling Qingxue and greeted her, "Junior sister is here too." Ling Qingxue smiled and nodded, "Senior brother Wu, what are you and my dad doing? He called us over in a hurry early in the morning." This senior brother Wu looked at Ling Xiaotian, and Ling Xiaotian chuckled and said, "Ruofei, let me introduce you. This is my first disciple, Wu Sihua. Sihua, this is Qingxue's boyfriend, Xia Ruofei." "Hello, senior brother Wu." Xia Ruofei quickly greeted him. "Hello, are you Ruofei?" Wu Sihua quickly responded with a smile. "How's it going?" Ling Xiaotian continued to ask. "Master," Wu Sihua quickly said, "it should be ready. Why don't you go and take a look?" "Ha ha ha. The expert was here. Are you Ruofei, go take a look." Ling Xiaotian laughed. "Uncle Ling, what's the situation?" Xia Ruofei could not help but ask. Ling Xiaotian smiled and did not say a word. He led them into the kitchen and went straight to a charcoal stove. Inside the charcoal stove was charcoal with a small fire. On top of it was a small wine jar, and the jar's mouth was sealed with layers of lotus leaves. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Buddha jumps over the wall? This? How did you guys manage to process the ingredients so quickly?" Ling Xiaotian laughed proudly and said, our Ling Ji private kitchen also has Buddha jumps over the wall on the menu, so before opening, some of the more time-consuming ingredients were already prepared in advance. Xihua and I were busy the entire night and prepared it according to your recipe. Then, we placed it on the charcoal stove and slowly stewed it overnight. It's mainly because the herbs aren't easy to find, Wu Xihua said. Many Chinese medicine shops have closed. Master personally drove all the way to Sanshan City to buy the herbs he needed. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, Uncle Ling, to be honest, it was my first time making Buddha jumps over the wall yesterday. So, all of you participated in the production of the whole process. I think you should control the heat yourself. Ling Xiaotian nodded and looked at his watch. It's about time. Xihua, pick it up. Yes, Master. Wu Xihua quickly put on a pair of mittens and took the small wine jar off the charcoal stove. Ling Xiaotian looked at it with some excitement, then said, open it. Wu Xihua immediately cut the rope carefully and opened the sealed lotus leaves layer by layer. Suddenly, a strong and unique fragrance wafted out. Wu Xihua, who had come into contact with the Buddha jumps over the wall for the first time, couldn't help but sniffle. Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue were doing the same thing. Ling Xiaotian chuckled and said, this fragrance is similar to the one from yesterday. Xia Ruofei smiled. We'll know if it's a success or not after we try it. That makes sense, Ling Xiaotian said. Then, he immediately asked Wu Xihua to bring the utensils, spoons. Wu Xihua made a few bowls of Buddha jumps over the wall. Ling Xiaotian immediately took a bowl and blew on it gently for a while. When the soup cooled down a little, he immediately scooped up a spoonful of soup and put it into his mouth. Then, he quickly picked up a piece of tendon and put it in his mouth to chew quickly. The joy on Ling Xiaotian's face gradually spread. As he ate, he mumbled, you guys should try it too. Xia Ruofei and the other two immediately picked up their bowls. Although they had just had breakfast, Xia Ruofei was still attracted by the aroma. Wu Xihua, who was next to him, had been making Buddha jumps over the wall for more than 10 to 20 years, but this was the first time she had smelled such a strong fragrance. She couldn't wait to try it. Congratulations, Uncle Ling. Xia Ruofei put down his bowl and said with a smile, this Buddha jumps over the wall is a great success. It tastes the same as last night's. Ling Qingxue also said happily. Wu Xihua was still shocked by the deliciousness of the Buddha jumps over the wall, and her face was filled with disbelief. Ling Xiaotian laughed happily and said, that's great. That's great. Qingxue, Xihua, immediately adjust the promotional page of Ling Ji's private kitchen and make this Buddha jumps over the wall our signature dish. You must write down the secret recipe, the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall, and so on. The company's official website must also focus on promoting it. All right. Ling Qingxue and Wu Xihua immediately responded. Ling Xiaotian, Ling Qingxue, and Wu Xihua began to discuss the details of promoting the Buddha jumps over the wall. Hence, Xia Ruofei said goodbye to Jianjia with a smile. Although he was Jianjia's son-in-law, he did not have much experience in running a restaurant business. He would not be of much help even if he stayed. The recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall was the best gift. Ling Xiaotian sincerely expressed his gratitude to Xia Ruofei and personally sent Xia Ruofei off with Ling Qingxue. After bidding farewell to Ling Xiaotian and the other two, Xia Ruofei started the car and returned to Taoyuan farm. Xia Ruofei had been away from Huaxia for more than 20 days and had accumulated a lot of work. It was almost time to harvest the dendrobium candidly. The batch of drunken 8 immortals wine was about to be delivered and a new batch of wine was about to be brought in. Jianghua had also mentioned the Chinese perch cultivation workshop many times. It was time for Xia Ruofei to find time to prepare a batch of Chinese perch. Otherwise, this dedicated subordinate of his would rebel. It was also time to add some spirit. Hard flower petal solution to the farm's reservoir and the Pomfret cultivation workshop's water circulation pool. Xia Ruofei had to do all this by himself and no one else could. As for the pharmaceutical factory, although Xue Jinshan had been keeping an eye on it, Xia Ruofei had always been concerned about this project. As the boss, he had to take some time to understand the situation. This also showed that he attached great importance to it. Besides, Xia Ruofei still had a few things to do. For example, Xia Ruofei had already prepared the Phoebe Jiannan wood that he had promised Mr. Tang he in the medium. It was almost time to contact him. This was a huge sum of money and could maintain a good relationship with a giant financial group like Xinbang Group. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would pay great attention to it. Also, after another 20 days or so in the outside world, the quality of the reticulated abalone that he had experimented with cultivating in the spirit map space's primal realm had basically reached the standard of a one-headed abalone. Xia Ruofei had decided to make dried abalones and sell them in the next few days. Although the kasaya was just an experimental product, it still took a lot of Xia Qing's energy. It was very troublesome to change the water between the two spaces, not to mention that there were people watching over them. So naturally, they couldn't waste them. Xia Ruofei briefly sorted out the work that he had to complete in the near future and felt a headache. After he was discharged from the army, he became a little lazy and wished that everything could be handed over to his subordinates to do, while he himself was a hands-off manager. However, the spirit map space was his top secret, and there were always many things that he had to do personally. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei instructed Xia Qing to turn all the abalones that he had been cultivating in the Archean realm into dried abalones. Soon, Xia Qing followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and made all the 30 abalones into dried abalones. These dried abalones were generally larger than the size of an adult's palm. After precise weighing, all 25 of them were more than the standard of a one-head abalone, except for 5 slightly smaller ones that weighed more than 590 grams, which were a little less than 604.79 grams, which was 1 sima gene. Most of the one-head abalones weighed about 610 to 620 grams, and there were 20 abalones in this range. The remaining 5 all weighed more than 630 grams, and the heaviest one even reached about 650 grams. It was definitely a super one-headed abalone. After Xia Ruofei received Xia Qing's divine sense voice transmission, he immediately entered the space to personally check on this batch of abalones. He was quite excited. This kind of top-grade abalone was hard to come by. Xia Ruofei knew that he could not sell it through ordinary sales channels. The best way was naturally to auction it. Not only could he maximize his own benefits, but it could also easily create a sensational effect and further enhance the influence of the Paradise brand. As for the location of the auction, Xia Ruofei had already decided in his heart. It would be Hong Kong. Because Hong Kong was a distribution center for high quality abalones, and Hong Kong people had a long history of eating abalones, high quality. Abalones were much more popular in Hong Kong people than in China. In Hong Kong, there was a saying that it's hard to buy a two-headed abalone with 1,000 pieces of gold. This showed how much they loved the best abalones. As for one-head abalones, they were basically extinct on the market and couldn't be bought even if you had money. Many Hong Kong people even treated the top-quality abalone as a family heirloom. Xia Ruofei believed that if he took out more than 21-headed abalones at once, it would definitely cause a sensation in Hong Kong. Of course, there was another important reason why he chose Hong Kong. Ma. Xiong's Hingfeng Group was based in Hong Kong. Ma Xiong had a great influence in Hong Kong's upper-class society. With his help, Xia Ruofei believed that the auction would go smoothly. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei left the realm and called Ma Xiong, who was in Hong Kong. The call went through very quickly, and Ma Xiong's hearty and enthusiastic voice came through the receiver. Xia Xing, how are you? Old Mr. Ma, I feel full of vigor when I hear your voice. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it seems that you've been in good health recently. Ma Xiong laughed and said, that's all thanks to Xia Xing. If it wasn't for your miraculous hands of rejuvenation, I would have been living in the small box long ago. When Ma Xiong had a sudden severe cerebral hemorrhage, his son, Ma Jiming, and his daughter-in-law, Tian Huixin, happened to be with Xia Ruofei. It was Xia Ruofei who had accompanied the two of them to Hong Kong overnight and used a solution of the spirit heart flower petals to pull him back from the gates of hell. Ma Xiong's life was saved by Xia Ruofei. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had a good relationship with Tian Huilan's family, so Ma Xiong was grateful and close to Xia Ruofei. One is bound for good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, old Mr. Ma will definitely live to 100 years old. Ha ha ha. Since miracle Dr. Xia has said so, I can rest assured. Ma Xiong said happily. Xia Xing, is there anything I can help you with today? He asked. Xia Ruofei hurriedly replied, you're too kind, old Mr. Ma. I wouldn't dare to accept your service. However, I do have something that I need your help with. You're highly respected in Hong Kong, and only you can help me with this. Xia Ruofei's polite words made Ma Xiong very happy. He immediately asked, oh? Xia Xing, tell me about it. As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely do my best to help. I hope to hold an auction in Hong Kong, but the item is a little special, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Xia Xing, I still have some influence in Hong Kong. No matter how special the auction item is, as long as it's valuable, I'll definitely help you. Ma Xiong said without hesitation. Then, he asked, curiously, Xia Xing, what's the special auction item you mentioned? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's dried abalone, the best dried abalone. To be more precise, it's a top, grade 1, headed abalone. On the other end of the phone, Ma Xiong fell silent. It was not that Xia Ruofei's request was difficult for him, but he was so shocked by the news that he forgot he was on the phone with Xia Ruofei. 1-headed abalone. This was something that only existed in legends. Even though Ma Xiong was a billionaire, he couldn't buy such a high-quality abalone even if he had the money. Ma Xiong had lived for decades. He had been in the upper class of Hong Kong when he was young. However, even with his social status, he had only seen 1 headed abalone 2 or 3 times. In the past decades. Each time, there would only be 1 or 2. He had only tasted 1, headed abalone once. Xia Ruofei wanted to auction off a 1, headed abalone? Old Mr. Ma. Old Master Ma. Xia Ruofei's voice brought Ma Xiong back to his senses. He quickly said, I'm sorry, Xia Sheng. Your news really shocked me. So I lost my composure. It's fine, it's fine. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, then. About the auction. Xia Sheng, you're not joking with me, are you? Although Ma Xiong knew it was a little impolite, he still couldn't help but ask, are you sure you want to auction off a 1, headed abalone? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Of course. How could I possibly make such a joke with you? Then, the breed of the abalone. It's an abalone. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, all the 1, headed abalones I have are dried abalones made from high-quality reticulated abalones. Many high, and 3, headed abalones and 2, headed abalones were reticulated abalones. Ma Xiong was even more excited when he heard this. He immediately sensed the hidden message in Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Sheng, you mean? You have more than 1 headed abalone? Ma Xiong asked. Excitedly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Old Mr. Ma, to be honest, I have a total of 30 of these dried abalones. However, 25 of them are 1, headed abalones. The remaining 5 are about 10 to 20 grams of difference. We're very close. Ma Xiong was once again in shock. When did 1, headed abalones become so cheap that they could be produced in batches? 25 1, headed abalones? The other 5 were only 10 or 20 grams away from the standard of a 1, headed abalone. Ma Xiong felt like his brain was not working. Fortunately, after Xia Ruofei had treated him the last time, the spirit heart flower petal solution had cleared all the hidden dangers in his brain and even had a great nourishing effect. Otherwise, his cerebral vessels would have ruptured again in such a state of agitation. However, Ma Xiong was not dazed this time. He quickly asked excitedly, Xia Sheng, can I send someone over to see the abalone? Don't misunderstand, it's not that I don't trust you, but if we're going to hold an auction, we'll still need to confirm it first, and we'll also need to collect some photos, videos, and the like of the auction items for some publicity. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, no problem. You can send people over at any time, just come directly to the farm. All right then. Ma Xiong said. I'll immediately give the order. As for the auction in Hong Kong, I've also sent people to prepare for it. Ma Xiong had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei. Besides, he had seen Xia Ruofei take out many top-quality truffles last year. Therefore, he was immune to Xia Ruofei's miracles. Old Mr. Ma, thank you. Xia Ruofei said, I'm not familiar with Hong Kong. Without your help, I wouldn't be able to organize this auction. Xia Sheng, you don't have to be so polite, Ma Xiong quickly said. You're helping our Hengfeng group. It would definitely cause a sensation if so many top quality 1, headed abalones were auctioned at the same time. By hosting this auction, we can also gain a lot of reputation. Ha ha ha. This is a win-win situation. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Yes, yes. Yes, a win-win situation. Ma Xiong also laughed. The two of them discussed some more details and then hung up. Xia Ruofei did not plan to start the auction immediately. After all, it would take time to prepare and promote the auction. He also took the time to deal with some urgent work at hand so that he could have time to go to Hong Kong. After Xia Ruofei made up his mind, he got up and left the villa. He went to the chairman's office in the complex. The dendrobium candids and baby salamander fish would be ready in the next 2 days. In addition, Paradise Farm, which was far away in Australia, would soon begin large-scale planting. Xia Ruofei needed the administrative office to contact Australia in advance and calculate the required seeds. He had to make preparations in advance. All these tasks had to be arranged, so Xia Ruofei came to the office to deal with them. He sat down in his office chair and was about to call Feng Jing to gather all the relevant people for a meeting when he heard a knock on the door. Xia Ruofei had already grabbed the phone, but put it down when he heard the knock on the door. He raised his voice and said, "Please enter." "Brother Xia." Xia Ruofei heard a familiar voice and immediately looked up. It was Yi Lingyun, who had been learning tea-making skills from Li Jifu on Mount Wui for the past few months. Xia Ruofei immediately smiled. He stood up and took a few steps forward. He extended his fist and lightly punched Yi Lingyun's chest. Then he said, "You're finally back. Brother Xia, I'm back to report for duty." Yi Lingyun laughed. When Xia Ruofei returned from Australia, Lei Hu informed him of Yi Lingyun's return. However, he stayed in the office for a while the next day and left after listening to Feng Rao's report. After that, he was busy preparing for the Buddha jumps over the wall for the entire day. Including this time, Yi Lingyun had actually come 3 times and finally found Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei sized him up and said with a smile, "You brat, you've turned black." "Hee hee. I often go to the tea mountain with master." Yi Lingyun smiled. Xia Ruofei took out the special agent cigarette that Elder Song had given him and threw one to Yi Lingyun. He then took out a cigarette for himself. Yi Lingyun skillfully took out a lighter first and lit Xia Ruofei's cigarette. He then lit his own. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of smoke. He then pointed at the sofa with the cigarette in his hand and said, "Sit down and talk." After the two of them sat down, Xia Ruofei asked, "How much of old Mr. Li's tea-making skills have you learned?" Yi Lingyun stuck out his chest. "Brother Xia, I don't know how much I've learned, but master said that I can finish my apprenticeship. Although I'm still a little lacking. I need to accumulate experience continuously. It's impossible to achieve it overnight." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It seems that you've learned well." Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Yi Lingyun meaningfully and asked, "Lingyun, since you've graduated from old Mr. Li's tutelage, I believe that the tea factories on Mount Wui will be fighting to have you as their chief tea master." Mr. Li Jifu was like a living monument in the tea industry of Mount Wui. He was the absolute authority in the ancient De Hongpao production. However, he had publicly announced that he would not leave the mountain again. Then, Yi Lingyun, the last disciple that old Mr. Li had accepted publicly, and a qualified one at that, would definitely be fought over by the tea factories to hire him. Yi Lingyun smiled in embarrassment. "There are a few that have this intention. The salary is very high, right?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Yi Lingyun nodded. "The highest offer is 500,000. This is incredible." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but whistle. Then, he smiled and asked, "Then why did you come back?" He might as well stay there and develop his career. Otherwise, why would he come back and continue to be the head of security after learning all that? Brother Xia, I was sent out by the company to learn. Of course I'm coming back now that I've finished my studies. Yi Lingyun replied, without hesitation. Besides, no matter how high the salary offered by those tea factories was, how could they have a future as bright as working for Brother Xia? Not to mention that there are so many comrades here. Xia Ruofei laughed. You little rascal. Should I praise you or call you stupid? I'm going to stay in the company until Brother Xia kicks me out. Yi Lingyun chuckled. Xia Ruofei patted Yi Lingyun's shoulder and said, good brother. Then, he could work hard at Paradise Corporation. I, Xia Ruofei, will definitely not mistreat my brothers. Of course, Yi Lingyun said with a smile. By the way, you've been away for a few months. I have to test you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After saying that, he reached out and took out a small tea can from the small ice bar next to him and said, you make tea. Pinpin, what do you think of my tea leaves? Yes. Yi Lingyun said bluntly. Then, he opened the can of tea leaves, picked up a wooden spoon from the coffee table, and skillfully scooped out a spoonful of tea leaves and put it into the purple clay teapot. He looked at the ordinary barreled water connected to the tea tray, and a hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Xia Ruofei knew what Yi Lingyun was hesitating about, so he smiled and said, there's nothing wrong with the water. It's spring water. On the surface, the water in Xia Ruofei's office did not look like that. However, in reality, he had thrown away the original pure water and replaced it with the spirit pool water in the spirit map space. If this water was used to make tea, it would definitely improve the quality of the tea. Yi Lingyun didn't hesitate and immediately pressed the button. The spirit pond water in the bucket was drawn into the kettle and began to heat. Yi Lingyun had not only learned how to make tea from Li Jifu, but his skills in making tea were also not bad. After the water was boiled, Yi Lingyun's movements were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. Soon, the office was filled with the strong fragrance of tea. Yi Lingyun couldn't help but sniffle before he even tasted it, revealing a look of surprise. Yi Lingyun quickly prepared 2 small cups of tea and placed one in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and gestured for him to taste the tea first. So Yi Lingyun picked up the teacup with his fingers, first leaned close to smell the tea, blew on it, and then poured all the tea into his mouth. The tea stayed in his mouth for a while, before Yi Lingyun swallowed it all. He then said in surprise, Brother Xia, your De Hong Pao is of very high quality. It's almost the same as the tea that master made last time, but the taste seems to be a little different. Where did you get such good tea leaves? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the main thing is that cha-ching is good. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Yi Lingyun and asked, the company's security department can't do without you. I've always kept the position of head of security for you, but if you're willing, you can get a set of tea-making tools on the farm. I can get some of these tea leaves. Are you interested in trying your skills? Yi Lingyun replied without hesitation, what else is there to say? He would definitely be interested. This kind of tea green was something that could only be encountered by luck. Brother Xia, can you really get tea green of the same quality? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, why would I lie to you? Since you're so enthusiastic, don't blame me for squeezing you dry. There are still some empty rooms at the Ironhide Findo production workshop. I'll get them to give you 2 rooms, and you can start buying the tea, making tools today. I'll talk to the finance department, and you can directly advance the funds from the account. When you're ready, let me know and I'll prepare tea leaves for you. Yes. Yi. Lingyun stood up excitedly and saluted Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, all right, look at how happy you are. Don't say I didn't warn you, and don't complain about being tired. Don't worry, brother Xia. I'm not afraid of being tired. I'm just afraid that I have nothing to do, Yi Lingyun said with a smile. That's good. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, by the way, you can find a few smart comrades to help you. Then, consciously bring them along. If the quality of the tea leaves is good, I will consider increasing the business of tea leaves. Hearing this, Yi Lingyun became even happier and said impatiently, all right. Brother Xia, I'll go and make the preparations, go on. Go on. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile. Yi Lingyun left in high spirits, so Xia Ruofei got up and called Feng Jing to ask her to gather the supervisor in charge to the meeting room for a meeting. Soon, Feng Rao gathered Jiang Hua, the person in charge of the pomfrets cultivation workshop, Shui Jinshan, the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory, and Qin Xiaojun, the person in charge of making the iron, skinned maples, too. The comprehensive office building. The company's administrative team supervisor was also attending the meeting. The company didn't have an overseas business department yet, but there were people in charge of contacting Paradise Farm in Australia. These people naturally had to attend the meeting. Xia Ruofei didn't beat around the bush. After he sat down, he went straight to the point and arranged the work. To these people in charge, Xia Ruofei's news was good news. Hence, the atmosphere of the meeting was very lively. Everyone was very excited, especially Jiang Hua. He had been looking forward to new clam fish for a long time. When he heard that Xia Ruofei would be sending in the clamfish soon, he immediately said that the cultivation workshop was ready to welcome Xia Ruofei's clamfish at any time. After the meeting, Xia Ruofei left the farm. In the morning, the Dingfeng winery that produced the 8 Immortals drunk had already called him, carefully asking him when he could go to the warehouse to get the wine. Xia Ruofei wanted to do it today. He might as well finish the winery business today and bring back the iron, skinned dendrobium. Therefore, he used his spiritual sense to inform Xia Qing in the spatial space to prepare the fresh strips of iron, skinned dendrobium according to a month's supply. Although the iron, skinned dendi had already been transplanted in large quantities in the Mountain Sea realm, before the Mountain Sea realm could produce iron, skinned dendi steadily every month, the iron, skinned dendi in the Archean realm had not been eradicated. Therefore, with the time acceleration of 30 times, Xia Qing still had plenty of time to prepare the iron, skinned dendrobium fresh strips. Xia Ruofei arrived at the warehouse he rented in the city about half an hour earlier than the agreed time. Then, with a thought, he took out the drunken 8 Immortals wine that he was going to hand over to the winery from the medium. The 1-month, 3-month, and 5-month bottles of wine were neatly sorted and placed in the warehouse. As for the 1-year wine, the first batch of it was not yet up, so there was no one selling it on the market. However, the Dingfeng winery would use wine jars of different colors and shapes as labels for the new wines they sent over every month. One of them was the 1-year drunken 8 immortals, so after the first batch of 1-year drunken 8 immortals left the factory, they would be able to produce a steady stream of wine every month. Of course, the quantity of 1 year's drunken 8 immortals was also very small. The monthly output was only 500 caddies. According to the standard packaging of 500 milliliters per bottle, it was only 500 bottles a month. In the Dingfeng winery that produced 1 to 2,000 tons of wine a year, such a small amount of wine was very little. However, the rarer an item was, the more expensive it would be. This year, Drunken 8 Immortals had been selling his goods in an impressive manner. The price that Xia Ruofei had discussed with Ling Xiaotian was also very impressive. It was 8,888 yuan per bottle. After calculating that it was about time, Xia Ruofei took out the fresh iron, skinned dendrobium strips that Xia Qing had prepared from the space and stacked them in another corner of the warehouse. The winery's convoy arrived on time and the workers were already very familiar with the operation process. Very quickly, they unloaded the new wine in an orderly manner and loaded the improved Drunken 8 Immortal onto the truck. As usual, Xia Ruofei asked the winery to send 2 more trucks. After the 2 trucks loaded the fresh iron, skinned dendrobium strips, Xia Ruofei drove in front and led the way. The 3 trucks returned to the farm together. Qin Xiaojun, who had received the news, was already waiting with his men. After they had unloaded the truck, they immediately threw themselves into work. The next day, Xia Ruofei went out again. This time, he brought a new batch of Kuan fish to Jianghua. The rays in the realm were basically free range now. Normally, rays would live in the sea of the realm. They were sea fish to begin with, and when it came to the breeding season, the rays would go from the mouth of the sea to the stream of the realm, mate in the right place, and lay eggs. After the clam fish were born, they would return to the space ocean after they grew to a certain extent. Of course, Xia Ruofei's mental strength and control of space were different from the past. He could still easily identify the size and condition of the beluga and use the invisible spatial force to wrap the suitable beluga and move them into the oxygen, increasing water tank without hurting them or alarming them. Jianghua also threw himself into his new work happily. The staff in charge of the overseas business in the administrative team was also in close contact with the Australian side. Once they received the specific demand for the seeds, they would immediately report to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had already informed the seed company he was familiar with in advance. The demand this time was a little big, and he had even specially sent a deposit of 100,000 yuan to them so that they could gather some seeds in advance. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the pharmaceutical factory for an inspection. He saw that the pharmaceutical factory was operating in an orderly manner. Every day, boxes of heart-nourishing soup were produced and transported to various hospitals participating in the clinical trials. In the clinical trial stage, these medicines were provided for free. It could be said that the manufacturing factory was burning money every day. However, Xia Ruofei was still very happy. Not to mention that this was a good thing to do good, even if it was purely in terms of profit. When it was officially put into production in the future, it would be listed as a heart-nourishing soup to guide the medication for autism, and it would definitely create enviable benefits. Xia Ruofei focused on the main computer that was completely isolated from the outside world. His most trusted veterans rotated regularly and guarded the computer room 24 hours a day, including several access points connected to the production line and the main control computer. After the inspection, Xia Ruofei was relieved. These veterans were all loyal to their duties. The possibility of a leak at this stage was extremely low. After 2 to 3 days of hard work, Xia Ruofei could finally take a break. Xia Ruofei had not been so fulfilled in a long time. In fact, he preferred to be a hands-off shopkeeper. It was rare for him to be competent for a few days, but he felt uncomfortable all over. Hence, after finishing some of the phases of the work, Xia Ruofei started to slack off for 3 days and hang out for 2 days. He rarely appeared in the general office building. One day, Xia Ruofei received a call from an unknown source in Hong Kong. He thought it was an employee of Hengfeng Group sent by Ma Xiong to confirm the quality of the one-headed abalone, so he immediately picked up the phone. However, to Xia Ruofei's surprise, Tang He's hearty voice came from the phone after the call was connected. "Little Xia, are you busy?" Xia Ruofei said in surprise, "Oh, it's Mr. Tang. Why? You're back?" Hong Kong had returned to China in 1997, so even though Tang He was in Hong Kong, he was still back in China. "I'm here in Hong Kong to discuss a business deal." Tang He chuckled. "I'm done with work today, so I called to ask you about the Phoebe Jinnan wood. How's it going?" Tang He immediately explained, "Xia, I'm not rushing you. I know that this matter can't be rushed. It'd be best if there's one. But it doesn't matter if there isn't. You can help me slowly find it." Xia Ruofei immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Tang, I was just about to call you. I've already found the Phoebe Jinnan wood, but I don't know if it meets your requirements. Since you're in Hong Kong, can you make a trip back to the mainland in the next 2 days?" Tang He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to have already found a suitable material for the Phoebe Jinnan wood. He was overjoyed when he heard that. "Ruofei, I've made the right decision to find you. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to do this. Even if they could find barely qualified wood, they wouldn't be as efficient as you. You flatter me, Mr. Tang." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly, then, "Are you going to send someone to inspect the goods? Or do you want to come personally?" Tang He pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? I might be done in a day or 2. There's an important contract that needs my personal approval and signature, so I can't come in these 2 days. How about 3 days? I'll contact you when I'm done." Xia Ruofei replied readily, "Sure. Just give me a call in advance, and I'll get my friend to prepare the wood in advance. Let's go to the same warehouse as last time." "No problem, Tang," he said happily. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei returned to the small farm villa and entered the spirit map space to check on the Phoebe Jinnan wood that he had prepared. When he was in Australia, Xia Ruofei had already cut down the 2 Nanma trees that he had carefully selected and cut off the leaves, leaving only the trunk. The 2 Phoebe Jinnan trees were directly in contact with the soil in the realm, so they would not be kept in the same state as when they were just cut down because of the preservation effect of the realm. When Xia Ruofei saw the 2 gold silk Nanmu in the medium, they had already been in the medium for 2 to 3 years. Of course, this was the time in the Yuanshu realm. In reality, it was only about a month in the outside world. The 2 pieces of Phoebe Jinnan wood had been fully oxidized, forming a perfect old material. Xia Ruofei measured with a tape measure the diameter of the 2 wood materials was about 1.1 meters, and the core of the core was about 1 meter in diameter. The core proportion was about 91%, which was quite high. Back then, the brothers Liang Weimin and Liang Weihua had been looking for wood for Elder Tang. The competition between the two had been very intense, and in the end, Liang Weimin had won because of the high-quality Phoebe Jinnan wood that Xia Ruofei had provided. Xia Ruofei still remembered that the Phoebe Jinnan wood that Liang Weihua had found had a diameter of about 1.1 meters. However, the core of the wood was only 95 centimeters in diameter, which was 5 centimeters less than the two pieces of wood that he had. Xia Ruofei was also completely relieved. He knew that even if Tang he came to check it himself, these two pieces of material would definitely move this billionaire. There were still 3 days left, which meant that these two pieces of material could stay in the primal realm for another 3 months or so. Perhaps the ratio of core material could be increased by a few more points. After Xia Ruofei checked the Jinsi Phoebe wood, he patrolled the space. Xia Qing had been very busy. Now, Xia Ruofei had already started to set up a medicinal garden, iron, skin dendrobium plantation, tea garden, and so on in the vast land of the mountain and sea realm. Every day, Xia Qing would travel between the two spaces, cutting iron, skin dendrobes, tea trees, and taking care of the medicinal garden. Fortunately, Xia Qing was just a spiritual puppet. She didn't complain about being tired, nor did she need to sleep or rest. She worked almost all day long. Otherwise, if it were a human being, he would definitely not be able to withstand such a heavy workload. Xia Ruofei gave Xia Qing a few words of encouragement before leaving the spirit map space. For the next 2 days, Xia Ruofei was living a carefree life again. When he strolled around the farm, he also took time to avoid the employees and added some spirit heart flower petal solution to the water tower at the top of the mountain and the circulation pool in the Kuan fish cultivation space. The use of the petals of the spirit heart flower was quite large now. Fortunately, the production rate was much higher than before, so it was not a big problem to break even. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had stored dozens of petals. If there was an emergency and he needed to use a large number of them, Xia Ruofei would not have to worry. He didn't panic when he had more than enough food. The next day, Xia Ruofei still did not receive a call from Hingfeng Group. Instead, Song Ruwei called him. This guy didn't say much, just that he needed Xia Ruofei's help and asked him to come out for lunch. Xia Ruofei and Song Ruwei were very close. As long as it was about Xia Ruofei, Song Ruwei would help him without any hesitation with just a phone call. Hence, Xia Ruofei would not reject Song Ruwei's request. So, he told Hu Zi's mother that he wouldn't be having lunch at home. Then, he drove the night 15 off-road vehicle out of the farm and headed straight to the city. Song Ruwei had booked the Shangri-La Hotel next to Liberation Square in the Bell Tower district. Xia Ruofei parked his car in the hotel's underground parking lot and went to the Cold Plum Hall on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Song Ruwei had already arrived. As soon as he saw Xia Ruofei, Song Ruwei immediately stood up and said, "Are you Ruofei? Quickly come in and sit." Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruwei and found that he seemed to be a little dispirited. He had an unkempt beard and had not shaved for at least 2 or 3 days. His hair was also messy. Song Ruwei had always paid attention to his personal image. It was very unusual for him to act like this. After Xia Ruofei sat down, he asked, "What's wrong with you? You look like a frosted eggplant." Song Ruwei smiled bitterly and said, "It's a long story. Let's eat first." "Let's talk while we eat, Don T." Xia Ruofei said. Let's talk about the matter first. You don't look like you're in the mood to eat. Besides, I won't be able to eat in peace if you don't explain it clearly. Song Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he replied, sure. Then let's talk about the matter first. After that, Song Ruofei told the waiters in the room to leave first and told them not to serve the dishes for the time being. They were not to enter the room without permission. Xia Ruofei watched as the waiter left and closed the door. Then, he looked at Song Ruofei and said with a faint smile, did you get into some big trouble? Song Ruofei chuckled awkwardly and did not answer Xia Ruofei's question. Instead, he asked uneasily, Ruofei, I know you're very good at medicine. I wonder if you can cure that kind of illness? What kind of illness is it? Xia Ruofei was confused by Song Ruofei's words. Song Ruofei's expression became even more awkward. He looked at Xia Ruofei with dissatisfaction and said, you're playing dumb, right? Xia Ruofei's expression suddenly became interesting. He couldn't help but glance at Song Ruofei's crotch and asked, don't tell me it's that kind of illness. Song Ruofei nodded and said, do you have any ideas? Although the two of them seemed to be speaking in riddles, their meaning was clear. Xia Ruofei said disdainfully, Song Ruofei, you're the young master of a rich family. Can you not be so desperate? Don't you think you'll be embarrassed if this gets out? Don't talk about embarrassing things anymore, Song Ruofei said gloomily. I'm worried about my life now, okay? Why is his life in danger? Xia Ruofei was also very surprised. He then asked with a strange expression, could it be aid? Stop, stop. Song Ruofei shouted, I break out in cold sweat whenever I mention this word. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, no way? It's that serious? Just how rotten is your private life? Song Ruofei quickly said, I'm really wrong this time. Don't get too excited, I'll tell you slowly. You say it. I'm listening. Xia Ruofei said as he glanced at Song Ruofei with a strange expression. Hence, Song Ruofei told Xia Ruofei the whole story with a gloomy face. It turned out that Song Ruofei had returned to the capital some time ago, because of the company's matters. As the young master of a top wealthy family, although Song Ruofei was gradually on the right path now, he had finally returned to the base camp. He must have had many friends to invite him. When these rich playboys were welcoming Song Ruofei, they naturally brought wine and women. The only bad things were the wine and the woman. Song Ruofei hadn't seen his friends for a long time, and that day was a welcoming banquet for him, so this guy drank too much. Moreover, it was the kind of drunkenness that only lasted for a short while. When Song Ruofei woke up the next morning, he found a soft and tender body in his arms. He looked closely and saw that it was a fourth, or fifth-tier star who had been asked by his friends to accompany him for dinner last night. Song Ruofei was used to this kind of thing. Although he rarely went out to play, he was not against it. After all, the other party was not a chaste woman. It was something that both parties were willing to do. Song Ruofei even took advantage of the time when he was the most energetic in the morning and pulled the small star to do a morning exercise. Of course, Song Ruofei also casually mentioned it to a friend in the entertainment industry and arranged a good supporting role for this small star. He had thought that this matter would be over just like that. But what Song Ruofei didn't expect was that a few days ago, he suddenly received a call from a friend, saying that the small star was diagnosed with AIDS. many people in the industry who had short-term relationships with this small star were shocked and went to the hospital for a screening. Although the small star did a good job of keeping it a secret and didn't reveal anything in the entertainment news, it was impossible to hide this kind of thing from the people in Song Ruofei's circle, so there was no doubt about the authenticity of the news. When Song Ruofei heard the news, he was stunned. He happened to have a low fever these 2 days. He didn't dare to tell his family about it, and he didn't even dare to do the examination in the southeast province. Otherwise, the image of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf that he had painstakingly built up would be completely destroyed. Moreover, if his strict father found out about this shameful matter, he could not imagine what kind of situation he would face. In any case, directly stripping him of his current position in the company and grounded him at home would probably be the lightest punishment. Of course, the most important thing was not the punishment, but the problem of his own life. Although Song Ruofei didn't dare to go and screen it rashly, he searched for information on the internet for a day and a night like a madman. The more he looked at the information, the more scared he became. He felt that many of the symptoms matched him. Song Ruofei was still so young. He had never thought that he would face a life and death situation at this age, so he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. At this most torturous moment, he suddenly thought of Xia Ruofei, who had successfully cured his grandfather of terminal cancer. As if he had found a life-saving straw, he quickly called Xia Ruofei. Even the world's top experts could not cure terminal cancer, which spread throughout the body. There should be a way to cure AIDS, right? Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruofei with a weird expression and asked, "You didn't even wear a condom when you did it with that small star? Aren't your safety awareness a little too poor?" Song Ruofei said dejectedly, "I must have worn it that morning. The problem is, I was so drunk that I lost my memory of the night before. I don't have any memory of it at all." "Can't you just ask her to verify it?" Xia Ruofei asked, trying to hold back his laughter. "How do we verify it? People like her have messy private lives. She can't possibly remember it so clearly." Song Ruofei said dejectedly, "Besides, I have so many symptoms that match it." At this point, Song Ruofei counted with his fingers and said, "You see, I've been having a fever, sweating, and my appetite has been bad. The lymph nodes in my jaw are swollen, and I've lost 3 pounds this week." Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, Okay. Don't forget it. I'll take a look at you first. Give me your hand." Taking her pulse, right? Song Ruofei immediately said, "Men on the left and women on the right, right?" After saying that, Song Ruofei immediately extended his left hand. Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Ruofei and said, "Do you think you're reading my face? Men on the left and women on the right. A traditional Chinese medicine doctor needs both hands to take a pulse, because they are in charge of different meridians and organs. Since you've reached out your left hand, then let's use your left hand first." Then, Xia Ruofei placed his finger on Song Ruofei's pulse. He closed his eyes slightly and focused on checking his pulse. Song Ruofei's heart was beating fast. He stared at Xia Ruofei nervously, hoping to get some information from his expression. However, Xia Ruofei was like a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. His face was as calm as an ancient well. After a long while, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Change your hand." Song Ruofei immediately retracted his left hand and put his right hand on the table. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruwei indifferently and continued to check the pulse on his right hand. During this period of time, whenever Xia Ruofei was free, he would study the medical information attached to the human-shaped jade talisman. He had made great progress, especially some long, lost Chinese medical books, which had benefited him a lot. Hence, Xia Ruofei's current level of Chinese medicine was not the same as before. In the past, he was just putting on an act to hide the spirit heart flower petal solution. Even though he consciously learned Chinese medicine by himself, what he learned was all from the internet or publicly published books. Furthermore, he did not have any famous teachers to guide him. Hence, he could only be said to be half-baked. However, it was completely different now. There were so many precious Chinese medicine books and records, and they were accompanied by many medical insights. It was as if there were many famous teachers guiding him. At the same time, these Chinese medicine knowledge were directly transmitted into his mind, so it was very convenient and thorough to understand. Hence, Xia Ruofei's current medical skills were probably much higher than those white-haired Chinese medical masters. The only thing he lacked was clinical experience. After a long time, Xia Ruofei finally moved his fingers away and slowly opened his eyes. Song Ruwei didn't notice the smile in Xia Ruofei's eyes. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished checking his pulse, he immediately asked, "Are you Ruofei? How is it?" Xia Ruofei tried to hold back his laughter. He let out a long sigh and said, "Song Ruwei, you're really sick." Song Ruwei almost fainted when he heard that. His face turned pale and he asked in a trembling voice, "Ruofei, I'm really infected." "That? How serious is it?" Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Your condition is called a suspected illness. In medicine, it's a type of physical disorder. It mainly refers to the patient's worry or belief that he has one or more serious physical diseases, accompanied by anxiety or depression. Looking at your condition, it can be classified as AIDS, which is, wait a minute. Are you saying that I don't have AIDS?" Song Ruwei shouted. Xia Ruofei was laughing in his heart, but he still looked serious. He shrugged and said, "When did I say that you're infected with AIDS? Fuck. Then why do you make it sound so serious and have such a pained expression?" Song Ruwei said unhappily, "Brother, people can scare people to death, okay?" Xia Ruofei thought, "I just wanted to scare you. Let's see if you still dare to go out and have fun." Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Song Ruwei, don't underestimate this suspicious illness. It's a mental illness. Some studies have shown that people with a serious fear of cancer have a higher chance of getting cancer than the average person. Don't try to educate me." Song Ruwei said, "Brother, this situation is different. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't be so suspicious all day long." Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruwei and said, "All diseases have triggers. The thing you mentioned is the trigger." All right. Song Ruwei raised his hands to beg for mercy. Then, he said timidly, "Ruofei, it's not that I don't believe you, but I really have symptoms. It's not my imagination. I've been running a fever recently. My throat also hurts." Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "You have a wind. Heat cold. Go get some Huishang dripping pills or Inxia detoxification pills and eat them for a few days. It's that simple?" Song Ruwei was dumbfounded. "Don't tell me you think you're very serious?" Xia Ruofei asked in amusement. No. I just can't believe it." Song Ruwei smiled awkwardly. "But My appetite has been bad recently. You've been imagining things all day long to the extent of being possessed. It would be strange if you still have the appetite to eat. Then I've lost a lot of weight too. This was still objective data. I'm weighing myself every day, Song Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Ruofei and said, nonsense. If I'm like you, not eating or drinking all day, and being suspicious, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough, I'll lose weight as well. You mean to say I'm just scaring myself? Song Ruofei muttered. It's up to you to believe it or not. Xia Ruofei shrugged. I believe you. Song Ruofei quickly put on a fawning smile and said, you, miracle Dr. Xia, have already diagnosed it. How can I not believe it? People were like this sometimes. When they suspected that they had some kind of illness, they would naturally be suspicious, especially now that the internet was so developed. Many people habitually went online to search for it, and in the end, they would find that all the symptoms listed on the internet seemed to match them. They didn't know that if they could rely on the internet for things like treating illnesses, what was the point of having doctors? If diseases could be diagnosed by searching for clues, would there still be a need for the medical university to set up a 5-year clinical course? If everyone was given a computer with internet access, they could go to the hospital. Why waste 5 years? With Xia Ruofei's personal diagnosis, Song Ruofei's worries were gone. He looked sickly just now, but now he was full of energy. He chuckled. That Ruofei, the Huxiang dripping pill that you mentioned just now, is too slow to take effect. Since you've diagnosed me, you should be responsible to the end. Give me some medicine that takes effect quickly. I'm having a fever every day, and it's uncomfortable. Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly and said, you brat. You're insatiable. Hee, we're brothers for life, you won't be so cruel, right? Song Ruofei said shyly. Fine. I knew that there would be no good feast. Xia Ruofei said as he opened his bag and took out a small porcelain bottle. There were more than 10 pills left from the pill he made for Song Wei. Xia Ruofei had just informed Xia Qing in the space with his spiritual sense to put 3 pills in this small porcelain bottle. Due to the difference in the flow of time 30 times that of the outside world, although it had only been a few seconds, Xia Qing had already prepared the pill in the space. Xia Ruofei reaching into his bag was just a cover for Song Ruofei to think that he was taking something out of his bag. In fact, he took it out from the medium with a thought. Take it after meals, 1 pill each time. Xia Ruofei replied, I should be fine in a day. The pill contained the petals of the spirit heart flower. Even the strange poison in Song Wei's body could be removed after taking it for 10 to 20 days. Song Ruofei only had a common cold. 3 pills would definitely cure him. In fact, it was a waste to use such a pill to treat a cold. However, Xia Ruofei knew that if he did not know about Song Ruofei's cold, he would be suspicious. Chapter 1002, _2, For the sake of his good friend's health, Xia Ruofei did not feel too bad even though he knew it was using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Moreover, he had made a few more pills for Song Wei. It would be a waste if he did not use them. He might as well give them to Song Ruofei. Song Ruofei took the porcelain bottle as if he had found a treasure and carefully put it in his arms. He said with joy, You're indeed a good friend. Good brother. Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, If you don't serve the food soon, your good brother is going to starve to death. Song Ruofei patted his head. and said in embarrassment, "Blame me, blame me, I'll get them to serve the dishes immediately." "Waiter!" Xia Ruofei shouted. The waiter waiting at the door immediately pushed the door open and asked, "Sir, what do you need?" Xia Ruofei's dejection was swept away, and he said in high spirits, "Inform the kitchen to serve the dishes. Hurry up." "Yes, sir." Xia Ruofei then looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Oh, Ruofei, do you want to order a few more dishes?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No need. It's just the two of us. Let's make it simple. By the way, you haven't fully recovered from your cold yet, so let's not drink at noon. We have to listen to the doctor's orders." Xia Ruofei laughed and said to the waiter, "Take the wine away. Also, hurry up and serve the dishes." "All right." In the Liberation Square, Song Wei and her best friend, Xia Yi, walked out of a Western restaurant and stood by the side of the road, waiting for a taxi. Song Wei's car was still in the southwest, and Song Qiming was very strict with himself. Song Wei would never use her own car for personal use just because her father was a high-ranking provincial official. Therefore, she had been traveling with Xia Yi in Sanshan City for the past 2 days. They had mostly taken a taxi, and they would even take the public bus or subway occasionally. It sounded a little unbelievable. The daughter of a secretary of the provincial government and a member of the standing committee of the provincial party committee actually took the bus and subway when she went out. However, it was normal for this to happen in Song Qiming's house. Song Qiming would only use his power when it concerned Song Wei's safety. However, he would only do so within the rules. The last time he sent Song Wei's blood sample to Beijing for a test, Song Qiming's influence only made the flight wait for a few minutes. The departure time was not affected. All the expenses of the medical staff in the Provincial People's Hospital to Beijing were paid by Song Qiming personally. After a few days of fun at Sanshan, Xia Yi was ready to go home. Hence, Song Wei accompanied her for lunch to send her off. The two of them had been roommates for 4 years. In university, they were also the only 2 girls in their entire year majoring in archaeology, so they were naturally quite close. The two of them stood at the taxi stop under the shade of a tree. Song Wei said reluctantly, "Are you really not going to play for a few more days?" Xia Yi giggled. "Little girl, could it be that you've taken a fancy to this young master? You can't bear to see me leave?" Song Wei rolled her eyes at Xia Yi and said, "Go to hell. You're not serious." Xia Yi laughed out loud, then said mischievously, "I suddenly thought of a very interesting question. If we become lesbian, will the boys in the archaeology department be heartbroken?" They were the only 2 girls in the entire grade of archaeology, and the rest were boys. If the only 2 girls held hands, it meant that the boys in archaeology were failures. Song Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, "What kind of nonsense are you thinking about all day long? We're just discussing it. Did you put it into practice?" Xia Yi said nonchalantly. "Let me make this clear first. This sister is a pure girl. I'm not interested in women." When Song Wei heard the word pure girl, she almost burst out laughing. She held her stomach and laughed while pointing at Xia Yi and said, "You're such a weird guy." Xia Yi blinked her big eyes and said, "Seriously, we haven't even solved our personal problems yet. If you have any good boys, you must remember to introduce them to me." "Then you're asking for too much." Song Wei pouted and said, "You, beauty, Xia, are the goddess of all the boys. As long as he beckoned with his finger, there would probably be a strong row of pursuers. You're speaking as if you're not a goddess, Shui mumbled. Who asked the archaeology department to have more yang than yin? They don't have a choice, okay? That makes sense. The guys in our department are so pitiful, Song Wei pursed her lips and laughed. The noon sun was very hot, and the road on this side of the square seemed to be melting. The two of them stood under the shade of the tree and talked for a while, but there was no empty taxi passing by. However, the two of them weren't in a hurry. Shui's flight was in the evening, and they weren't in a hurry. They only needed to take a taxi to the hotel to pick up their luggage. Moreover, the two girls always had endless things to talk about when they were together. In addition, they were about to part soon, so the two of them hoped to chat for a while longer. However, while Song Wei and Shui were chatting, they didn't notice that on a motorcycle not far away, two young men wearing helmets were constantly looking in their direction. The motorcycle slowly drove toward the two people on the side of the road, but the two of them didn't realize that danger was approaching. When the motorcycle passed by them, the person behind suddenly reached out and grabbed Song Wei's bag. Then, the person in front stepped on the gas and the motorcycle sped up. Song Wei did not expect a street racer to steal her bag in broad daylight. She was quite shocked and did not have any defense at all. When the motorcycle accelerated, she was even pulled by the bag strap and staggered. Although Song Wei grabbed her bag, subconsciously, she could not win against the biker due to the momentum of the motorcycle. She felt the weight in her hand lighten and her bag was taken away. At this moment, Song Wei had yet to react, but Xia Yi reacted even faster. She shouted, "This is robbery." Then, he ran after the motorcycle. Forget it, Song Wei came back to her senses and said. However, Xia Yi had already run a few meters away. It was as if she had not heard Song Wei's words as she continued to chase after the motorcycle. Song Wei did not plan to chase after them. Although she did not expect the public security in Sanshan City to be more chaotic than she had imagined, she was still the daughter of the secretary of the municipal government. Since these two guys had stolen her, there was no way she could escape. With Song Qiming's words, there was no way such a petty thief could hide. However, Xia Yi had already given chase, and the other party was two strong men. Song Wei was worried that Xia Yi would be at a disadvantage, so she didn't even have the time to call her and quickly chased after her. At the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel, Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei, who had eaten and drunk to their heart's content, had just stepped out of the hotel when they heard someone shouting robbery not far away. Xia Ruofei turned his head and saw a motorcycle speeding along the road south of the square in their direction. The person in the back of the motorcycle would turn his head back from time to time. The man was holding a handbag that was obviously designed for women. Behind the motorcycle, a girl in a t-shirt and jeans was running wildly. Fuck. What's the situation? Song Ruofei couldn't help but call out. The motorcycle was moving very fast and was about to reach Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei's location. The motorcycle was on the opposite lane, and there was a guardrail in the middle. To Xia Ruofei, it was not difficult to stop him directly. It was just the width of a road. He could fly over it with a light tap. However, this would inevitably be a little shocking. Xia Ruofei looked left and right and did not find anything useful, so he called out, "Song Ruofei, take off your shoes." Ah? Song Ruofei was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Xia Ruofei grabbed Song Ruofei's right leg and shook it lightly. His shoe fell off his foot. Xia Ruofei did not wait for the shoe to land on the ground. He did a ball-like action and threw Song Ruofei's shoe up about half a meter. Then, he turned sideways and kicked Song Ruofei's shoe with his right foot. A volley shot. The shoe flew out with a swoosh, drawing a parabola across the middle of the road. And then fell rapidly. Just as the motorcycle passed by, the shoe happened to fly there and hit the rider's helmet, logo. Bang! Although the engine of the motorcycle was roaring loudly, the muffled sound was still very obvious. Even Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei, who were on the other side of the road, could hear it clearly. The rider was wearing a helmet. Normally, even if something were to hit the helmet, it wouldn't cause too much damage. However, after being hit by the flying shoes, the rider felt as if his helmet had been hit by an iron hammer. Although the outer shell of the helmet was hard and the inner lining was soft, the strong shock wave still made him dizzy, as if countless stars were flashing in front of his eyes. The rider's vision turned black, and he let go of the handle and fainted. The motorcycle lost control and fell to the ground. The wheels were still spinning at high speed, but the body of the motorcycle had already fallen to the ground. Because of the inertia, the motorcycle was still moving forward, and for a moment, sparks flew everywhere. The man in the back seat screamed and waved his hands, but in a moment of desperation, his foot got stuck in the motorcycle, and his body was dragged forward by the motorcycle. No one would wear a lot in the summer, so the robber in the back seat was only wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. As he was dragged on the ground, his arms and thighs were torn open, and he couldn't help but let out a terrible scream. The motorcycle slid for a full 7 to 8 meters before the man finally broke free. He lay on the ground, groaning. The man who had been hit in the helmet had fainted. The motorcycle slid forward for a few more meters before it made a turn and stopped. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before Song Ruofei could react to Xia Ruofei snatching his shoes, everything was over. Song Ruofei was still flabbergasted as he stood there barefooted. "What are you doing?" Xia Ruofei said calmly, "Let's go and take a look." With that, Xia Ruofei ran out first. There were not many cars on the road in the middle of the day. Xia Ruofei crossed the street easily. With one hand on the barrier, he crossed the barrier in a very natural and unrestrained manner and ran towards the place where the two street racers had fallen. At this time, Song Ruofei came back to his senses and quickly followed. However, Song Ruofei's running posture was a little strange. Ying was wearing a shoe on one foot and barefooted on the other. The height of both sides was unbalanced, and it looked strange. Zhuyi was already panting as she ran over. Xia Ruofei picked up the bag from the ground and handed it to Zhuyi. Smiling, he said, "You threw this, right? Be more careful next time." Thank you, Zhuyi said, panting. Just as she reached for her handbag, Song Ruofei also jumped over the guardrail a little clumsily. Song Ruofei saw this and shouted, "Are you Ruofei, wait." After that, Song Ruofei ran up to the two of them and said, "Are you Ruofei, how can you be so sure that she's the owner? At least let her tell us what's in her bag, right?" Hearing this, Zhuyi's brows instantly furrowed, and she retorted angrily, "Hey, uncle, what do you mean by that? Do you think I can pretend to be the owner?" Uncle? Uncle? Song Ruofei was dumbfounded. "I'm that old? Hey, I'm only in my 20s. You're actually calling me uncle? In his 20s? Shui sized Song Ruofei up and pouted. Uncle, aren't you a little too eager to grow up? Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruofei, amused. This guy had been so scared of AIDS that he had no appetite for food or water. He had no time to take care of his personal hygiene. He had not shaved for days and his hair was unkempt. His eyes were red and had dark circles. He did look old, like an internet-addicted otaku. Song Ruofei touched his stubble and unkempt hair. Perhaps he felt that it was too late to save his image now, so he simply skipped the topic. Sister, even if you're the owner, it's normal for us to verify it, right? He said, a little annoyed. Besides, we're doing a good deed. Why are you so fierce? Shui immediately said, please don't use the word we. Okay? I saw it very clearly just now. The one who did the right thing was this little brother. Uncle. It's hard for you to even climb over the guardrails, so the difficult job of doing the right thing shouldn't be suitable for you, right? Song Ruofei almost choked on the sharp-tongued Shui's words. He held it in for a long time before he said angrily, do you know what weapon this guy used to knock down the Speeder Union? It's my shoes. Without my leather shoes, how could he be so courageous? Shui subconsciously looked down and saw Song Ruofei wearing a shoe on one foot and bare on the other. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shui laughed so hard that her body trembled, and the peaks on her chest trembled slightly as well. Song Ruofei looked up and saw the somewhat erotic scene, and his heart couldn't help but sway. Earlier, Xia Yi had been running madly all the way here, so she was also sweating profusely. Her navy blue dipkiest shirt was also soaked, and only the part covered by her bra was still dry. The part that was wet with sweat was darker in color, while the two round parts and the two shoulder straps were lighter in color, making them look more obvious. Therefore, Song Ruofei's gaze fell on it subconsciously. Shui's sharp senses detected Song Ruofei's gaze. She immediately clutched her chest, glared at Song Ruofei, and shouted, Hey! Uncle, where are you looking at? Song Ruofei was very embarrassed. This guy was well known in the capital's rich and powerful circle. He did not expect to show his fear in front of a strange woman in Sanshan City. I'm going to find the shoes. Song Ruofei said, looking a little embarrassed. With that, Song Ruofei hurriedly ran towards the shoe that had landed not far away. Shui looked at Song Ruofei's back and made a face at him. With Song Ruofei's example, Xia Ruofei naturally would not look around. He looked straight at Shui and smiled. Actually, what my friend said makes sense. After all, we don't know each other. Out of a responsible attitude, I do need to verify your identity. Shui said magnanimously, your words are much more pleasant to hear. Unlike that uncle just now, his tone was full of suspicion. As if I was going to pretend to be the owner of the item to cheat. Song Ruofei was squatting not far away, putting on his shoes. After hearing Shui's words, his body couldn't help but tremble again. I just haven't taken care of myself for the past 2 days. That kid, Ruofei, is just a little whiter and taller than me. Both of us clearly wanted to express the same meaning, but why is there such a big difference in attitude? Girls nowadays judge people by their looks too much. Song Ruofei's heart was filled with blood and tears as he complained. Thank you for your understanding, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. But I really don't Know what's inside this bag, said Shui. It's because this bag belongs to my friend. But she should be here soon. As she said this, Shui saw Song Wei dragging her tired legs and running towards them. She immediately jumped up and waved her hands. Wei Wei. I'm here. Comparing the two, Shui's physical fitness seemed to be much better than Song Wei's. She had the image of a cute girl, but she had the heart of a tomboy. In terms of physical fitness, she was not inferior to men. This girl was quite interesting. Xia Ruofei also noticed Song Wei. He could not help but look surprised. Where were they? He did not expect to run into Song Wei in such a big provincial city. It seemed like this cute tomboy was Song Wei's friend. Xia Ruofei smiled as he waited for Song Wei. At this moment, Song Ruofei had already put on his shoes and walked over. He also saw Song Wei's figure and could not help but widen his eyes. A girl from the Keeper of Initial Enlightenment? What's going on? Soon, Song Wei arrived in front of the three of them. She was also drenched in sweat, and her pretty face was flushed from the strenuous exercise. Before Song Wei could catch her breath, Xia Yi said impatiently, Wei Wei, it's all thanks to this little brother this time. You didn't see him just now. He directly threw a shoe at him from the opposite side of the road, simply piercing through the poplar from 100 steps away. If not for the two little bastards, they would have been able to escape. Wei Wei. Wei Wei. Are you even listening to me? Shui said a lot before realizing that Song Wei was not paying any attention to her. Instead, she was staring straight at the young man who could shoot through trees with 100 steps. The expression on her face was one of utter shock. This woman. Even if she saw a handsome guy, she didn't have to be like this, right? The insensitive Shui couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Xia Ruofei smiled and blinked at Song Wei. Song Wei, I didn't expect to see you again. Song Wei exclaimed in surprise and joy, Are you Ruofei? Why is it you? You were the one who helped us subdue the street racer game just now? Only then did Shui understand the situation. She asked, Wei Wei, you guys know each other? Before Song Wei could answer, Song Ruofei walked out from behind Xia Ruofei and waved at Song Wei. He said, Long time no see, Song Wei. Song Wei's expression was even more surprised. Her cherry lips opened slightly, and she was stunned for a moment before she awkwardly greeted, Uncle. Song Ruofei, you're here too, although Song Wei was not used to calling a young man who was only a few years older than her uncle, she could not say that. She and Song Ruofei were relatives who were not even from the fifth server. Song Ruofei and Song Qiming's great grandfathers were blood brothers. Even though Song Qiming addressed elder Song as general out of habit, Song Wei still had to address Song Ruofei as uncle due to their seniority. When she was young, she had visited the Song family as a guest. She was against calling a kid who was about the same age as her uncle. She had even been reprimanded by Song Qiming for that. Hee hee. Song Ruofei chuckled and said, Just now, it was Ruofei and I who cooperated tacitly and subdued the two street racers in one fell swoop. Is that so? Then I really have to thank you, Song Wei said awkwardly. At this moment, Shui jumped out and pointed at Song Ruofei. Huh. Uncle, so you're Wei Wei's uncle. Just now you were still acting young, saying that you're only in your 20s, now you've been exposed. Song Ruofei's face turned black and he was filled with grief and indignation. Xia Ruofei couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Logo. Song Wei's face also turned red. She quickly tugged on Zhui's sleeve and said, Uncle Song Ruofei is only of higher seniority. He's only in his 20s. There's no need to act young. Is he really in his 20s? Zhui's voice couldn't help but grow louder. She pointed at the unshaven Song Ruofei and said, It looks like he's indeed more of a good-looking man, right, uncle? Song Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. Song Wei looked at Song Ruofei, who looked like a decadent otaku. She wanted to laugh, but she did not dare to. Her face was red from holding it in. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, All right. Don't make fun of Song Ruofei. We were able to catch the thief just now because he contributed the shoe. Song Ruofei's face darkened. He looked at Xia Ruofei resentfully and thought to himself, Are you speaking up for me? Why do I feel like I've been hurt even more? Xia Ruofei ignored Song Ruofei and passed his bag to Song Wei. He smiled and said, This is your bag, right? Be more careful next time. And see if you've lost anything. Thank you, Ruofei, Song Wei said softly. She took the bag and checked it. Her phone and documents were all there. She thanked Xia Ruofei again. The two unlucky thieves were still lying on the ground. One of them was motionless, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The other one was groaning and moaning like a bloody gourd, looking very scary. Xia Ruofei was well aware of the strength he had used. Besides, the unconscious biker was protected by a helmet. He knew that his life would not be in danger. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and called the police. Soon, the police cars from the nearby police station arrived at the scene. Before the police arrived, Song Wei called her father, Song Qiming, and told him what had happened. Song Qiming was shocked when he heard that. He quickly asked Song Wei if she was injured. Song Qiming heaved a sigh of relief when he found out that his daughter was fine, and that Xia Ruofei happened to pass by and help to apprehend the street racer gang. There was also no loss of property. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It seemed like his family was owing Xia Ruofei more and more favors. Song Qiming was very dissatisfied with the public security of Sanshan City. Even the daughter of the secretary of the municipal government was robbed by a street racer gang. How chaotic was the public security? Therefore, he immediately called Chen Bo, the deputy mayor and director of the Public Security Bureau of Sanshan City. On the one hand, he asked him to inform the police station in the Liberation Square. On the other hand, he wanted to severely criticize the public security situation in Sanshan. He also asked the Public Security Bureau to immediately take action and increase the inspection of human gathering places such as stations, subways, and urban complexes to crack down on all kinds of illegal crimes. It was conceivable that with the words of the secretary of the municipal committee, Sanshan City was bound to launch a large-scale crackdown on illegal and criminal activities. The days of the snakes, insects, rats, and ants living in the dark were becoming more and more difficult because of two little thieves who did not have eyes. The police had received instructions from their superiors, so they were very polite to Xia Ruofei, Song Wei, and the others. They did not ask them to go back to the station. They took a simple statement at the scene and let them leave. Then, the police investigated the scene, preserved the evidence, and called an ambulance. to take the two unlucky people to the hospital. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Xia Ruofei and the rest. Knowing that Song Wei and Zhuyi did not have a car, Xia Ruofei offered to give them a ride. When Xia Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle out of the hotel's parking lot, Zhuyi could not help but whistle and exclaim excitedly, "The night the 15th. Then, she grabbed Song Wei's hand and jumped up and down. Wei, it's the Night 15. And it's a limited edition. How domineering." Song Wei said to Xia Ruofei awkwardly, "Ruofei, I'm sorry. Yi really likes cars." "I'm fine," Xia Ruofei chuckled. Then, Xia Ruofei waved at Zhuyi and said with a smile, "Get in the car." Zhuyi was still in a state of excitement. As she mumbled, "I can actually ride on Night 15 once," at the side, Song Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes again with a look of disdain. In fact, Song Ruofei had driven here, but he did not leave alone. Instead, he reached for the door of the Night XV's passenger seat. Zhuyi was the first to open the car door, and she said with a smile, "Uncle, can you let me sit in the front passenger seat?" Facing Zhuyi, whose eyes were full of stars, Song Ruofei shrugged helplessly and gestured for her to leave. "Thank you, Uncle," Zhuyi said happily. "Sister, can you not call me Big?" Song Ruofei said helplessly. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhuyi had already deftly grabbed the handle of the car and climbed up in 2 steps, entering the car. After she closed the car door, she stuck her head out of the window and asked innocently, "Uncle, what did you just say?" "Poochie." Song Wei could not help but laugh again. "It's nothing," Song Ruofei said helplessly. "Oh." Zhuyi immediately retracted her head. Then, like Granny Lu entering a Grand View garden, she looked up and down, left and right, sizing up everything in the car. Song Wei and Song Ruofei also got into the car. Xia Ruofei looked at Zhuyi and said, "Can you put on your seatbelt first?" Zhuyi stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt. Then, she said to Xia Ruofei, "All right. Let's drive along the way." Zhuyi looked at Xia Ruofei's car as if it was a piece of art. She loved it so much that she could not bear to part with it. Xia Ruofei could see from the corner of his eye that Zhuyi was touching the interior of the car as if she was touching her lover. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Fortunately, the hotel that Zhuyi was staying at was not far from Liberation Square, so they arrived there in no time. Under Song Wei's urging, Zhuyi got out of the car reluctantly. "Are you okay, Song Ruofei?" "Uncle, thank you for today," Song Wei said politely. Xia Ruofei laughed and waved his hand. "It's a small matter, no need to be so polite. Then we'll be leaving first. Drive slowly." Song Wei smiled. "Wait." Zhuyi called out, "Brother Ruofei, you've helped us so much today. Let me treat you to a meal." "Oh, right, Uncle, you should come too. In any case, you contributed a shoe." Song Ruofei almost lost his temper when he heard that. This was too much of a difference in treatment. If that kid Ruofei becomes Brother Ruofei, then I'm just an uncle. Also, can you not mention a sore spot? Besides, I'm going to get mad at you about the shoes. Zhuyi did not notice the murderous look in Song Ruofei's eyes. She was still looking at Xia Ruofei expectantly. To be more precise, she was looking at the Night 15. You're plain," Song Wei reminded her softly. Zhuyi replied nonchalantly, "The flight is in the evening. Let's have dinner earlier. There's still time. Brother Ruofei, do you have time? Xia Ruofei smiled. I don't have anything to do today. But you don't have to be so polite. Of course, I'll repay your kindness. Xia Yi hurriedly said, then it's a deal. Song Wei looked at her best friend helplessly and shook her head with a bitter smile. At this moment, Xia Yi smiled in embarrassment and said, since we're going to have dinner together. Why don't we go out in the afternoon? I have to catch a plane, so I'll have to eat early. Xia Ruofei was stunned and asked, play? Where are you going? Anything. You can go for a ride too. Xia Yi blurted out, then awkwardly said, that. Don't misunderstand, it's not because of the car. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I know. Okay. We'll follow your arrangements. Xia Yi said happily, yay. That's great. Why don't you guys wait for me? I'll go check out of my room and get my luggage. I'll be done soon. This way, we can go directly to the airport after dinner. All right then. Xia Ruofei said, slow down. There's no hurry. Xia Yi nodded her head heavily and walked into the hotel quickly. Song Wei also quickly greeted Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei before quickly following them. Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei got out of the car. Xia Ruofei took out the special cigarette that Elder Song had given him and flicked one for Song Ruofei. Then, he took one for himself. The two of them lit up their cigarettes and took a puff. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Song Ruofei, this girl is quite interesting. Song Ruofei pursed his lips and said, why didn't I see that? He's like a love-struck fool. Xia Ruofei laughed, this shows that he's real. At least it's better than those women who put on a show with you and flatter you. That's true. Song Ruofei took a puff of his cigarette and said. Then, Xia Ruofei said awkwardly, by the way, didn't you drive today? Why are you in my car? Song Ruofei was stunned for a moment and then immediately said, there's a problem with my car's ability to avoid shock. I asked the repair shop to fix it. Why? You don't want to get in your car? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, no problem. It's my honor to have you, young Master Song, ride with me. Don't give me that, Song Ruofei pouted and said. Then, Song Ruofei asked shyly, Ruofei, do you have a razor in your car? What's the matter? Xia Ruofei asked with a faint smile. Don't I think it's not good to have an unkempt beard? Song Ruofei said, I didn't have the mood to take care of it a few days ago, but I'm fine now, aren't I? Of course I have to pay attention to my image. Xia Ruofei glanced at the entrance of the hotel and said with a smile, I really do have some. Just you wait. With that, Xia Ruofei walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. He bent down to block Song Ruofei's view and took out an electric shaver from the space. After some thought, he took out a clean shirt and casual pants. Xia Ruofei tucked his clothes under his arm and passed the razor to Song Ruofei. He asked, I think you're dressed too casually. Do you want to change? I happen to have a spare set of clothes and pants here. Our figures are similar, so you should be able to wear it. Why would I change out of the blue? Song Ruofei asked, his eyes evasive. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, didn't Xia Yi call you uncle? Don't you want to give her a good scare? That makes sense. Song Ruofei immediately said, thanks, brother. I'll shave first. After saying that, Song Ruofei immediately climbed into the car and lowered the sunshade in front of the passenger seat. He shaved his beard in front of the small makeup mirror and then tidied up his messy hair. Xia Ruofei smiled as he passed the clothes to Song Ruofei. Song Ruofei changed his clothes in the car. Not long after he got out of the car, Xue and Song Wei came out of the hotel, each pushing a suitcase. "I'm sorry for the long wait," Xue said, as she pushed her luggage to the back of the car. "It's okay. Give me your luggage," Xia Ruofei said, with a smile. Then, he took the large suitcases from Xue and Song Wei, opened the trunk, and placed them inside. "Thanks," Xue said with a smile. Then, Xue curiously asked, "Eh? Where's Uncle? Did he leave in anger?" At that moment, Song Ruofei, who had just shaved and changed his clothes, was standing beside Xue. However, Xue actually ignored him. Song Ruofei could not help but feel speechless. Logo. Song Ruofei took a few deep breaths before he managed to suppress his urge to go berserk. He glared at Xue, who was right in front of him, and waved his hand forcefully. "Arg! Who is it?" Xue jumped in shock and hurriedly took a step back. She looked at Song Ruofei with a sullen expression. Xue's face revealed a hint of doubt. She rubbed her eyes and sized Song Ruofei up, causing him to feel goosebumps all over his body. At this moment, Xue asked uncertainly, "You are Uncle?" Song Ruofei almost burst into tears. He roared in his heart, "My great aunt, you finally recognized me. Was this bro's presence really that low? He was actually invisible in front of you." Although Song Ruofei's mind was full of thoughts, he was still very calm on the surface. He only nodded slightly and asked, while suppressing his hidden bitterness, "Is there really nothing wrong with your eyesight?" Xue asked in surprise, "Is he really an uncle? You. Why have you changed so much?" Song Ruofei almost fainted. He shouted, "You're the one who's shit, like." Xia Ruofei couldn't hold it in any more and burst out laughing. Song Wei, who was trying to hold it in, burst out laughing when she heard Xia Ruofei's words. However, Song Wei quickly stopped smiling and said to Song Ruofei apologetically, "Uncle Song Ruofei, she has always been a little blind to faces when it comes to recognizing people. Hee, please forgive her." Xue sized Song Ruofei up, then said seriously, "So you really are an uncle?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "That's enough. Stop fooling around. Get in the car." "Oh," Xue nodded and looked at Song Ruofei curiously, as if she couldn't understand why he had changed so much in such a short time. "Oh right, Song Wei, don't you have motion sickness? You can sit in front," Xia Ruofei said. Song Wei was stunned for a moment. "When did I get carsick?" However, her mind was very clever. When she heard this, she only nodded and said, "All right." Xue had originally wanted to sit in the front passenger seat, but after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she went straight to the back seat. After everyone got into the car, Xia Ruofei started the engine and asked with a smile, "Song Wei, Xue, where do you guys want to go?" "I'll listen to Yi." Song Wei shrugged. "Didn't you say she would arrange it?" Xue sat in the back seat, and as she fastened her seatbelt, she tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "I remember the airport is by the sea, right? Why don't we go to the beach? I'll treat you guys to seafood tonight." All right. Xia Ruofei nodded and stepped on the accelerator. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with the road from the city to the seaside because Taoyuan Farm was located by the sea. He had gone back and forth countless times in the past year. The car sped along the second ring road. Zhuyi was still looking around like a curious baby, while Song Ruofei, who was usually talkative, seemed to have become a little reserved. He sat upright and still beside Zhuyi. Zhuyi stuck her head out and asked, "Oh right, brother Ruofei, what do you do?" There were not many people in the country who could drive a Knight 15. You must be the big boss, right? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Then you're wrong. I'm just running a small business to support my family. A small business owner can drive a luxury car that's worth tens of millions?" Disbelief was written all over Zhuyi's face. "You're not being so humble because you're afraid that I'll pester you, are you? Don't worry. We only like cars, not gold diggers." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was too bold. He really didn't have a filter on his words. Song Wei was both angry and amused. She turned around and glared at Zhuyi. "Woman, can't you be a little more reserved? Can't you be more ladylike? It's not like I want to hit on brother Ruofei," Zhuyi said nonchalantly. "Why do I need to act like a lady?" After Song Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but touch his forehead. He felt that this woman was really hopeless. She dared to say anything. However, he did not know why, but after hearing this, he felt a little relieved. "You want to hit on Ba, even if you want to pursue him, there's no chance," Song Wei said unhappily. "Ruofei has a girlfriend. And she's pretty and rich." "Your girlfriend is rich?" The fire of gossip in Zhuyi's eyes was instantly ignited. She could not help but look at Xia Ruofei with a half smile and asked, "Could it be that brother Ruofei is living off a woman, hey?" Xia Ruofei immediately protested. Song Wei also said nervously at the same time, Don't talk nonsense. Ruofei's own business is very big. And he's very capable. Even my father has high praises for him." When Zhuyi heard this, she immediately gave Song Wei a meaningful look and said, "Even your father sees brother Ruofei in a different light? Wei, could it be that there's something going on between you two?" The speed of his attention shifting was comparable to the speed of light. This lady's brain was definitely not the same as a normal person's. Xia Ruofei was speechless. Song Wei's face was also red. She could not help but say, "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I tell you that Ruofei already has a girlfriend?" Logo. Zhuyi pointed at Song Wei as if she had just discovered a new continent and shouted, Wei, you're shy. And you say there's no situation? You don't use your girlfriend as an excuse. There's still divorce after marriage." Zhuyi immediately swallowed back Song Wei's words. "Do I make sense, uncle?" He turned to Song Ruofei and asked. Song Ruofei looked at Zhuyi helplessly, not knowing what to say. Zhuyi even asked innocently, "Uncle, why didn't you say anything on the way here? You've already said what you wanted to say, what else can I say?" Song Ruofei said helplessly. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly at Zhuyi. "Student Zhuyi, please don't treat me like I don't exist, alright? My girlfriend and Song Wei know each other too. We even had a meal together 2 days ago. Shall we have dinner together?" Shocked, Zhuyi asked, Wei, you left me behind the other Dayan told me that you had an important date with Brother Ruofei and his girlfriend? Songwei nodded her head helplessly. Just as she was about to explain that it was her family who had invited Xia Ruofei to dinner, Shui beat her to it and said, Brother Ruofei, you're so capable to be able to let the flower and wildflower live in peace. This little girl worships. Song Wei's pretty face suddenly burned with passion and she said loudly, Hey! Who are you calling wildflowers? Could it be that you're the family's flower? Shui laughed evilly. Song Wei realized that no matter how she tried to explain, it would only make things worse. That was because Shui did not listen to any explanation at all. Everything was just her own imagination. Xia Ruofei was also speechless. He had no energy to complain, so he just closed his mouth and focused on driving. Shui saw that the two people in the front row were ignoring her and felt a little bored. After a while, she turned to Song Ruofei and asked, Uncle, you're so familiar with both of them, and you're also Wei Wei's uncle. Do you really have the heart to see Wei Wei jump into the fire pit? Song Ruofei turned around and said seriously, Xua. Didn't Song Wei just say it? He doesn't have that kind of relationship with Ruofei. Did you not hear clearly? Shui was stunned for a moment before she replied, I heard it. But Wei Wei, I thought there was something wrong with your ears. I was going to introduce you to a doctor from the department of ear, nose, and throat. Song Ruofei said, It doesn't seem like it's a problem with my ears. You should go and take a look at this place, Song Ruofei said as he poked his head with his index finger. Shui was slightly taken aback, but she quickly recovered and said angrily, Stinky uncle, you dare say that there's something wrong with my brain? You're the one with a problem. There's something wrong with your entire family's brains. No. There's something wrong with the brain of your entire community. Okay. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I said the wrong thing, okay? Song Ruofei quickly dodged to the side, afraid that Shui's finger would poke his eyes. As Xia Ruofei drove, he looked at the two people in the back through the rearview mirror. He could not help but smile. Meanwhile, Song Wei glanced at Xia Ruofei and looked thoughtful. In fact, Shui was just speaking without thinking. However, her personality was not annoying. She was cheerful, innocent, and full of youth, so Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were not really angry. They just felt a little embarrassed after being teased by Xua. Song Wei's heart was rippling. She would look at Xia Ruofei awkwardly from time to time. However, with the happy-go-lucky Shui around, the atmosphere would not become too awkward, no matter what. When she saw that the two in the front row ignored him and started talking to Song Ruofei, her curious nature was revealed. She asked all kinds of questions such as what's your real age and do you have a girlfriend, which Song Ruofei couldn't handle. Uncle, Shui asked again, you're Wei Wei's uncle. Don't tell me your family is also in politics? Song Ruofei nodded seriously and said, yes, some of my elders work in the party committee and government departments. Are you really the second generation of an official? Shui's curiosity was piqued. Then tell me, what kind of officials do you have in your family? Song Ruofei counted with his fingers and said, the biggest one should be at the national level, right? In addition, there are 4 or 5 at the provincial level, and I have to count the bureau level, Poochie. Shui couldn't help but laugh and say, Uncle, I thought you were very honest. So you're a pervert. You don't even make a sound when you tell jokes. I'm serious, I'm not joking. Song Ruofei said. Alright, you're not joking. Shui said with a helpless expression, you're the top nouveau riche in China, and you're Familius a political tycoon, okay? Why don't you just say that your grandfather is Elder Song? How did you know? Song Ruofei asked in surprise. My grandfather is really, alright. Are you done joking? Shui burst out, laughing. Elder Song? If your grandfather is Elder Song, then my grandfather is the referee. The first senior official of this term was surnamed Luo. Seeing Shui's disbelieving look, Song Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's not easy for me to tell the truth, can you not be so harsh? In the past, when Song Ruofei went to all kinds of top clubs in the capital, his bad friends would bring celebrities and socialites to socialize. All kinds of women were naturally very interested in this young master Song that even the rich playboys respected. They would often try to make indirect inquiries, but Song Ruofei would not easily reveal his family background. Their circle was like this. If you were qualified to enter this circle, you would naturally know the other party's identity. Otherwise, they would not even bother to show off in front of you. Today, when Shui took the initiative to talk about this topic, Song Ruofei didn't beat around the bush and told her the truth. However, she didn't expect Shui to not believe him at all. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The two of them didn't expose him. Anyway, it was quite interesting to see Song Ruofei's defeated look. The car came down from the second ring road and drove out of the city for a short while. Then, it went through the ramp and onto the highway. The car drove all the way to Chongqing County. Xia Ruofei was more familiar with this area. He thought about it and felt that it was not a wise choice to go to the beach during the hottest time of the afternoon in the hot summer. After a moment of silence, Xia Ruofei drove to a water park by the sea in Chongqing County. Song Wei and the other two agreed with Xia Ruofei's arrangement. Especially the playful Shui. Without a second word, she pulled Song Wei and rushed in. Xia Ruofei took the initiative to go and buy the tickets. Then, everyone bought a swimsuit at the service desk. Actually, Xia Ruofei always had swimming trunks in his interspace. After all, the interspace had the sea that Xia Ruofei could enjoy alone. He would go in for a swim occasionally. However, it did not make sense to keep swimming trunks in the car all year round, so Xia Ruofei bought a new one with Song Wei and the others. After changing their clothes in the men's and women's changing rooms, everyone gathered at the water park. There were many things to do in the water park. There were time travel slides, skateboarding, surfing, trumpets, and so on. The child, like Shui, felt as if she had arrived in heaven. She couldn't wait to try out all kinds of things. Xia Ruofei, Song Wei, and Song Ruofei were also dragged by her to run around the venue. The entire venue could hear Shui's laughter. In the end, Shui was interested in the water park's special feature, the obstacle course. This kind of breakthrough program had been very popular in the past few years, because several satellite TV stations would do this kind of program every summer, and the stages were all similar. The tickets they bought for the water park included a breakthrough, but they had to exchange for tickets when they arrived. Each ticket could be used twice. When the four of them arrived at the entrance of the checkpoint, Shui immediately said excitedly, Wei Wei, brother Ruofei. Uncle, let's have a match, logo. Xia Ruofei was the first to wave his hand and said, forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a Woman, do you look down on women? Shui immediately said, or are you afraid that you'll lose face? If you lose to women? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you think I'll lose to you? However, student Shui, trying to goad me into action is useless. I really don't want to play this game, so you guys go ahead. This kind of breakthrough event tested one's flexibility and balance. Of course, it also had a certain requirement on physical strength. To Xia Ruofei, this was child's play. Not to mention that he had taken so much body-tempering soup. After obtaining the interspace and even embarked on the road of cultivation. With his skills in the army, it was as easy as eating and drinking for him to quickly complete such a breakthrough. Xia Ruofei was not interested in things that were not challenging. Boring. Shui pouted as she said this, then turned her gaze to Song Wei. I don't want to play either, I can't swim. Song Wei quickly replied. You'll definitely choke if you fall into the water, hey. You're too disloyal. Shui said angrily, Wei, there are lifeguards in the water. What are you afraid of? Besides, are you that unconfident? Do you think you will fall into the water? Don't try to persuade me, Song Wei said with a smile. I won't try something I'm not confident in. If you feel bored playing alone, you should persuade Uncle Song Ruofei. Hearing this, Shui looked at Song Ruofei and said, Uncle, don't tell me you don't want to play? Song Ruofei said without thinking, play. Of course he was playing. I'm not like some people who cower in the face of danger. Huh. Uncle, I've known you for so long, and this is the only sentence that I've ever heard. Shui said happily. She even shot a glance at Xia Ruofei. Have you known me for a long time? Song Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Shui had only said it casually, but even though she realized her slip of the tongue, she still refused to admit defeat. She forced herself to say, we've known each other for half a day, it must be more than 100,000 seconds. It hasn't been long? Xia Ruofei and Song Wei burst out laughing. Song Ruofei rubbed his forehead and said, yes. It's been long enough, Aya, don't mind these details. Shui said, let's go and change our tickets. With that, Shui walked to Xia Ruofei and Song Wei and extended her hand. Why? Song Wei asked in confusion. The tickets. Don't waste it even if you don't want to play. Shui said matter of factly, I've changed my ticket to play with Uncle. Each of us can play 4 times. Here you go, Xia Ruofei. Hurriedly passed the tickets to Shui. Shui took the tickets for the 2 of them and said, Uncle, what are you doing? Let's go. Then, she grabbed Song Ruofei's hand and ran toward the entrance of the checkpoint. Caught off guard, Song Ruofei stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Then, he was pulled by Shui in an extremely sorry state and involuntarily ran to the ticket exchange office. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei found an empty sun chair and sat down. They each ordered a glass of fruit juice. Song Wei, your classmate is quite interesting. Xia Ruofei laughed. Song Wei's face reddened. Yi is a person who speaks without thinking. Don't mind her. Why would I mind? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you didn't even mind Song Ruofei being hit like that. Do you think I'm that petty? When Xia Ruofei mentioned Song Ruofei, Song Wei couldn't help but look at the 2 people who were exchanging their tickets at the entrance. She revealed a meaningful smile. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei sat on the sunbathing chairs and watched Shui and Song Ruofei play the game. Song Ruofei didn't usually exercise, and his body coordination wasn't very good. He stumbled through the first level, but slipped into the water on the next level. On the other hand, Xia was as tough as a man. There were a few times when she looked like she was about to fall into the water, but she managed to get past them without any mishaps and made it all the way to the finish line. Xia proudly received a small gift and then returned to the starting point from the finishing point. At this time, Song Ruofei had just swum to the shore in a sorry state and was climbing up the escalator. Xia happened to pass by the pond, so she naturally couldn't avoid a round of teasing. The situation was similar for the second and third time. Although Xia did not maintain her good luck and fell into the water halfway, she still passed more rounds than Song Ruofei each time. This girl is going to be proud, Song Wei smiled. Maybe Song Ruofei let her win on purpose. Xia Ruofei's lips curved up as he spoke. I don't think so, Song Wei said. He always looks so embarrassed when he falls into the water. If he's pretending, he's really trying his best. Let's continue watching, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. His eyes were naturally sharper than Song Wei's. Song Ruofei had indeed fallen into the water without any preparation, and he had slipped. It was the second and third time. Although it was also very realistic, Xia Ruofei could tell with one look that he had not lost his balance. Moreover, he had fallen into the water both times when Xia happened to look at him. Hence, he had already figured it out. Logo. Song Ruofei had learned how to scheme. Xia Ruofei could not help but find it funny. As expected, the two of them still had one last chance to clear the stage. This time, the two of them stood at the starting point together. It was Xia who had taken the initiative to suggest that she would clear the stage with Song Ruofei. Song Wei also noticed this and turned to look at Xia Ruofei in surprise. The first obstacle was similar to the Plum Blossom Dome. She had already played it 3 times before, so Xia was also very familiar with the route and rushed over it with great strides. Then, she didn't move forward but stood there and waited for Song Ruofei. Although they couldn't hear her clearly from a distance, they could still see that she was encouraging Song Ruofei. Very quickly, Song Ruofei had also successfully crossed the Plum Blossom Dome. Just as he was about to jump onto the middle platform, Xia even took the initiative to reach out and pull him. Uncle Song Ruofei is so cunning. Song Wei could not help but comment. You can tell? Xia Ruofei chuckled. Song Wei glanced at Xia Ruofei and asked, You already saw through it, right? Xia Ruofei laughed. Just now at the entrance of the hotel. After you guys went in, this kid asked me for a razor to shave. I felt that something was wrong. Song Wei's face revealed a trace of worry as she said, grew up in an ordinary family. I'm afraid that she and Uncle Song Ruofei, Xia Ruofei interrupted her and said, the 8 words haven't even taken shape yet. Why are you so worried? Is my best friend. Song Wei said, I don't want her to get hurt. Don't be fooled by her carefreeness. She's very innocent when it comes to love. I can tell. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so defenseless against Song Ruofei, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. You're still talking, Song Wei said coquettishly. You're also helping the evildoer. This is called the happiness of an adult, alright. Xia Ruofei said, Song Ruofei is different from before. Besides, Xia is your best friend. This guy knows what's important. He definitely wouldn't play with her feelings. I hope so. I don't want Yi to get hurt, Song Wei nodded. I understand. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, don't worry. I'll find a chance to talk to Song Ruofei. Thank you. Song Wei said sincerely. Xia Ruofei turned to look at Song Wei and said, eldest niece, why are you being so polite with me? Song Wei was embarrassed and said, who's your niece? Xia Ruofei said matter of factly, Song Ruofei is my best brother. You're his niece, so you're my niece too. That's what Secretary Song said the other day. If you keep talking, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Song Wei said angrily. Xia Ruofei laughed out loud and the two of them turned their attention to the racetrack. While the two of them were talking, Yi and Song Ruofei had already worked together to reach the last stage. At this moment, the two of them were climbing up. This time, Song Ruofei also exerted his strength and agilely climbed up the last high platform. Then, he laid down and reached his hand down, pulling Yi up the high platform together. The two of them had successfully worked together to break through. Yi was jumping up and down in joy and even hugged Song Ruofei in excitement. Seeing this, Song Wei couldn't help but shake her head and said, this silly girl, Xia Ruofei smiled. Song Wei, I suddenly thought of something. If Yi and Song Ruofei really get together, wouldn't you have to call her aunt? Song Wei was stunned. Xia Ruofei laughed as he stood up and walked towards Yi and Song Ruofei. Only then did Song Wei come back to her senses. She stomped her feet and quickly followed after him. Yi's flight was at 6:30 in the evening, so after they had their break, the four of them left the water park and prepared to find a place to eat. Xia Ruofei was more familiar with this area. He drove them to a seafood stall not far from the airport. Along the way, Yi was still excitedly talking non-stop, especially about the heroic feat of their fourth successful joint effort. She even pulled Song Ruofei along to obtain his proof. After the two of them had worked together before, Song Ruofei wasn't as reserved as before. He smiled and echoed Yi's words. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei sat in the front row and looked at each other. Song Wei shook her head and thought, this silly girl was really slow. Soon, they arrived at the seafood stall. Xia Ruofei ordered a bunch of seafood, including the most famous clam, scallops, oysters, shrimp, and so on. Xia Ruofei had to drive, and Song Wei was still recovering, so neither of them could drink. However, Yi said that seafood had to be paired with beer. She looked down on the two people who did not drink. Then, she called the waiter over and ordered a draft beer, ready to drink with Song Ruofei. Song Ruofei naturally did not reject her offer. He even laughed and poured Yi some wine. Soon, the seafood was served. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei ordered fruit juice, while Yi and Song Ruofei drank beer. They were all young people, so they naturally chatted freely. The food stall had a wide view, with a beach in front of them and a boundless sea further ahead. The environment was quite good, so the atmosphere of the meal was also very good. Yi had always been an easy-going person. After the meal, she had already become familiar with Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei, and they naturally exchanged WeChat messages. Xia Ruofei clearly saw a flash of joy in Song Ruofei's eyes. He couldn't help but find it funny. When had young Master Song ever been so careful when he wanted to chase a girl? However, this also showed that Song Ruofei really cared about Yi, who had fallen in love at first sight. He wasn't just playing around like he used to. Xia Ruofei felt a little relieved. Of course, he knew that even if Song Rui and Zhui were to get together, they still had a long way to go. The biggest obstacle was undoubtedly the pressure from the family. In a wealthy and influential family like the Song family, Song Rui was the eldest son and grandson. It was definitely not allowed for him to find a daughter from a humble family. In Luo, the Song family had already arranged for Tian Huilan's daughter, Lu Yu, to marry him. Only a marriage of equal social status through political means would be considered the most suitable by the elders of the Song family. Xia Ruofei could foresee how much resistance and difficulty Song Rui would face. Whether he could overcome these difficulties would depend on Song Rui's determination. Xia Ruofei had no idea. At a little past 5 o'clock, the four of them had already had their fill. Zhui rushed to pay the bill, and the group went out and got into the car. Xia Ruofei then drove towards the airport. On the way, Zhui's phone beeped with a WeChat notification. After she swiped on her phone to check, her face turned pale. She, who had been chattering non-stop for a long time, became a little quiet. What's wrong? Song Wei asked, concerned. I'm fine. Zhui pouted. Song Rui frowned slightly and asked, did you encounter any difficulties? Maybe everyone can help you. Zhui glanced at Song Rui and said, Uncle, if your grandfather is really Elder Song, he'll definitely be able to help me. But now, let's forget it. Song Wei couldn't help but turn to look at Zhui in amusement. This girl was really... If she found out that Song Rui's grandfather was really Elder Song, she wondered what kind of expression she would make. What's the matter? Who sent you a WeChat message? Song Wei asked, if you're unhappy, just tell me. Do you still treat us as friends? Gina sent it, Zhui said dejectedly. Gina? Song Wei was stunned for a moment before she asked, the one from the Faculty of Arts? When did you add her on WeChat? It was during the interview that day. Zhui pursed her lips and said, she was the one who insisted on adding me. What did she send? Song Wei asked. What other content could it be? Zhui sighed and said, he's just showing off to me. Sigh. Let's not talk about such unhappy things. I'll just continue looking for a job after I return to the capital. It's no big deal. Hey. Don't stop halfway. Song Rui asked, what is it? I still have a few friends in Beijing, they might be able to help you, Logo. Uncle, you won't be able to help even if I tell you. That's the capital. Zhui said unhappily. Song Wei's heart skipped a beat as she smiled and said, Uncle Song Rui might really be able to help you with that matter. Just tell me. If you don't want to say it, I'll say it. Don T. Zhui hurriedly replied. Then, she smiled bitterly and helplessly. Actually, it's about work. As it turned out, Zhui's grades were not as good as Song Wei's, and she had no chance of getting a postgraduate recommendation. Moreover, she wanted to start working as soon as possible, so she had not taken the postgraduate entrance exam at all and had started looking for a job this semester. Many of the students who were studying in the capital city hoped to stay and work there, and Zhui was no exception. It wasn't easy for an archaeologist to find a job. Even a graduate from a top university like Yanjing University didn't have many choices. However, Zhui did manage to find a job that was quite suitable for her. In fact, she quite liked it. It was the work of preserving cultural relics in Yanjing Museum. This job suited her profession quite well. Besides, Zhuyi was also quite interested in the conservation of cultural relics. Even though she was currently applying for the Yanjing Museum, it would at most be an official job, but Zhuyi still signed up without hesitation. A batch of resumes was eliminated, but since Zhuyi's specialization was more suitable, she still successfully entered the written test. After a period of serious preparation, Xia Ruofei successfully completed the written test, and her results were rather good. She was ranked second among all the applicants. And naturally, she entered the interview. This time, Yanjing Museum recruited 3 people and more than 10 people went for the interview. Zhuyi felt that her major was more suitable, and her written test results were also very good. She had a high chance of getting this job. While they were waiting for the interview, the girl named Gina, who had texted Zhuyi earlier, took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. She asked about her school, major, written test results, and so on. She even took the initiative to add Zhuyi on WeChat. Xia Ruofei had always been a carefree person, so she was not on guard against Jean Na. Hence, she told Jean Na about her situation. After the interview, all they had to do was wait for the notice. Zhuyi, on the other hand, was bored in the capital. When she heard that Song Wei had moved to Sanshan, she decided to travel to Sanshan by herself. Initially, she thought that the results of the interview would not be out too soon, so she was prepared to go home and spend time with her parents. She had not expected that Gina would be the one who had sent a message to Zhuyi, telling her in a flaunting tone that she had been hired. Zhuyi immediately logged into Yanjing Museum's official website to check, and found that the recruitment notice had indeed been released. Her name had fallen from the sky. Among the 3 who were accepted, other than the first who won first place in the written test, the other 2 had very low written results, and Gina was one of them. Moreover, Gina was only a Chinese major student at an ordinary university in the capital city. She had nothing to do with the conservation of cultural relics. Under such circumstances, she would usually be eliminated in the first round of screening. Yet, she had actually successfully passed the written test and interview. She had even been accepted, even though she ranked last. Zhuyi would rather die than believe that there was nothing fishy about this. Initially, Zhuyi had not wanted to say anything, but once she opened her mouth, she could not stop herself from telling him everything that had happened. Then, she said angrily, the establishment is really precious these days. Even a government office like the Yanjing Museum had so many people trying to get in. This group of people probably didn't even know what a cultural relic was, and they just wanted to occupy an establishment to do nothing. We, who are really learning this and love this industry, are being rejected. You really are, Xia Ruofei chuckled. Actually, it's not necessarily the Yanjing Museum's problem. This is an institution with a strong academic atmosphere. If the higher authorities had asked, they wouldn't have been able to stop them even if they wanted to. Song Wei nodded in agreement and said, I think they probably only want to recruit 1 person, but they have to report 3 targets to be able to recruit 1 person. Zhuyi sighed and said, I only realized how cruel reality is after I left the school. Song Ruofei laughed and said, this is called a problem? Zhuyi, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Zhuyi was stunned for a moment. She turned to look at Song Ruofei and asked, Uncle, you're not joking with me, right? You're already so anxious, Song Ruofei said, pouting. I dare to make such a joke? Xia Ruofei looked at Song Ruofei through the rearview mirror and said with a smile, don't worry. Since Song Ruofei has agreed to help, this matter will definitely not be a problem. Yeah. Song Wei immediately nodded in agreement. Uncle Song Ruofei will definitely be able to do it. Shui was a little puzzled as she asked, you guys are actually so confident in Uncle? Why? Do I feel that this matter is a little mysterious? Song Ruofei was so angry that he immediately took out his phone and said, Shui, just watch. If this matter isn't settled before the plane takes off, then I, Song Ruofei, am bragging. After that, Song Ruofei pondered for a while and dialed a number on his phone. He said directly, Changzi, you are familiar with the people in the Beijing Cultural Bureau. Help me do something. I have a friend who applied for the position of Cultural Relic Conservation in Yanjing Museum. She ranked second in the written test, but she was not accepted in the end. This is too much of a bully, logo. Changzi's real name was Su Chang. His father was a leader of the Ministry of Culture. The Ministry of Culture was not a particularly powerful department among the major ministries. Naturally, Su Chang's status in Song Ruofei's circle was not very high. However, it was the most convenient for him to do this. The Yanjing Museum was a subsidiary of the Jing City's Bureau of Culture. The head of the museum was usually a deputy director of the bureau. Su Chang's father was a leader of the Ministry of Culture, so Su Chang had a lot of connections in this industry. Usually, Su Chang could barely hang around in Song Ruofei's circle. This time, young Master Song actually called him personally to ask him to do something. Moreover, this matter was easy for him, so Su Chang agreed without hesitation. Brother Ruofei, leave it to me. Su Chang said, I'd like to see who has the guts to take the spot of Brother Ruofei's friend. Song Ruofei said lightly, let's talk about it later. I want to see the results first. My friend's name is Shui. She came in second in this written test. Changzi, can you finish it in half an hour? No problem. If I can't even do this, then I won't have the face to work with Brother Ruofei. Su Chang said without hesitation. Then, he laughed evilly and said, Brother Ruofei, it sounds like a girl. Isn't this girl super pretty? Song Ruofei said indifferently, are you itching for a beating? Don't ask around. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Ruofei, I'll go do something first. Su Chang quickly said. Give me a call if you have any results. Song Ruofei said and then hung up. He turned to look at Shui and said, I've already told my friend. Don't worry. There will be results soon. Shui had known Song Ruofei for a long time. Song Ruofei had always been a good-tempered gentleman, but this was the first time she had seen him so domineering. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Then, Shui asked in disbelief, Uncle. This is it? It's not a big deal, Song Ruofei shrugged. Shui felt that all of this seemed a little unreal, but she also felt that Song Ruofei didn't seem to be lying, so she couldn't help but feel conflicted. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Shui, why are you still so worried? Even if Song Ruofei didn't help, you won't lose anything, right? That makes sense. Shui smiled and said, the situation can't get any worse anyway. Song Ruofei knew that it was unlikely that Shui would be completely at ease just because of his words. However, he didn't want to explain further. After all, once the final results were out, Shui would know that he wasn't bragging. Therefore, Song Ruofei only smiled and did not continue the topic. The seafood stall was not far from the airport. Xia Ruofei arrived at the airport's parking lot in no time. Xia Ruofei and Song Ruofei each pushed a large suitcase. The four of them walked into the airport departure hall. There was still more than an hour before the flight would take off. After checking in their luggage at the counter and changing their boarding passes, Zhuyi was not in a hurry to go through the security check. Instead, she followed Xia Ruofei and the rest to the lounge chair in the lobby and sat down. It had only been 10 minutes since Song Ruofei had finished the call. Zhuyi, Xia Ruofei, and the other two chatted with each other. Her mood had been affected by the recruitment incident, and she was not as lively as before. Xia Ruofei saw a vending machine not far away and asked with a smile, "I'm a little thirsty. I'll go buy a bottle of water. What do you guys want? To drink?" Just then, Zhuyi's phone suddenly rang. Song Wei looked at Song Ruofei and said with a smile, Quickly pick up the phone." Zhuyi took out her phone and looked at the caller ID. It was a landline from Beijing. "Who is this?" Zhuyi mumbled to herself as she picked up the call. "Hello." A very solicitous voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, are you student Zhuyi from Yenjing University?" "I'm Zhuyi. May I know who you are?" "Hello, student Xue. I'm Secretary Hu from the Human Resources Department of Yenjing Museum." The voice on the other end of the phone became even more enthusiastic. "I'm informing you on behalf of the Yenjing Museum that you have been officially accepted by our museum. Congratulations." Zhuyi was stunned. She subconsciously glanced at Song Ruofei and stuttered, "Accepted? This? Could you have made a mistake? I didn't see me on the list of candidates that your official website published." Officer Hu's voice became a little awkward. "Student Xue, that list is only for public use. It's not the final admission result. After some feedback and the leader's comprehensive consideration, you will be on the final admission list." Even Mr. Hu himself was baffled. Less than an hour after the official website had announced the name list, the museum's curator had personally come over and asked him to immediately inform Zhuyi of her acceptance. In addition, Officer Hu also heard the director go to the office next door and very urgently ask the colleague in charge of the maintenance of the official website to immediately withdraw the notice and replace it with a new one. In fact, it wasn't just Officer Hu, even the museum's curator himself was still confused. Just a few minutes ago, the director of the city's cultural bureau had personally called to criticize the museum's recruitment work. He said that some of the more professional and comprehensive comrades had been inexplicably excluded from the list, and that this was a serious dereliction of duty by the museum's recruitment leader, and so on. Immediately after, the director of the Cultural Affairs Bureau instructed that Zhuyi, who had placed second in the written test, must be admitted. The curator of the museum was also a party member and deputy director of the Cultural Bureau, so he couldn't help but ask around. It was only then that he found out that a deputy director of the Ministry of Culture had personally called to ask about this matter because of Zhuyi. Beijing was a municipality. The director of the Cultural Bureau was at the main department level, and the curator of the museum was also at the deputy department level. Speaking of which, the deputy director was only at the same level as the curator. However, in the officialdom, matters could not be simply judged by the administrative level. The deputy secretary of the municipal party committee and the deputy mayor of a prefecture-level city were both deputy directors. However, one was the third in command of the city, while the other had not even entered the standing committee. The power of speech was on a completely different level. The deputy director was the department leader of the higher authorities. He had direct supervision and guidance, power over the city's cultural bureau. Even if a director or a deputy director made the call, the director would pay great attention to it, let alone the deputy director. The curator broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the news. He didn't have time to ask any other questions and directly asked the director to remove Gina from the list. In fact, among the 3 criteria, the first place in the written test was based on her own ability, while the other 2 were accepted through connections. Moreover, Gina was not much different from the other person's client in terms of rank. Under the same circumstances, the museum had no other choice but to get Gina in. Who asked her to have the worst grades? Everything had been settled in just a few minutes. Gina had no idea that the organization that she had spent so much effort on had already flown away and landed in the hands of Zhuyi, who had lived up to her reputation. After Zhuyi heard this, she felt as if she was in a dream. She repeatedly confirmed it with that officer who knew that this future colleague of his had a very powerful background, so he could only patiently answer Zhuyi's questions, which were almost all the same. In the end, after Zhuyi hung up the phone, she immediately logged into the official website of Yanjing Museum to take a look. She realized that the list had indeed been changed, and she was on it. Ah! Zhuyi shouted happily. Ignoring the strange looks from the people in the departure hall, she hugged Xia Ruofei and said, "Uncle, you're too awesome." It was really settled with one phone call, logo. Xia Ruofei's face was a little red, which was a rare sight. He was at a loss as Zhuyi hugged him tightly. He didn't dare to put his hands on Zhuyi's body, and he kept saying, "Calm down. Calm down." Xia Ruofei and Song Wei laughed as they watched the show. Song Wei felt that her best friend was about to fall into a trap. However, she was also hesitating whether she should remind Zhuyi in private. After all, Song Ruofei did not use any dirty tricks. He was pursuing her seriously, and she did not seem to have any reason to stop him. Moreover, Song Ruofei was his elder. Of course, Song Wei also knew that even if Zhuyi and Song Ruofei were together, the road ahead would still be very bumpy and full of obstacles. Therefore, Song Wei was in a dilemma. Of course, she didn't want to think too much about it for now. Seeing how happy Zhuyi was, Song Wei was happy for her from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, from now on, the 2 of them would be staying in Beijing. Song Wei was going to continue her postgraduate studies, while Zhuyi would be working at the Yanjing Museum. This was something to be happy about. Zhuyi also realized that her actions were a little inappropriate, so she quickly let go of Song Ruofei with a blushing face. However, she quickly asked, curiously, "Uncle, what does your friend do? Isn't this a little too powerful?" "He has some connections in the cultural system," Song Ruofei said with a faint smile. "I say, student Zhuyi, it seems like it's time for you to go through the security check." "It's almost time to board," Zhuyi waved her hand and said, "Why are we boarding?" "I'm going straight to Beijing." Officer who just said on the phone that I'll report to work tomorrow. As such, Xia Ruofei and the other 2 did not know whether to laugh or cry as they accompanied Zhuyi to the check-in counter to return their boarding pass. They returned their ticket status to open, then went through the ticket change procedures and chose the same airline as them for the nearest flight to the capital city. As the flight that Zhuyi had booked was about to take off, changing their flight ticket at this time would definitely cost them some money. However, Zhuyi was still immersed in the great joy of recovering what she had lost, so why would she care about such a small loss? Her luck was good. There were still empty seats on a flight that took off in an hour, so she successfully signed in for this flight. After exchanging for the boarding pass for the new flight, Zhuyi directly passed through the security check and went to the waiting room to wait. Xia Ruofei and the other two stood behind the yellow cordon and watched as Zhuyi passed through the security check. She waved at them and walked towards the departure hall. Song Ruofei was still looking at Zhuyi's back, lost in thought. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Young master Song, you still can't bear to leave? Do you want to book a plane ticket and chase after them?" Song Ruofei dodged his eyes and pretended to be disdainful. "I don't even know what you're talking about." Xia Ruofei and Song Wei both laughed without saying a word. Song Ruofei felt even more embarrassed and said loudly, "Hey, what's with your expressions?" "It's fine, haha," Xia Ruofei said, "let's go. I'll send you back to the city." Just as the three of them walked out of the departure hall of the airport, Xia Ruofei's mobile phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was Mr. Tang He. Hence, Xia Ruofei gestured to Song Wei and Song Ruofei and answered the call at the same time. "Hello, old Mr. Tang," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Tang He laughed heartily and said, "Are you busy, Ruofei? I've already reached the 3 mountains." Xia Ruofei was stunned. He was very surprised. He asked, Didn't you say you'd come tomorrow? Did I remember the time wrong? I've finished my business in Hong Kong in advance." Tang He laughed out loud. "I didn't say anything before coming, you were a little caught off guard," Xia Ruofei smiled. "That's not the case. I'm just a little surprised. By the way, Mr. Tang, which hotel are you staying at? I'm here to pay you a visit." "I just got off the plane," Tang He said with a smile. "Oh, really? What a coincidence." Xia Ruofei could not help but widen his eyes. "I'm at the airport too." "Oh? It seems that we are really fated to meet." Tang He could not help but laugh. "Where are you now, Mr. Tang?" Xia Ruofei asked. "I took a private jet here, I understand, I'll be right there," Xia Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei said to Song Wei and Song Ruofei apologetically, "A business partner is here, I'm sorry." "It's okay, we'll just take a taxi back to the city," Song Wei replied. Immediately, Xia Ruofei quickly said, "There's no need for that. He just got off the plane. I'm going to meet him. We'll talk about the details back in the city. You can just take my car. Just wait for me for a while. We're really fine. We can take a taxi back." Song Wei thought that Xia Ruofei said that because he felt that it would not be good to leave them behind. Song Ruofei pouted, "There's no need to be so polite with this guy. Let's go. Get in the car." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Did you see that? Young master Song is getting more and more domineering. Song Wei, you should learn from him." "I'm not learning," Song Wei said. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they got into the car in the parking lot. Xia Ruofei drove the Night 15 to the entrance of a building next to the terminal logo. Private planes were all accessed from this passageway. Sure enough, not long after Xia Ruofei's car stopped, he saw a group of people walking out with Tang He. He was wearing a white silk tang suit. His silver hair made him look energetic and vigorous. He walked with vigor, not like an old man at all. Xia Ruofei greeted Song Wei and the other woman. Then, he immediately opened the car door and got out of the car. He went up to them. He also saw Xia Ruofei from a distance. With a warm smile on his face, he strode towards him. "You look great, old Mr. Tang." Xia Ruofei greeted him with a smile. "Ha ha ha. Ruofei, we meet again." He shook hands with Xia Ruofei and then asked, "Have you prepared the Phoebe Zhenan wood?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "The timber is ready. But I thought you would arrive tomorrow." "I don't know how the preparation for the warehouse is going. Why don't you go to the hotel first and I'll go too. Confirm the wood. I'll call you when I'm done." Okay, thank you for your hard work." He nodded. In fact, the 2 logs of wood were still lying in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei was worried that he would suggest to look at the materials directly, so he said that. Fortunately, he did not doubt it and agreed to Xia Ruofei's proposal. "By the way, Mr. Tang, it must be dark by the time we get back to the city. Are you sure you want to look at the wood all night?" Xia Ruofei asked. After all, the lighting at night was not very good, so under normal circumstances, such precious wood would definitely not be stored at night. "I can see it tomorrow. But I can't wait to see it, haha." He said after some thought. Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Tomorrow morning then. You've had a hard journey. Take a good rest. When you get back to the hotel, I'll also need to make some arrangements for the warehouse." "All right. I'll listen to you." He said with a smile, "Take my car back. Let's have a good chat on the way." Xia Ruofei's expression changed and he said, embarrassed, "Mr. Tang, I have 2 friends who came to see you off. They're in my car. Do you want me to visit you at the hotel after I've made the arrangements?" He laughed heartily and said, "Sure. Then, Ruofei, you can go ahead with your work. We'll talk again tonight." So, Xia Ruofei and he stood by the roadside and talked for a while. After he sent He to his car, he returned to his own. Xia Ruofei started the car again. Song Ruofei, who was sitting in the back seat, looked forward and asked curiously, "Why does that old man look so familiar?" Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Ruofei and said, "He's one of the top 500 richest people in the world, don't call him an old man." "World's top 500? Song Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In China, the world's top 500 companies could be counted on one's fingers, and the bosses of these companies were all rich people with more than 10 billion yuan in assets. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You know the United States Xingbang Group, right? The old man you're talking about is the founder and chairman of Xingbang Group, Mr. Tang He." "I'll go." Song Ruofei couldn't help but swear. Xingbang Group is ranked very high among the top 500 companies. "You actually have business dealings with Tang He?" Song Wei smiled and added, "And it seems like they have a good relationship." "Student Ruofei, you're amazing." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "It's nothing much. It's just a coincidence that I've had some interactions with Mr. Tang." Along the way, Song Ruofei kept asking and Xia Ruofei could only tell him about his relationship with Xingbang Group. Of course, he did not mention anything about the Phoebe wood. He only said that his farm in Australia was developed in cooperation with Tang He. Even so, Song Ruofei and Song Wei were already very surprised and envious. Song Ruofei was now working in his family's business, so he was well aware of the terrifying financial power of Xingbang Group. Song Ruofei had known Xia Ruofei since the beginning of the Paradise Corporation. He had watched the company grow. Now that Paradise Corporation could actually cooperate with Xingbang Group directly, Song Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Xia Ruofei sent Song Wei home and asked with a smile, "Young Master Song, are you going home or are you going to the hotel to get your car?" "Let's go to the hotel," Song Ruofei said without thinking. Then, he felt Xia Ruofei's meaningful gaze. He immediately remembered that he had said that his car had been sent for repair in the afternoon. However, other than being a little shy in front of Zhuyi, Song Ruofei was quite thick-skinned most of the time. He was only slightly embarrassed for a few seconds before he immediately said, as if nothing had happened, "Let's go." "Don't tell me you can't bear to part with my niece?" "He's already inside." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "You're just making bogus accusations." He scolded. Song Ruofei could not help but laugh. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and read the message that Tang He sent him on the way. He did not have time to read it as he started the car. Seeing the hotel information in Tang He's text message, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Tang He was staying at the Shangri-La Hotel. Today's incident was really a coincidence. However, this was also good. It saved him the trouble of going back and forth. Xia Ruofei drove to the Shangri-La Hotel and parked his car. Song Ruofei greeted him and went to get his car. Xia Ruofei shouted behind him, "Hey! Don't forget to return my clothes." "I know," Song Ruofei said without turning his head. "Remember to dry clean it before giving it to me." Xia Ruofei called out again. Song Ruofei still did not turn around and waved his hand. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. This unreliable guy. He also jumped out of the car, locked it, and walked into the hotel. Tang He stayed in the presidential suite on the top floor. The elevator in the presidential suite was set up individually and could not be entered without permission. Xia Ruofei called Tang He, and a capable middle-aged man came down to pick him up. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the presidential suite, Tang He had already changed into a loose set of home clothes. He was wearing the hotel's shoes and holding a glass of red wine as he stood in front of the window, overlooking the night view of the three mountains. Seeing Xia Ruofei come in, Tang He immediately greeted him with a smile. "Are you Ruofei? Come, have a drink with me." Then, Tang He personally poured a glass of red wine for Xia Ruofei. "Thank you, Mr. Tang," Xia Ruofei said with a smile and took the glass. The two came to the spacious living room and sat down on the sofa. Tang He smiled and said, "It's been hard on you this time for the Phoebe wood." "Ruofei, thank you. You're too polite." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I have money to earn too." Tang He laughed and said, "Good wood is now in high demand. You might not be able to buy it even if you have the money. By the way, you went to Australia some time ago? How's the farm?" "It's pretty good," Xia Ruofei said. "Brother Liang has taken care of the farm well. He should have reported to you, right?" The experimental planting of paradise vegetables in Australia has been successful, and the next step will be to start large-scale planting. The prospects of this area are still very good. All right. I'm also very optimistic about it. Tang He said with a smile. Originally, I bought the farm just to have a place to raise horses and have a vacation. Now it seems that the field of agricultural products is also promising, but the scale of this farm is still a little small. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. Paradise farm was still small. It was equivalent to hundreds of paradise farms. But on second thought, in the eyes of a world-class rich man like Tang He, such a farm was indeed just a small business, just for fun. Tang He then asked, Ruofei, are you interested in expanding the farm? Or in the United States? There are also many ranches in the western part of the United States. If you are interested in working together, we can buy a larger ranch together. Don't worry about the funds, I can help you pay for it. Logo. Some time ago, Liang Qichao did report to Tang He about the recent situation of Paradise Farm. In addition to the success of the peach garden vegetable experiment, Tang He was more interested in another thing that Liang Qichao reported to him. Xia Ruofei had a close relationship with Tang Etian, the founder of the Australian retail giant, Maya Group. With the support of Maya Group, Paradise Farm basically didn't have to worry about sales in Australia. Tang He did a simple calculation. Paradise Farm, which was 6,000 hectares in size, was one of the better farm resources in Australia due to its rich water source. After deducting the horse farm facilities, artificial lakes, and farm infrastructure land, the area that could be applied for planting paradise vegetables was at least 4,500 hectares. Taking tomatoes as an example. If greenhouse plants were used to cover such a large area and the planting time was staggered to ensure a stable supply every month, the production capacity could reach at least 20,000 tons. At present, the price of Taoyuan vegetables in China was about 150 yuan per kilogram. If it was sold in Australia, the price would definitely be higher. According to the exchange rate, it would be at least 30 Australian dollars per kilogram. In other words, if the production capacity was sufficient, Paradise Farm's monthly production of 30,000 tons could reach a terrifying figure of 600 million Australian dollars, equivalent to 475 million US dollars. Of course, the production costs, labor costs, maintenance costs, transportation costs, and taxes in Australia were relatively high. The actual net profit might reach the level of 100 to 200 million US dollars. Even Tang He, who owned tens of billions of US dollars in assets, could not underestimate this profit level. After all, the farm was only purchased for tens of millions of US dollars. Just because of Taoyuan vegetables, it became such a high-quality asset, which really made Tang He look at it with surprise. Of course, the most important factor to achieve the above profit level was the average price of paradise vegetables at 30 Australian dollars per kilogram. After all, the normal price of vegetables in Australia was about 5 Australian dollars per kilogram. 30 Australian dollars was definitely a high price. However, Tang He had personally tasted paradise vegetables before. He knew very well that these vegetables and fruits of Paradise Company had great potential. He personally judged that it should not be a problem to sell them at a price far higher than ordinary vegetables. Even for Tang He, who was worth tens of billions. Such a farm was a very good asset, so he was a little moved and hoped to continue to expand the cooperation with Xia Ruofei. It would be best to adopt a similar model in the United States and continue to develop high-end agricultural industry. Xia Ruofei fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said apologetically, "Mr. Tang, I'm really sorry, but our company doesn't have any plans to expand overseas for the time being. Our company is expanding too fast now, so our next step is to take things slowly and steadily." Xia Ruofei had done the same thing as Tang He. He was well aware of the amazing profits of the overseas farms. But correspondingly, the investment was also quite shocking. To ensure a stable supply of vegetables every month throughout the year, even in Australia, where winter was very warm, a greenhouse was still needed. With a planting area of more than 4,000 hectares, the investment in the greenhouse alone was an astronomical figure. Of course, Paradise Farm also invested gradually, building and planting in batches, so they could use the early profits to invest again. In other words, the amazing profits on paper might not turn into real gold and silver in the short term. The dividends in the early stage should be very small because most of the profits would be invested in the construction of infrastructure. The construction and labor costs in Australia were much higher than in China, so although the investment had not been clearly calculated, it must be very large. If he wanted to continue developing the farm, he would have to invest more money. Although Tang he said he could pay for it, Xia Ruofei did not want to owe anyone. After all, this was not something he was in a hurry to do. There was no need to take such a big step. Of course, the most important point was that no matter if it was Paradise Farm or Paradise Farm, the core competitive strength was Paradise Vegetables, which was the technical power. So, from the bottom of his heart, Xia Ruofei did not want to continue to use the cooperation model. Paradise Farm was a special case. After the initial accumulation, Paradise Farm would continue to generate profits. By then, Xia Ruofei, who had mastered the core technology, could totally do it alone. Why would he want to share the profits with others? Of course, Xia Ruofei could not say this out loud, or it would hurt their relationship. Tang, he was also a little disappointed. He said, "That's such a pity." In fact, Tang he also knew that when Xia Ruofei's company was still small, it was already very lucky to be able to cooperate with Xia Ruofei to develop Paradise Farm at a certain price. He knew that with a resource like Paradise Vegetables in his hands, as long as there were no problems with the confidentiality of Paradise Vegetables, their future prospects were limitless. If it were him, he would definitely not be willing to cooperate with others. Therefore, Tang, he proposed the cooperation with the intention of giving it a try. Xia Ruofei's rejection was also within his expectations. Moreover, the main business of a giant consortium like Tang He's Xingbang Group was not agricultural products. Although it was a pity that they could not cooperate, Tang He was not angry. Logo. In the eyes of these super-rich people, money was endless, and no one could monopolize all the industries. Tang He quickly adjusted his mentality, and said with a smile, "Are you au fait? I heard that you later bought a winery in Australia, and it's not a small one at that?" Tang He knew about Xia Ruofei's acquisition of West Winery, and had even loaned some money to Xia Ruofei. He even gave him some advice to set up an offshore company. Later on, Xia Ruofei's Robinson's Golden Oak Winery was in a desperate situation. In the end, they begged Xia Ruofei to buy it. It was Liang Qichao who mentioned it in passing when he reported to Tang He. "It's a little bigger than West Winery, but it's definitely not worthy of your attention," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Our Xingbang group also has some red wine sales business, Tang, he said with a smile. We have good channels. We can work together if there's a chance. Xia Ruofei nodded happily and said, that's great. Mr. Tang, the winery's under my name may undergo a transformation. West wineries mainly produce Semillon white wine, and Golden Oak wineries should also focus on Semillon before they have a better choice. All right. The Hunter Valley Semillon is world-renowned. Tang, he said with a smile, I heard from Chi Chao that you're going to improve the quality of your grapes. I'm looking forward to your wine. After seeing Taoyuan vegetables, Tang, he was very confident in Xia Ruofei's company's ability to improve crops. He also believed that Xia Ruofei would not remove the grapes that had been growing in the winery for many years and re-plant them. He knew that Xia Ruofei must be very confident. I'll invite you to try the first batch of wine next year. Xia Ruofei smiled. Ha ha ha. Good, 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 Tang, he said happily. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and went straight to the point. Mr. Tang, I've already made arrangements for the warehouse. What time are you free tomorrow? Let's meet at the warehouse. 9 a.m. Then. Tang, he nodded. I'll head over after I've had breakfast. Are you au fait? I really can't wait. I really want to go there overnight to see the wood you helped me find. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, don't worry. The wood won't fly away in the warehouse, so we'll be able to see it more clearly tomorrow, right? Ha ha ha. Alright, I'll listen to you. Tang he said with a bright smile. Xia Ruofei chatted with Tang he in his presidential suite for a while, before he got up and returned to Paradise Farm. The next morning, Xia Ruofei finished the breakfast that Hu Zi's mother had prepared for him. After saying goodbye, he drove away from the farm. Xia Ruofei arrived at the warehouse he had rented in the city at around 8:30. With a thought, he took out 2 pieces of Phoebe Jiannan wood that he had prepared earlier from the medium. To Xia Ruofei, this warehouse was like a transit point, including the drunken 8 Immortals wine and other large items that were not convenient to take out from the space. It was a good cover for him to transit here. That day, after Xia Ruofei brought the truck to transport the ironhide vessel strips back to the farm, he returned to the warehouse in the afternoon and stored the new wine sent by the winery in the space. Therefore, the warehouse was now empty, and there was no problem in storing 2 thick and strong pieces of Phoebe Jiannan wood. 3 days in the outside world was equivalent to 3 months in the Archean realm. Xia Ruofei took out a tape measure and measured it. In the past 3 months, the diameter of the core had increased by another 2 centimeters, reaching 1.02 meters. The state of the entire wood was almost perfect. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. There was still about half an hour before the appointed time. Xia Ruofei had an idea. He took out a tea set, a picnic chair, a power strip, and other things from the medium. He plugged in the power from the wall and connected the electric kettle. Then, he took out a drinking bucket from the medium. It was filled with the spirit pool water. After stuffing the water pipe into the bucket, Xia Ruofei pressed the switch and the spiritual pool water was automatically drawn into the kettle to heat up. He took out a small box of top-grade De Hong Pao from his storage space. After the water was boiled, Xia Ruofei first used the boiling water to heat up the tea set. Then, he used a wooden spoon to scoop an appropriate amount of tea leaves and put them into the purple clay teapot. He began to make tea in this simple warehouse. Xia Ruofei was already very familiar with the process of making tea. In a short while, the warehouse was filled with the alluring fragrance of tea. Xia Ruofei sipped his tea as he waited. After a few baths, Xia Ruofei poured out the tea leaves from the pot, washed them with hot water, and added new tea leaves. Just then, the sound of a car was heard from outside the warehouse. The door of the warehouse was not closed. Xia Ruofei calmly poured the hot water into the purple clay teapot and then looked up. An extended Bentley slid to the entrance of the warehouse. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes got out of the car and opened the door. Tang, he and another middle-aged man in his 50s, who was also wearing a Tang suit, got out of the car. Xia Ruofei poured away the first cup of tea and then stood up to welcome him. "You're very punctual, old Mr. Tang," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Tang he also laughed and said, "Punctuality is one of the most important qualities of a businessman. Are you au fait? The wood is ready." "Eh? This tea is so special." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I was making tea here alone." Mr. Tang also studied tea leaves? "How about coming over to have some tea together?" "Great, Tang," he said happily. "This should be the fragrance of De Hong Pao. Please come in." Xia Ruofei made an inviting gesture. After entering the warehouse, Tang He's eyes first fell on the two thick logs of wood. His eyes lit up and he asked, "This must be the Phoebe Jinnan wood that you helped me find. It doesn't look much different from the last one. These two pieces of material took a lot of effort to find. I hope you'll be satisfied," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Tang, he nodded slightly, then turned to look at the middle-aged man beside him and said lightly, "Ah, Zhong, go and take a look at the material." "Yes, Master Tang." The middle-aged man in the Tang suit, Zhong, said respectfully. Then, he put on white gloves, took out a flashlight, a magnifying glass, and other tools, and walked straight to the two pieces of material. Tang. He smiled and said to Xia Ruofei, come, Ruofei, let me try your De Hong Pao first." "When I smelled the aroma just now, I already felt that your tea leaves were not ordinary. Please take a seat, old Mr. Tang." Xia Ruofei smiled and made an inviting gesture. Just now, Xia Ruofei had considered that Tang he would also need to sit when he came in, so he took out 3 chairs for the picnic at once. The two of them sat down around the dining table. Xia Ruofei poured the boiling water into the purple clay pot. The tea had been washed just now, so Xia Ruofei waited for a few seconds to pour the tea from the purple clay teapot into the filter pot and then into the small teacup. When Tang he entered the door, he only smelled the tea fragrance that Xia Ruofei had left behind when he drank the tea. Now that Xia Ruofei had made his first tea with new tea leaves, the fragrance was much stronger. Tang, he could not help but sniffle when he smelled the tea fragrance. "Thank you, Tang," he said. Then, he impatiently picked up the teacup. With his thumb and middle finger, he gently blew on it a few times and smelled the fragrance of the tea. Suddenly, he revealed a look of enjoyment and closed his eyes slightly. When the temperature of the tea dropped a little, Tang, he opened his eyes and drank it in one gulp with a trace of expectation. The tea stayed in his mouth for a while, before Tang, he swallowed it. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face. And his expression was also very rich. After a long while, he sighed in admiration, "Ruofei, this is probably the best quality De Hong Pao I've ever tasted. I've had the honor of tasting the tea leaves from the mother tree, but your tea leaves seem to be better in terms of fragrance, color, and sweetness. Mr. Tang, you're too kind. This is a local tea that I made myself. How can it compare to the mother tree, De Hong Pao? Xia Ruofei said humbly. Oh? Self-made? Tang He suddenly looked interested and asked, with anticipation, Ruofei, do you still have more of these tea leaves? I'm taking them all. The price is not a problem, Logo. Mr. Tang, Xia Ruofei said with a smile, the production of these tea leaves is not high. I don't plan to sell them, I see, Tang, he said with some regret, and then looked at the tea leaves in the purple clay teapot. Xia Ruofei continued, this tea is for you and your friends, so I'm only giving it away. It's rare that you like it so much. I still have some in stock, you can bring it back to drink. With that, Xia Ruofei took out a box that he had prepared earlier from his bag. There was about half a caddy of top quality De Hong Pao in it. Now that the De Hong Pao tea trees in the interspace had been planted with a larger area, and Xia Qing's De Hong Pao tea-making skills were also very good, Xia Ruofei's current stock of tea leaves had also increased. He could always have a few caddies in the interspace. Of course, although these tea leaves were produced from the third-generation descendants of the mother tree, the unique environment of the space meant that the quality of the tea leaves produced was actually not inferior to that of the mother tree's De Hong Pao tea leaves. In fact, they were even slightly better. If he were to sell it, every gram of Xia Ruofei's tea leaves would be extremely precious in the eyes of those who truly understood tea. He had given away about 250 grams at one go. It was definitely a big deal. Tang, he was also surprised and happy. He happily took the box containing the tea leaves and immediately opened it. Then, he carefully opened the sealed bag and took a deep breath. The dried tea leaves had a refreshing fragrance that made Tang He reminisce. Then, Tang He said with some embarrassment, Ruofei, this gift of yours is too expensive. Tea leaves of this grade can't be sold on the market, but if you were to sell them, I'm afraid they could be sold for millions. Why don't I buy it from you? Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, it's not worth that much. Besides, I'm not planning to sell these tea leaves for the time being. If you're willing to pay, then I won't be giving them to you. Although 20 grams of the parent tree De Hong Pao tea leaves had once been sold for a sky-high price of 198,000 yuan, which was equivalent to more than 4 million yuan per 500 grams, this was an auction. Moreover, there were many gimmicks. Just the thick history and various allusions of the mother tree De Hong Pao, as well as the last time it was picked at an auction, were enough to raise the price beyond imagination. If Xia Ruofei were to sell the tea leaves in bulk, even if the quality of the tea leaves was comparable to the De Hong Pao tea leaves that were auctioned previously, the price would not be so high. Of course, Xia Ruofei had no intention of making a profit from the tea leaves. Furthermore, although this tea leaf was comparable to the mother tree, De Hong Pao, it wasn't that precious to Xia Ruofei. One had to know that the mother tree, De Hong Pao, was a tea tree that could be harvested at the Archean realm. In the outside world, one could harvest tea leaves once every 10 days on average. If Xia Ruofei wanted these tea leaves, it would be relatively easy. Alright. I won't stand on ceremony with you then. Tang, he said. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. Tang, you've helped me a lot. This is a small token of my appreciation. The production of these tea leaves is not high, so please don't think that I'm stingy. I'll save more for you next year when we have new tea leaves. Xia Ruofei definitely had to say this to Tang He. The more difficult it was to get the tea leaves, the more precious they were. Otherwise, if you gave them away, they might not even accept your favor. Wouldn't that be a thankless effort? Okay, then I'll thank you in advance. Tang He was so happy that he could not close his mouth. Xia Ruofei and Tang He chatted while making tea. After a while, the middle-aged man in the Tang suit, Zhong, came to Tang He's side with an excited expression. He bowed slightly and said, "Young Master Tang, I've already taken a good look." "Oh?" Tang, he raised his eyebrows and asked. "The material isn't bad, right?" "Ah." Zhong suppressed his excitement and said, "It's not bad. Master Tang, do you want to talk to me in private?" Zhong even shot a quick glance at Xia Ruofei. Tang He knew what Zhong was thinking. He said lightly, "We'll talk here. Ruofei is not an outsider, so this material should have its value. There is nothing to hide." Zhong did want to avoid Xia Ruofei and talk to Tang He about the 2 pieces of golden nan material. He was worried that Xia Ruofei would demand an exorbitant price after hearing it, because the 2 pieces of material were too good. But to Tang He, the money for buying the Phoebe Zhenan wood was nothing. What he valued more was his friendship with Xia Ruofei. In his opinion, it was not easy for Xia Ruofei to find the wood for him. No matter how much the wood was worth, Xia Ruofei deserved it. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had given him a box of top-grade Dahongpo tea leaves. This was a huge favor. Zhong's face reddened and he quickly said, "Yes, Master Tang." Then, he took a deep breath and stopped suppressing his excitement. He said, "Master Tang, these 2 pieces of gold-threaded nanmu are of the highest quality. Nowadays, it's very difficult to find such a large piece of gold-threaded nanmu, but this time, 2 of them appeared at once. What's even rarer is that the ratio of the cores of these 2 pieces of material is very high. The diameter of the material is about 1.1 m, and 1.02 m is the core. This is almost the limit of perfection." Tang He could not help but be slightly moved after hearing this. He put down his teacup and stood up, saying, "Let's go and take a look together, logo." Hence, Xia Ruofei accompanied Tang He and walked to the 2 pieces of material. Xia Ruofei had personally cut down the 2 pieces of Phoebe Zhenan wood and was very familiar with their condition. He could see them every time he entered the realm, so he was already used to it. But Tang He was different. When he walked to the sight of the Phoebe Zhenan material, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then, he immediately bent down to examine it carefully, and his expression became more and more excited. After a long while, Tang He straightened up and asked, "Ruofei, I want these 2 pieces of material. Do you want to open a few windows and see the lines inside?" Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. "No need, just give me a price." Tang He's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked into Xia Ruofei's eyes and asked, "Are you sure? If it's a top-grade big wave like the last time, the price will be much more expensive." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "How can there be so many supreme-grade patterns? Mr. Tang, you can just state your price normally. If you take it back and find a precious top-quality pattern, then you're lucky." Zhong couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei deeply. From his experience, if the core of these 2 pieces of material was taken out, the price should be higher. He couldn't understand Xia Ruofei's approach. Tang he couldn't help but laugh and said, straightforward. Ruofei, I won't waste any more time. I'll sell these 2 pieces of old Phoebe Jinnan together for $15 million US. What do you think? Ah, Zhong turned pale with fright and couldn't help but cry out, Master Tang. The price is too high, ah, Zhong. Tang's face darkened. I know what to do. Don't say anything more. Ah Zhong's heart couldn't help but tremble, and he hurriedly lowered his hands. Yes, Master Tang, he could not understand it. Previously, Xia Ruofei could have sold it at a higher price, but he offered to sell it directly and did not need to take out the core. Tang, he could have bought the 2 pieces of gold Phoebe Jinnan at a much lower price, but he offered such a high price. $15 million was equivalent to $7.5 million for each piece of material. If it was an ordinary Phoebe Jinnan material of the same size, it would be impossible to sell it for such a price. Even if Xia Ruofei's 2 pieces of wood were of high quality, they still needed to find very precious patterns, such as cloud patterns, tiger patterns, and so on, when they were cut out to reach this price. Otherwise, Tang he would definitely be at a loss for spending so much money to buy it. In fact, Zhong did not know that Tang he's confidence in these 2 pieces of material far exceeded his, because Tang he had seen with his own eyes that the gold Phoebe Jinnan material, which was also bought from Xia Ruofei, had the highest quality wave pattern. At that time, Tang he had spent $10 million on that piece of material, but after the big wave cut, the actual value of the material had reached at least $15 million. This time, these 2 pieces of material gave Tang he a very familiar feeling. He vaguely felt that they seemed to be of the same root and origin as the golden Namu material last time. He even had a sixth sense that the lines of these 2 pieces of material would not be different. Moreover, Tang he had actually taken advantage of the golden Nan material he bought last time. This time, Xia Ruofei had given him such good tea leaves, so he had the idea of compensating him. The material this time was slightly smaller than the last one, which was 10 million yuan last time. This time, it was 7.5 million yuan a piece. This price was appropriate in Tang he's eyes. Xia Ruofei didn't act coy. Without much consideration, he laughed and said, deal. Actually, Xia Ruofei knew that the Phoebe Jinnan would grew in the spirit map space and was nourished by rich spiritual energy day and night. The probability of it appearing was very high. In other words, it should be worth it to sell these 2 pieces of wood for $15 million US. Ha ha ha. It's so refreshing to do business with Ruofei. Tang, he said happily. Xia Ruofei said, Mr. Tang, let's use the name of my offshore company in Cayman Islands this time. I also need to invest in 2 wineries in Australia, and it's too troublesome to transfer the domestic funds. Tang he laughed and said, I had to remind you even if you didn't say so. An offshore company's account is more flexible, and foreign financial policies are more relaxed. I suggest that all your overseas business will be done through an offshore company in the future. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay. By the way, Mr. Tang, you can directly deduct the money we lent you last time. Just use today's exchange rate between us. Dollars and Australian dollars. All right. Tang, he said readily. Then, Tang he's legal assistant quickly drafted the contract and attached the photos of the 2 pieces of material from different angles. Xia Ruofei and Tang he signed the transfer contract. The speed of overseas transfers was also very fast. Tang, he made a phone call and the money was transferred to his account. Xia Ruofei checked the account of an offshore company in the Cayman Islands. After deducting the 3 million Australian dollars that he lent last time, which was equivalent to 2.37 million US dollars, the remaining 12.63 million US dollars had been transferred to his account. "I've received the money, Mr. Tang," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Tang, he extended his hand to Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, "Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. I'll come to you again if I need more Phoebe Jinan or other precious wood." Tang, he chuckled and said, "Ruofei, you're not allowed to decline." Xia Ruofei also laughed and said, "I can only say that I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee anything about this kind of thing." Tang, he laughed and patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder. The transaction here was completed. Tang, he and Xia Ruofei walked out of the warehouse together. This place was temporarily taken over by Tang He's men. They would complete the customs procedures in the shortest time possible, then transport the wood to the United States by sea. Xia Ruofei's warehouse was empty except for 2 pieces of wood. There was only a tea set, a table and a chair for the picnic that Xia Ruofei took out in the morning. In front of Tang, he and the others, Xia Ruofei couldn't put these things into the space. He directly gave the key to Tang He's people and asked them to lock the warehouse after the wood was transported away, and then send the key to Peach Blossom Farm. When Xia Ruofei and Tang He reached the door, the two stood at the door and chatted for a while. Just then, Xia Ruofei's phone vibrated. He made an apologetic expression at Tang He and took out his phone. The caller ID showed that it was a local landline in Sanshan. Xia Ruofei picked up and said, "Hello, who is this? Are you Mr. Xia Ruofei?" The Mandarin of the person on the other end of the phone was very stiff, with a strong Cantonese accent. "I'm Xia Ruofei. You're from Hengfeng Group, right?" Xia Ruofei said immediately. A few days ago, Ma Xiong had said that he would send someone to look at the one-headed abalone that Xia Ruofei had mentioned. He also said that he wanted to bid for some information to warm up the auction. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately guessed his background when he heard the obvious Cantonese accent. "Yes, yes. Hello, President Xia." The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became enthusiastic. "I'm sent by Chairman Ma to contact you about the auction. My name is Gua Song." "Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Gua." Xia Ruofei smiled and continued to ask, "Have you arrived at the 3 Mountains?" "Yes, I just checked into a hotel." Gua Song asked, "When is it convenient for you, Mr. Xia?" "I'd like to take a look at the abalone you have." Ma Xiong had personally ordered him to come to the mainland to identify a batch of one-headed abalones. He didn't believe it at all. Since when could one-headed abalones be measured by the word batch? However, this was a task personally assigned by the chairman. He had also specifically instructed Mr. Xia to be a distinguished friend of Hengfeng Group and to have a good attitude, so he didn't dare to neglect it and immediately packed up and rushed to Sanshan. Xia Ruofei said, "I'm definitely free today. However, I'm not at the farm right now. Mr. Gua, you can rest in the hotel first. I'll contact you when I get back to the farm." Logo. Hengfeng Group's headquarters was in Hong Kong. In the early years, seafood trading was one of its main businesses. Today, the seafood trading company under Hengfeng Group was still one of the giants in the high-end seafood field in Hong Kong. It had a flagship store in the famous Defu Daoshi. Guosong was the flagship store manager of Hengfeng Seafood in Defu Daoshi. He had nearly 20 years of experience in the sea products industry and was definitely an expert in the identification of high-end seafood. That was why Ma Xiong had sent him to the Three Mountains. Of course, Guosong was accompanied by an employee of the Hengfeng auction house who was in charge of publicity. Ma Xiong had told Guosong before they left, so he was very polite. Mr. Xia, you go ahead. Give me a call whenever you're free, I'll be waiting in the hotel. Okay, Mr. Gua, let's talk when we meet, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After Xia Ruofei hung up, Tang He asked with a smile, Are you Ruofei, what's the matter? Then you can go. You don't need to worry about me. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's nothing urgent. Our company just launched a batch of dried abalones, and we want to entrust Hong Kong's Hengfeng auction house to help us auction them. So, their staff is here to do some preliminary work. Mr. Tang, let me send you back to the hotel first. There's still time there. Tang, he showed a surprised look and asked, Dry abalone auction? Doesn't the Hengfeng auction house specialize in antique calligraphy and paintings? Xia Ruofei smiled. I have a personal relationship with Chairman Ma of the Hengfeng Group. I'm just helping out as a friend. Ma Xiong? He asked. Tang He was even more surprised. I didn't expect you to be friends with Chairman Ma. I even attended a salon with him in Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's a long story. It's a coincidence that I met Chairman Ma. Even if you have a personal relationship with Chairman Ma, the dried abalones that can be auctioned at Hengfeng Auction House should be of very high quality, right? Tang He said with a smile. Tang, he could guess that Xia Ruofei wanted to sell this batch of dried abalones through the auction. He must be hoping to use this opportunity to expand the brand influence of Paradise Corporation. However, if the product was not up to standard, it would often backfire. Moreover, the Paradise Company had always been a high-quality company, which could be seen from the Paradise brand vegetable series. So Tang He was also very interested in it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, That's true. Most of my dried abalone can reach the standard of a one-head abalone. Why? Are you also interested in abalone, Mr. Tang? It was as if Tang He didn't hear Xia Ruofei's words. His entire person became a little sluggish. After a long while, he asked in shock, a one-headed abalone? Or a batch of one-headed abalones? Are you Ruofei, is there something wrong with my ears? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mr. Tang, you're so healthy. Why would your ears have problems? He asked. You didn't hear wrong, it's indeed a one-headed abalone. Let's go. Tang He immediately said, I'll go with you to the farm and see your one-headed abalone. As the saying goes, it is difficult to buy a two-headed abalone with 1,000 gold coins. Two-headed abalones are already so precious, let alone one-headed abalones. Like Ma Xiong, although Tang He was a billionaire, one-head abalone was a treasure that could not be enjoyed even if one had the money. Tang He happened to be a glutton, so he couldn't help but be tempted when he heard that. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, All right. Then we welcome you to the farm as a guest. Let's go now. Tang He said. Many people would return to their true nature and become more and more like children as they grew older. Tang, he was like a child who couldn't wait to get his toy. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I'll call the Hengfeng group. Let's go back to the farm now. Xia Ruofei drove the night 15 off-road vehicle and led the way. Tang, he followed closely in a Bentley. There was also a black Mercedes-Benz with Tang he's personal bodyguards in it. The three cars drove in a single file, speeding in the direction of Taoyuan Farm. On the way, Xia Ruofei gave Guosong a call and told him to head to the farm immediately. He even told him the exact address of the farm. Taoyuan Farm's reputation in the southeast province, especially in Sanchon City, was growing. Various regularly updated mapping software and navigation software had already marked the exact location of Taoyuan Farm. Guosong and the others took the car from Hengfeng Group's Sanchon office and could easily find Taoyuan Farm by using the car navigation. After calling Guosong, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself as he drove. He thought that the precious one-headed abalone must have been carefully frozen, otherwise it would not make sense. After the abalones were sealed and packed, they had always been stored in the spirit map space. It was not difficult to take them out of the refrigerator secretly, but when the abalones were in a room temperature state, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. Fortunately, there was a large refrigerator in the night 15 off-road vehicle. Xia Ruofei did not stop the car. He used his mental power to open the door of the car refrigerator in the back and turned the power of the refrigerator to the maximum so that the temperature could be reduced in the shortest time. With Xia Ruofei's current spiritual power, it was not a problem for him to retrieve an object of average weight from a short distance. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to do this. Logo. Then, with a thought, Xia Ruofei took out the 30 dried abalones from the space, wrapped them with his spiritual power, and placed them one by one into the car refrigerator. Fortunately, the refrigerator in the car was large enough, and the dried abalones were almost full. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to close the door of the car's refrigerator. Throughout the entire process, he had been multitasking, driving while completing the task. However, as a cultivator with Chi Disciple Level 4 and spiritual power at the Spirit Palpitate stage, multitasking was child's play. It was not difficult at all. After the dried abalone was placed in the refrigerator, Xia Ruofei focused on driving. Soon, the three cars arrived at Taoyuan Farm. At the entrance, Xia Ruofei told the veteran on duty to guide Guosong to the small villa when he arrived. After entering the farm, Xia Ruofei moved the dried abalones from the car refrigerator in the back row into the spirit map space. When the car refrigerator was turned on to quick freeze mode, the temperature of the abalones had completely dropped. There was even a layer of white ice crystals on the surface of the sealed bag. He kept these dried abalones in the stone chamber in the Mountain Sea realm. If he left them in the Archean realm, due to the time flow being 30 times faster, they would probably return to normal temperature before he could take them out of the villa. As long as it was related to the secret of the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei would be extremely careful. In his opinion, there was no need to be overly cautious. The three cars stopped in the yard of the small villa. When Blackie, Lightning, and the others saw so many strangers, they immediately became vigilant and made low muffled sounds. Xia Ruofei quickly scolded them and told them that they were his own people. Only then did Blackie and the rest return to their lazy state. Ruofei, your dogs are pretty good, Tang he said with a smile. Xia Ruofei laughed. It's a guard. It's not a rare breed, Tang he said, I can tell that these are Chinese garden dogs, but they're as fierce as some big, fierce dogs. And it was very human-like. I didn't expect you to be so good at raising dogs, Xia Ruofei said humbly. At this time, Huzi's mother heard the sound of a car and opened the door of the villa. When she saw a large group of people in the courtyard, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before asking, "Ruofei, you have guests?" Xia Ruofei quickly introduced Tang He and Huzi's mother. Tang He knew that this was Xia Ruofei's godmother, so he was very polite. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Huzi's mother invited Tang He into the house. She saw Tang He's assistant and bodyguards standing in the courtyard, each carrying out their own duties. She couldn't help but say, "Ruofei, let the guests into the house. They can just wait outside. It's too much of a bother for so many people to go in." Tang He said with a smile. "There's no reason for guests to stand outside the door," Huzi's mother said. "Let's all go in and have a cup of tea." Tang He declined, but he could not resist Huzi's mother's enthusiasm. He could only signal his two assistants to come in with him, while the bodyguards stayed in the yard to guard the place. When Huzi's mother heard that the big men were in charge of security, she couldn't help but feel speechless. However, she didn't insist on letting them in. When they arrived at the living room, Huzi's mother immediately made tea for everyone and served them peanuts, melon seeds, fruits, and other things. "Please have a seat, Mr. Tang. I'll go get the things," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. In the kitchen of the villa, there was a huge, double-door refrigerator. However, Xia Ruofei could not take out the abalones from the inside because Huzi's mother was in charge of cooking during the summer break. Naturally, she was in charge of the refrigerator as well. She knew more about the things inside than Xia Ruofei. If Xia Ruofei took out 30 dried abalones from the refrigerator, Huzi's mother would be the first to notice that something was wrong. Fortunately, there was a small refrigerator in Xia Ruofei's big bedroom upstairs. In the summer, there was a freezer compartment for drinks and the like. Hence, Xia Ruofei went straight upstairs and locked the door when he reached his bedroom. He took out the dried abalones from the spirit map space and packed them in 2 large paper bags. He waited for a minute or two before he went downstairs with the paper bags. When he heard Xia Ruofei's footsteps coming down the stairs, Tang He's expectant gaze was already cast over. Xia Ruofei put the paper bag on the coffee table in front of Tang He with a smile and said, "Mr. Tang, this is the dried abalone our company is going to auction." Tang He stood up immediately and picked up a sealed dried abalone from the paper bag eagerly. After being frozen all the way, the dried abalone felt very cold to the touch, but Tang He didn't feel it at all. He just stood there in a daze, his eyes revealing an extremely shocked expression. The dried abalone in Tang He's hand had already exceeded the standard of a 1-head abalone. It was bigger than his palm and felt heavy in his hand like a piece of lead. Holding such a huge abalone in his hands was quite a visual impact. Even Huzi's mother and Tang He's 2 assistants could not help but widen their eyes. "Ruofei, this abalone is too big." Huzi's mother could not help but say. Huzi's mother had lived in a small fishing village by the sea for most of her life. In the past, Huzi's father often went out to sea to fish, and Huzi's mother often came into contact with all kinds of sea products. However, this was the first time she had seen such a huge abalone. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Godma, this abalone is a heart," warming product that our company is preparing to launch. It's mainly targeted at the high-end seafood market. Huzi's mother didn't really understand what Xia Ruofei said, but at least she knew that the best dried abalone was produced by Xia Ruofei's company, so she couldn't help but feel happy. At this time, he came back to his senses and looked at the two big bulging paper bags. He couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, have all the dried abalones here reached this standard? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I have 30 dried abalones here. About 25 of them are above the standard of a one-headed abalone. Unfortunately, the other 5 are only a few grams to a dozen grams short. They can only be considered super large two-headed abalones. He put down the dried abalone in his hand and immediately looked through the 2 paper bags. He found that Xia Ruofei was not lying. Each of the abalones was more than the size of a palm, and each of them was very heavy. He felt that his understanding had been subverted. Since when could one-headed abalones, which were hard to find, appear in batches? After a long while, he said with a bitter smile, Are you Ruofei, you're really a man who can create miracles. If you can't succeed in the agricultural products industry, I can't think of anyone else who can succeed. Mr. Tang, you're too kind. Xia Ruofei smiled and said humbly. At this moment, the communication device in the hall rang. Brother Xia, Mr. Gua from Hengfeng Group has arrived. Xia Ruofei walked over and took a look at the image on the LCD screen. It was the old soldier on duty at the entrance, standing outside the villa's courtyard with 2 people in suits and leather shoes. They should be Guosong and his colleagues. Xia Ruofei and he set off from the warehouse in the city, which was similar to the journey from Guosong's hotel to Taoyuan farm, so they arrived almost at the same time. Xia Ruofei immediately opened the villa door and shouted, Mr. Gua, please come in. The 2 of them immediately walked into the courtyard, with Xia Ruofei personally welcoming them. He's bodyguards naturally would not stop Gua Song and his wife. One of the men, who was about 45 or 46 years old, said enthusiastically from afar, You must be Mr. Xia. I'm Guosong from Hengfeng Group Seafood Trading Company, and this is my colleague, Luo Jiahao. From Hengfeng Auction House. Welcome, welcome. Please come in. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After he shook hands with Guosong and Luo Jiahao, he stepped aside and invited them into the villa. Guosong walked into the living room, and his eyes suddenly fell on the one-headed abalone that he had just placed on the coffee table. He suddenly stared at the dried abalone and couldn't speak for a long time, as if he had been frozen. Logo. The employee of the auction house was fine, but Guosong was a senior in the industry. He had dealt with almost all kinds of seafood in the first half of his life. After joining the Hengfeng Group, he had come into contact with many high-end seafood, so just a glimpse of it had already made him dumbfounded. Mr. Gua. Mr. Gua. Guosong only came back to his senses after Xia Ruofei called out to him. He had already forgotten about Ma Xiong's instructions and did not care about his manners. He rushed over in a few big steps and grabbed the dried abalone in his hand like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The saleswoman who had come with Guosong was at a loss. Xia Ruofei patted him on the shoulder and gestured for him to sit down. Then, he looked at Guosong with a smile. Guosong was naturally more professional than he in the identification of dry sea products. He looked at it over and over again for a long time, and his expression became more and more excited. Guisong raised his head and asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Xia, may I open the sealed package and take a look?" Xia Ruofei smiled and made a please gesture. The abalones did not need to be sealed in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei had just added them according to the normal storage method of dried abalones. Moreover, if they were to be auctioned in a few days, the packaging would definitely have to be changed. Even if it was a simple sealed bag, it had to be designed so that it could match the grade of the precious one-headed abalone. Furthermore, it had to be printed with the logo of Paradise Corporation. After getting Xia Ruofei's permission, Guisong immediately opened his suitcase and took out a pair of delicate scissors. He carefully opened the sealed package. Then, he took out a pair of white gloves from the suitcase and put them on. He then carefully picked up the one-headed abalone. Guisong's suitcase was like a treasure chest, with all kinds of tools. Guisong moved closer to smell the abalone, and then observed the shape, meat quality, and the layer of frost on the surface of the abalone. He also took out a strong flashlight from his suitcase and observed the meat quality and the permeability of the abalone under the strong light. There was even a small, delicate scale in Guisong's suitcase. After repeatedly identifying the abalone for a long time, he took out the extremely accurate scale and weighed the dried abalone. When the final weight was 623 grams, Guisong's hands trembled uncontrollably, and his excitement was beyond words. "It's really a top-grade one-headed abalone," Guisong mumbled to himself. "The body shape is perfect. It's plump and full, and it has a fresh luster. It's simply perfect." Another Hengfeng auction house employee, Luo Jiahao, couldn't help but remind him in a low voice, "Manager Gua. Manager Gua." Guisong came back to his senses and quickly showed an apologetic smile to Xia Ruofei, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. I was too excited to see such a beautiful and perfect abalone and lost my composure for a moment." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. Mr. Gua, Chairman Ma asked you to appraise our abalones. Are you satisfied with them? Is there a problem with our dried abalones going to the auction?" "I'm satisfied. Of course I'm satisfied," Guisong said without thinking. "By the way, Mr. Xia, Mr. Ma said that your company is auctioning 20 to 30 abalones? May I ask if the quality is the same?" In the beginning, Guisong did not think much of it. However, the big boss had personally pointed it out and told him to be polite and respectful to Xia Ruofei, so he had maintained the necessary courtesy. In reality, he still did not believe that such rare one-head abalones could appear in batches. After seeing the dried abalone, Guisong's heart wavered a little. At the same time, he also had a faint expectation. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This batch of abalones is all here. Mr. Gua, you can take a look for yourself." Only then did Guisong realize that the two unremarkable paper bags also contained dried abalones. He hurriedly went up to open the paper bag. When he saw the heavy abalones in the paper bag, his breathing couldn't help but become rapid. Guisong's performance was very similar to Tang He's. He first looked through the abalones quickly. After confirming that all the abalones were very big and heavy, at least more than 1 gene, Guisong began to pick up one abalone repeatedly, and then put it down to take another. He looked at them fondly for 5 to 6 minutes, as if they were beautiful women. In fact, Guisong had been in this industry for half his life. His love for such Precious dried sea products might be no less than that of a beautiful woman. Xia Ruofei was also very patient. He just sat there and waited with a smile. After a long while, Guosong reluctantly put the abalone into the paper bag, raised his head, and said, "Mr. Xia, this batch of abalones can be put up for auction." "Thank you for choosing Hengfeng Auction House. I believe this auction will become a grand event for the upper class of Hong Kong." Guosong still felt a little regretful. He wasn't sure about the relationship between Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei. So in his opinion, the best plan was to find a way to get Xia Ruofei to agree to sell the abalones to Hengfeng Seafood Trading Company. If they were to auction it off, Xia Ruofei and the Paradise Corporation would naturally gain both fame and fortune. The Hengfeng auction house that hosted this event would also gain a lot of attention, while the seafood trading company would miss a good opportunity to become famous. Logo. One had to know that even the smallest of the 30 abalones was more than enough to be the treasure of their flagship seafood store in Defu Daoshi. Haha, then I'll be counting on your blessings. Xia Ruofei laughed. At this time, Luo Jiahao, an employee of the auction house who had come with Guosong, finally had a chance to speak. He stood up and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, I would like to take some photos and videos for the early publicity." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "The things are all here. You can use them however you want. However, I hope we can hurry up. It's best if these abalones are frozen." Luo Jiahao quickly replied, "I understand. I understand. Mr. Xia, I'll start working now." The living room of Xia Ruofei's villa had plenty of light and was quite spacious, so Luo Jiahao started the shoot in the living room. Luo Jiahao was very professional. He took a shot of the whole abalone, a close-up shot, and all the abalones stacked together from various angles. In the end, he even took a video. After that, Luo Jiahao immediately put away his equipment and said, "Mr. Xia, you can keep the abalones now. Thank you for your support." Xia Ruofei smiled gently and said, "I should be the one thanking you. You guys came all the way from Hong Kong just for my company's auction." Guosong still looked at the abalones as if they were his lovers, and he was reluctant to part with them. After that, he and Luo Jiahao said their goodbyes. Xia Ruofei politely sent the two of them to the courtyard of the villa. After watching them get into the car and leave, he returned to the villa. "Ruofei, let's have a discussion." Tang, he asked, as soon as he entered the door. Xia Ruofei looked at the dried abalone on the coffee table and asked with a smile, "Mr. Tang, are you also interested in abalones?" Tang, he smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "I've lived in the United States my whole life, but I'm still not very interested in Western food. Chinese food is more comfortable, so I want to try this top, quality one-headed abalone." At Tang He's level, there were few things he couldn't eat no matter what he wanted to eat. Of course, there were some things he couldn't eat for the sake of health. In addition, top-quality ingredients like one-headed abalone were hard to find even if you had money. "Ruofei, the main thing is that I have to fly back to the United States today." Tang, he continued immediately, "There are too many things to do at the company. Otherwise, I would have attended the Hong Kong auction directly. But don't worry, I won't let you suffer a loss in the price. I can buy it from you at an additional 20% above the final price at the auction." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "Mr. Tang, do you think I'm that kind of person? We're old friends. Since you want to try the taste of our company's abalone, you can just buy it at the normal price. This time, Xia Ruofei did not say that he would give it to Tang He because this batch of abalones was originally going to be auctioned. It was completely different from the tea leaves. If Tang He had not said so, he would definitely not sell it on the eve of the auction. Even if Xia Ruofei wanted to give it to him, Tang He would definitely not agree. This, you'll be at a disadvantage, Tang He said hesitantly. Xia Ruofei chuckled. It's rare to be confused. It's a blessing to suffer losses. After he finished speaking, he took out all the abalones from the paper bag. He first picked out the 5 abalones with slightly different packaging colors, and said, with a smile, these 5 are only 10 grams away from the standard of a 1-headed abalone. Then, Xia Ruofei pointed at the remaining abalones and said, Mr. Tang, apart from the 3 largest abalones that I'm going to put up as the finale of the auction, you can choose any of the rest. Then, Xia Ruofei jokingly said, but you'd better go easy on me. Don't pick too many abalones. If there aren't many left at the auction, I'll be in big trouble. Tang He laughed and did not stand on ceremony with Xia Ruofei. He picked up 2 dried abalones that weighed about 610 grams and said, then I'll take these too. No problem, Xia Ruofei said as he packed the rest of the abalones, including the one that had been unsealed. He went to the kitchen and wrapped it in a few layers of preservation film. Please have a seat. I'll put the abalones away, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. All right, Tang He said with a smile. Then, Tang He also handed the 2 abalones to his assistant and instructed them to put the abalones in the car refrigerator in the Bentley. Xia Ruofei carried the abalones upstairs. Naturally, he would not really put the abalones in the refrigerator. He put the abalones back into the spirit map space and waited in his room for a while, before he got up and went downstairs. Tang He was sitting in the living room and chatting with Huzi's mother. After seeing Xia Ruofei come down, Tang He smiled and greeted, Come, let's talk about the price of the 2 abalones. Seeing this, Huzi's mother greeted Tang He, got up, and went back to her room with a smile. She had stayed because she didn't want to neglect the guests. Tang He wanted to talk business with Xia Ruofei, so she immediately left. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, What's there to talk about? Just give it to me as you see fit, I knew you'd say that, Tang He said with a smile. How about this, Ruofei, 2 top-quality 1-head abalones for a total of 6 million Chinese dollars. Xia Ruofei was shocked and said, This is too much. Tang He waved his hand and interrupted Xia Ruofei. Ruofei, this price is not outrageous. 8 years ago, there was an auction in Hong Kong that sold a 1-headed abalone. The quality and weight of the abalone were not as good as the 2 just now, but they were both sold for a sky-high price of 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Tang He took a sip of tea and continued, at that time, the Hong Kong dollar hadn't depreciated yet, and the exchange rate was almost 1-to-1 with the Chinese dollar. You have to know that that was the price 8 years ago. These 2 abalones are much more precious than the ones that were auctioned that year. If we take into account the inflation and other factors, I think the price of 3 million Chinese dollars for each is reasonable. But, Xia Ruofei said, Ruofei, the Hong Kong auction will soon prove my judgment. Tang He chuckled and said, Why don't we make a bet? A bet? Let's bet on the final price at the auction. Tang He Said with a smile, if the transaction price of dried abalone of similar weight reaches or exceeds 3 million Chinese dollars. It's my win. Otherwise, it's your win. How about it? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Then, what does old master Tang want to bet on? Tang, he pondered for a moment and said, if you win, I'm willing to take back the premium from today's deal. But if I win, I hope that Xinbang Group will have the opportunity to sell your company's dried abalone products in the United States. Tang, he had a keen business sense. He knew that Xia Ruofei's abalone auction meant that Paradise Corporation's stock would be full again. Otherwise, if they didn't manage abalone sales in the future, it would be useless to make a name for themselves in Hong Kong. Now that Tang He had seen what it meant by the products of Paradise must be of the highest quality, he was also very interested in the dried abalone products of Paradise Company. 1. Headed abalones and 2. Headed abalones were precious and top quality goods that couldn't be sold all year round. However, 3. Headed abalones and even smaller ones could be produced in large quantities. As long as they could reach the quality of today's batch of abalones. Even if they were small, they could still be very useful in the high-end consumer market. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and said with a smile, all right. I'll make a bet with you, Logo. Xia Ruofei did not need to worry about the abalones in the spirit map space. In such a good, natural sea environment with rich spiritual qi, they would definitely grow and grow in the future. When the time came, the sales rights in the United States would be given to Xinbang Group. Anyway, as long as it was not an investment, Xia Ruofei would still welcome normal cooperation. What's more, Xinbang Group had a great influence in the United States, and their sales channels were also very complete. If Paradise Corporation wanted to explore the United States market, Xinbang Group was a very suitable partner. Deal. Tang, he was overjoyed. Ruofei, I'll keep an eye on this auction. I've already applied for a flight route for my private jet. I'm going to return to the United States directly, so I'll take my leave first. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, this old man can't be in such a hurry to leave. Because he can't wait to taste the one-headed abalone, can he? It was no wonder that Xia Ruofei was so suspicious. After all, when Guosong and the others came over just now, old Master Tang did not seem to be in a hurry to leave. Instead, he was just watching from the side. Now that he had obtained 2 top-quality one-headed abalones and even applied for the flight route, it was really unreasonable for him to be in a hurry to leave. However, Xia Ruofei would not expose her stupidly. He just smiled and said, since that's the case, I won't keep you. I'll see you out, old Mr. Tang. Xia Ruofei and Tang. He walked side by side to the entrance of the villa. The personal assistant who had already placed the abalone came forward and handed over a cash check with both hands. Tang, he took the check and looked at the amount. Then, he took out a gold pen from his pocket and signed his name on it. He handed it to Xia Ruofei with a smile. The transaction of the 2 one-headed abalones involved 6 million Chinese dollars. Although it was not a small amount, there was no need to go through an offshore company account. Tang He directly wrote a cash check in Chinese dollars. After all, this amount of money was equivalent to more than 1 million USD. The offshore company had more than 12 million USD from the gold Phoebe Nanma transaction and had plenty of funds. In addition, the profits from Paradise Farm and the winery would be settled with the offshore company. Once things got on track, it would be at least 10 million USD a month. Hence, Xia Ruofei settled this small amount in HXB. He didn't even want to deposit it into the company's public account. He would just keep it in his personal account for his daily use. Xia Ruofei took the check and put it in his pocket without even looking at it. Then, he sent Tang He to the car and the two waved goodbye. Xia Ruofei watched as the car left the villa's courtyard before he turned around and returned to his house. As soon as he entered the living room, Xia Ruofei heard his phone, which he had just put on the coffee table, vibrate. He quickly walked over and picked up his phone. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Ma Xiong from Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei could guess why Ma Xiong was calling. He smiled and answered the phone. Mr. Ma. How are you? Xia Sheng. I've seen the photos and videos of your company's dried abalones. Ma Xiong's voice was filled with excitement. That really gave me a huge shock. On the way back to the hotel, Guosong had already asked Luo Jiahao to send a copy of the materials they had collected today to Ma Xiong. Guosong realized that his boss would definitely be interested in these things. As expected, Ma Xiong called Guosong personally and asked him about the dried abalone in detail. Guosong couldn't stop praising the abalones. He even felt that no words of praise could compare to the top, quality one-headed abalones. It was only when he saw the heavy and huge one-headed abalones placed together with his own eyes that he could feel the strong visual impact. After Ma Xiong understood the situation, he called Xia Ruofei immediately without delay. Xia Ruofei joked, Mr. Ma, I think I told you about the dried abalone before. Did you not trust me before? Ma Xiong was a little embarrassed. I naturally have complete trust in Xia Sheng, but I was still shocked when I saw the photos and videos of the abalones with my own eyes. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Xia Sheng, I have a presumptuous request. Ma Xiong asked. Mr. Ma, I'll reserve 2 one-headed abalones for you. However, I'm planning to keep the 3 heaviest ones for the finale of the auction. I hope you can understand, Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei was well aware of Ma Xiong's intention for calling him in a hurry. He had already sold 2 abalones when Tang He asked for it, so Ma Xiong could not be biased. He just had to do it according to Tang He's standards. Of course, this was the end of the back door. Otherwise, there would only be 25 one-headed abalones in total, which would not be auctioned at all. Ma Xiong was overjoyed. All right. Xia Sheng, thank you. Ma Xiong did not think that Xia Ruofei would leave the 3 largest pets for him. The rarer an item was, the more valuable it would be. The best would naturally be left for the auction. The main reason Ma Xiong called was that he was worried that Hengfeng Auction House would be hosting this batch of abalones, so it wouldn't be convenient for him, the boss of Hengfeng, to bid for it. Otherwise, people would say that he deliberately raised the price. Even if he successfully bid for 1 or 2 abalones, the media would definitely question that Hengfeng group bought and sold themselves just to hype up a sky-high transaction record. Logo. The best way was to get 1 or 2 from Xia Ruofei before the auction started. After seeing the pictures and videos of the abalones, Ma Xiong's heart was already itching. As a native of Hong Kong and a super rich man, Ma Xiong had no resistance to the temptation of these high-quality one-head abalones. Before he made the call, he was still thinking about how to phrase his words. After all, Xia Ruofei's abalones were going to be auctioned. He didn't expect that before he could say anything, Xia Ruofei would take the initiative to leave too for him. He was really good at dealing with people. That was why Ma Xiong was overjoyed. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Old Master Ma, you're too kind. This is what I should do. You've helped me so much. It's a win-win situation, a win-win situation, Ma Xiong said with a bright smile. Haha. Right, it's a win-win situation. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Ma, why don't you pick some dried abalones when I come to Hong Kong? Alright. In fact, Ma Xiong wanted to fly to Sanshan to pick abalones right away. However, Xia Ruofei would be going to Hong Kong with the abalones in a week or two. Besides, Ma Xiong was a billionaire. It would damage his image if he was too impatient. So, he agreed to Xia Ruofei's suggestion. After ending the call with Ma Xiong, Xia Ruofei took the initiative to tell Zi's mother about the situation. When she heard that the abalones were sold for 3 million Chinese dollars each, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Zi's mother could imagine how precious these abalones were, but the sky-high price still overturned her understanding of prices. Of course, after she came back to her senses, Zi's mother was happy for Xia Ruofei. She really treated Xia Ruofei like her own son now. She was genuinely happy that Xia Ruofei's career was booming. Xia Ruofei chatted with his godmother for a while. Seeing that it was still early and his godmother was about to start preparing lunch, he picked up his bag and walked towards the general office building. Not far away. Since the abalones were going to be auctioned, the packaging would have to be redesigned. Although Ma Xiong's publicity team was very professional in this, Xia Ruofei still wanted to train the designers in his company. Xia Ruofei did not look for Feng Jing. Instead, he went straight to the big office in the marketing department. At the moment, the marketing department was in charge of advertising, sales, e-commerce, and other businesses. There was a special art team responsible for product packaging, promotional posters, online shops, and all other work related to graphic design. As soon as Xia Ruofei entered the office, he saw that everyone was working hard in the various booths. Some employees were in a hurry with folders in their hands. Taoyuan Company was a new agricultural product company. The average age of the employees was very low, and the company's welfare benefits were very good, so everyone was very motivated, and the entire company's internal atmosphere was very motivated. Many employees were stunned when they saw Xia Ruofei. Then, they immediately greeted him respectfully. In the company, especially in the big offices of the lower departments, the employees were very surprised to see this big boss, who was usually elusive. President Xia. Hello, President Xia. Xia Ruofei also smiled and nodded at them. He went straight to the art design team's office area. The marketing director, Xiao Chang, quickly came out of his small cubicle and walked quickly to Xia Ruofei. President Xia. Xiao Chang greeted him from afar. The big boss almost never came down to the ground, so his sudden visit this time made Xiao Chang a little nervous. Xia Ruofei smiled. Director Xiao, it's nothing. Go on with your work. I have a small design for the art team to help with. Xiao Chang immediately heaved a sigh of relief and quickly shouted, Little Zhong, come here. The head of the art team, Zhong Lingling, was a girl in her late 20s. She was working in front of a computer. She stood up and walked over quickly. Zhong Lingling was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, and her hair was tied into a ponytail. She still looked like a child. However, she had a lot of experience in graphic design. She had been working in this field for 4 or 5 years after she graduated from secondary school. She was also Lin Xiao's mentor. In fact, many people who worked in graphic design might not have a high educational background, and many of them were from secondary or technical schools. However, if they had strong professional skills, their salary would still be very good. Zhong Lingling was the head of the art design team at Paradise Corporation. With the bonus and benefits, she could earn at least 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, which was a high level that was hard for most of the secondary school graduates to reach. Zhong Lingling came up to them and greeted, "Hello, President Xia." "Hello, Director Xiao." Xiao Chang said, "Little Zhong, President Xia has a design job for your art team. You must transfer the most capable people and bring out your unique skills. Do you understand?" "All right," Zhong Lingling quickly replied. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "It's not that exaggerated. It's just a small task. It's very easy. I'll just take a look around and talk to Lingling about work." Xiao Chang definitely wanted to accompany Xia Ruofei, but since the boss had spoken, he could only nod and say, "All right, President Xia. Call me if you need anything, logo." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After Xiao Chang returned to his office, Xia Ruofei smiled at Zhong Lingling and said, "Lingling, show me your office." "Yes, President Xia," Zhong Lingling said with a smile. She had a good relationship with Lin Xiao and never hid her skills. She taught Lin Xiao patiently every time. In addition, she was young and had a good attitude, so she was not as nervous in front of Xia Ruofei as she was in front of Xiao Chang. There were about 7 or 8 people in the art design team, and they occupied a few booths in the northeast corner of the office. Zhong Lingling led Xia Ruofei over and introduced them to Xia Ruofei. Recently, the art team's main work was still on the overall design and beautifying of the flagship store. There were 4 art designers who were divided up to do this. The flagship store of Heavenly Cats was upgraded from Xia Ruofei's Paradise Rotisserie. According to Feng Jing's thoughts, the flagship store of Paradise Corporation would be managing all of Paradise Corporation's products in the future. In the short term, it would mainly be selling ironhide keyed and succulent seedlings. Xia Ruofei immediately saw Lin Xiao, who was working hard in front of the computer. Xia Ruofei made a shushing gesture to Zhong Lingling and then stood behind Lin Xiao, watching quietly. Lin Xiao's computer had the PS software on. It seemed that she was making a promotional poster. She stared at the computer screen, moved the mouse quickly, and pressed the combination shortcut keys with her left hand from time to time. She seemed to be quite familiar with the use of this software. The little girl was so engrossed in her work that she didn't even notice the person standing behind her. From time to time, she would stop and look at the computer screen with her chin in her hand, deep in thought. Then, she would operate the computer to make fine adjustments to color matching or a certain design element. Xia Ruofei watched for a full 6 to 7 minutes. Zhong Lingling and the art designers who were blocking the area couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Lin Xiao didn't even notice. It wasn't until she finished adjusting the font of the poster that she let out a long sigh of relief. She stretched her back and moved her sore neck. Lin Xiao reached out and touched Xia Ruofei, who was standing behind her. She was also shocked. She quickly turned her chair around and said, I'm sorry. Brother Ruofei. What are you doing here? When Lin Xiao saw Xia Ruofei, her tone immediately became quite surprised. Xia Ruofei chuckled. I've been standing behind you for a long time. Aren't you a little too engrossed? Lin Xiao blushed and said, how can you be like this? You didn't even say anything when you came and just stood behind them. Don't you know how scary it is? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, I'm not a Japanese who entered the village. What do you mean by silent? So many people greeted me just now, even Director Xiao from your marketing department came out. You were too focused and didn't hear it. Okay. Lin Xiao pouted and nodded. Then, she asked, curiously, Brother Ruofei, what are you doing here? Could it be that you, the big boss, have a conscience and are ready to give us poor art designers benefits? The girls in the art design team couldn't help laughing and looked at Lin Xiao with envy. Although Lin Xiao was also their colleague, they knew that Lin Xiao was different from them. Not only was she the younger sister of the company's boss, but she was also a top student who had just been admitted to Heron Island University. Her future was limitless. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, what are you thinking? Of course I'm here to assign tasks. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Zhong Lingling, there's an exterior packaging design job that I'll have to trouble you with. You're welcome, President Xia. It's our job, Zhong Lingling quickly said. Lin Xiao was also very interested and quickly said, design the packaging? Brother Ruofei, let me do it. Xia Ruofei said, aren't you starting school soon? Besides, you still have work to do. Lin Xiao said indifferently, there are still a few days before school starts. As for the work on hand, which art team doesn't have a few jobs on hand? Now that there are only a few of us and many things to do, we are used to it. He had sinned in his previous life, so he had made a picture in this life. Right, master? Lin Xiao turned to look at Zhong Lingling with a smile. Zhong Lingling smiled awkwardly. This was what the art girls would always say when they joked. This was because art design work was time-consuming, and design required creativity. When a task was handed to the hands, the process from creativity, planning to specific design was very complicated. If the leader was not satisfied, he would have to redo it. It was common for designers to redo things. Sometimes, it was normal to do 7 or 8 drafts in a row for a job. However, they could joke in private. In front of Xia Ruofei, the boss, and Lin Xiao. As his sister, they could say it, but ordinary employees like them could not. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao helplessly and said, Lingling, I'll leave the task to you as the team leader. You can decide how to assign the tasks. After that, Xia Ruofei listed out some requirements for the seal of the dried abalone, such as size, style, elements to be included, and the middle part to be left empty to show the real details of the dried abalone. Zhong Lingling quickly jotted down notes in her little notebook and nodded as she wrote. She heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Ruofei's task wasn't too complicated. If she had done the design herself, she could have completed it in one night. Even if she were to train a newbie, she could have completed it in 1 or 2 days. After Xia Ruofei finished, Zhong Lingling immediately asked, President Xia, when do you want this design? I'll give you 3 days. Can you finish it? Xia Ruofei asked after some thought. No problem. Zhong Lingling replied with a smile. We'll be able to get the first draft the day after tomorrow. Xia Ruofei gave him a thumbs up and said, all right then. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Xiao shouted from the side, "Master, let me do this. I'll definitely do a good job." Zhong Lingling looked at Xia Ruofei hesitantly. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "I've said it before, you decide for yourself. I'll be leaving first, you guys work hard." With that, Xia Ruofei strode out of the office. Lin Xiao held Zhong Lingling's hand and looked at her expectantly. In fact, Lin Xiao was already able to complete some design work on her own. However, this was a task that Xia Ruofei had personally assigned to her. Zhong Lingling was worried that Lin Xiao was not very familiar with the task and that the final product would not satisfy Xia Ruofei. Not only would she have to redo it, but she might also delay Xia Ruofei's time. Zhong Lingling weighed the pros and cons for a while, before she said, "How about this? This is a task personally assigned by President Xia. We have to make at least 3 sets of designs for President Xia to choose from. I'm one, so is Chao, and then you're done with the sub-page for Lihua, right? Then she's one too, let's each make a set." "Yes, sir," Lin Xiao said happily. Then, she eagerly took the notebook that Zhong Lingling had just made and snapped a few photos with her phone. After that, she immediately saved and closed the poster she had just made and created a new SD file. She then skillfully pulled the reference lines and began to design the packaging. Meanwhile, Xia Ruofei strolled out of the marketing department's office. He had wanted to take a stroll back to the villa and wait for lunch, but he bumped into Feng Jing after a few steps. Feng Rao was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Chairman, I was just about to call you. I didn't expect you to be in the office building. Do you have time now? I have something to ask." "You, logo." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's talk in my office." The two of them returned to Xia Ruofei's office. Xia Ruofei opened the ice bar and took out some tea leaves to make tea. He smiled and asked, "Boss Feng, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Feng Rao glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "Chairman, I've been paying attention to the locations for the company's headquarters to move to the city. I found a few places and wanted to report to you." The company's headquarters moving to the city was the general trend. After all, Tao Yuan Farm's location was too remote and didn't match the identity and image of a big company. Not to mention other things, just to discuss cooperation or have business partners to visit the company, the first impression would definitely be greatly reduced when they saw that the Paradise Corporation's headquarters was actually in a coastal fishing village. Feng Jing had mentioned it to Xia Ruofei a few times, but she knew that Xia Ruofei was a little lazy and it was unrealistic to expect him to make the decision on his own. Therefore, she took the initiative to follow up on this matter. Xia Ruofei scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled, "I've been too busy recently and didn't have time to take care of this matter." "Boss Feng, tell us about your inspection." "Chairman, I've picked 2 places after a round of inspection and selection." Feng Jing cleared her throat and said. Then, Feng Rao introduced the 2 places she had chosen to Xia Ruofei. One of the 3 locations was located in the city center. The advantage was that it had a good location and complete facilities. It was the CBD area of Sanshan City. The disadvantages were obvious as well. It was expensive and the land was a little small. Moreover, the shops were only selling and not renting. The second plot of land was also within the second ring road. It was in a good location and was a commercial office building project, Hingley Times Square, developed by a well known domestic real estate company. The price was also quite appropriate. Although the real estate price in Sanshan City changed every day and showed signs of breaking through the sky, overall, the price of about 20,000 per square meter was still reasonable. Most importantly, this company also had 5 floors as self-sustaining assets. If they chose this plot of land, they could also rent it out, which was equivalent to buying it all in one go. If they rented it, the one-time investment would be much less. After Xia Ruofei listened to her carefully, he didn't rush to express his opinion. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Boss Feng, what's your opinion? Which one do you prefer?" Feng Rao had clearly thought about it before she said, "From a long-term perspective, the office buildings in Hengli are more suitable. It would be best if we can buy 2 to 3 floors." Feng Jing didn't sound too confident. After all, this was an astronomical figure. Based on her understanding of the company's financial situation, she knew that the company didn't have that much liquid funds in its account. Xia Ruofei just smiled and said, "You can continue. If it's difficult to buy it out directly, it's better to rent it first." Feng Rao nodded. Of course, the first location is closer to the bustling city center, which will be more helpful to the company's brand. The problem is that it will also require a large amount of capital. Xia Ruofei nodded. "Have you calculated the amount of capital needed for each plan?" he asked. "I've done a rough calculation. The single-story office building in the city center is 2,000 square meters. And the unit price is 30,000 yuan per square meter. It will cost 120 million yuan to buy 2 floors. This doesn't include the investment for the renovation. I estimate that the total investment will exceed 200 million yuan. Xia Ruofei smiled without changing his expression and asked, "What about the office building in Hengli?" "Hengli is priced at 20,000 yuan per square meter due to its location," said Feng Jing. "The single floor is about 1,500 square meters. If it's here, I suggest you buy or rent 3 floors at once." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "If it's sold out, it'll be about 90 million. I haven't even included the renovation costs." Feng Rao added. Feng Rao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Chairman, how about we rent the office building first?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "If you want to do it, do it in one go. I'll solve the funding problem." "That would be for the best, of course." Feng Rao blurted out. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "CEO Feng, I can't make a decision at the moment. How about this, you can sort out the specific situation of the 2 locations and send me a copy of the information. In addition, we can find time to go to the site for an on-site investigation." "No problem. I've already organized the information. I'll get Lu Qian to send it over to you in a while." Feng Ke said. She had always been a quick worker. Since she had already reported to Xia Ruofei, she must have made the necessary preparations. Xia Ruofei knew Feng Jing's style. He smiled and said, "All right," he said. "We shouldn't just limit our vision to these 2 locations. We can look further." Xia Ruofei continued. "Chairman, I don't quite understand," Feng Jing said, confused. Xia Ruofei smiled. "I mean, don't just think about buying office buildings. I think you should also pay attention to whether there are any land in the city that is going to be sold. We can build our own headquarters." "Building your own building?" Feng Rao was also shocked. "Logo. Buying a 2 or 3-story office building and buying land from the government to build their own building were two completely different concepts. Not to mention other things, just the capital investment alone was also incomparable. Especially now that the land was in such a hot state. Moreover, with the current scale of the Paradise Corporation, if the area of the headquarters building was huge, it would definitely not be used up. This would involve the problem of renting or selling to other companies. Paradise Corporation had never had any experience in real estate development. As the saying goes, you can't be a newbie when you're familiar with it. The water in this was very deep. And if they wanted to use it independently, just like the Ling GF and B headquarters, they had to consider the problem of funds and usage rate. If they built it too high and the area was too large, Paradise Corporation would not be able to use it all. There would definitely be a lot of space left idle. If they invested a large amount of funds in the early stages, it would eventually become a waste. Feng Jing immediately voiced her concerns. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, CEO Feng, that's why I said we should look further. It might be enough for now, but it didn't mean it would be enough in the future. Our Paradise Corporation is destined to become a great corporation that will attract the attention of the entire world, and in the short term, our company will soon set up an overseas business department. As the company expands step by step, if we only purchase or rent 2 or 3 floors of office buildings now, we'll definitely face the problem of not having enough space. Xia Ruofei then passed the tea to Feng Jing and continued, and don't you think that only by having the entire building to ourselves, would it be in line with our company's high-end and classy position? Feng Rao couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's great. However, the funding will be a big problem. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Currently, we do not have enough funds. However, whether it's land or building, the funds are not a one-time investment. The construction of this building may last for a few months or even 1 or 2 years. With such a long buffer, the funds will not be a problem. Xia Ruofei saw that Feng Rao was still in a daze, so he smiled and said, don't forget, our Paradise Farm in Australia will soon start large-scale planting. I've estimated the output of Paradise Farm at full power, and the profit it can bring to the company every month should be in the tens of millions of US dollars. Feng Rao couldn't help but take a deep breath as her beautiful eyes revealed a strange light. Chairman, I'm not too familiar with the situation at Paradise Farm in Australia. I know that the profits should be pretty good, but I didn't expect that's money for the future. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, we don't have that kind of capital for the time being. That's why I said that we're not in a hurry and can take our time to investigate. If there's a suitable plot of land or a building for sale, we might as well go and understand it in detail. If we want to do it, we'll do it in one step and do our best. When Xia Ruofei said this, he was high-spirited and had a sense of rebuking and pointing out the country. Understood. Feng Rao replied excitedly. Chairman, I'll keep an eye on this information. Boss Feng, you won't blame me for not taking this matter seriously, will you? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Feng Rao smiled in embarrassment and said, since the chairman already has a plan, I'm relieved. Come. Let's have some tea. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, since I'm free today, I'll let you know about the recent events. All right. Feng Rao immediately took out her notebook. Xia Ruofei smiled. First of all, it's about Paradise Farm. I've said it last time. The seeds need to be done as soon as possible. During this time, you guys should communicate more. With manager Liang in Australia. Liang Qichao's identity was a little special. Although he was the person in charge of Paradise Farm, he was not an employee of Paradise Corporation. Strictly speaking, he was the representative sent by Xia Ruofei's partner, Tang He. However, Xia Ruofei trusted him very much, so he was fully responsible for the work of Paradise Farm. Feng Jing nodded. All right. I've already assigned someone to handle this. I'll report to you as soon as I get any new information. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, also, the Maya Group in Australia will invest $10 million to set up the Paradise Charity Fund. This charity fund will be jointly managed by the Paradise Corporation and the Maya Group. In Australia, the foundation will be under the name of the Paradise Corporation. Feng Rao was greatly shocked. As a former senior manager of one of the top 500 companies in the world, Feng Jing naturally knew of the famous Maya Group. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so capable that he could swindle $10 million from the Maya Group to set up a charity fund. Although the charity fund was jointly organized by two companies, it was named after Paradise Corporation and was also under Paradise Corporation's name. It was basically a free gift. Chairman. You're so cool, Feng Jing mumbled. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, it's a little complicated to explain. Anyway, you just need to know that the establishment of the charity fund was decided by me and the founder of the Maya Group, Mr. Tang Etienne. It's a done deal. When the time comes, the Maya Group will send people over to help us complete the preliminary application for the foundation and other preparatory work. Then, the $10 million they promised will be transferred to the foundation's account as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, so our company might need to do another recruitment in the near future. We mainly need talents in two areas. One is the foreign trade talents who are proficient in foreign languages and foreign laws and policies for the establishment of the overseas business department, and the other is the staff of the charity foundation. In addition, we can also supplement some management staff for the pharmaceutical factory. After all, after the clinical trials are over, the pharmaceutical factory will start production officially. I'm worried that Shui Jinshan doesn't have enough manpower. All right. Feng Rao immediately replied. Chairman, I'll immediately organize a meeting with my colleagues in the Human Resources Department to come up with a plan and try to recruit people as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. I'll leave the specific matters to you. I'm assured when you do it. Ha ha ha, Feng Rao couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes. This guy always talked about slacking off in such a fresh and refined way. However, Feng Jing was used to Xia Ruofei's working style. As a successful career woman, Feng Jing didn't like her boss giving her too much orders. So far, her work at Paradise Corporation had been very pleasant. This was also inseparable from Xia Ruofei's habit of being a boss who did nothing. I understand. Don't worry, Chairman. I'll get this matter settled as soon as possible. Feng Ke said. Then, Feng Rao asked curiously, by the way, Chairman, I just saw you coming out of the marketing department. What's the matter today? Xia Ruofei was speechless. You're asking me this as if I'd been slacking off at home and never went to work. But then he thought about it and realized that he really was like that. I was just about to tell you about this. Xia Ruofei said, I'm looking for a colleague from the art design team to help me design an exterior packaging. The packaging? Feng Jing's eyes lit up as she asked, Chairman, is the company going to release a new product? Could it be that the jaded skin cream can be mass-produced? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. Bitterly, even a strong woman can't resist the temptation of the jaded skin cream. This wasn't the first time Feng Jing had mentioned the mass production of jaded skin cream to him. It was as if it was a crime not to mass produce such a good cosmetic product to benefit all women. Xia Ruofei scratched his head and said, There are still some technical difficulties in the mass production of jaded skin cream. It's not possible for now. But you're half right, we do have a new product, and this new product must be a phenomenal one. Logo.